An octogenarian embarks anew on the path of immortality, experiencing an exponential enhancement in his cultivation. Chen Xuan, who had been stagnating at the initial stage of qi refinement for 40 long years, grew disheartened and chose to retreat to Tao Mountain. It was only after reaching the age of 80 that his journey toward transcendence truly commenced. His grandson, Chunli, exclaimed, "Grandfather, I had no idea you were concealing such depths. I have been cautious for years, only to realize that I am the greatest third generation." Immortal, the Grandmaster of the Great Ascension, remarked, "I witnessed as he inhaled a breath of immortal aura and instantly became an immortal." Qing Shi Hua Long Chao Effect 99999. The efficacy of Qing Yu Dan increased by 49 times, laying the foundation for the immortal path. Minor mastery, triggering a 100-fold increase for great perfection. 5 elements golden pills doubled 999. The Grand Ancestor is formidable with a mere wave of his hand. A desolate land transforms into fertile fields. The Grand Ancestor became an immortal in just 3 days. Let us quickly commemorate this with the recording stone. The delicate junior sister mused, "Senior brother, I knew you would return to seek me out." The tender-hearted senior sister sighed, "Junior brother, I miss you, when shall you come find me?" Chapter 1. The 80-year-old old cultivator that I in the realm of Tianhua. Zhao Kingdom, Yuanling Prefecture. Taohua Town, a small town of cultivators under the jurisdiction of Yuanling Prefecture, is named for the spirit peach tree within its bounds, exuding ethereal energy. Today marks the 80th birthday of the elder of the Chen family, one of the 3 prominent families in Taohua Town. The Chen family is abuzz with joy, filled with guests, creating an extraordinarily festive atmosphere. As the guest of honor, the founder of the Chen family, Chen Xuan, sits in the main seat, listening to the blessings of the younger generation. Though he wears a smile upon his face, his eyes betray a deep sorrow. At 80 years old, I can only reign over this obscure corner of the world. I still feel a tinge of regret. Chen Xuan reflects, acutely aware of the depletion within his being. His magical power even appears somewhat fatigued. Having entered the twilight of his years, even as a cultivator, he is reminded that those in the qi refinement stage typically live a maximum of 150 years, and that only applies to the most accomplished among them. For those in the mid-qi refinement stage, reaching 120 years is already considered remarkable. Most practitioners face perilous struggles in their youth. His old friends, who once fought valiantly in search of opportunities, succumbed to hidden ailments despite having advanced beyond the late stages of qi refinement. They did not live longer than those who chose to settle in minor locales. Having reached the 4th level of qi refinement, it appears my life has reached its conclusion. Chen Xuan shook his head, his heart heavy with emotion. A transmigrator, he naturally believed himself destined for greatness, refusing to accept the hand fate dealt him. In his youth, he fought tirelessly, seeking the path to immortality, and though his extraordinary talents led to his acceptance into a sect, he ultimately remained confined by his limited aptitude, forever stranded at the qi refinement threshold. Having caught a glimpse of the vastness of the cultivation world, he witnessed prodigies achieve foundational mastery within 3 years and golden elixirs in a mere decade. Despite his relentless efforts, he found himself stymied at the 3rd level of qi refinement by the age of 30. Finally, he could no longer endure the condescension of others. Uttering the words, "If one is unattached, the disparity in talent between individuals is even greater than that between man and dog." Thus, he bid farewell to the mentor who had sheltered him for many years, eliciting a heartfelt sigh. He also turned down the plea of his junior sister, who implored, "Don't go, I will support you." Consequently, he distanced himself from the sect and eventually found a tranquil refuge in Taohua Town. Gradually, he settled down, marrying a woman of grace and wisdom, and began to expand his lineage. Since his own talents were lacking, he hoped that at least one of his descendants might succeed. Alas, his 3 sons and 1 daughter possessed no spiritual roots, and it was only after much effort that 1 grandchild emerged with a low-grade 5 spiritual roots, failing to meet even the minimum standards for sect admission that he had once recommended. But a decade ago, a sect member was dispatched to deliver the news that his junior sister had successfully established her foundation. That was indeed a significant achievement, as those who reached the foundational stage could be considered venerable seniors. Within the sect, she could serve as an elder, and outside, she could establish a lineage of cultivators. Moreover, his junior sister managed to achieve this before the age of 50, promising a bright future ahead. With her assistance, she sent him a vial of elixir capable of slightly improving one's aptitude, enabling him to break through to the mid-chi refinement stage. This filled Chen Xuan with a deep sense of shame. Such kindness could only be repaid in another life. That if only he could obtain more vials of that elixir to enhance his dismal aptitude, perhaps he could still push through to the late stages of chi refinement. Regrettably, he was now advanced in years. While others began anew at 80, he felt himself withering. His gaze fell upon a somewhat simple-looking young man below, the only descendant among his progeny who practiced cultivation, Chun Li, at the first level of chi refinement. At the very least, he could ensure the continuation of the family's cultivation lineage would not be severed. However, the most vital elements for cultivation are wealth, partners, techniques, and resources. The acquisition of cultivation materials is paramount. The sole resource available to the Chun family lies within their backyard, the spirit peach tree brought back from the sect. Each year, it yields over 30 low-grade spirit stones. Such a meager offering barely sustains a single practitioner at the chi refinement stage, let alone allowing for any personal retention of these spiritual treasures. Yet, once the spirit peach tree ascends, the situation will be different. It is on the cusp of advancing, and once it becomes a second-tier spirit tree, the spiritual energy it produces will be sufficient to support numerous chi refinement practitioners. Furthermore, the spirit fruits it bears will become even more precious, as long as he remains well, but should he pass away without Chun-Li breaking through to the mid-chi refinement stage, the spirit peaches in their courtyard would likely change. Hence, the other two families in Tao Mountain are not particularly amicable. Both are comprised of wandering cultivators from various regions. Those who have been wandering cultivators understand the rarity of cultivation resources and have long coveted the spirit peach tree. If it were to change hands, the Chen family would face a complete cessation of stable cultivation resources, leading to even greater difficulties. Moreover, in recent days, unfamiliar cultivators have visited and taken residence with the other two families. Chen Xuan worries that issues may arise and plans to investigate after his birthday celebration concludes. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Xuan sighed deeply. I fear I am the most unfortunate of transmigrators. I am weary. After receiving the well wishes, Chen Xuan rose and strolled to the spirit peach tree. This moment, the spirit peaches had ripened and would be ready for harvest and sale by tomorrow. The large spirit peaches exuded a distinctive aroma, radiating spiritual energy, appearing sweet and delectable, tempting one to take a bite. Chen Xuan suppressed his cravings and leaned against the tree trunk. Suddenly, he felt the nearby branches tremble slightly. A golden spiritual bird, clutching a small bag in its beak, alighted upon the trunk, gazing at Chen Xuan with a tilted head. Jinling K. Chen Xuan recognized the spiritual bird, the messenger of Qingyun's sect. He felt a moment of nostalgia. The last time he had seen it was a decade prior. Could it be you? Chen Xuan accepted the bag, discovering a letter and a small jade vial within. Upon seeing the familiar vial, Chen Xuan paused, realizing it was the one that previously contained the elixir for improving aptitude. He already surmised who had sent the message and slowly opened the envelope. After reading for a while, he let out a deep sigh. Aside from his junior sister's incessant chatter, the letter conveyed his master's desire to see Chen Xuan at his 200th birthday celebration a year hence. His eyes filled with reminiscence, tinged with emotion. Qing Yu Dan, a second-tier low-grade elixir, is among the few that can alter one's aptitude, its value once rivaling that of foundational elixirs. How can I repay your kindness? This fills me with a sense of guilt. Leaning against the tree, Chen Xuan remained lost in thought for an extended period. In the span of 20 years within the sect, time slipped away like smoke, leaving only himself and a handful of others in contact. Even so, it was not out of his volition to reach out, as he felt too ashamed. Only his junior sister and master continued to remember him. As for the 200th birthday celebration, Chen Xuan still felt unworthy to face his master, fearing to attend. Oh, great Tao, all-powerful and extraordinary golden fingers, might you bestow upon me your favor just once, so that I may not depart this world with lingering regrets? Chen Xuan sighed deeply, yet his lament bore no fruit. He shook his head, resolving not to place his hopes in such whims any longer. Despite the passage of time, even at the venerable age of 80, he remained unwilling to succumb to desolation. Sitting cross-legged upon the ground, he retrieved a small vial containing a precious elixir, xianxiaaudiobooks, resembling a longan and exuding an enchanting fragrance, rested in the palm of his hand. Without hesitation, Chen Xuan swallowed the pill. In an instant, the medicinal power surged forth, a familiar sensation of cleansing and revitalization enveloping his entire being. After a moment of anticipation, he was met with silence, leaving Chen Xuan momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, a golden panel materialized within his mind. Cultivation Assistance Device activated. The effect of the Qingyu Dan has doubled, now anchored at 12 times. Would you like to change the anchor and randomly reset the multiplier? Current available uses, 3. Chapter 2. Spring has arrived. 80 years have passed. My dear Gudi, you have finally come. Chen Xuan's face was filled with tremendous excitement. His heart surged like crashing waves. Heaven rewards the diligent. He had finally awaited this moment. Fortunately, he had persevered until now and had not succumbed to despair. Huangzhong, even in his youth, could still engage in battle. Why should I not continue my pursuit of immortality? Chen Xuan gazed at the 3 random draws and decided to take another look at the 12-fold effect of the Yuling Dan. This was equivalent to consuming 12 Yuling Dawn. Even with my extraordinary talent, it would lead to significant improvement. However, since the golden opportunity had presented itself, he resolved to take one more gamble. The Yuling Dan, a precious elixir capable of enhancing one's innate qualities, was not something one could acquire easily. He initiated another random draw. In his mind, numbers danced before him as Chen Xuan held his breath, filled with anticipation. Current random multiplier, 10. Was this even worse than before? A sharp pain shot through his jaw, but luckily he still had 2 chances left. He refused to believe that luck could be so cruel. Throughout my life, I have honored heaven and earth. May fortune bless me. Current random multiplier, 49. You are automatically exempt from Dan poison. Chen Xuan was overwhelmed with excitement, having done good deeds throughout his life. He had finally received his reward. As for the final random draw, he chose to skip it. Greed leads to downfall. It was wise to know when to stop. He promptly sat cross-legged, and a tremendous surge of medicinal power enveloped him, cleansing his limbs and purging impurities from his organs. He felt warmth coursing through him. His body tingled in a most pleasant manner. Under the influence of the elixir, a spiritual substance washed away his inferior spiritual root. Chen Xuan turned his focus inward, locating the position of his spiritual root, and felt a surge of anxiety. The last time he consumed the Qingyu Dan, it had enlarged his inferior spiritual root several times, allowing him to break through limitations. With the vast medicinal force washing over him, he suddenly felt a heat in his abdomen, and his inferior spiritual root burst forth. Alarmed, he wondered if he had overindulged and could not withstand it. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the medicinal force within him began to reshape his spiritual roots according to the affinity of the 5 elements. 5 spiritual roots of varying sizes and colors emerged from nothingness. Chen Xuan was nearly moved to tears by the exhilaration. Even if all 5 were of inferior quality, they would far surpass his previous inferior spiritual root by countless degrees. The medicinal force surged into the spiritual roots, and the process of shaping ceased. The fire and wood spiritual roots significantly outperformed the other 3, achieving a mid-grade quality, while the other 3 were of excellent quality among the inferior grade. This transformation brought Chen Xuan immense joy. His innate abilities had undergone a monumental change. The spiritual energy, which he could hardly perceive before, was now crystal clear. He could cultivate without the need for spirit stones. Immediately, Chen Xuan sat beneath a tree, activating his cultivation technique, the Wuxing Lianqiju. This was one of the foundational techniques of the Qingyun sect, a low-grade Xian-level technique practiced by many disciples. Its quality was commendable, far superior to the methods of wandering cultivators. While it lacked specialization, it was extremely suitable for cultivators with 5 spiritual roots, serving as a versatile tool. After circulating his energy for a full cycle, Chen Xuan felt an unprecedented sense of clarity. Even in this place with weak spiritual energy, his progress was exponentially faster than when he utilized spirit stones. This was the advantage of improved aptitude with his current qualifications. Entering the inner sect of the Qingyun sect would not be difficult. Chen Xuan was elated, patting the spiritual peach tree. Old friend, let us not forget each other in times of prosperity. If I achieve greatness, I will not forget you, the witness to my journey. He chuckled, infusing a trace of wood attribute mana into the spiritual peach. In high spirits, he reached for the largest peach. Normally, he would hesitate to consume such a treasure. But now he was indifferent. With age, he understood that to advance in cultivation, he must accelerate his efforts. He took a bite from the peach, its tender and sweet juice exploding in the air, offering an exquisite flavor. Without time to savor the taste, he swiftly devoured the entire peach. Sitting beneath the tree, he continued to circulate his technique, performing small cycles to refine the spiritual energy from the peach he had consumed. First tier spiritual peach effect doubled, anchored at 5 times. Current random draws remaining, 3, random draw. Chen Xuan proceeded with another random draw. Perhaps due to the quality of the peach, none of the 3 results exceeded 10. With the final result settling at 6, he selected to anchor the effect, and the medicinal power dispersed within him. The abundant spiritual energy, as he performed small cycles, was gradually digested and transformed into pure mana. This invigorated Chen Xuan, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. The absorption of spiritual energy far surpassed what he could achieve previously with his inferior spiritual root. In the past, no matter what he consumed, the final outcome would be significantly diminished, rendering it nearly ineffective. Now, he could fully enjoy the benefits of these spiritual fruits, elixirs, and the like. In this brief moment, he felt as though he had compensated for years of arduous cultivation. This reflection brought forth a sense of appreciation for the perseverance he had shown during those trying times. Noticing that it was still early, Chen Xuan decided to consume another spiritual peach. However, he realized that there was no prompt for re-anchoring, causing him to pause in surprise. He could only choose between anchoring and random draws. This meant that each enhancement could be anchored a maximum of 3 times. If he did not utilize stable anchoring, he would have to rely on random outcomes. Furthermore, the random enhancements could still alter the anchoring multiplier. This implied that should he draw a multiplier of 49 or higher, he could anchor it and select it next time. It was indeed a remarkable ability. This time, Chen Xuan opted for a random draw, resulting in a 4-fold enhancement. After several cycles, his mana was incredibly refined and concentrated. The quality of his mana far exceeded what it had been before. It would not be long before he could break through to the 5th layer of Qi cultivation. This thrilled Chen Xuan, as he had awaited this day for what felt like an eternity. Most importantly, he no longer needed to worry about Dan poison or any negative side effects. This was an immensely powerful capability, meaning he could continuously consume enhancement elixirs that usually had limited quantities. He could enjoy infinite gains and continuously improve himself. This thought stirred his desires, and he suppressed the urge to consume more peaches. He still needed to exchange these fruits for spirit stones and purchase elixirs. Ultimately, spiritual peaches were inferior to elixirs. They were merely medicinal materials and spiritual fruits. This year's harvest had been quite bountiful, with over 80 peaches gathered. This was impressive, given that the spiritual peach tree was not particularly large, and the local spiritual energy was not abundant. 80 peaches represented the highest yield in recent years. They could be exchanged for over 40 low-grade spirit stones. A typical mid-stage Qi cultivator would struggle for a year to earn only 20 or 30 low-grade spirit stones, all while facing life-threatening risks. Just as Chen Xuan prepared to pluck the peaches, a commotion erupted from the main hall. Sensing fluctuations of mana, his expression darkened abruptly. What audacity! Chapter 3, Delivering the Coffin. In the main hall of the Chen family, a coffin lay prominently in the center, while 3 cultivators looked around with disdain. What sort of grand celebration was this for a mere 4th-layer Qi cultivator? Those unaware might think a great master had arrived. At their age, their energy and cultivation had long since waned, leaving them with mere pretense and a penchant for such ostentatious displays. Amidst the joy and merriment of the guests, a voice filled with provocation pierced through the cheerful atmosphere. The surrounding guests turned their gazes toward the entrance. A large black coffin thudded heavily to the ground, accompanied by 3 voices radiating mana fluctuations. The other 2 families in Tao Town had long coveted the Chen family's spiritual peach tree and its resources. The Li clan's cultivator, Li Ba, and the Chai clan's cultivator, Chai Qingquan, often lingered around the Chen family, and Chen Xuan had turned a blind eye to their presence. As long as they did not overstep their bounds, unanticipatedly, they directly sought out the cultivators in need of spirit stones, their hearts swelling with avarice. Coincidentally, it was the 80th birthday of Chen family's venerable ancestor, Chen Xuan. The 3 conspired and resolved to pay a visit. Given Chen Xuan's advanced age, even though he was in the mid-stage of Qi refinement, the 3, being merely at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, deemed him no match for them, the youthful cultivators. Thus, they brazenly brought a coffin, aiming to attack his psyche first. The gesture of presenting a coffin implied a desire for Chen Xuan's demise. This was not merely a slap in the face, but an outright challenge, with intentions to extinguish Chen Xuan's life. Some guests were horrified, for in their minds, cultivators were exalted beings akin to deities. Should a conflict arise among cultivators, the collateral damage to these mundane individuals could be fatal, leaving them with no recourse for justice. Many were rendered speechless, choosing to retreat quietly, shielding their kin in front of them. Li Ba and Chai Qianquan were both notorious figures, their names well known. Yet their cultivation levels did not match their reputation. Both were at the third level of qi refinement, their eyes glistening with greed as they beheld the Chen family's abundant resources for cultivation. They had long harbored the desire to seize these resources, but had been deterred by Chen Xian's prowess and the emergence of younger cultivators within the family. However, unable to contain their greed any longer, they learned of a former acquaintance who had a significant demand for spirit stones. After some discussion, they decided to jointly attack the Chen family, with the accomplice requiring only half of the spirit stones, leaving the remainder to Li and Chai. It was also rumored that the Chen family's peach tree had matured and was on the verge of becoming a second-tier spirit tree, igniting an insatiable desire within the two scattered cultivators. The three harbored ulterior motives. This was both a test and a plunder of cultivation resources. How audacious! This is the Chen family. To intrude uninvited, and even bring a coffin. Do you intend to curse my grandfather? Get out of my Chen family. Chen Li, a cultivator, furrowed his brow slightly and stepped forward. This was the Chen family's domain, and it was his grandfather's 80th birthday. Not only did these intruders bring a coffin, but their arrogance was palpable, igniting a rare fury within the usually cautious Chen Li. A mere first-level qi refinement? Ha ha ha, a mere child. Return to your home, and let your elder come forth to meet us. Upon seeing Chen Li, the intruders regarded him with disdain, dismissing him entirely. After all, with just one of them, they could easily suppress him. Their goal was clear, the venerable ancestor of the Chen family, Chen Xuan. Chen Li's face flushed with indignation as he produced two talismans, glaring fiercely. However, as a first-level qi refinement cultivator, he was far too weak. Only marginally stronger than Immortal, and no match for opponents 2 levels above him. Oh, it seems the Chen family possesses many treasures. Even first-level qi refinement cultivators can wield talismans. This trip has been worthwhile. The three exchanged glances, their greed evident. When cultivators engage in battle, the consequences for bystanders could be dire. If not now, then when? As for the Chen family, they would have to fend for themselves. In an instant, the hall was left with only the Chen clan members. You want us to leave? You think you can chase us away? We have come with sincere intentions to congratulate you, and this is how you treat your guests? We are quite displeased. Summon the spirit tree, and produce 500 spirit stones. Is your elder still alive? If not, this coffin is just right for you. Let him lie within. Chai Qianquan's expression narrowed, a chilling aura enveloping him. He had no qualms about killing Chen Xuan and trapping his soul within his underworld banner. With a flick of his sleeve, 2 soul-piercing nails appeared in his palm, fixating on Chen Li's face, sending shivers down his spine. You want me to lie in the coffin? I doubt you possess such capability. Chen Xuan gradually entered the hall, his expression icy. Today was meant to be a day of joy, yet someone dared to seek their demise. Upon seeing Chen Xuan emerge, the trio's gazes were instantly drawn to him, their eyes glimmering with intrigue. Witnessing his aged demeanor, they exchanged glances. Li Ba stepped forth, cold laughter escaping his lips. No capability? I fear you, old man, may not withstand this. His expression turned sinister as his aura erupted. Surrender this year's spirit peach tree and the Chen family savings, or do not blame us for resorting to murder. Li Ba was inherently aggressive, having committed numerous acts of violence during his time as a scattered cultivator. You wish to claim the Chen family's savings? Chen Xuan chuckled softly, silently positioning Chen Li behind him to avoid any potential harm. The trio spread out, blocking all exits as Li Ba and Chai Qianquan took several steps forward, their faces filled with disdain. A mid-stage qi refinement cultivator at 80 years of age would see their physical capabilities and magical power decline. How could he match the 3 of them? You, old man, barely breaking through to the 4th level of qi refinement at 80 proves you have reached your limit. If you wish to avoid death and to protect your young descendant behind you, you should obediently surrender. Otherwise, it will not end well for you. The 2, relying on their youth and external support, did not hide their threats. Chen Xian's gaze remained indifferent. His magical power had been refined, and his spiritual root was no longer trivial. His combat strength had undergone a tremendous transformation. Had it been before, he might have hesitated, but retreat was not an option now. A step back would lead to an abyss. If he retreated, these people would pounce on him like ravenous wolves, tearing him apart at the slightest display of weakness. Grandfather, let us fight them. Given their demeanor, if we concede, they will surely strike. Chen Li's face was filled with apprehension. In this situation, even at the cost of death, retreat was not an option. He had prepared himself for the possibility of dying in battle. Silence, Chen Xuan said calmly, gesturing for him to remain composed. What a jest it would be to send Chen Li to face them. He would surely be slain within mere moments. This is how it should be. Surrender. This is the correct choice, Chen Xuan and his companion sneered, their eyes gleaming with greed. Chen Xian's capitulation would indicate his frailty, allowing them to seize the resources and then eliminate him without damaging any valuable items. I said to be quiet. You disturb my joyous mood today. Chen Xian's expression turned cold, his magical power surging, his figure moving like a specter. In an instant, a terrifying blaze erupted before the two intruders, who had not even had time to react. They were consumed in flames, their bodies reduced to charred remnants, leaving only skeletal remains. Chen Xian held two dusty bags in his hand, his expression unyielding. Yet, within, he felt tumultuous waves of astonishment. His techniques had doubled in effectiveness. In the blink of an eye, he had dispatched two third-level qi refinement cultivators. Chun Li was left dumbfounded. His grandfather, usually so unassuming, had concealed such profound strength. Senior, spare me. The cultivator who had accompanied Chen Xuan, witnessing the instant annihilation of his companions, was overwhelmed with terror. He felt utterly betrayed, realizing that the so-called frail fourth-level qi refinement cultivator was a mere fade. To see two of them dispatched so swiftly was clearly the work of a late-stage qi refinement cultivator. Thankfully, he had not behaved too arrogantly upon entering. Had it not been for the talismans, which required significant spirit stones for crafting, he would not have accepted the invitation to this gathering. Initially believing the Chun family to be a small, insignificant clan of scattered cultivators, he had never anticipated encountering such formidable resistance. Sun Qi repeatedly struck his head against the ground, overwhelmed with fear. Chapter 4. The Emergence of Brilliance. Why should I spare you? Chen Xian spoke coolly, advancing towards Sun Qi, his palm glowing faintly with magical light. Sun Qi, terrified, stammered, I am not associated with them, merely passing through. You must believe me. I am willing to entrust all my possessions to my esteemed senior. I implore you to grant me a path to survival. Sun Qi endeavored to sever his ties. If I were to eliminate you, would your belongings not ultimately belong to me? Chen Xian's words nearly sent him into a state of terror. He hastily exclaimed, Senior, I have obtained a lineage of talismanic arts not far from here at Wanqingshan, which I can fully present to you. This piqued Chen Xian's interest, presented at once. Sun Qi, not daring to delay, retrieved a storage pouch hidden within his robes and handed it to Chen Xian. The inheritance of a second-tier low-grade talisman master, remarkable indeed. Chen Xian was astonished, for this individual possessed such fortuitous luck. It was even more reason to ensure he did not escape. Do you like it, senior? Then seeing Chen Xian's approval, Sun Qi forced a smile, feeling a sense of relief within. Let us be on our way, Chen Xian stated with a smile, turning to Chun Li. This is the first lesson your grandfather taught you on the path of cultivation. When survival is at stake, act decisively and eliminate all potential threats. At this moment, Sun Qi had already reached the entrance, and upon hearing the voice from behind, his expression changed drastically. Old ghost, do you still wish to kill me? You will not be able to keep me. Once I return, I will surely find someone to avenge me, he thought to himself, pulling out two spirit talismans and affixing them to his legs, causing a burst of spiritual light. Chun Li took a deep breath, but upon finishing his words, he found his grandfather was nowhere to be seen. After a while, he saw Chen Xian returning to the clan, dragging Sun Qi, who resembled a lifeless dog. Chun Li was astonished and deeply recorded this in his mind. This was the way of survival in the cultivation world. Yangshu, you take some people and go with Lier to deal with the other two families. Chen Xian directed his gaze toward his eldest son, Chen Yangshu, who was commanding others to clean up the remains of Li and Chai. Yes, father, Chen Yangshu nodded, his expression grim. These two families were truly despicable. When they initially arrived in Taohua town, their clan had not pursued them. Today, however, they dared to come knocking, having been far too lenient. Few cultivators are of good character. As for why Chen Li was included, it was naturally for added assurance. Root out the problem completely, leaving no future troubles. Today's events had further awakened Chen Xian to the reality that, even in a secluded corner of the cultivation world, one encounters all manner of individuals and various troubles. Moreover, wealth, partners, laws, and territories are tied to one's strength. Only with strength can one secure greater resources. Otherwise, even a spirit peach tree would be coveted. Regardless of the abundance of resources, lacking strength only invites disaster. How could the cultivators of the Qingyang Sun family associate with these two rogue cultivators, Chai and Xianquan? Chen Xian furrowed his brow, instructing someone to crush the bones of these three individuals and scatter their ashes far away. Let us first visit the market and purchase some gathering spirit pills. Chen Xian collected all the spirit peaches and organized his possessions. Over the years, he had amassed a considerable quantity of spirit stones, 211 low-grade spirit stones, a substantial fortune indeed. Additionally, The spoils from slaying the three brought in approximately 80 more low-grade spirit stones. Sun Qi, possessing the inheritance of a second-tier talisman master, appeared to have only recently acquired it, barely reaching the standard of a first-tier low-grade practitioner, with only 7 talismans remaining, having already used 2. The rest consisted of minor spells, which Chen Xuan regarded with disdain. After giving a few instructions, Chen Xuan rose and set off for the nearest Qingyang market. In the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation world, aside from some immortal cities, the gathering places for cultivators are primarily the markets controlled by various families. The Qingyang market, overseen by the Foundation establishing Sun family, is considered a small-scale market. Established on second-tier spiritual land, it serves as a gathering point for rogue cultivators, bringing the Sun family daily profits. In contrast, Tao Mountain can only be deemed an ordinary spiritual land, named for the transplantation of a spirit tree, and few cultivators wish to visit. Riding further, Chen Xuan glanced back at the small mortal town of merely 1,000 households. Tao Mountain was still too small. He shook his head slightly, having come to this small place to avoid the conflicts of the cultivation world. To enhance his future cultivation, he must eventually leave here for broader horizons. Half a day later, Chen Xuan passed through a dense bamboo forest. Here, he began to see numerous cultivators walking about. Surrounding him were spiritual fields and houses, all inhabited by cultivators settled in the Qingyang market. On the distant hillside, a cluster of houses was enclosed by a tall wall, covered by a formation. There lay the territory of the Foundation establishing Sun family. At the foot of the mountain, a fenced area emitted faint fluctuations of formation energy. The Qingyang market, marked by a sign made of spiritual wood, hung above the entrance, flanked by 2 spirit trees. Upon entering, one would find the market area. Chen Xuan donned a black robe and stepped into the Qingyang market. While the Qingyang market was relatively safe, it was filled with a mix of individuals, and rogue cultivators were numerous, making it inevitable to attract attention. Chen Xuan resolved to proceed with caution. Upon entering the gate, he saw a row of houses, each adorned with signs, nestled among them. The market was bustling with cultivators, predominantly rogue practitioners, many moving in groups to hunt and sell beast pelts or engage in other means of survival. In the southeastern part of the market, the sounds of negotiation filled the air as rogue cultivators set up stalls and engaged in frequent disputes. However, within the market, no one dared to resort to violence, as the Sun family's financial interests ensured a basic level of order. The Dan Pavilion, a property of the alchemical family Li from Yanghe, was well regarded for its medicinal pills. Chen Xuan naturally opted for products from a significant power, as their quality was guaranteed, given their need to maintain a good reputation. This was far more reassuring than the wares offered by rogue cultivators. Esteemed friend, what kind of medicinal pills are you looking to purchase? A man in the 3rd layer of Qi refinement greeted Chen Xuan with a professionally warm smile as he entered. The man, appearing to be in his 30s, was an attendant of the Dan Pavilion. Do you have gathering spirit pills? We do. 1 gathering spirit pill costs 5 low-grade spirit stones. If you buy by the bottle, it's 10 pills for 49 low-grade spirit stones, the attendant replied with a smile, expertly presenting the offer. I'll take 3 bottles, Chen Xuan replied coolly, knowing that not only did he require gathering spirit pills, but Chun-Li could also benefit from them. Previously, Chen Xuan would not have made such a purchase, as his savings were limited, and he typically settled for some spiritual food. Now, however, he was willing to invest heavily to elevate his cultivation. What was there to hold back? The attendant's eyes sparkled. He had encountered a lucrative opportunity. Selling 3 bottles of gathering spirit pills would earn him a commission of 6 low-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 2 months' salary, causing him to beam with delight and speak with increased respect. Esteemed senior, please wait a moment. He led Chen Xuan to the resting area and respectfully poured him a cup of tea. Chapter 5, Surveillance. Chen Xuan calmly sipped his tea, and soon the attendant returned with the gathering spirit pills. 3 full bottles laid before him, and he gazed at them with a hint of desire. Though he concealed it well, Chen Xuan paid no mind to the attendant's gaze, inspecting the 3 bottles of gathering spirit pills before confirming their authenticity. He promptly paid in full, instantly reducing his savings by more than half. Witnessing Chen Xuan's decisive payment, the attendant's curiosity about the figure hidden beneath the black robe deepened. This was a wealthy individual. He continued to inquire respectfully, "Is there anything else you require, esteemed senior?" His eyes gleamed with anticipation. Chen Xuan pondered for a moment before asking, "Do you possess anything that can slightly enhance one's aptitude or permanently bolster various attributes?" Hearing such a request, the attendant was momentarily taken aback. Such items were exceedingly rare. He had scarcely heard of them. After hesitating for a moment, he replied, "Please wait a moment, esteemed senior. I will inquire with the shopkeeper." Chen Xuan held no high hopes, as any item capable of permanent enhancement would undoubtedly come at a steep price. Even if there are options available, I cannot afford them. I merely wish to gather some preliminary information. After a brief moment, a fellow approached, accompanied by a jovial and portly man with a round face. I am Li Yunmu, the proprietor of Dan Gu at Qingyang. How may I address you, esteemed friend? Chen Xuan replied, my surname is He. When venturing outside, one must not reveal their true name, especially since Li Yunmu also seems to harbor a curiosity. Surname He? Might you hail from the He family of Yanghe? Li Yunmu inquired with a smile, his gaze fixed on Chen Xuan. No, replied Chen Xuan. I find it curious that a merchant such as yourself is so keen on gathering information. Chen Xuan harbored a certain discontent towards this individual. Li Yunmu noted the aged tone in Chen Xuan's voice, yet sensed the vigor of a fourth-layer qi practitioner, effortlessly waving away over 100 low-grade spirit stones without batting an eye. He continued to inquire about elixirs or herbs that could enhance one's innate qualities or strengthen the body. Li Yunmu speculated that this man was likely an old traveler, inquiring on behalf of a younger generation, or perhaps a deeply hidden cultivator. Otherwise, he would not squander spirit stones on such seemingly ineffective items. Previously, a clan member had encountered a foundation-building cultivator who masqueraded as a fool. Tempted by the other's wealth, he had acted with ill intent and was subsequently slain, leading to his family's apology to the other party. This individual before him also bore a hint of suspicion. Oh, the items you seek can be found in my Dan Gu within Shuiyan Xianxing, though they come at a steep price. For instance, the Qingyu Dan is typically auctioned at prices ranging from 22,000 to 24,000 low-grade spirit stones. Additionally, Longjian grass and Qingyu leaves are exceedingly precious and rare, usually priced between 500 to 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing the prices, Chen Xuan inhaled sharply. He had consumed over 20,000 low-grade spirit stones, a sum that could ruin an ordinary foundation-building family. However, the effects were indeed apparent, prompting him to inquire further. Are there any more affordable options? Anything that enhances one's vitality would suffice. Li Yunmu pondered for a moment. There are a few options, such as Huiyuan Essence and Huiyuan Dan. However, we are a small shop and do not stock these herbs or elixirs. Apologies for the inconvenience. Chen Xuan silently committed these items to memory, understanding his own financial limitations, and politely took his leave. Chen Xuan's generous demeanor, coupled with his air of a rootless wanderer, piqued the interest of the Dan Gu staff. Proprietor. This individual seems merely a fourth-layer qi practitioner, yet he spends so liberally. Perhaps he has encountered some fortuitous event. Should we consider taking action? A staff member whispered in a hushed tone. Li Yunmu acknowledged the temptation. 3 vials of gathering elixirs would be sufficient for him to advance to the next realm. Refrain from entertaining such thoughts. This is Dan Gu, not a den of iniquity, Li Yunmu admonished, his brow furrowing. In business, one must uphold integrity and ensure client confidentiality. Should he betray trust by preying upon a weaker cultivator for profit, the Li family's business would never prosper. Simultaneously, he felt a twinge of disdain for this person, yet recognized the limitations of his position as a descendant of the Sun family. He could not dismiss him outright, for he was still under the Sun family's influence. I was merely suggesting, the staff member replied, lowering his head in a forced smile, though his expression bore a hint of chill. Do not presume I am unaware of your intentions. If you dare to entertain any ulterior motives, I will have you expelled from Dan Gu, Li Yunmu retorted coldly, turning to retreat to the back room. Merely an old fool. What is there to fear? He had hosted countless individuals and could easily discern their nature with minimal interaction. The various behaviors displayed by the man before him suggested he was likely a fortunate fool, having gained some opportunity without possessing any real capability, an aptitude so poor that he had encountered similar characters before, each time yielding substantial gains. Upon exiting Dan Gu, Chen Xuan proceeded to the Sun family shop, where he sold the Ling Tao for 42 low-grade spirit stones. He then wandered into the area where scattered cultivators set up their stalls, also perusing the market for talismans. Chen Xuan appeared relaxed. With a neat sum of 200 low-grade spirit stones in hand, a considerable amount indeed, he could afford to browse a bit more, perhaps discovering something he truly needed. Soon, he arrived at a stall selling talismans. A first-tier low-grade Fengxing talisman, priced at 1 low-grade spirit stone, it enhances speed while running. Ideal for pursuit or escape, one of the more popular talismans. A first-tier low-grade fireball talisman, also priced at 1 low-grade spirit stone. It delivers a surprise attack equivalent to an initial stage qi strike, making it an excellent choice for ambush or destruction of evidence. A first-tier low-grade Jingguang talisman, priced at 3 low-grade spirit stones, it can withstand 2 strikes from an initial stage qi practitioner, offering a defensive measure and a chance for counterattack, an exceptional choice for self-preservation. Chen Xuan briefly skimmed through dozens of different talismans, noting that the Jingguang talisman was the most expensive. As for the market price of a first-tier mid-grade talisman, it averaged around 5 low-grade spirit stones. The art of talismans within the realm of cultivation is a sought-after skill, akin to a universal remedy, easier to master than alchemy or weapon forging. Nonetheless, the prices of talismans do not match those of elixirs, with a high ceiling as well. Many talismakers remain stuck at the first tier throughout their lives, with few ever reaching the upper echelon. In the entire Qingyang region, not a single second-tier talismaker exists. Holding the legacy of a second-tier talismaker in his hands would surely attract the attention of even the foundation-building members of the Sun family. Chen Xuan spent 10 low-grade spirit stones to purchase 4 Fengxing talismans and 2 Jingguang talismans, thereby significantly enhancing his self-defense capabilities, which brought him some comfort. He continued to leisurely browse nearby stalls, blending into the crowd. Chen Xuan's eyes gleamed as he stopped in front of a particular stall. The items for sale had been inquired about several times, yet none had made a purchase. Featured among them was a manual titled Development and Maintenance of Spiritual Fields, which piqued Chen Xuan's interest. In the future, resources would undoubtedly be essential. Expanding one's industry is of paramount importance. What does the Chen family currently possess? Nothing but numbers. The entirety of Taohua Town is under the Chen family's domain. Cultivating some spiritual fields could yield considerable harvests. 30 low-grade spirit stones. Chen Xuan's expression darkened. That is rather exorbitant. Moreover, developing spiritual fields requires accompanying techniques. Both the Lingyu technique and weeding techniques are indispensable. He would also need to recruit individuals to tend to the fields. Chen Xuan lingered at the stall for quite some time, contemplating the subsequent developments should he choose to cultivate spiritual fields. Esteemed friend, are you interested in purchasing this set of spiritual field manuals? The stall owner, a middle-aged practitioner with dark skin and mid-stage qi cultivation, inquired. Chen Xuan hesitated slightly. This entire set, including the maintenance manual, is valued at 150 low-grade spirit stones. This is no trifling sum. Now that he possessed the legacy of a talismaker, he could only proceed as a cultivator. Among his descendants, many were still ordinary folk, and he needed to adequately arrange their respective skills. Even foundation building and golden core families would not forsake the income from spiritual fields. 1 acre of spiritual field can yield at least 500 to 600 pounds of spiritual rice. 10 pounds of spiritual rice can be exchanged for 1 low-grade spirit stone. Moreover, it merely requires periodic watering and pest removal. No additional effort from cultivators is necessary. Can you offer a discount? Chen Xuan's voice lowered, his gaze fixed on the middle-aged practitioner's face. Seeing you have lingered at the stall for so long, I presume your interest is genuine. I could take a loss. How about 145 low-grade spirit stones? The middle-aged practitioner had also waited a considerable time. Here, among scattered cultivators, stability was a rarity, and few had the luxury of peace to farm. Agreed, but you must provide me with some seeds for spiritual rice, Chen Xuan replied, scrutinizing the individual's complexion and the manual, which could barely be considered a legacy. There is a significant chance he is a spiritual planter or farmer. Certainly, let us regard this as a budding friendship. The middle-aged cultivator pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. He had no choice. He needed spirit stones and was compelled to sell his treasured skills. He had plenty of spirit rice seeds to spare and could afford to give a few away. Chen Xuan briefly perused the items, confirming their accuracy before generously offering 145 low-grade spirit stones. Upon witnessing Chen Xuan's promptness, the middle-aged cultivator remarked, "If you encounter any issues with the maintenance of the spirit fields, feel free to seek me at Qingyang Mountain. My name is Wang Jinang." Chen Xuan nodded slightly, exchanged a contact address with him, and then tucked away the manual as he departed. With 55 low-grade spirit stones still in his possession and nothing of particular interest to purchase, he decided to reserve them. In a somewhat secluded corner, Chen Xuan affixed 2 golden talismans. He then located his steed and applied wind-walking talismans to all 4 legs before hastily departing. As he exited the market, Chen Xuan activated the talismans and rode off, vanishing into the depths of Qingyang Mountain. His departure did not go unnoticed. Several figures who had been observing him followed suit. Finally, he had exited, employing the wind-walking talisman. They should not be stingy with their charms, for this individual was of considerable worth. A big catch. As one masked cultivator of the 3rd layer of qi refinement whispered, the group exited the market, trailing Chen Xuan closely. At the foot of the mountain, Wang Jinang had just arrived at his dwelling when he spotted a black horse galloping away swiftly. He focused his gaze and recognized the familiar figure in black robes. What a coincidence to encounter you again. Seeing him depart in such haste, Wang Jinang refrained from greeting him. Moments later, he sensed 4 more presences rapidly pursuing from behind. This fellow must have attracted the attention of robbers. Wang Jinang took a deep breath, relieved that those individuals had not noticed him. No wonder he fled so quickly. Even the windwalking talisman was employed. Such is the state of the world. He sighed, feeling powerless, lamenting the hardships faced by cultivators of lesser status. He had been robbed several times himself, but fortunately, by decisively surrendering his valuables, he had averted death. I hope that you can survive, my friend. Spirit stones can be earned again, but life is more precious. Sunan, are you certain he went this way? The four pursuers chased him to a small river, where they lost his trail. He must have gone this way. The masked Sun wore a vigilant expression, scanning the surroundings. He must have dismounted and hidden. Let us search separately. Perched atop a dense tree, Chen Xuan wore a cold expression. Two were at the third layer of qi refinement, one at the fourth, and another at the fifth. This was a dire situation indeed. His gaze fell upon the distant figure of Sunan, whose aura he recognized as belonging to the attendant from the Dan Pavilion. It was unexpected that someone from the pavilion would conspire against him. Old fool. There's no need to hide. You cannot escape. You might as well come out and hand over your belongings. We will spare your life. The scar-faced man, leading the group at the fifth layer of qi refinement, searched through the forest. He was entirely unconcerned about ambushes, confident in his superior strength with four companions at his side. Meanwhile, the scar-faced man felt a flicker of curiosity. The opponent's stealth techniques were quite remarkable, to the point he had lost track of them. Chen Xuan observed his surroundings, feeling slightly relieved. Luckily, the four individuals were underestimating him and searching separately. Had they worked together, he would truly be in trouble. The strongest among them, the scar-faced man, was the farthest from the others. Feeling a sense of security, images began to flicker in his mind. Phantom Step Effect 7. Concealment Technique Effect 5. The scar-faced man continued his search in the woods and discovered a half-formed footprint leading toward the riverbank. A surge of excitement coursed through him as he held his breath, gripping his dagger as he stealthily approached. You think highly of me, attempting to ambush a fifth-layer qi refinement cultivator? A sudden aged voice echoed in his ear. The scar-faced man, clutching his dagger, felt a violent jolt in his chest before he could react. Flying Sword Technique Effect 8. A golden small sword pierced through his heart, emerging from his body as it turned in the air. In his eyes, the golden sword tip radiated a cold light, penetrating through his brow. He barely had time to scream before a wave of crimson engulfed his vision, collapsing lifelessly. Such skill, yet attempting to rob? Chen Xuan scoffed, his true form emerging from beneath the black robe as the flying sword soared back into his garment. By the riverbank, a gaunt man at the fourth layer of qi refinement caught sight of the black robe emerging from the woods, sprinting in the opposite direction. He shouted, "I see him." His boisterous call attracted Sun Un and another companion, who rushed toward the black robe, elated. "Ha, I was the first to spot him. If I catch up, I'll claim the lion's share." Upon entering the forest, he was met with the sight of bloodstains scattered across the ground. His heart sank as he spotted the scar-faced man lying in a pool of blood. This is bad. His body instinctively reacted, unleashing his spiritual energy as he attempted to flee. I find this quite amusing, bullying an 80-year-old man. A cold laugh resonated as a tremendous pulling force emanated from behind him. Suction Palm Effect 4. Fiery Palm Effect 6. The essence of flame erupted forth. The power of fire surged as Chen Xuan conjured a ball of spirit fire, blazing hot and nearly the size of a human head. Suddenly, with his spiritual energy more potent than before, the fiery palm's impact intensified dramatically. Chen Xuan marveled at the immense flames in his hand, as a colossal fiery palm imprint, akin to a raging inferno, ignited half the forest in an instant. Fiery palm mastery achieved, doubling effect 8. A golden flame radiated a searing aura, consuming the gaunt man in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 7. Murder and Arson for Wealth. This strike had only drained a tenth of his spiritual energy. Chen Xuan felt invigorated. The cumulative power of this palm was not inferior to that of a late-stage qi refinement cultivator. The destruction it wrought was staggering, incinerating much of the forest and leaving no place for hiding. Alas, his storage bag, such a rudimentary storage tool, could not withstand such a fierce assault and dissipated into smoke. Now it's your turn. 30 meters away, the expressions of Sun En and his companion were filled with terror. They realized they had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Run, Sun En shouted, urging his horse to gallop backward. In mere moments, as if swept by a gust of wind, his companion fell from his steed just steps behind him. Sun En felt a sudden shift behind him as a pair of aged, yet powerful hands seized his throat. "Spare me, senior, spare me. I was foolish. I am a descendant of the Sun family." Chen Xuan had no desire to entertain his pleas, swiftly crushing his life. After retrieving the storage bag and valuable items, he cast a fireball upon the remains, incinerating them completely. Were it not for the old man's fortuitous assistance, I might have become a soul in your grasp. Chen Xuan's expression darkened as he pulled the reins, redirecting his horse toward Tao Mountain. This chase concluded with Chen Xuan's survival and the deaths of 4 cultivators. As for Sun and S' final threats, Chen Xuan paid them no mind. With the body gone, who could ascertain that he was the perpetrator? What a bounty indeed. 270 low-grade spirit stones, a bottle and a half of gathering Jade pills, healing elixirs, various talismans, and more, totaling over 400 low-grade spirit stones in value. Chen Xuan, riding upon his horse, reflected upon his spoils. The 3 individuals had been quite affluent, with the scar-faced man contributing the majority. The last slain, Sunan, had provided an entire bottle of gathering Jade pills. The scar-faced cultivator was likely a rogue, with his techniques being rather ineffective. Among Sunan's possessions, a volume titled Dan Ding by Yao captured Chen Xuan's attention. This tome was akin to an encyclopedia of elixirs and herbs, detailing various peculiar materials, names of pills, and even rough pricing. The adage murder and arson yield golden belts. Horses do not thrive without night grass, nor do men prosper without unexpected wealth rings true. The rewards from this unexpected counterattack far surpass the costs incurred. Indeed, Chen Xuan has even contemplated taking up fishing as a means to amass wealth. However, such thoughts are ill-advised. With my cultivation assistance system, is there any need for such risks? At 80 years of age, nearing the end of life, one misstep could lead to a complete downfall. The immediate priority is to enhance my cultivation and extend my lifespan. Chen Xuan draws in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, allowing himself to find tranquility. The chances of a cultivator breaking through increases significantly with youth. Generally speaking, if one fails to break through to the foundation establishment stage before the age of 60, hope for the rest of their life is virtually extinguished. After 60, a cultivator's physical abilities decline, and their magical power is no longer as potent as in their prime. I must ascend from the 4th level of Qi refinement to the 9th level, then strive for foundation establishment. This journey, in the eyes of ordinary people and even within the cultivation world, seems impossible unless a peerless master is willing to bestow their wisdom. The maximum lifespan for foundation establishment is 300 years, while for golden core, it ranges from 500 to 800, granting longevity. 300 years of foundation establishment is sufficient to witness the rise and fall of 1 or 2 dynasties in the secular world. During his time in the sect, Chen Xuan had perused numerous magazines. For instance, the most notable breakthrough in foundation establishment in the Zhao kingdom occurred at the age of 71, causing a sensation throughout the realm. Even the royal family intervened, bestowing upon him an honorary title of Longevity Marquis as a gesture of celebration. Since then, no cultivator in Zhao Kingdom has managed to break through to foundation establishment after surpassing 70 years of age. In Tao Mountain, the Chun family flourished. Upon returning home, Chen Xuan convened a family assembly. The family had grown, with 3 sons and 1 daughter, now totaling 18 members, including 13 grandchildren. The eldest, Chen Li, was 17, while the youngest, Chen Wanwan, was merely 3. This marked the 3rd generation of the Chen family. The 17 family members gazed at Chen Xuan, seated in the main position, with admiration and respect. Recently, Chen Xuan had subdued 3 cultivators, safeguarding the family and shining brightly in their eyes. To them, their father and grandfather appeared formidable. With unfathomable cultivation, Chen Li also enjoyed a moment of glory after overpowering 2 rival clans, demonstrating the prowess of a cultivator, which left him in high spirits. Yet, Chen Xuan felt discontent. His generation of children lacked spiritual roots and talent, destined to live no more than a century. It was likely that he would witness the passing of his own children. At least among his grandchildren, there was some hope. Chen Li had emerged as a promising figure. And even 5-year-old Chen Wanwan displayed considerable potential, which would become clearer once she turned 6. The future branches of their family tree would rely on Chen Li, and naturally, the more cultivators within the clan, the better. A stronger family would allow even the mortals among his descendants to live more comfortably. If they could not cultivate, at the very least, they could enjoy 100 years of life. Chen Xuan spoke earnestly, addressing the increasing family size. Relying solely on Tao Mountain could not sustain so many people. Therefore, I ventured out and brought back a cultivation manual for spiritual fields. You need only guide the townsfolk in cultivating the land, and the Chen family will be free from worry regarding food and sustenance. He turned his gaze to Chen Li, the only cultivator in the family apart from himself, entrusting this task to him. This bottle of gathering Jade pills is for you. Practice diligently. These manuals and techniques should be carefully studied before passing them on to the family. Understood. Chen Li responded, deeply moved by his grandfather's gesture. Knowing that a single bottle of gathering Jade pills could equate to more than a year's worth of family income, he felt a surge of determination to break through to the 2nd level of Qi refinement as soon as possible. As for the mundane enterprises, Yangshu, you shall take charge. The eldest son, Chen Yangshu, nodded solemnly, accepting the responsibility. Chen Xuan descended from his seat and, leaning closer to the ears of his older children and several grandchildren, whispered, "Let us not forget the foundation upon which the Chen family stands, especially you, Li." Upon hearing this, a slight flush appeared on their faces, recognizing their father's wisdom. Chen Xuan offered a few more reminders before retreating to the courtyard, returning to his room to enter seclusion. He was eager to experience the effects of the gathering Jade Pills. Even in the past, he had felt little impact from the pills. Now, with his talents having improved, he anticipated a significant acceleration in his cultivation speed. "I am only 80 years old. There is still time. I must strive." Chen Xuan encouraged himself, taking a gathering Jade Pill and swallowing it whole. Effect of gathering Jade Pill increased by 3. 3 random draws available. Randomize. Chen Xuan performed 3 consecutive draws, ultimately anchoring at the maximum value of 6 times. You have been exempted from pill toxicity. A 6-fold effect was equivalent to consuming 6 gathering Jade Pills at once. The medicinal power surged within him as Chen Xuan activated his techniques to absorb the energy. Time passed gradually, and his magical power steadily increased. With a decent spiritual root, he absorbed the medicinal energy quickly, coupled with the extraction of spiritual energy from the surroundings, causing his small circulation of energy to operate swiftly. After half a day, the medicinal power was completely absorbed, elevating his magical power to a critical point. 1 gathering Jade Pill provided half a day of cultivation, surpassing a decade of arduous training. This was particularly remarkable considering his advanced age. Otherwise, he would have already broken through to the 5th level of Qi refinement. Chapter 8. Breakthrough to the 5th level of Qi refinement. Chen Xuan's spirits soared as he glimpsed the path ahead. After a moment of digestion, he consumed another gathering Jade Pill, aiming for the 5th level of Qi refinement. Random effect of gathering Jade Pill increased by 3. Chen Xuan decided to forego anchoring and draw again, but the outcome did not meet his expectations. A 3-fold increase in medicinal power was still considerable. His magical power surged, washing over his limbs and gradually intensifying. The dantian within him expanded as magical power continuously filled it, stretching it further. Upon reaching a critical threshold, a tidal wave of magical energy surged forth, propelled by Chen Xuan's guidance. Crack! Instantly, Chen Xuan's aura soared, and his dantian doubled in size, capable of storing more magical power, with subtle changes in quality. Breakthrough effect increased by 4. Spirit sense enhancement effect 3. Chen Xuan trembled with excitement, feeling a renewed surge within him. Powerful magical energy flooded into his dantian, forming droplets of spiritual liquid, a phenomenon characteristic of the later stages of Qi refinement. The dantian expanded once more, quadrupling in size to 8 times its original volume. In that moment, his body felt more profound, and many age spots on his face faded away. He appeared revitalized and more spirited. The liquid magical energy brought Chen Xuan great satisfaction, having only heard from his master about reaching this stage. Achieving liquid magical energy signified advancement into the later stages of Qi refinement. The next step was to continue expanding the dantian, condensing more spiritual liquid, solidifying the foundation for his immortal path, refining the physical body, and ultimately striving for foundation establishment. Having reached the mid-level of Qi refinement, he had already met the standards for liquid magical energy. His magical power was solid and far beyond what was currently common. Chen Xuan tentatively released a fireball, utilizing 1/10 of his magical power. Instantly, a massive fireball, measuring 5 to 6 meters in diameter, shot into the night sky and exploded with a terrifying speed. The night sky illuminated with a brilliant display, akin to a grand fireworks spectacle. Moreover, it manifested a unique characteristic only possessed by liquid magical energy, spiritual sense. At the 7th level of Qi refinement, spiritual sense allows one to perceive clearly up to 10 meters away. At the 8th level, it extends to 20 meters, and at the 9th level, 30 meters. Unlike the increase in cultivation levels, each additional 10 meters of spiritual sense equates to several expansions of the dantian. In the foundation establishment stage, spiritual sense can extend 100 meters, revealing the essence of all things within that range, wielding immense power. Only then could one stand in the air, soaring through the realms. In contrast to the foundation establishment stage, cultivators in Qi refinement were merely more powerful mortals, with lifespans only slightly exceeding those of ordinary people. Contemplating this, Chen Xuan's determination swelled even further. His spiritual awareness could extend a full 30 meters, comparable to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. This served as a valuable trump card for Chen Xuan, granting him the foresight to better anticipate crises. He aspired to break through to the foundation establishment realm, elevating his family to a more prosperous state for future generations. He also yearned to return to his former sect, to catch a glimpse of the individual once deemed an absolute failure in establishing a foundation who had now returned. This endeavor was also to fulfill a long-held wish of his master. After spending half the night consolidating his cultivation, he awoke in the morning, feeling invigorated, and summoned Chen Li to offer some guidance on his practice. In the courtyard, he began to independently cultivate the spells for nurturing the spiritual fields, with the most crucial being the Ling Yushu, of which he had heard tales. To exchange for it within the sect required 100 spirit stones. Purchasing this set was not a loss. The Ling Yushu infused life into all things and fell like a gentle, silent rain. By utilizing the spiritual energy to manipulate the water element, it transformed into a spiritual rain that nourished the earth and its spiritual plants. Upon mastering the Ling Yushu, it was said that a single application could turn barren land into a superior spiritual field. The courtyard beneath his feet was still a low-grade spiritual field cultivated by the sect's spiritual plant disciples, barely sustaining the spiritual peach tree. Chen Xuan attempted to activate the Ling Yushu, channeling his spiritual power. The water's spiritual root within him glimmered faintly, and wisps of spiritual energy were summoned, forming a thin mist above the peach tree. However, it dissipated shortly thereafter. Chen Xuan meticulously reviewed the Ling Yushu once more, first channeling his water spiritual power, then forming a layer of spiritual mist, continuously releasing his power into it. Chen Li followed suit, but his power was too weak, only managing to create a mist barely half a meter above his head. In comparison to the enveloping mist summoned by Chen Xuan, it was akin to a pot of water boiling a single grain of rice. Indeed, Chen Xuan felt a surge of joy as his second attempt succeeded, indicating a commendable level of comprehension. He swiftly executed the spell, extracting a tenth of his power. Instantly, a gentle rain began to fall in the courtyard, rich with spiritual energy. The spiritual peach tree swayed slightly, as if expressing its delight. The effects of the Ling Yushu were evident, enhancing its potency. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted in Chen Xuan's mind, and the Ling Yushu was invoked once more. A thick mist formed, utilizing spiritual energy more efficiently and drawing in the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, coalescing into the gathering clouds. The Ling Yushu reached its pinnacle. Torrential rain poured down, covering all areas surrounding the Chen family, spreading throughout the entire Tao town. The spiritual energy surged, and the spiritual peach tree greedily absorbed the rain, as if it were a long-lost nectar. The branches, fervently and greedily, began to blossom anew, producing even more buds than before. This rain lasted a quarter of an hour before ceasing. Chen Li, utterly astonished, could hardly close his mouth, increasingly suspecting that his grandfather was a hidden master residing in Tao town, shrouded in mystery. Even the precious gathering Jade Pills were given to him in a single bottle. Now, the truth began to reveal itself. He felt invigorated, realizing he must exert greater effort to elevate his cultivation in order to continue following his grandfather's path. Chen Xuan, mouth agape, observed the courtyard, the core of the Ling Yushu. The soil had undergone a remarkable transformation, becoming soft and imbued with spiritual essence, now meeting the standards of a superior spiritual field. The spiritual peach tree had inexplicably ascended to a higher grade, sprouting a total of 449 blossoms. This was indeed a case of unintentional success. The land of Tao town had been transformed into spiritual fields. Even without subsequent maintenance, it could sustain itself for several years. The fruits would be sweeter and the vegetables more tender. It was time to send Yang Shu and his team to cultivate the land. Starting with a trial of 5 acres, Chen Xuan distributed the Lingmi seeds and instructed Chen Li to handle it. There was no need for him to oversee the process. Normal farming would suffice, and another rain would ensure success. With ample spiritual energy, further maintenance would guarantee vitality. In the evening, Chen Xuan returned to his room to continue his cultivation. Possessing a 5-element spiritual root and decent aptitude, he had lingered for years at the threshold of entry. Finally, he discovered the key, and years of accumulation surged forth at this moment, intertwining various insights in his mind. The 5-element spiritual roots within him radiated brilliance, and the speed of his small circulatory cycle quickened, allowing him to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth with greater efficiency and to manipulate the 5 elemental forces more adeptly. The 5 elements chi refinement technique reached a minor success, enhancing his abilities. Suddenly, his comprehension doubled, and the 5 elements chi refinement technique began to operate autonomously. His body became more attuned to the 5 elemental forces, enabling him to utilize them freely. The 5 elements reached perfection, and his power coalesced within him, forming 5 crystals of different hues, each absorbing the respective elemental spiritual energy and transforming it into magical power. The 5 elements chi refinement technique was perfected. Chen Xuan felt a profound shock. This was truly an astonishing feat. Even Foundation establishment cultivators struggled to fully realize the 5 elements Qi refinement technique. It was genuinely challenging, as only within the Qi refinement realm could one condense the 5-element crystal cores, significantly increasing cultivation speed by 5-fold. With the crystal cores autonomously absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Moreover, the 5-element crystal cores served as an alternative dantian, capable of storing 5 elemental spiritual power. Upon reaching Foundation establishment, they could enhance various attributes and lethal techniques, as long as one did not perish. They could achieve a 5-element golden core during the golden core stage, though this was even more difficult, with no one having succeeded thus far. Among the Qinyan sect, only an extraordinary prodigy, the 2nd-generation sect master, had achieved this during the Qi refinement stage, and even then, she could only barely form the water and would dual golden cores, marking her as a remarkable figure of her time. However, the limitations of the 5 elements Qi refinement technique were severe. The 2nd-generation sect master possessed an exceptional 5-element spiritual root and consumed countless resources to barely succeed in her cultivation, relegating this technique to one of the foundational practices of the sect. After Foundation establishment, the primary path was to transition to other techniques. Yet, Chen Xuan had directly bypassed the comprehension phase, immediately forming the crystal core. If I were to return to the sect now, would I be restrained and forced to extract the crystal core? Chen Xuan pondered, astonished by the impracticality of such a notion. This revelation must be kept hidden. Even if he could return, Chen Xuan had no intention of doing so. The freedom of his life outside, unbound by constraints, was far more appealing. Within the clan, he was still regarded as a descendant of the ancestors. Upon returning to the sect, he would not even be considered among the younger generation. Chen Xuan returned to his room to continue his cultivation, feeling that the effects of the gathering Qi pills were no longer sufficient to support his practice. His dantian was too vast. After consuming 2 gathering Qi pills in succession, one yielding 4 times the effect and the other 3 times, his magical power had not even increased by a 10th. However, in terms of quantity, this method was more efficient than consuming them one by one. In his room, Chen Xuan gazed at the full bottle of gathering Qi pills in his hand, lost in thought. What would happen if I consumed them by the bottle? No one had ever done such a thing, as normally, when taking pills, a person must also clear any toxic residues while absorbing their effects. Excessive toxicity could block meridians and severely impact magical power and foundational strength. Yet Chen Xuan had no such concerns. Moreover, his dantian was sufficiently large to accommodate the potency. He decided to start with 1 bottle to test the flavor. After using half of what he had acquired and giving 1 bottle to Chun Li, he had 3 left. Without hesitation, he swallowed an entire bottle of pills. The effects of the gathering Qi pills surged dramatically. Chen Xuan instantly felt a boiling sensation in his abdomen. The potency equivalent to consuming 10 bottles of gathering Qi pills. The immense power threatened to overwhelm his meridians. Fortunately, the perfected 5 elements Qi refinement technique demonstrated its might. With all 5 crystal cores simultaneously absorbing spiritual energy and converting it into magical power, the vast and expansive dantian continuously absorbs magical power, enduring the impact of spiritual energy akin to a torrent. The effects of 10 bottles of gathering Qi pills have remarkably been withstood. Were it not for the 5 crystal cores and the formidable width of the dantian, the meridians would have surely ruptured, leading to a descent into madness and becoming incapacitated. The ability to bear immense medicinal potency accelerates his cultivation. Chen Xuan can sense that if this continues, the foundation of his cultivation is within reach. As he suppresses the chaotic medicinal energy within his body and refines it bit by bit, he finds himself in Qingyang Fangshi at the Pill Pavilion. Li Yunmu, tell me honestly, where has my brother gone? A young man clad in fox fur, his countenance stern, fixed his gaze upon the pavilion's manager, his tone unfriendly. How would I know? Li Yunmu shrugged, showing no interest in him and feeling quite displeased. Why would he come to inquire about his missing brother when he had never left the Pill Pavilion? He was neither the brother's father nor required to report on his whereabouts. Seeing that Li Yunmu reclined on a chair and ignored him, Sun Quan coldly snorted. Are you the one who harmed my brother? Afraid to admit it? Li Quan's face blazed with anger as he half-pressed. The overwhelming magical power of his late-stage Qi refinement burst forth, pressing down upon Li Yunmu. Sun Quan, are you going to make a move against me? Is your Sun family seeking war with my Li family? Li Yunmu rose, his cultivation at the 8th layer of Qi refinement erupting in response, confronting Li Quan head-on. War is not yet on the agenda. I merely wish to know where my brother has gone. He has been missing for 3 days, and you have yet to report it to my Sun family's guard team. You share some responsibility. How would I know he was missing? He often disappears. And when I reported it, you all ignored it. Over time, I became disinclined to mention it. Li Yunmu replied helplessly, raising his hands in surrender. Suddenly, he recalled a customer who had come to purchase gathering Jade Pills 3 days prior, after which Sun and also vanished. However, he chose not to disclose this, for the Sun family's attitude was intolerable. Moreover, he had previously warned Sun In, who had sneaked out, likely intending to ambush someone. If he had failed and met his demise, who could be blamed for that? He deduced this from scant clues, his expression still one of resignation. Guess away. Feel free to speculate. I don't mind adding to your frustrations. Humph. Do not let me find evidence linking you to my brother's disappearance. Otherwise, while the family head respects you, I certainly do not. If I cannot kill you, I can certainly drive you away from here. Li Quan's subordinates discovered some clues and whispered in his ear, prompting him to snort coldly and storm off. TSK, TSK, TSK. After Li Quan and his entourage departed, Li Yunmu clicked his tongue, his face a mask of disdain. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of relief, having remained quite principled over the years, which allowed him to comfortably hold the position of the Pill Pavilion's manager. It was said that young Master and was part of a group tracking down a mid-stage Qi refinement practitioner who had ventured into the nearby woods. Cultivators, utilizing various techniques, managed to uncover faint traces. By combining prior descriptions from other cultivators, they pinpointed a specific area. Sun Quan's anxiety mounted, after much difficulty in finding a master. He had discovered a technique that could enhance one's innate qualities, but he lacked the necessary foundation as a catalyst. He returned to his clan to search for his younger brother, only to be informed that he had been working outside and had yet to return. This news heightened his distress. It is over there, one of his subordinates remarked. According to scattered cultivators, there was a battle here a few days ago, which incinerated much of the forest. Sun Quan's unease intensified as they drew closer. With my blood, I summoned the soul of my brother. He attempted to employ a secret technique of his sect to search within this forest. Suddenly, a pale white light flared up in the distance. His face contorted with rage, for this signified that his brother was indeed dead. Who dares to obstruct my path to immortality? I will have your life. Chapter 10. The Art of Talismans. At the Chen family residence, Chen Xuan sat in his study, regulating his breath. After consuming a bottle of gathering Jade Pills, his internal magical power surged by a third. Furthermore, he discovered a remarkable attribute. He possessed no resistance to medicinal effects. This meant that he could infinitely consume any medicinal pill without suffering from pill toxicity. As long as he had an ample supply of gathering Jade Pills, he could potentially reach the 9th layer of Qi refinement, albeit requiring more time to purify his internal magical energy. The power of the 5 elements was exceedingly profound. With a mere thought, a spark danced in the palm of his hand, signifying a significant improvement in his control over spells. It was time to begin attempting to draw talismans. In the absence of a better cultivation environment, he could only rely on various resources for cultivation, particularly the gathering Jade Pills, which he would require in increasingly alarming quantities. The cultivation of the spiritual fields would not yield results until next year. During this interim, he could only develop his skills in talisman crafting. Chen Xuan retrieved a complete set of talisman drawing tools, talisman brush, cinnabar, and talisman paper. All of these were procured from Sun Qi and were in ample supply. After preparing the cinnabar, Chen Xuan closed his eyes to gather his thoughts, deciding on the type of talisman he would practice with. A low-tier wind talisman. He activated his magical power, channeling it into the brush's tip. The power of the 5 elements transformed, and his strokes flowed seamlessly. Complex symbols took shape on the talisman paper, and as magical energy infused the paper, the symbols awakened, their spiritual light flickering and growing stronger. Crack! The talisman paper tore apart, the light of the symbols dissipating. He had infused too much magical energy. Chen Xuan grimaced slightly and focused intently on manipulating the brush, refining it from a thread into a fine strand. Utilizing the special techniques recorded in the talisman inheritance, he painstakingly outlined each symbol. Each symbol combined to form a wind shape, inscribed upon the talisman paper, with the spiritual light contained within. Have I succeeded? Chen Xuan paused in surprise, a smile creeping onto his face. I do possess quite the talent. He chuckled softly, reminiscing about his time in the sect. During those days, his cultivation progressed slowly, and he had explored many arts of cultivation, only to fail due to his insufficient magical power and lack of control. He felt a twinge of nostalgia as he gazed at the talisman paper, where flickers of spiritual light had already transformed it into a completed low-tier talisman. Bolstered by his newfound spiritual awareness, his precision and control was impeccable, with minimal mental strain and even less magical energy consumed. He could continue drawing. Chen Xuan grasped the brush once more, channeling magical energy into it, and the low-tier talisman radiated a faint spiritual light. Talisman crafting state insight doubled 3. In an instant, Chen Xuan felt a surge of clarity as everything became fluid. His mind was as still as water, and the minutiae of symbol drawing were strikingly clear. Onward. Chen Xuan rejoiced, maintaining this state, his strokes flowing effortlessly. With varying pressure, each stroke resembled the graceful movements of a dragon or snake, as the smaller symbols connected to form a grand wind character. Under closer observation, he sensed that the symbols within the talisman autonomously absorbed the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, merging with the magical power. This explained why talismans, when preserved properly, could last for hundreds of years. Continuing on, the second talisman was evidently superior to the first, its spiritual light shining brighter. Chen Xuan continued to wield the brush, and as he drew a fireball talisman, the fire attribute crystal core within him pulsed slightly. A wisp of fire attribute magical energy merged into the talisman, imbuing it with greater vitality. Next, Chen Xuan drew a water talisman, similarly enhanced by the water attribute magical energy from the crystal core. The talisman in his hand was at least 30% stronger than those of his peers. For a mere low-tier talisman, for Chen Xuan, who possessed meticulous attention to detail, aided by spiritual awareness and substantial magical reserves, it was but a trifling task. He continued to draw more than 10 talismans, growing increasingly adept, and even the most challenging golden light talisman could be completed in a mere quarter of an hour. Falu, as an essential item for practitioners of xianxia, plays a crucial role in matters of life and death, from lethal confrontations to desperate escapes. As Chen Xuan became increasingly adept, over 30 spirit talismans lay arranged beside him. The first-grade, medium-grade Jingguang Fu was complete. A stream of golden elemental mana surged into the talisman, sealing it with finality. In that fleeting moment, as Chen Xuan held the talisman brush, his hand trembled slightly, overwhelmed by an influx of insights that expanded within his mind. His thoughts became remarkably lucid, enabling him to discern the intricate patterns and trajectories of the runes before him, as well as their interrelations with one another. He could even deduce further from these observations. Reflecting on the talismans he had previously crafted felt akin to reviewing a thesis defense. Suddenly, inspiration surged forth, with runes dancing vividly in his mind. Chen Xuan immersed himself deeply in the study of runes and talismans. Discarded pieces of paper littered the floor, each adorned with variously shaped runes. His mastery over mana grew ever more refined. 7 days swiftly passed. The study was strewn with discarded papers, and assorted talismans formed a small mountain on the desk. Chen Xuan paused, holding a half-finished first-grade superior-grade Hanbing Fu. His cessation was not due to encountering a bottleneck or a depletion of mana or mental energy, but rather because his talisman brush could no longer withstand the strain and broke into two. Shaking his head, he noted the dwindling supply of talisman paper on the desk. Crafting talismans necessitated a superior brush. Using his finger as a substitute, he completed the final runes of the Hanbing Fu and gradually rose from the cluttered study, filled with discarded papers. In the span of 7 days, Chen Xuan had mastered the first-grade superior-grade talismans. His internal cultivation, too, solidified as his control over mana improved and his practice of crafting talismans honed his skills. 200 first-grade inferior-grade talismans, 50 first-grade medium-grade talismans, and 3 first-grade superior-grade talismans lay quietly in his storage bag. This was primarily due to the foundational talisman papers left behind by Sun Qi. Inscribing them at the medium grade and above proved exceedingly challenging. I must be considered a first-grade superior-grade talisman master now. Over the course of 7 days, crafting more than 200 talismans was a feat even late-stage practitioners found arduous. The consumption of mental and magical energy was immense. Chen Xuan, at the mid-stage of qi cultivation, managed to create first-grade superior-grade talismans using exceptionally ordinary tools. Should this news spread, countless talisman masters would undoubtedly shed tears in secrecy. After a night's rest, rejuvenated and brimming with vigor, he appeared far from the visage of an octogenarian. He resolved to sell the talismans in hand and procure better talisman papers and tools. Ah, has this old tree undergone a transformation? Chen Xuan observed the peach tree in the courtyard, which radiated a significantly enhanced aura. Its trunk cracked open, revealing a new bark within, more resilient than before. And the tree itself had grown considerably. This heralded the onset of an upgrade. Chapter 11, News of the Spirit Vein. Allow me to lend you a hand, old friend. Little did I expect to fulfill my promise so soon. Chen Xuan withdrew 50 spirit stones, burying half beneath the tree while shattering the other half. Pure spiritual energy spilled forth, and Chen Xuan guided his mana to infuse the peach tree with this energy. He also drew forth his wooden elemental mana, merging it with the energy from the spirit stones. With Chen Xuan's assistance, the peach tree swayed, visibly undergoing transformation. The cracked bark gradually mended, the trunk expanded, emitting circling clouds of white mist that enveloped the tree. Realizing that the peach tree was on the verge of a significant metamorphosis, Chen Xuan paused his actions. Remarkably, this sapling had been gifted by his senior sister, and he had not anticipated it could evolve into a second-grade spirit peach tree. Goodbye, Sun Qi. I must visit the market. He took out 3 medium-grade talismans and a handful of inferior-grade talismans to give to Chun-Li. After bestowing his blessings upon Chun-Li, Chen Xuan continued on his journey. Exiting Tao Hua Town, he deftly avoided several perilous areas, heading westward. His destination remained Xianxiafans, where he aimed to swiftly sell his talismans in exchange for gathering pills for seclusion. Fortunately, the distance was not overly far. As the sun set, he arrived at Qingyang's territory. Chen Xuan first sat upon a large stone to recalibrate his state. Having journeyed swiftly, he had expended about 10% of his mana. Proceeding onward, he encountered more practitioners, requiring him to tread carefully. Someone is coming. Chen Xuan furrowed his brow, extending his consciousness to detect a group of practitioners approaching from a distance. He rose and retreated in the opposite direction, wishing to avoid an encounter with these clustered practitioners in the wild. Fellow cultivator, please pause. A youthful voice called from behind. Upon hearing this familiar phrase, Chen Xuan's heart quivered, and he was even more reluctant to linger. Swiftly, he activated the Wind Walk talisman and vanished from the spot in an instant. Zhou Yang. Who is it? Behind the youth, 5 burly men rushed forward, frowning at the direction in which Chen Xuan had departed. Zhou Yang's eyes glinted with some apprehension. He appears to be at the late stage of qi cultivation and departed rapidly. Whoever he is, as long as he is not competing with us for foundational opportunities, it matters not, one of the men remarked nonchalantly. Let us continue. Many cultivators have already headed to Linping Town. If we delay further, we may miss the chance altogether. Zhou Yang nodded, and the group continued on their way. Once they departed, Chen Xuan emerged from the distant woods, his brow furrowed. Linping Town was not far from Taohua Town, home to 2 families of late-stage qi cultivators. Foundational opportunities? Chen Xuan's consciousness extended 30 meters, allowing him to overhear their conversation clearly. From their fragmented remarks, it became evident that a foundational opportunity had been discovered in Linping Town, drawing the attention of many scattered practitioners and family cultivators. Chen Xuan shook his head, feigning indifference. However, the dangers inherent in such a venture were too numerous to dismiss. It was not worth his while to retrace his steps. It would be wiser to first visit the market and inquire about the specifics of this discovery before making further plans. Chen Xuan hurried onward, reaching Xianxiafans in just over an hour. As dusk approached, he entered the market, opting to sell his wares swiftly rather than waste time elsewhere. Talismans are strategic resources that any faction would covet abundantly. Without a second thought, he dismissed the Sun family shop and headed directly to the Dangu. I wonder if your Dangu accepts talismans? We do not deal in lesser quantities. Li Yunmu approached from the front hall and paused upon seeing Chen Xuan. This gentleman dared to return to Xianxiafans. However, he quickly regained his composure, focusing solely on his business. 200 first-grade inferior-grade talismans and 40 first-grade medium-grade talismans. Chen Xuan retained a few significant talismans while presenting the remainder. So many? Li Yunmu's eyes brightened, casting a keen look at the figure cloaked beneath the black robe. Are you a talisman master? Chen Xuan nodded. Indeed. Li Yunmu flashed a wide grin, revealing his prominent golden teeth. Please take a seat. I will begin the valuation. This was a substantial transaction. The individual before him could produce such a quantity of talismans, including a significant number of medium-grade ones. Confirming his earlier suspicions, this person was anything but ordinary. Among the talismans were several protective ones, such as the Jingguang Fu, which were priced higher and contained rich spiritual energy. Li Yunmu surmised that this individual possessed at least first-grade superior-grade talisman skills. After slightly inflating the valuation, his eyes glimmered with excitement. How about 370 inferior-grade spirit stones for the first-grade inferior-grade talismans and 200 inferior-grade spirit stones for the medium-grade ones? Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan found the offer aligned with his expectations and nodded in agreement. That works. Please exchange 5 more bottles of Jukidan for me. Deli. Li Yunmu chuckled, proclaiming this to be the most significant transaction of the day. Purchasing 5 bottles of Jukidan entitles you to a discount of 10 lower-grade spirit stones. Li Yunmu, strategically conceding a bit of profit, intended to forge a connection with this enigmatic talisman master. 330 lower-grade spirit stones were exchanged for the 5 bottles of Jukidan, replenishing Chen Xuan's modest treasury. Shopkeeper, I would like to inquire about something. Chen Xuan secured his storage bag and directed his question toward Li Yunmu. What would you like to know? Li Yunmu replied with a smile. Chen Xuan inquired if there were any opportunities for foundation establishment in Linping Town. Li Yunmu's expression turned peculiar as he pondered the ancient voice beneath the black robe. eventually shaking his head. This isn't a major secret, though the scattered cultivators may not be fully aware. I advise you against wading into these murky waters. How so? Chen Xuan's eyes brightened. No gossip could rival the authenticity of information from esteemed families. If you are willing to sell your future talismans here, or within the Li family's enterprises, I can provide you with genuine information. Li Yunmu scrutinized Chen Xuan, eager to negotiate with what appeared to be a first-tier superior talisman master. Chen Xuan chuckled softly, ultimately nodding in agreement. I will only sell a limited quantity, but you must come to collect them. That's insufficient, Li Yunmu objected, visibly dissatisfied. What if I offered a first-tier superior talisman? Chen Xuan smiled. It's a deal. Li Yunmu's expression transformed with remarkable swiftness, his face adorned with a cheerful grin. First-tier superior talismans are scarce and sought after during the foundation establishment phase. The situation in Linping Town is rather intricate. There, the local cultivation families have uncovered the lair of a false alchemist and what appears to be a second-tier spiritual vein. Spiritual vein? Chen Xuan's attention was piqued, his heart racing as he leaned in to listen. Indeed. The matter is as follows. Not only the Sun family, but also my Li family, along with the Zhou family of Yuancheng, are monitoring the situation closely. It won't be long before we commence clearing the scattered cultivators in that vicinity. Li Yunmu recounted in detail, prompting Chen Xuan to click his tongue in astonishment. How had he coexisted for over 40 years with a second-tier spiritual vein without realizing it? Furthermore, there were remnants of a false alchemist's lair from a century ago. The path to foundation establishment was predetermined. It merely depended on how these families would allocate the spoils. If negotiations proceeded smoothly, all would be well. If not, conflict was inevitable. Chen Xuan sighed softly, resigning himself to watch the unfolding events. A second-tier spiritual vein could serve as the cornerstone for a foundation family, holding countless benefits. Were it not for his current lack of strength, he would have sought to relocate the Chen family there. Thank you. I will contact you via the messenger eagle when I require a transaction. Chen Xuan rose to leave. Wait a moment, my friend, Li Yunmu interjected. Is there anything else? Did you kill Sunin? In an instant, Chen Xuan's aura turned frigid, his consciousness locking onto Li Yunmu. Li Yunmu felt a chill run down his spine. Sensing imminent danger, and hastily replied, You misunderstand. I am not here to cause trouble. Be cautious, as Sun En's brother, Sun Quan, is furious over his brother's disappearance and is seeking vengeance. I understand. Chen Xuan reined in his aura, muttering to himself about the impending trouble. Utilizing the phantom steps, he transformed into a shadow and vanished before the Pill Pavilion in a heartbeat. After traversing a distance, having spent over 500 lower-grade spirit stones on a simple formation, a first-tier superior talisman pen, and several exquisite talisman papers and materials, Chen Xuan exited the market and chose an area distanced from the Sun family. It appeared he could no longer frequent the Sun family's market. He hadn't anticipated that eliminating a mere lackey would lead to such complications. Help! Save me! Shortly after leaving the territory of Qingyang, darkness enveloped the sky. As he walked beside a small creek, a sudden cry for help pierced the air. Chen Xuan cursed his misfortune, sensing a figure in red rapidly approaching him, pursued by a burly man wielding a large knife. Without hesitation, Chen Xuan activated his phantom steps and darted in a chosen direction. How cold-hearted you are, not lending a hand in the face of injustice, the woman in red remarked. Her voice a blend of chill and charm, fading in and out. Indeed, how uncaring you are. You've killed my brother, severing my path to immortality. And now seek to flee unscathed? Under Chen Xuan's keen perception, a gaunt, shadowy man emerged from the darkness. In his hand, a white orb emitted a piercing wail from a wraith contained within. That's him. I hate him. I truly hate him. Chen Xuan's expression hardened. Recognizing the sinister manipulation of souls, methods employed by the Yinhun sect, one of the prominent cults in the Zhao kingdom, abhorred by all. There is no escape. Tracked by the wraiths, he realized his prior actions had not been sufficiently discreet. In his hand, a golden small sword suddenly enlarged, a first-tier, mid-grade magical artifact. A reward from his initiation into the sect. Senior brother, this person's soul appears distinct from the ordinary. I want it. The woman in red stood unexpectedly at an angle. Encircling Chen Xuan, Chen Xuan unleashed his magical power, seizing the opportunity before the other assailant could close in, launching an attack on Sun Quan. Determined to destroy the orb in his grasp. How dare you strike at me? Seeking death. Sun Quan's face twisted with malice, fueled by his boundless resentment toward Chen Xuan. The wraith claw, a massive claw flickered, exuding a ghostly light as it lunged toward Chen Xuan, the atmosphere thick with malevolence. Chen Xuan wielded his magical sword, weaving through and cleaving, his power surging forth. The two clashed fiercely, with Chen Xuan's ferocity manifesting as a hand formed of blazing flames. crashing down with devastating force. Within him surged a potent magical energy, momentarily matching Sun Quan's cultivation at the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Help! This person is peculiar. His strength rivals mine despite being at the 5th layer of Qi refinement. We must eliminate him and share the spoils. Sun Quan shouted, the wraith claw consumed by flames, illuminating much of the forest. Chen Xuan's cultivation and the might he displayed seemed incongruous, suggesting a hidden secret. The woman in red directed a burst of white light toward Chen Xuan's back. In an instant, a layer of golden light erupted. As Chen Xuan summoned 5 mid-grade Jin Guang talismans, activating them all. Ignoring the assault from behind, he focused all his efforts on neutralizing the most formidable opponent, Sun Quan. Boldness indeed. Sun Quan's countenance shifted, rage coursing through him. If a mere 5th-layer Qi refiner were to kill me, I could not live with the shame. Layers of oppressive, shadowy mist dispersed as a large hand reached for Chen Xuan, though it failed to grasp him. A more intense blaze ignited, the golden light extending outward by a meter. On the ground, vines suddenly writhed, launching wooden spikes toward all 3 adversaries. A bone claw and a blade struck Chen Xuan, merely igniting a greater brilliance without breaching his defenses. The perfected Jin Guang barrier was not easily overcome. Chen Xuan activated his techniques, realizing that half of his magical energy had been expended. Simultaneously confronting 3 late-stage Qi refiners drained his reserves significantly. A beam of golden light shot forth from Chen Xuan's sleeve, soaring through the mist, shattering it. He then broke free from the red-clad woman's grasp, his figure becoming ethereal as he vanished into the shadows. Senior brother's son, be cautious, the woman warned, as Chen Xuan materialized before Sun Quan, delivering a powerful punch. The earth-shattering force of his magical energy struck Sun Quan, shattering his shadowy shield. Sun Quan's internal organs trembled, blood spilling forth in disbelief at the sheer strength of his assailant. Anger surged within him as he produced a white hand bone, hurling it at Chen Xuan. A hand bone from a Foundation establishment cultivator? Chen Xuan frowned, watching as the bone rapidly expanded mid-air. It obstructed Sun Quan's path, deflecting the hidden small sword and disrupting Chen Xuan's rhythm. The 2 assailants behind him advanced once more, intent on dragging Chen Xuan down. If this continued, his magical energy would inevitably deplete. Chen Xuan's brow furrowed as he retrieved a bottle of Juki Dan and swallowed it whole. This person is reckless. His actions were keenly observed by Sun Quan and the others. During the battle, he consumed a bottle of JQDN, leaving him with no time to refine it. The poison from the pills alone could severely impact his magical energy. Such reckless behavior would surely lead to his demise. Sun Quan coldly remarked, harboring boundless hatred for Chen Xuan, as his brother had been killed, severing their bloodline through a sacrificial technique. A colossal surge of energy surged within Chen Xuan's body, prompting him to activate 5 crystal nuclei to convert his magical power. He unleashed a flurry of spells from his hands. I had no intention of taking lives. I merely wished to live a peaceful existence. Yet, you have forced my hand. Chen Xuan sighed lightly. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently as he activated the Huangjia middle-grade earthquake technique. A layer of golden light burst forth from within him, amplifying his power. Chapter 13. Slaying 3 in succession. Spirit of the 10,000 Woods. Chen Xuan struck the ground with both hands, channeling the immense potency of the medicinal power through the wood crystal nucleus, accompanied by his magical energy, into the earth. Instantly, bizarre, spiked plants twisted and writhed like serpents, surging towards the 3 adversaries. The 5 elements secret technique. Are you from the Qingyan sect? Sun Quan recognized the origin of this move, his heart sinking. This made it even more imperative to eliminate Chen Xuan, otherwise, trouble would surely follow. The 3 exchanged glances and summoned their lethal techniques, transforming the already dim forest into an even more eerie scene. Jin Geng, sword technique. Chen Xuan grasped the golden sword, his magical power surging forth. Waves of sword energy erupted, imbued with the sharp essence of Jin Geng, densely packed. As dozens of sword energies were unleashed, Chen Xuan moved again, striking with his palm, enveloping the area in a blaze that obscured vision. Flying sword technique, slash. In an instant, the golden sword vanished from his hand. Chen Xuan stamped his foot, continuing the earth tremor. This time, his internal magical energy waned again, but fortunately, the medicinal power swiftly compensated for it. I will block. This strike was as swift as thunder, and Sun Quan exerted all his strength to defend against it. Chen Xuan's consciousness swept across, and the flying sword made a swift turn, piercing through the air and descending upon Sun Quan. It broke through his defenses, striking him from behind with a lethal blow. Impossible. How can your magical energy be so formidable? His eyes brimmed with disbelief as he raised his magical bone for a desperate counterattack. Yet, Chen Xuan would not grant him the opportunity. He delivered a solid punch to Sun Quan's forehead, ending his life with a simple motion. In a fleeting moment, taking advantage of the distraction from the vine's assault, he appeared before the man wielding a large knife. The knife-wielding man looked horrified, already contemplating retreat. However, having engaged with Chen Xuan, escape was no longer an option. A talisman was thrown, and Chen Xuan rapidly dodged the incoming attacks. With a resounding crash, he concluded the life of the knife-wielding man at the 7th level of Qi refinement. However, the woman in red vanished from the scene, seizing the opportunity to flee while Chen Xuan dispatched her companions. In the nearby woods, the woman in red clutched a silk scarf, utilizing its mysterious properties to conceal her presence. She glanced back occasionally, fearing pursuit from Chen Xuan, her heart filled with resentment. This chaotic affair had unexpectedly targeted those from the Qingyun sect, who possessed an unusually potent strength. After fleeing for about half an hour, reassured by the silence of her surroundings and the absence of pursuers, she finally exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful to have escaped. What a monster, truly terrifying. The woman in red, drenched in sweat, sat by a stream to meditate and restore her magical energy. She loathed Sun Quan immensely and harbored endless resentment towards Chen Xuan, resolved to report this incident upon returning to her sect to clear her name. With her 5th level of Qi refinement, she had unleashed a powerful foundation of magical energy, and her combat prowess was astonishing. Surely her sect would take great interest. Why are you not fleeing, my lady? Are you waiting for me under the moonlight? A voice, faint yet resonant, echoed in her ears. Startled like a frightened mouse, she leaped up. Please, do not kill me. My master is by Lianjinren. If you spare my life, I am willing to befriend you. As she spoke, she tugged at her dress, revealing a glimpse of alluring skin. A cold breeze swept past her, and a gentle whisper reached her ear. I am already 80. Do you still attempt to seduce me? The world has certainly degraded. Chen Xuan lamented, piercing her chest with the tip of his sword, causing her to die on the spot. With a look of disdain, he wiped his sword clean and glanced at the fallen female cultivator of the Yinhun sect, recognizing that, despite her attractive appearance, she was likely not a good person in such a sinister sect. In her storage bag, he discovered several human skins, all belonging to youthful and beautiful women. Without hesitation, he set them ablaze, feeling it prudent to eliminate any trace, and after a brief search, obliterated the remnants of their souls, destroying the corpse and erasing all evidence. He reflected that he could no longer visit Xianxiafans. Shaking his head, he glanced toward the direction of Xianxiafans. Over the past few days, he had slain at least 3 members of the Sun family. The previous encounters had been inconsequential, but today, he had killed Sun Quan, a notable elite of the family. The clan would undoubtedly investigate. It was best to distance himself and head to Shui Xianxia. Chen Xuan meticulously covered his tracks and, after wandering in the nearby mountains and forests, took 3 days to return to Taohua town, remaining exceedingly cautious. Grandfather, you have finally returned. Many cultivators have passed through the town in your absence. Upon returning to his clan, Chun-Li rushed over to describe the happenings in Taohua town while he was away. Do not concern yourself with them. We shall focus on our own affairs, Chen Xuan instructed solemnly. Additionally, inform the clan members that until I permit otherwise, no one is to leave Taohua town. He contemplated the proximity of Limping town, merely 30 li away, and considering the significant events occurring there, it was unsurprising that the frequency of cultivators appearing in Taohua town had increased. This would likely subside over time. Some wandering cultivators, harboring a sense of luck, might attempt to seize treasures from the false Dan ruins. Yet, who among the common folk could truly acquire anything? If genuine treasures were to appear, the nearby cultivation families would not hesitate to take extreme measures. He resolved to observe the unfolding situation, awaiting the opportune moment. The spirit peach in the courtyard was also undergoing gradual transformation, although the process remained lengthy. Chen Xuan retrieved a compass, scrutinizing it. Having spent 200 low-grade spirit stones to purchase a first-tier, mid-grade, simple defensive formation, he aimed to enhance the safety of his family, especially as the flow of cultivators increased, necessitating the formation's implementation. 1 low-grade spirit stone could sustain it for merely a week. Chen Xuan grimaced at the thought. Should the formation activate to fend off attacks, it would consume even more spirit stones. This rudimentary formation was inferior to those constructed using spirit veins and spiritual land, which could utilize the energy from the veins effectively. Upon activating the formation, a layer of faint white mist enveloped the entire Chen family estate in an instant. He placed 100 low-grade spirit stones as the basic expenditure. Then, after advising his descendants, he retreated to his room to enter seclusion. Before him lay the spoils from slaying the 3 members of the Yinhun sect, having discarded identifiable items and those with potential tracking capabilities. He counted 980 low-grade spirit stones, 3 mid-grade magical artifacts, and a total of 1,000 low-grade spirit stones worth of spiritual talismans and pills. Chen Xuan's wealth surged once more. Gradually, he felt a sense of helplessness. He had not desired this outcome, yet he had unexpectedly acquired a fortune, thrilling yet daunting. Had he not experienced a breakthrough in cultivation, he might have met a tragic end on the spot. Simultaneously, he gained clarity regarding his combat strength. Realizing he could contend with opponents across 3 minor realms, an extraordinary feat even within a sect, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a genius. Chapter 14. Another breakthrough, however. This was manageable within the Qi refinement stage. Achieving a breakthrough in foundation establishment to engage in combat across realms would not be so straightforward. The journey of refining Qi had only just begun, yet the desire to establish a foundation was already evident, a clear case of aiming too high. Chen Xuan chuckled and scolded lightly. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he began to immerse himself in the sensations within. After a fierce battle that drained his dantian, he replenished it with medicinal potency, further refining his magical energy. Without hesitation, Chen Xuan commenced his cultivation after making the necessary adjustments. He consumed a bottle of gathering Jade Pill, and the medicinal effects surged through him instantaneously. Time slipped by quietly, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. The vicinity of Tao Mountain saw an increasing number of wandering cultivators. Streams of light frequently traversed the sky. Some cultivators soared on their swords, traversing the heavens and the earth, astonishing the residents of Tao Mountain. The neighboring Limpingzhen grew increasingly chaotic. Numerous cultivators lingered in Tao Mountain, drawing both fear and curiosity from the local populace as they observed these otherworldly beings. 3 days prior, Chun-Li had broken through to the second layer of Qi refinement. He remained at home, burdened with thoughts. Even without comprehending the larger events, he could deduce from Chen Xuan's demeanor and the sporadic appearances of cultivators that something significant was afoot. He worried that it would impact the lives of the Chen family. He remained extremely vigilant toward the cultivators arriving in the town. Fortunately, the atmosphere remained relatively calm without any disturbances. In the area near the Chen residence, the spirit fields cultivated had sprouted lush spirit rice seedlings. Chen-Li occasionally ventured out to employ the spirit rain technique for irrigation. With his cultivation at merely the second layer of Qi refinement, he could only tend to half of the spirit fields each time before needing to meditate to restore his magical energy. In the backyard of the Chen family, the mist surrounding the spirit peach tree thickened, and the fragrance of peach blossoms wafted through the entire town. When would grandfather emerge from his seclusion? After tending to the spirit fields, Chen Xuan returned to the backyard to meditate and cultivate. He increasingly sensed that the closer he got to the spirit peach tree, the denser the spiritual energy became. Suddenly, he noticed a drastic reduction in spiritual energy, prompting him to conclude his meditation. He discovered that a vortex of energy was coalescing in Chen Xuan's room, rushing inside. Chun-Li's pupils constricted. Was grandfather about to break through? The surrounding energy trembled as Chen Xuan produced 100 spirit stones, arranging them around him to draw upon their spiritual energy. Within the room, Chen Xuan's body consumed the surrounding spiritual energy as if he were a whale, continuously replenishing the magical energy within his dantian. Reaching the 6th layer of Qi refinement came swifter than he had anticipated. Chen Xuan mused that his magical energy burned brightly like a torch. And after doubling the capacity of his dantian, it increased 5-fold again. Coupled with 5 elements crystals, the density of his magical energy far exceeded that of a cultivator at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. The liquid magical energy within him amounted to a full cup. Having reached the pinnacle standards of Qi refinement, he even felt that he could attempt to challenge the foundational stage, though he was quickly daunted by this reckless thought. For an ordinary practitioner at the pinnacle of Qi refinement, the success rate in breaking through to the foundational stage was less than 20%. To seek to condense magical energy without a solid foundation at the 6th layer of Qi refinement was utterly audacious. Chen Xuan's mind stirred as he expanded his consciousness, which could now reach up to 90 meters away. He could even see a patch of spirit fields beyond the back gate of the Chen residence. The range of his consciousness had increased, enhancing his control over his magical energy, far surpassing the 30 meters typical for those at the pinnacle of Qi refinement. This was indeed a sign of a seasoned practitioner. Chen Xuan chuckled softly, reflecting on his 80 years of existence. After enduring a life of unfulfilled aspirations and regrets, he finally felt the winds of fortune at his back. He was confident that, with ample resources, he would be able to establish his foundation within 2 years. The transition from the 4th layer of Qi refinement to the foundational stage was nothing short of astonishing. Chen Xuan glanced at the scattered waste spirit stones and various jars and bottles. This breakthrough had consumed all the gathering Qi pills and over 600 spirit stones, resulting in combat prowess comparable to that of a pinnacle Qi practitioner. His foundation was remarkably solid, even exceedingly powerful. At this rate, when he reached the 9th layer of qi refinement, the width of his dantian would undoubtedly surpass that of his peers by several folds, allowing for an immense capacity for magical energy. He needed to find a way to acquire more spirit stones. Chen Xian's heart sank as he gazed toward Limping Zhen. It was time to make a trip. Initially intending to focus solely on his development, the lack of resources compelled him to take a risk. With his current strength, the dangers below the foundational stage should pose little threat, and he should be able to escape if necessary. Chen Xian pondered deeply, making up his mind to investigate. He sought to explore the false alchemy cave and acquire essential items such as talismans, which would undoubtedly prove useful. Taking out a first-grade talisman pen, Chen Xian meticulously organized the talisman paper and vermilion powder. He decided to start with a first-grade talisman for breaking restrictions. With the pen in hand, he began inscribing intricate symbols onto the talisman paper. The enhancement of his consciousness and the increased potency of his magical energy made the process of drawing talismans far more effortless for him. For 3 consecutive days, Chen Xian confined himself within his room, dedicating himself to talisman crafting. His skills grew increasingly refined. In a moment of clarity, he shattered his limitations. Perceiving everything with greater clarity, he could effortlessly handle all first-grade talismans from the second-grade talisman inheritance. His craftsmanship became even more exquisite, and he was able to inscribe some high-difficulty first-grade talismans in an exceedingly short time, thanks to his boundless reservoir of magical energy supporting the continuous consumption. Without having reached the foundational stage, how could he not draw second-grade talismans? Over the course of 7 days, Chen Xian grew increasingly adept, having crafted 800 first-grade talismans. On this day, feeling the elevation of his understanding, he decided to challenge himself with greater difficulty. The second-grade talismans. Chen Xian focused intently, pouring all his magical energy into the exquisite talisman paper before him. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and even with his powerful consciousness and spirit, he felt fatigue creeping in. Golden flames flickered upon the talisman paper. This was a second-grade inferior talisman, the Golden Flame Talisman. Suddenly, a cluster of flames leaped unexpectedly, consuming the majority of his hard work in an instant. He had failed. Chen Xian sighed softly, feeling a sense of disappointment. The tip of his talisman pin had been singed away. The quality of the talisman paper was insufficient to accommodate the magical energy of a second-grade talisman. Chen Xian shook his head and put away the damaged talisman pin. In these 7 days, the number of cultivators arriving in Tao Mountain had surged. Through interactions with Chun Li, Chen Xian learned of a significant development. In Limping Zhen, various factions had begun to confront one another, with foundational practitioners attempting to assault the false alchemy cave, but to no avail. The major forces were entirely focused on the false alchemy cave, neglecting to manage the scattered cultivators, which led to their increasing numbers. When the major factions sought to disperse the scattered cultivators, they found themselves unable to do so, ultimately allowing the situation to persist. Chapter 15. Selling Spirit Talismans. With these 5 spirit talismans in hand, I will venture to the neighboring town. Do not leave home until I return, Chen Xian advised earnestly. Chen Li paused, feeling a twinge of worry. The situation had become complex. Many mortals from Limping Zhen had fled to Tao Mountain. In fact, 2 cultivation families from Limping Zhen had been uprooted overnight, vanishing without a trace. No one knew who was responsible. In Limping Zhen, the number of scattered cultivators had exceeded 2,000, surpassing the total number of cultivators in the Qingyang region. Leaving Tao Mountain, Chen Xian headed eastward. Along the way, he encountered several groups of scattered cultivators. Disguising himself, he refrained from wearing a black robe, concealing his magical energy to display only the normal fluctuations of a 6th-layer qi practitioner. He appeared as a kind and ordinary old man, with a small golden gourd hanging from his waist. After traversing for half an hour, Chen Xiankai finally arrived at Limping Town. At this moment, the town was scarcely inhabited by mortals, predominantly populated by cultivators. Standing atop a hill, Chen Xiankai beheld a verdant mountain behind Limping Town, where numerous individuals lingered, occasionally emanating waves of mystical energy. A faint golden barrier stood firm there. Chen Xiankai proceeded directly into the Immortal town. His arrival garnered little attention. An unremarkable old man at the 6th level of qi refinement, seemingly solitary, was hardly noteworthy. At the heart of the town, many loose cultivators had spontaneously organized a small black market, engaging in trade and exchanging information. The Li family's foundational expert and the Sun family's foundational practitioner had teamed up for an entire morning but failed to breach the formation of the cave dwelling. In my opinion, it is hardly a mere false Dan cave. It might very well belong to a Golden Core master. A group of cultivators sat on the steps, casually discussing various topics. Chen Xiankai strolled around, listening intently. With his formidable spiritual sense, he gathered a wealth of information. It was indeed confirmed that there was a second-tier spiritual vein located directly beneath the cave of the false Grandmaster. Four families had arrived: the Qingyang Sun family, the Yanghe Li family, the Banhe family, and the Jinling Zhou family. Among them, the Li and He families were supported by false Grandmasters, possessing considerable strength. With 2 foundational practitioners present, together with the foundational experts from the Sun and He families, a total of 6 foundational practitioners were stationed outside the cave dwelling. Hindered by a third-tier formation, helplessly gazing at the Golden Mountain, they could not enter, as the crowd continued to swell. Moreover, there was a widespread demand for breaking prohibition talismans, yet those who arrived were primarily loose cultivators, lacking the spare funds to purchase such expensive items that were of little use in ordinary circumstances. The Zhou family, that was a familiar clan, with which Chen Xuan had a significant connection. Upon learning this, he remained calm and nostalgic, a plan blossoming in his mind. There was no rush. Chen Xuan set up a stall, displaying a talisman. Soon, it attracted the gaze of countless individuals. 6 low-grade spirit stones for a mid-tier fireball talisman? Friend, you are rather extortionate, exclaimed a late-stage Qi refinement cultivator, observing the talismans on display, whose prices exceeded the market rate by 20%, his expression darkening. Special times call for special measures, Chen Xuan chuckled, arranging his talismans. A dazzling array of talismans was presented, with over 30 samples, including 2 top-tier first-grade talismans. The old man had attained proficiency in first-tier talisman arts long ago. These talismans were newly crafted, boasting exceptional quality. You won't suffer a loss or be deceived, Chen Xuan added with a smile, gesturing toward the cave of the false Grandmaster. Perhaps it will open at any moment. A powerful talisman could very well be the key to your treasure hunt. The man fell silent for a moment, then pointed to a top-tier first-grade golden light talisman, resolutely stating, "I'll take it." 65 low-grade spirit stones, fair and square. Chen Xuan pushed the golden light talisman forward with a benevolent smile. This successful sale brought Chen Xuan great joy. With the sale of a top-tier first-grade talisman, his reputation began to spread. The speed at which he amassed wealth made the loose cultivators envious. By the end of the afternoon, half of the talismans had been sold, netting him 1,200 low-grade spirit stones, swiftly replenishing his previously depleted resources. Who would be the first to seek me out? A first-tier top-grade talisman master had appeared in Limping, possessing numerous high-grade talismans, possibly even rare breaking prohibition talismans. To breach the formation, aside from brute force, one could only resort to using formation-breaking techniques. As the evening approached, Chen Xuan leisurely packed up his stall, under the watchful eyes of numerous individuals akin to hungry wolves. He strolled deeper into the town, pausing beside a blood-stained way tree. He halted momentarily, his spiritual sense detecting a robust aura of magical energy, at least that of a foundational practitioner. A young man emerged from behind the tree, regarding Chen Xuan with polite demeanor. Jinling Zhou family, Zhou Xiaoran. I have the honor of meeting this esteemed friend. Zhou Xiaoran possessed an extraordinary presence, devoid of the haughty air typical of scions from noble families, and bowed respectfully. The Zhou family? Chen Xuan's expression momentarily faltered. Has Zhou Xianxia passed away? He inquired directly. Zhou Xiaoran was taken aback. This stranger recognized his clan uncle. He suppressed his unease, pondering, my uncle broke through to the foundational stage a decade ago. Surely he has many years left. Has he truly achieved the foundational stage? Chen Xuan expressed surprise, then smiled, saying, it seems your Zhou family has provided substantial support for him. Does this elder know my clan uncle? Zhou Xiaoran inquired. Where is he? Chen Xuan refrained from answering, redirecting the question. The young man before him appeared to be no older than 25, with mid-stage Qi refinement prowess. Likely an elite descendant in his family, receiving focused cultivation. Your uncle is not present here. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Xiaoran concluded that this individual must have some connection to his uncle and responded. What a pity. Are you seeking breaking prohibition talismans? Chen Xuan asked. How do you know? Zhou Xiaoran's brow furrowed slightly. Naturally, I have been manning my stall for half the day, aiming to convey that I am a top-tier first-grade talisman master, possessing many high-grade talismans. How many do you have? Zhou Xiaoran inquired, sensing an opportunity with Chen Xuan's attitude. Currently, several foundational practitioners are at a loss regarding their inability to break the prohibition. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken notice of me. What price can you offer? 200 low-grade spirit stones per talisman for a first-tier top-grade breaking prohibition talisman. If you have a second-tier breaking prohibition talisman, the elders would pay 1,000 low-grade spirit stones each, Zhou Xiaoran stated. 200 low-grade spirit stones was already a considerable offer, exceeding the usual price by 10%. Not sufficient. Chen Xuan shook his head, his spiritual sense extending as his gaze shifted toward a nearby wooden building. Friend, Do you intend to have us escort you into the false Dan cave? A middle-aged man with a flowing beard emerged slowly from the pavilion, his gaze enigmatic. Elder Yangmo. Zhou Xiaoran bowed respectfully to the bearded man, a look of astonishment sweeping over him as he discreetly positioned himself behind Zhou Yangmo. Chen Xiankai scrutinized Zhou Yangmo, who was similarly observing him. The latter's pupils slightly contracted as he recognized Chen Xiankai, disbelief flooding his gaze. Elder Yangmo, it has been quite some time. Chen Xiankai greeted with a slight bow and smile, simultaneously stirring his inner magical energy, enveloping himself in a veil of light, obscuring his true form. Chen Xiankai? Zhou Yangmu queried tentatively. I possess 5 breaking prohibition talismans, which I am willing to sell at market price. In exchange, I asked to be allowed entry into the false Dan cave to take a look. Chen Xiankai nodded, smiling as he spoke. It truly is you. Zhou Yangmu was astounded, chuckling helplessly. Very well. As for your request, I am willing to grant you this favor. After all, Chen Xuan's status was not insignificant, and his current strength was rather enigmatic, subtly exuding a sense of threat. Compared to other loose cultivators, he was more than willing to bring Chen Xiankai along. Despite the cave being unopened at present, the Zhou family and the other 3 families appeared amicable as they jointly attacked the cave. However, beneath the surface, tensions were already brewing. The world of cultivation is ruthless, particularly concerning the competition for resources. Should something extraordinary arise within the false Dan cave, he could guarantee that this fragile alliance would shatter instantly, leading to a fierce battle. Moreover, the Sun family intended to leverage the loose cultivators to jointly explore the cave. In the event of an unexpected occurrence, Chen Xiankai might prove invaluable. For you, a friendly price of 900 low-grade spirit stones. Chen Xian cast 5 talismans into the air. After examining them, Zhou Yangmu nodded slightly and retrieved a storage bag, presenting it to Chen Xian. 1,000 lower-grade spirit stones? Chen Xian accepted it, observing in silence, realizing this was an attempt to win him over. Uncle, who is this person exactly? After the transaction was completed, Zhou Xiaoran could not contain his curiosity. Zhou Yangmu paused for a moment before responding. He is the senior brother of your uncle from Yangshuo, who disappeared for many years. I thought he was dead, yet here he is. Fate is truly marvelous. Shaking his head, Zhou Yangmu's gaze became complex. Friend Chen Xian, what is the state of your cultivation now? He was immensely curious, as he was well aware of Chen Xian's abilities and talents. Logically, it would be quite challenging for him to break through to the mid-stage of qi refinement in this lifetime. Yet now, even at the initial stage of foundation establishment, he could sense Chen Xian's spiritual awareness from 80 meters away. He distinctly felt that Chen Xian had not yet reached the foundation establishment stage, leaving him perplexed. Unlike any ordinary qi refinement practitioner, his willingness to explore the cave with Chen Xian stemmed from the intrigue surrounding his ambiguous strength, which might yield unexpected surprises, especially since they were familiar with each other, making him feel more at ease than with a rogue cultivator. My cultivation is quite good, Chen Xian replied with a smile, deftly avoiding the topic. Where have you been all these years? My brother sought you out, but found no trace. Zhou Yangmu refrained from pressing further on this matter. I have been living in seclusion nearby, enjoying my remaining years. Who knew such a commotion would arise, prompting me to come and take a look? Chen Xian shrugged, a look of helplessness on his face. Let's go. I will first take you to my Zhou family's residence. Zhou Yangmu did not inquire further, leading Chen Xian and Zhou Xiaoran up the mountain, which was laden with restrictions, under the astonished gazes of numerous rogue cultivators. Chen Xian lagged a couple of steps behind, engaging Zhou Xiaoran with various questions. Zhou Yangmu did not intervene, tacitly allowing it. Is this truly the cave of Jinren Heiyun? Through his inquiries, Chen Xian learned that this cave belonged to Jinren Heiyun, a figure who had risen to prominence in the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation world a century ago. This Jinren Heiyun had a fearsome reputation, having single-handedly destroyed a cultivation family that had produced a golden core cultivator. Consequently, he provoked countless powerful clans, who united to hunt him down, ultimately causing him to vanish. To think he had actually attained nirvana in Limping Town. Elder, you are familiar with Jinren Heiyun? Zhou Xiaoran asked, surprised. I know quite a bit, Chen Xian chuckled. Among those who pursued Jinren Heiyun was his own master. The 3 passed through an illusion array and entered the Zhou family's camp. Upon entering, Chen Xian immediately sensed a strand of spiritual awareness probing towards him. With a stoic expression, he extended his own awareness throughout his body to ward off the intrusion. Who might this be? In just a moment, an elderly man clad in black robes frowned slightly and inquired about Chen Xian. Elder, this is the senior brother of Uncle Yangshuo, one of our own. Zhou Xiaoran replied with a smile, having been thoroughly impressed by Chen Xian's array of peculiar knowledge during their journey, coupled with their prior acquaintance. He quickly gained trust in Chen Xian. Zhou Mu narrowed his eyes, exchanging glances with Zhou Yangmu, as if seeking confirmation. After receiving Zhou Yongmu's nod, Zhou Mu still harbored considerable doubts. He had never heard of such a senior brother of Zhou Yangshua. Xiaoran, take friend Chen Xuan to tour the area and introduce him to the general situation here. All right. Zhou Xiaoran nodded and gestured for Chen Xuan to follow. After guiding Chen Xuan away, Zhou Yongmu finally spoke. He is the disciple with inferior spiritual roots taken in by Zhenren Xianlong over 60 years ago. Is it him? Zhou Mu recalled for a moment, momentarily stunned, his eyes filled with astonishment. Isn't it nearly impossible for someone with inferior spiritual roots to break through to the mid-stage of qi refinement? His cultivation and the quality of his spiritual power far exceeded those of an ordinary ninth-layer qi refinement practitioner. Thus, it was possible that having him along might yield surprising benefits. Moreover, his strength did not appear to be lacking. If he could help us restrain a foundation establishment cultivator or eliminate a group of qi refinement practitioners, it would be advantageous for us. As for the opportunities within, that would depend on each person's fortune. Although a fake pill is not a true elixir, it can kill us foundation establishment practitioners just as easily as we can kill qi refinement cultivators, Zhou Yongmu remarked calmly. Indeed, Zhou Mu concurred. The array of the cave is weakening. The Sun and he families intend to allow the rogue cultivators outside to enter and explore. A small meeting will be held tonight to discuss it. You will be the one to go, you know what to do. Zhou Mu soared into the air, casting Zhou Yongmu a glance before vanishing from sight. Zhou Yongmu gazed down the mountain, shaking his head slightly. He too feared death, believing there was nothing wrong with this proposal. That night, after discussions with the other 3 foundation establishment families, it was decided to lift the restrictions on Shao Qingshan the following day and open it to all. Friend Chen Xuan, I hope that if the need arises, you will lend a hand, Zhou Yongmu said as he entered the tent, speaking to Chen Xuan, who was meticulously studying a map. Certainly, Chen Xuan replied affirmatively. Chapter 17, Entering the Cave. After Chen Xuan expressed his willingness, Zhou Yongmu nodded. Without adopting the airs of a foundation establishment cultivator, he sat beside Chen Xuan and recounted the situation. I just discussed with the other 3 families. The Sun and he families proposed allowing rogue cultivators to enter and explore, effectively as scouts. After deliberation, Li from the Li family and the Elder from the Sun family will conceal their realms and lead the rogue cultivators inside to scout ahead. Our family Elder and the Elder from the Li family will follow behind the group to locate Jinren Heiyun's Nirvana site. Our Zhou family has 2 foundation establishment practitioners, and I have also been assigned the task of leading our clansmen to search for a second-tier spirit vein. You will accompany me. He fixed his gaze on Chen Xuan's face, gauging his willingness. After all, it was evident which opportunity was greater. Searching for a spirit vein or the site of Jinren Heiyun's Nirvana. Chen Xuan feigned disinterest in Jinren Heiyun's Nirvana site. However, based on the information he had received, he knew that the elders from both the Li and Zhou families were at the late stage of foundation establishment. Moreover, there were 2 concealed practitioners leading such a multitude of rogue cultivators. The situation was far too intricate for his liking. The premise of finding opportunities was ensuring one's survival to bring them back alive. Additionally, the hidden cultivation levels likely hinted at ulterior motives. I will follow the Zhou family's main party, Chen Xuan agreed. Even if it was merely a stroll, he would not be at a loss. Selling the talismans would still yield a profit. Whether he gained anything was of little consequence. Most importantly, the number of rogue cultivators exceeded 1,000. With such a mix of characters, it would be interesting if a couple of fools emerged. Alright, after this cave exploration, if we locate the spirit vein and our Zhou family gains more authority, I can share some benefits with you. Zhou Yongmu did not specify what those benefits entailed, merely casting the bait. The final outcome would depend on Chen Xuan's performance. Chen Xuan was not swayed by such tactics, smiling in response without taking it to heart. The next morning, numerous rogue cultivators ascended the mountain upon hearing the news. On Shao Qingshan, the site was filled with cultivators, including many in the late stage of qi refinement, all drawn by the prospect of seizing a fleeting opportunity. Chen Xuan organized various elixirs, adorning himself with 4 superior-grade Jingguang talismans and 2 superior-grade Fengxing talismans. Even if a foundation establishment cultivator were to launch a surprise attack, he would have some time to react. The hearts of men, Chen Xuan sat atop a boulder, observing the throng of cultivators converging around him, and shook his head slightly. In the eyes of these families, these individuals were nothing more than cannon fodder. He contemplated how to leverage this relic to reap immense rewards, elevate his cultivation, and seize opportunities. The issue lies in the fact that all of this, under inadequate strength, is but a fleeting illusion filled with peril, where a moment's carelessness could cost one their life. This small green mountain, rising no more than 100 feet, is merely an insignificant hill. In times past, no one would have imagined that this place was once the resting ground of a false Danjinren. Why does this person seem so familiar? In the distance, a group of 8 scattered cultivators sat cross-legged on the ground, awaiting the commencement of the cave's opening. Zhou Yangmu, who had previously crossed paths with Chen Xuan, gazed at him, who was beside the formation, engaging in jovial conversation with several clan cultivators, feeling an undeniable sense of recognition. What do you think would happen if we obtained the false Dan inheritance? The voices of his companions echoed around him, filled with anticipation for the opening of the false Dan cave. They believed that each of them would surely acquire some fortune, thereby enhancing their cultivation. The sky is the limit. Perhaps this opportunity would lead them to rise. In their hearts, they envisioned a bright future while simultaneously viewing the nearby scattered cultivators as adversaries and competitors. Hidden among the crowd were several cultivators whose true abilities were concealed, their eyes fixated without exception on the third-tier formation. As noon approached, the ground began to quake. 6 Foundation establishment cultivators acted in unison, causing the entire small green mountain to tremble. A compass soared into the air, crashing into the formation and eroding the light barrier. Various talismans ascended into the sky, erupting with brilliance, burning a hole into the formation. The 6 Foundation establishment cultivators each displayed their divine might, particularly the late-stage cultivators, whose immense pressure left many nearby cultivators gasping for breath. With a resounding crash, the formation that had resisted these 6 Foundation establishment cultivators for days finally collapsed. The cave is now open. Let each of you employ your methods, Zhou Mu shouted, vanishing into the cave. In that instant, the crowd erupted, numerous scattered cultivators rushing into the cave to seize the opportunity. Let us go? Zhou Yangmu approached Chen Xuan. The two, accompanied by a group of Zhou clan cultivators, entered through the portal, compass in hand, advancing towards the area rich in spiritual energy. How could these clans be so benevolent? Among the crowd, a man clad in white robes, his steps slightly unsteady, murmured to those beside him. Responding to the master, these clans had secretly discussed yesterday. Within the throng, several shadowy figures trailed behind, disappearing into the crowd. The elder of the Sun clan, Sun Wuxin, concealed his cultivation, a mocking smile adorning his face as he observed the scattered cultivators rushing in to seek death while treasure hunting, reveling in their folly. Chen Xuan followed the Zhou clan into the cave, heading straight behind a red rock, blasting open a stone wall to descend into a dark passage. The spiritual energy thickened, invigorating the senses. The long-stored spiritual energy surged towards the crowd. Within Chen Xuan, a sudden force emerged, akin to a parched well, continuously absorbing the dispersing spiritual energy. Are we approaching a spiritual vein? Is this the effect? Chen Xuan's heart trembled slightly, akin to discovering a new world. As the Zhou clan advanced, many confused scattered cultivators followed suit, entering alongside the family cultivators. Zhou Yangmu furrowed his brow, choosing not to voice his concerns, at least until he discerned a definite benefit. He did not intend to act excessively. There is a formation. As they ventured deeper, a wave of crimson mist suddenly enveloped them, shrouding the Zhou clan and the following scattered cultivators entirely. Die, you all shall perish. Suddenly, a Zhou clan cultivator in the mid-stage of chi refinement had his eyes turn red, attacking his kin without warning. Instantly, chaos ensued. Chen Xuan sensed that the mist sought to influence his mind, but the power of the 5 elements crystal core shattered it. Those nearby were not so fortunate. In an instant, pandemonium erupted, with the scattered cultivators driven mad, the formation amplifying their inner desires. Countless lives were lost. Scatter. Chapter 18, Bloody Hands. Zhou Yangmu's face flushed as he momentarily lost his bearings. In that fleeting moment, 3 of the Zhou clan's disciples were slain, 2 of whom were killed by their own. Fury surged within him, and he unleashed his power, a fierce gust dispersing the mist surrounding the Zhou clan disciples. He cast a cold gaze upon the scattered cultivators and other clan members embroiled in chaos, unwilling to offer assistance. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over him, his eyes turning red. In the midst of wielding his power, he was unexpectedly ambushed. Stay away from me, he shouted suddenly. Zhou Xiaoran, caught off guard, was kicked aside by Zhou Yangmu, spitting blood. The crowd was engulfed in terror, including those scattered cultivators who remained conscious, all retreating in haste. The uncontrolled Foundation establishment cultivator unleashed a destructive force beyond their capacity to withstand. Flash. A long knife gleamed in his hand, his remaining sanity guiding him to avoid his kin as he struck at the scattered cultivators. Instantly, chaos reigned with numerous casualties. Quickly flee. The Zhou clan's Foundation establishment member has gone mad. Something is amiss here. Countless individuals retreated. Seeing blood only fueled Zhou Yangmu's frenzy, as if possessed. Calm down. Chen Xuan, appearing behind Zhou Yangmu, affixed a first-tier upper-grade Qingling talisman to his neck. Instantly, a wave of clarity surged into his mind. His senses gradually restored to calm. He retained vivid memories of the earlier events, though he had been unable to control himself. Embarrassment washed over him, as he realized he nearly precipitated a disaster. Zhou Yongmu looked at Chen Xuan with deep gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance, friend." At that moment, his regard for Chen Xuan rose significantly among his peers. Previously, he had referred to him as a friend due to his peculiarities and identity. Now, he viewed him as a true ally, capable of offering help even as a beginner in Foundation establishment. Silently, he reached behind, applying a talisman. This could not solely be attributed to his confusion, yet it was still immensely terrifying. No need. Chen Xuan quietly collected the remnants of the 4 unfortunate souls killed by Zhou Yongmu, gesturing dismissively behind him. This formation is peculiar. It must be a second-tier upper-grade blood mist formation. It is entirely normal for a friend to be caught unaware. Chen Xuan smiled, intrigued by the formation. Why would such a formation be set here? After Zhou Yongmu restored order among his followers, he continued forward, traversing a cavern filled with strange rocks. They drew ever closer to the formation's core. The blood-red mist thickened, and the group advanced cautiously. Surely we haven't gone astray? Zhou Xiaoran felt a sense of foreboding, having affixed 2 talismans to his forehead to withstand the mist's encroachment. This place does not resemble the location of a spiritual vein. However, Zhou Yongmu's compass consistently pointed this way. It cannot be wrong. Zhou Yongmu asserted confidently. The compass in his hand was a genuine 3rd-tier treasure, exceptionally precise for treasure hunting. How could they possibly be mistaken about a 2nd-tier spiritual vein so close by? Do you sense that the smell of blood is growing stronger? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yongmu's expression turned serious as he carefully scrutinized the surroundings, sniffing the air. Not at all. He looked at Chen Xuan, replying. Chen Xuan's expression was peculiar, for he sensed the scent of blood was particularly potent. Let us proceed further. Just as Zhou Yongmu uttered this, the surroundings trembled. A sharp beam of light sliced down from above, and countless fragments of stone fell. Fortunately, the space was ample. Otherwise, everyone would have perished here. 5 formidable presences clashed with one another. A battle had commenced. Zhou Yongmu furrowed his brow and glanced upward. After slicing through a small opening, he sensed the chaotic surge of multiple foundational energies erupting above. We must hasten and distance ourselves from this area, Zhou Yongmu decisively proclaimed. Chen Xuan, observing ahead, slightly knitted his brows. As the group swiftly advanced, a crimson hand suddenly reached out from the front. A jolt of trepidation surged through them. In an instant, a few scattered cultivators lagging behind Chen Xuan were swept away. The crowd gasped in alarm, while Zhou Yongmu felt a violent tremor in his spirit. At that moment, the blood mist dispersed, revealing intertwining red patterns resembling veins extending forward. Move! There is great terror within. Someone among the following scattered cultivators shouted. Hundreds of cultivators wavered, hesitating to proceed. I dare anyone to advance. A low murmur echoed as a foundational energy erupted, striking the shouting cultivator. In an instant, that cultivator met his demise. The crowd stood in stunned silence. The elder of the Sun family, positioned at the back of the throng, formed a pincer movement with Zhou Yongmu, who stood at the front. Continue onward. The elder of the Sun family commanded, asserting dominance by eliminating several cultivators, driving the scattered cultivators to march forward. The Zhou family halted in place, with Zhou Yongmu closing his eyes in silent acquiescence. The fate of these individuals was about to be utilized as mere stepping stones. As they passed Chen Xuan, the elder of the Sun family lingered for a moment. Fellow cultivator, he nodded. In that moment, members of the Sun family separated from the crowd, blocking the scattered cultivators behind them. In the elder's eyes, these scattered cultivators were nothing more than cannon fodder, not worthy of consideration. Chen Xuan cautiously followed at the rear of the crowd. From time to time, a bloodied hand, or what seemed to be a tail, snatched away a few scattered cultivators. Chen Xuan noticed that with each disappearance, the red patterns on the ground brightened further. Look! Chen Xuan pointed at the stone wall above while standing beside Zhou Yongmu. Vivid red liquid seeped down from the stone wall, converging and flowing into the long tunnel. The stench of blood grew increasingly pungent, causing the Zhou family to feel uneasy, fearing the emergence of some monstrous entity. How could such a thing exist? Chen Xuan pondered with a heavy heart. Zhou Yongmu, noticing Chen Xuan's expression, inquired, fellow cultivator, do you know something? Before Chen Xuan could respond, a sudden uproar erupted, diverting their attention. A crystalline spirit vein was exposed above the ground. The vein extended downward into a pool approximately 5 or 6 zhang wide. A dense, bloody scent emanated from the pool, filled entirely with scarlet blood. Chen Xuan could hardly believe his eyes, glancing at the ceiling where blood dripped down. The blood-red patterns along the deep tunnel stretched all the way to the blood pool. The crowd dared not approach, and Zhou Yongmu's expression darkened. As they drew closer, He sensed that the blood within was a mixture of demonic and human blood. Suddenly, the Elder of the Sun family took action, seizing a few scattered cultivators and hurling them directly into the blood pool. Instantly, the pool roiled and bubbled. A blood-colored apparition flickered within the pool, and a shadow resembling a pill furnace became faintly visible at its center. Blood pills. Someone is attempting to concoct blood pills here, seeking to attain the golden core through wicked means. Zhou Yongmu exclaimed, his countenance shifting dramatically. Ha! Heaven favors the Sun family. The Elder of the Sun family laughed maniacally, his eyes ablaze with fervor. A tremendous force erupted, and the scattered cultivators were thrown in before they could even scream. A magical hand descended, and the patterns on the ground suddenly radiated light. Countless individuals perished, their essence transformed into blood, solidifying the shadow within the blood pool. Sun Min, what are you doing? Zhou Yongmu shouted in fury, glaring at the Elder of the Sun family. What am I doing? I am securing the opportunity for my family to attain the golden core. Ha ha ha, leave them all to me. Sun Min bellowed, unleashing a powerful surge of magic that struck in all directions. Members of the Sun family immediately blocked the retreat. Mid-foundational stage, Zhou Yongmu clashed directly with Sun Min, spells flying. Chen Xuan retreated in horror, casting a wary glance at the pill furnace within the blood pool. He now suspected that the Soul Cloud true person might not be dead after all. His heart raced with anxiety. A chaotic battle ensued, with members of the Zhou and Sun families clashing fiercely. On the other side, the site of He Yunjinren's ascension witnessed even fiercer conflict. Numerous hidden foundational cultivators emerged, vying for the legacy. Many perished, their blood pooling into the blood pool, while others came to mine spirit stones along the vein. First, eliminate this old wretch. Chen Xian's mind stirred as he joined forces with Zhou Yongmu, casting a broken talisman that shattered the formation behind the Sun family. The blood spirit array effect activated. Chen Xian felt a tremor in his heart as the blood pool began to bubble violently. The blood was consumed as if burning, encircled by crimson flames. The surrounding blood mist thickened, the formation amplifying sevenfold, becoming terrifyingly potent. Chen Xian's mind grasped the authority of the blood spirit array, leaving him momentarily stunned in disbelief. Had he unwittingly triggered the formation? Sun Nen rallied, attacking with greater ferocity. Flash! A burst of golden light erupted from Chen Xian's hand, instantly piercing Sun Nen. Flames erupted as two formidable attacks struck him, sending a wave of deadly menace that caused his heart to race. In an instant, the golden sword pierced his skull, slaying him in a heartbeat. Zhou Yongmu was taken aback, witnessing Sun Nen plunge into the blood pool, his disbelief palpable. You. He took a moment to gather himself, eyes filled with awe. As long as he was dealt with, it sufficed, Chen Xian replied nonchalantly. After saying this, he disregarded Zhou Yongmu's astonished gaze and found a clean corner to sit down. His mind was now filled with the operational formula of the blood spirit array. Moreover, through the authority of the blood spirit array, he could even absorb the authority of all formations within the cave dwelling. Could it be that he had struck gold? Zhou Yongmu finally breathed a sigh of relief, reluctantly accepting the situation, his face a mixture of emotions. A single sword strike had slain a mid-foundational cultivator. What manner of technique was this? He simultaneously placed Chen Xian on the list of allies to be befriended, never to be opposed. Upon witnessing their patriarch's death, the Sun family lost all will to resist and were swiftly annihilated by the Zhou family. The commotion within the blood pool grew increasingly terrifying as a horrific, twisted figure gradually took shape. A pill furnace broke through the blood pool, revealing a blood-red pill visibly pulsating within. A rich, exotic aroma swiftly spread outward. The pill is complete. A terrifying pressure erupted from the depths of the cave. Within the cave, foundational cultivators who had been fighting fiercely over some ancient texts suddenly ceased their struggles. Is it a false pill's pressure? He Yunjinren is not dead. Countless hearts trembled. We must leave. Chen Xian abruptly rose, shouting as he utilized the power of the formation to vanish around the blood pool. Upon sensing the terrifying aura, Zhou Yongmu quickly reacted, retreating with the members of his family. After Zhou Yongmu's departure, Chen Xian returned, grasping the alchemical furnace with one hand. Suddenly, a more intense tremor erupted throughout the entire Xianxian, shaking the very earth. Chen Xian forcefully tore open the furnace, seizing the blood-red, somewhat otherworldly elixir within, stuffing it into his storage bag, and fled in a frenzy. Moments later, a disheveled man, his muscles coiling like a dragon, appeared beside the blood pool. Grasping the alchemical furnace, he stared in disbelief. Where is my grand elixir? An enraged roar erupted, and a powerful pressure surged forth. A silvery gleam instantly cleaved through a layer of rock, charging towards the main cave. Who took my grand elixir? The shout drew the attention of Zhou Mu, who was currently vying for a third-tier spiritual herb. He turned towards the newcomer, his face filled with terror. "Hey Yunjinren, you are not dead?" He cursed inwardly, his blood surging, igniting a layer of crimson flames, his figure instantly vanishing like a streak of light. Run. Within the cave, after Zhou Mu fled, the He family patriarch, who had been competing with him, felt his heart sink. Before he could react, a massive hand seized him. A blood-red tail shot out from behind He Yunjinren, instantly swelling. Quickly flee. The terrifying magical power surged. He Yunjinren, having cultivated a half-demon body, saw his strength dramatically increase. In an instant, several Foundation establishment cultivators were captured and crushed to death. Chen Xuan appeared beneath a large tree, panting heavily. At this moment, he had expended more than half of his magical power. It was only through exerting all his strength and utilizing the formation that he had achieved such terrifying speed. He was a full 10 miles away from Limping Town. He dared not linger, his heart racing, blood boiling. Casually rummaging through several spoils in his storage bags, he found a bottle of gathering Jade pills, swallowed one, and continued his flight. All of this had been a trap set by He Yunjinren, aimed at inciting countless cultivators to battle in order to ripen the blood elixir. Yet, unexpectedly, it had benefited himself. Chen Xuan dared not take out the blood elixir, reinforcing the prohibitions on his storage bag several times, and hastened westward. To avoid detection by He Yunjinren, Chen Xuan headed directly towards Xianxiaaudiobooks. Chapter 20. Brother. My boat is famously swift. The 10,000 great mountains, a broad emerald river flows as if descended from the heavens, winding through the mountains. A passenger vessel sails upon this great river, swaying gently as it moves forward. A small boat drifts on the green waters. An elderly man in blue sits at the bow, sipping thick wine, conversing with a boatman clad in a raincoat. Following this river downstream, within 100 miles, they would reach Xianxiaaudiobooks. The raincoat-clad boatman wore a broad smile, skillfully paddling the small boat across the water. Are there any monsters in the water? Chen Xuan gazed at the magnificent scene, with surrounding mountains reflected beautifully in the water like a painted scroll. Observing the unfathomable depths of the river, Chen Xuan inquired. After traveling thousands of miles, he finally arrived near Xianxiaaudiobooks. 7 days had passed without He Yunjinren seeking him out, indicating that the latter was unaware of who had outsmarted his scheme and was still venting his anger on those noble families. Chen Xuan relaxed, relishing the grand landscapes he had traversed. Ha ha ha, my elder brother is jesting. This is the territory of Xianxiaaudiobooks, where no monster dares to cause trouble, the boatman chuckled, glancing at the waterway ahead. After delivering Chen Xuan, he would need to hurry for another trip, as this area was frequented by numerous cultivators. And time equated to spirit stones. How long until we arrive? Chen Xuan asked curiously, eager to see Xianxiaaudiobooks, renowned in the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation realm. It is said that Xianxiaaudiobooks was founded by a great cultivator of the nascent soul stage and has been passed down to this day. Half an hour. Hold on tight, elder brother. My boat is famously swift, the boatman confidently replied, having been a passenger on the Xianxiaaudiobooks River for 50 years. With rich experience and no complaints from those who had traveled with him. Instantly, with a flick of his magical power, the boat surged eastward, splashing water. Indeed steady. Chen Xuan praised, giving the boatman a thumbs up. Of course, the boatman continued, but suddenly the small boat shook violently, water splashing all around. Just a bit of wind and waves, elder brother, hold tight. The old boatman chuckled, confident in his years of experience that he could stabilize the boat swiftly. However, the tremors intensified, causing the surrounding waters to roil. A massive wave surged as a gigantic tentacle emerged from the depths, seizing the vessel and dragging the small boat beneath the surface. Old monster, this is Xianxiaaudiobooks. In an instant, both boat and man were pulled beneath the river. A crimson light flickered in the aquatic world, revealing a grotesque creature with 6 arms, greedily eyeing Chen Xuan. It sensed a yearning for bloodline from this cultivator. Damn. A Foundation establishment, great demon. Water gushed into the boatman's throat, his face filled with despair. When did a Foundation establishment monster arrive in the territory of Xianxiaaudiobooks? My life is over. He lamented, knowing that in the water, this type of aquatic demon had the advantage, and with his chi refining cultivation, escape was impossible. He glanced at Chen Xuan, shaking his head slightly, filled with hopelessness. This individual needed a boat. His cultivation was certainly not above Foundation establishment. Merely prey in the eyes of the Foundation establishment demon. Was I the bait? Chen Xuan steadied himself in the water, his water attribute magical powers swirling about him, allowing him to move effortlessly. He noticed the water demon's gaze fixed greedily upon him. Calm down, calm down. Chen Xuan whipped up the water, and with a sword, pierced through the water layer, severing the demon's tentacle. Foundation establishment early stage. Your demon core is just right to serve as the main ingredient for a Foundation establishment elixir. Chen Xuan murmured, drawing forth his sword, his magical power surging. Sword Control Technique Effect 4. Flying Sword Technique Effect 5. In an instant, a significant portion of his magical power vanished, but a powerful sword intent surged forth. With a single stroke, the water demon perished. Chen Xuan lunged forward, grasping a jade blue demon core, shaped like a rhombus, as he emerged from the water. He looked at the astonished boatman, who appeared as if he had seen a ghost, and laughed. Your boat indeed is swift, it sank quite quickly. Chen Xuan chuckled. Next time I come to Shui Wei, I will still take your boat. This journey ends here. Speaking thus, he focused his thoughts, his magical power swirling, and took to the skies on his sword. A distance of 100 miles could be covered by sword flight, albeit at the cost of some magical power. Generally, a chi refining cultivator wouldn't dare to attempt such a feat. The magical power consumed by sword flight over 100 miles would exhaust half of a late-stage chi refining cultivator's power, leaving them defenseless against potential dangers along the way. Chen Xuan, however, was different. His magical power was exceptionally robust, and even after slaying the water demon, he retained more power than an average late-stage chi refining cultivator. A gigantic city loomed in the center of the river. Shui Wei River flowed around Shui Wei, forming its protective moat. The majestic azure city expanded in Chen Xuan's view. Shui Wei covered 100 miles, with a fourth-tier spiritual vein beneath and several smaller spiritual vein branches. Above the massive city, the protective array of Shui Wei formed a layer of azure mist, suffused with ethereal energy. Surrounding cultivators were numerous. In the sky and on the water, countless individuals navigated spiritual boats, magical beasts, or various flight techniques, a dazzling array that was truly eye-opening. Chen Xuan landed before the towering city gate, instinctively joining the queue to enter the celestial city. In a grand cultivation city like Shui Wei, the regulation of visiting cultivators is exceedingly stringent. One must verify their identity and prove themselves as neither demonic nor evil cultivators, registering their information before being granted entry. As an inconspicuous chi-refining cultivator, devoid of any demonic or evil affiliations, there is no need for Chen Xuan to conceal his identity. Moreover, as he intends to approach the vicinity of Shui Wei in the future, utilizing his true identity would be far more advantageous. With no enemies to fear, and with several golden core cultivators overseeing this city of immortals, there is no necessity for subterfuge. After completing his registration, Chen Xuan stepped into the city. The bustling crowds within the city were a continuous flow of people. This was merely the outer city area, where mortals comprised the majority. Most of them were the descendants of cultivators residing within the city, lacking spiritual roots, which gradually formed a substantial community. However, the environment of the outer city pales in comparison to that of the inner city, where all the spiritual veins of Shui Wei are located, bound by formations to maintain a high concentration of spiritual energy. Yet, to enhance one's cultivation speed, one must venture closer to the spiritual veins, specifically to Shui Wei Fu. There, one would find the abodes constructed by the city's rulers, available for rent at exorbitant prices. The spiritual energy within is dense enough to support cultivators at the foundation establishment stage and above, catering to their needs for breakthroughs into higher realms. Nonetheless, Chen Xuan's aspirations do not lie within Shui Wei Fu. Chapter 21. Purchasing a Storage Ring. The various spiritual mountains surrounding Shui Wei are Chen Xuan's primary focus. Numerous spiritual lands are available for rent, albeit at steep prices. However, these are not his immediate concerns. What he must acquire now is a storage ring to securely hold his valuable and unique possessions. Storage bags are too limited. Should any foundation establishment cultivator or golden core master seek to probe their contents, it would be a trivial task for Chen Xuan's current cultivation level. This is also the reason he was targeted by a foundation establishment water demon in the Shui Wei River. As Chen Xuan followed the flow of people into the city, he presented his identity token and entered the inner city, arriving at by Xiange. He approached a resplendent shop, one he had heard of but never visited. This establishment is the largest commercial entity in the Zhao Kingdom, renowned for its vast array of rare items. Behind it lies a venerable lineage, with ancestors who have even reached the transformation stage, boasting a rich heritage that has endured through the ages. Dear guest, what may I assist you with today? Upon stepping through the entrance, a smiling maid in a green dress approached him with a friendly demeanor, indicative of Bai Xianji's customer service. I seek a storage ring. Chen Xuan glanced at the maid, surprised to note that even the attendants in Bai Xiangu possessed cultivation at the mid-chi refining stage. Right this way, please. Upon hearing Chen Xuan's request, the maid's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and her demeanor became even more respectful. She led him through the grand hall to the second floor, where they arrived at a jade platform displaying dozens of exceedingly rare storage rings. Typically, such rings are utilized solely by powerful factions to store their treasured legacies. Noticing Chen Xuan's cultivation level, the maid began to introduce a more affordable option. This ring offers 3 feet of storage space, prevents mental probing, and can be inscribed with a seal for added security. Chen Xuan listened to the maid's explanation, his expression turning sour upon hearing the price. 2,000 low-grade spirit stones for merely 3 feet of storage. Fortunately, his endeavors in Heiyun Cave had yielded substantial rewards, filling 7 storage bags to a value exceeding 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Do you have anything larger? 3 feet was somewhat insufficient for storing rare items. Upon hearing this, the maid's smile broadened. Chen Xuan's confident demeanor marked him as a substantial client. She bypassed the 5-foot option and directly presented a 7-foot storage ring. This ring features 7 feet of storage space and can retain a trace of your consciousness, making it exceedingly difficult for even Foundation establishment cultivators to open. Should it be lost, it can be traced back. Additionally, purchasing this ring grants you VIP privileges at our establishment. How many spirit stones? Chen Xuan inquired. Quite fond of this ring. 6,000 low-grade spirit stones, the maid replied, her smile unwavering. 6,000 low-grade spirit stones is a modest price compared to the 15 to 20,000 for a Foundation establishment pill. Considering these storage bags and medicinal materials, along with these first-tier superior talismans, how much are they worth? Chen Xuan produced over 10 storage bags, prompting a slight change in the maid's expression. She scanned Chen Xuan, her demeanor shifting to one of respect. Please bear with us for a moment. Of course, while the maid assessed the value of his items, Chen Xuan began to explore the second floor. This area was the essence of Baixian Gu, with nearly all products starting from 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. He even spotted a second-tier magical artifact priced at 10,000 spirit stones, alongside various legacies in alchemy, artifact forging, and talisman crafting. There was also a rare inheritance for formations, with the legacy of a peak first-tier formation master reaching as high as 2,500 low-grade spirit stones. Not to mention, the formation path is exceedingly demanding, often trapping individuals for years at the inscription stage. After purchasing, one might find themselves wasting time, only to realize they have barely scratched the surface of the discipline. Chen Xuan felt a deep sense of reflection. As long as one possesses spirit stones, there is little one cannot procure below the golden core stage. However, after a thorough search, he found no pills that could enhance one's aptitude. Upon inquiry, he learned that pills like Qingyu Dan could only be obtained through auctions. Dear guest, we at Baixian Gu are willing to purchase these items from you for 5,500 low-grade spirit stones. What do you think? This was considerably less than he had anticipated, especially since he had included about 10 first-tier superior talismans. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Xuan decided to accept the offer. Not only did he lack a storage ring to wander freely, but the blood pills he carried could be easily discovered. Such items hold a fatal allure for certain false alchemists and late Foundation establishment cultivators. Here are 500 low-grade spirit stones. I shall take that storage ring. Chen Xuan placed a storage bag on the jade platform. The maid's smile radiated with delight. This was indeed a significant purchase. Please take care of this. Congratulations, esteemed guest, on becoming a yellow-tier VIP at Baixian Gu. The maid beamed at Chen Xuan and bowed respectfully, retrieving a green token from her bosom. Please leave your information. Refining this VIP token will retain our unique identity confirmation details. Curious, Chen Xuan accepted the green token. Chen Xuan, he stated plainly, as the maid promptly inscribed his name on a piece of golden paper. A flicker of spiritual light surged into the token in Chen Xuan's hand, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. Seeing his reaction, the maid immediately explained, "Rest assured, esteemed guest, this is our unique identity recording method at Baixian Gu. It absolutely will not infringe upon your privacy. Please trust in our establishment's reputation." Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan nodded. He had heard of such methods before, but had never encountered one, which piqued his curiosity. Chen Xuan accepted the storage ring, slipping it onto his finger and toying with it. With a mere thought, he refined it completely. The 7-inch storage space was as clear as day, far superior to the limited reach of a storage bag. Moreover, the storage ring could contain all items except living beings, significantly safeguarding possessions against the ravages of time. Immediately, Chen Xuan placed the storage bag containing the blood pills within. The maid continued to elaborate on the uses of the VIP token and the privileges it entailed. Among them, there is the complimentary admission qualification for the ordinary auction at Bishuan Pavilion, as well as the right to entrust the acquisition of certain rare materials. Naturally, a commission must be paid for Bishuan Pavilion's assistance in gathering these items. Do you have Qingyu Yi or Hu Yuan Dan, substances that can enhance one's qualifications and physical prowess? After refining the token, Chen Xuan inquired of the green-clad maid. Yes, besides what you mentioned, we also have Bai Hua Yi, Lingmu Xian, and Hui Yuan Jing, among others. What are the prices? Chen Xuan felt a surge of joy. These items were precisely what he needed. Bai Yi is relatively common, capable of slightly enhancing meridians, but it is limited to 3 uses, priced at 10 low-grade spirit stones per drop. Lingmu Xian is categorized into first, second, and third tiers. The price for a first-tier Lingmu Xian typically ranges from 50 to 250 low-grade spirit stones, stimulating the enhancement of wood's spiritual roots to absorb spiritual energy. But it can only be used once. Chapter 22. A Reunion with Zhou Yongmu. Ultimately, Chen Xuan spent 2,000 low-grade spirit stones to purchase 20 Lingmu Xian and 20 Huiyuan Jing, both of which could enhance his 2 strongest spiritual roots. He was left with just over 500 low-grade spirit stones, a stark reminder of his prior abundance. This prompted Chen Xuan to reflect as he stood outside Bishuan Pavilion, observing the bustling crowd. The density of spiritual energy within the inner city far exceeded that of Taohua Town, meeting the requirements for a second-tier spiritual land. And it was still sufficient to cater to numerous cultivators. However, there were restrictions in Shui West Xianxing. Without a fixed or temporary residence, one could only remain for a maximum of 3 days. Nevertheless, even inns in the outer city charged 1 low-grade spirit stone per night, which would deter most early to mid-stage qi refining cultivators. After all, finding stable employment in the city is quite challenging, with high requirements for cultivation levels. Chen Xuan casually sought out an inn to settle down before embarking on a leisurely exploration. The prosperity of the Immortal city ignited a desire within him to settle there. After all, his cultivation was commendable, and his skills and talismans would suffice for a foothold. The dilemma lay in the fact that he was not alone. Most of his descendants were mortals, ill-suited for development in an environment teeming with cultivators. The optimal choice would be to find a piece of second-tier spiritual land, preferably above a spiritual vein, to establish a base for future generations. Even if he were to travel to better surroundings later, it would significantly benefit his descendants. And with the aid of formations, he need not worry about being easily dispatched by passing cultivators. Moreover, it would enhance the cultivation and development of the cultivators among his descendants. Chen Xuan organized his primary objectives: to find a suitable environment for establishing roots, to earn spirit stones, and to gather various enhancement and cultivation-boosting items. He aimed to break through to the foundation establishment stage by the end of the year, return to his sect, and celebrate his master's birthday. Time was of the essence. He needed to compensate for the wasted years of his earlier life within a short span. With a clear focus, Chen Xuan began to inquire about spiritual lands. At Lingdi Pavilion in the Immortal City, he gazed at the exorbitant prices for spiritual lands available for sale within the range of Shui West Xianxing, which caused him considerable distress. Renting a second-tier spiritual vein cost a staggering 10,000 low-grade spirit stones for 20 years, and it did not include mining rights, only usage rights. He shook his head in disbelief. After several weeks of wandering, he arrived in Shui West Xianxing. Just as Chen Xuan emerged from Lingdi Pavilion, lost in thought, he unexpectedly collided with a group of people. Upon glancing over, he was momentarily taken aback. The one who called out to him was Zhou Yongmu from the Zhou family, accompanied by a curious young girl who gazed at Chen Xuan. "Zhou Daoyu," Chen Xuan exclaimed in surprise, astonished to encounter an acquaintance in Shui West Xianxing. It seemed Zhou Yongmu had escaped the calamity during his time in Shui West Xianxing and on the road. He had heard much about the news regarding the Black Cloud Real Person. It was said that the Black Cloud Real Person had killed 6 Foundation establishment cultivators in Linping Town, excluding the elder of the Sun family, whom he had slain alongside Zhou Yongmu. A total of 7 Foundation establishment cultivators had perished, causing a significant stir throughout Shui West Xianxing. "Chen Daoyu, it seems you truly survived. I did not expect to see you again so soon," Zhou Yongmu remarked with a hint of emotion, laughing heartily. The events of that day unfolded too swiftly for farewells. Zhou Yongmu slightly clasped his hands and then gestured to the curious girl beside him, whose gaze flitted between Chen Xuan and her father. "Allow me to introduce my daughter, Zhou Mengqing." He then turned to the girl and instructed, "Mengqing, greet Uncle Chen." "Uncle Chen, hello." Zhou Mengqing greeted sweetly, exhibiting an endearing charm. "Mengqing, this gentleman is a close friend of your father. Were it not for him, you might never have seen your father again," Zhou Yongmu said, looking gratefully at Chen Xuan. "Ah." Zhou Mengqing was astonished. Her father was a Foundation establishment cultivator, and if this gentleman could resolve her father's troubles, then he must be a formidable cultivator himself. Chen Xuan paused slightly, amused, appreciating Zhou Yongmu's high regard for him. This individual is indeed worth befriending. Zhou Yongmu also felt a sense of admiration. He had discerned that Chen Xuan's cultivation was merely at the qi refining stage, yet he had managed to slay the mid-stage elder of the Sun family, a dragon concealed in the depths for decades. He had a premonition that this kind-hearted Chen Daoyu would certainly achieve great things in the future. Thus, he felt inclined to cultivate a friendship. especially since Chen Xuan had aided him on 2 occasions, a significant favor. Come, Chen Daoyu, it has been far too long since our parting in Limping Town. Let us sit down and converse over drinks. Zhou Yongmu boisterously declared, pulling Chen Xuan along to a renowned tavern in the Immortal City, by way Lu Chen Xuan indulged heartily. Sipping spirit wine and savoring exquisite beast meat, reveling in the moment. Zhou Yongmu continuously recounted the happenings of the past 10 days to Chen Xuan. The Black Cloud real person had slain 6 Foundation establishment cultivators, including those from the Li and Yi families, alongside 4 others who had sought to profit from the chaos. Moreover, the elder of the Sun family had also gone missing, blamed on the Black Cloud real person, who had become the prime scapegoat. Subsequently, the Black Cloud real person, in a fit of madness, began a widespread slaughter, killing over 1,000 cultivators to refine blood pills. This provoked the Golden Core real person in the Immortal City to engage in battle, nearly razing Limping Town to the ground. In the end, the Black Cloud real person managed to escape, fleeing southward towards the poison cult, whereabouts unknown. Shui Xianxiang, in collaboration with various forces, issued a bounty for the capture of the Black Cloud real person, with the renowned Yaowang Valley offering a reward of 1 Ning Yuan Dan. Upon hearing that the Black Cloud real person had not perished, Chen Xuan felt a tightening in his chest. Ning Yuan Dan? Chen Xuan inhaled deeply, astonished. This was a pill that could enhance the probability of a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator forming a core. Such a bounty, once announced, would surely entice even the Golden Core real persons. After all, the Black Cloud real person was ultimately merely a false core. Although he might be referred to as a real person, he could never compare to a genuine Golden Core cultivator, unable to break through to the Golden Core stage. Instead, he would have to settle for the inferior goal of condensing a false core, with minimal opportunities for advancement throughout his life. Even his lifespan extended only a mere 100 years beyond that of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Indeed, it is said that the Black Cloud real person killed the grandson of a 4th-tier alchemist from Yaowang Valley years ago, which explains the bounty for the Ning Yuan Dan. Zhou Yongmu felt a pang of envy and yearning. Forming a core was the ultimate dream for countless individuals. Chen Daoyu, what are your plans moving forward? Zhou Yongmu took a sip of wine, having gleaned a rough understanding of Chen Xuan's experiences, and was quite curious. Would he continue to linger in that small place of Taohua Town with his current cultivation? Chapter 23, The Kindness of the Zhou Family. To seek out a 2nd-tier spiritual vein and bring his descendants there. With many friends come many paths. And Chen Xuan did not mind sharing some of his intentions in front of Zhou Yongmu. After a moment of contemplation regarding the 2nd-tier spiritual vein, Zhou Yongmu inquired about the status of the spiritual vein in Limping Town. Although Limping Town had been devastated, its essence remained intact. It was merely unable to mine, thus diminishing its utility. Presently, only our 4 families are vying for that spiritual vein. Furthermore, we merely plan to establish a market at the foot of the mountain. If you do not mind the hassle, I can recommend you to move into the Limping spiritual vein, and the market will be under the control of our 5 families. How does that sound? Zhou Yongmu said, fixing his gaze upon Chen Xuan. This individual possesses considerable strength. If he were to settle in Limping, the safety of the market would be greatly enhanced. Additionally, this move was intended to win over Chen Xuan, as Zhou Yongmu valued his potential and the influence behind him. The other 3 families had suffered significant losses, and the Sun family harbored lingering doubts and hostility towards the Zhou family, collaborating with the Li and He families to suppress them. If Chen Xuan were to join, the balance of power would shift, and the benefits would not solely accrue to the Zhou family. Chen Xuan understood the others' intentions and, after a brief contemplation, agreed. To directly profit from the Limping spiritual vein would be a delightful prospect. However, there were also numerous hidden dangers lurking, such as whether the Black Cloud real person would return or if the other families would secretly sabotage him. If they were to resort to underhanded tactics, he would demonstrate to these families why flowers bloom so vividly. Yet, should the Black Cloud real person suddenly reappear, matters could become quite troublesome. Nevertheless, the apparent advantages were plentiful. As Zhou Yongmu stated, all the profits from the market would belong to Chen Xuan, including the cultivation of spiritual fields and a host of related revenues. Moreover, the market established by the 5 families would undoubtedly surpass the scale of Qingyang market, making resource collection far less strenuous. Very well, I extend my gratitude to you, Brother Yongmu. Chen Xuan raised his cup in a toast, downing it in one gulp. Ha. In the future, let our 2 families communicate more frequently. Zhou Yongmu, equally pleased, shared several cups of wine with Chen Xuan. Ultimately, he instructed Chen Xuan to return and await news, as he would first inform his family. In half a month, the 4 families would convene, and at that time, an invitation would be extended to Chen Xuan to join them. Having resolved the pressing matter on his mind, Chen Xuan was in high spirits, sleeping soundly until dawn. Upon bidding farewell, he wandered through a market in Xianxia. Compared to Qingyang Market, this place was far more bustling, with a greater number of cultivators frequenting it and an array of goods available for sale. With a discerning eye, one could procure numerous necessities. This was merely one corner of Xianxia, a medium-sized market. There were at least a dozen similar places. Chen Xuan sold all the magical instruments he had collected, retaining only a variety of legacies, books, and techniques to enrich his family's treasury. After recuperating 800 low-grade spiritual stones, his previously deflated storage bag was once again filled. He acquired the inheritance of a first-tier formation master for 1,100 low-grade spiritual stones. Chen Xuan purchased some ordinary talisman papers and those capable of containing the magic power of second-tier spiritual talismans, spending over 600 low-grade spiritual stones. Passing by a small stall, the vendor, a beautiful woman at the late stage of chi refinement, was selling her formation inheritance. This caught Chen Xuan's attention, as the inheritance of a formation master was a rare treasure, and it held great strength within the myriad arts of cultivation. However, the entry threshold was quite high, even surpassing that of alchemy. This esteemed friend, this encompasses all my formation experiences over the past 50 years, including more than 20 types of formations. Were it not for my advancing age and the need for spiritual stones to purchase foundation establishment pills, I would not be selling it now. Noticing Chen Xuan's interest, the beautiful woman smiled and began her introduction. It is somewhat overpriced. Chen Xuan shook his head. Though he was quite tempted, this price would leave him financially drained. How about 1,100 low-grade spiritual stones? Seeing the distinguished demeanor of the friend before her, you will surely master the art of formations, and we could become friends. The beautiful woman proposed, her eyes subtly blinking. The inheritance of a peak first-tier formation master for 1,100 low-grade spiritual stones was indeed a bargain. In Baishan Pavilion, it would require at least 2,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Moreover, the family genuinely needed formations, especially after moving to Limping Town, where the establishment of the market would attract many opportunistic individuals. If theft were to occur while he was away, it would be quite troublesome. Additionally, learning formations, which involve intricate runes, would not be overly challenging for him, as he had already mastered the runes of talisman crafting. Without further deliberation, Chen Xuan nodded, saying, "Then let us be friends." With a painful expenditure of 1,100 low-grade spiritual stones, Chen Xuan successfully obtained a jade slip. The contents therein were indeed as the vendor had claimed. Your craftsmanship is commendable, and your strength is not to be underestimated. Should you find yourself without a place in the future, feel free to seek me out in Limping Town. Formation masters are rare talents. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Xuan took his leave. Limping Town? The beautiful woman pondered, aware of the recent turmoil caused by the black cloud real person. However, she did not regard this matter with great concern, as establishing a foundation was of paramount importance. For 7 consecutive days, Chen Xuan traversed mountains and rivers, finally returning to Tao Mountain. Gazing at the familiar little town and the residents who greeted him, Chen Xuan felt the anxiety in his heart dissipate. Fortunately, Tao Mountain was quite impoverished, and thus attracted little attention, preventing many troublesome matters. Crossing through the town center, he beheld an ancient and elegant courtyard. Observing the intact formation and the lush spiritual fields beside the Chen family, Chen Xuan felt entirely at ease. "I have returned." Entering the formation, Chen Xuan let out a hearty laugh. Hearing his familiar voice, the Chen family members abandoned their tasks and rushed over. "Father, welcome home. Grandfather, hee." With Chen Xuan's return, the family regained its backbone, and a group of children surrounded him, calling him grandfather, bringing immense joy to his heart. "My dear grandson, during my absence, no one has caused trouble for our Chen family, has there?" Chen Li, with a smile gracing his lips, felt a sense of relief as he stood at the back of the crowd. The burden that had weighed heavily on him lightened considerably. There were some, but merely a few chi refinement stage petty thieves. They couldn't breach the formation at all. One attempted to destroy the spiritual fields, but I dealt with him using the spiritual talisman you bestowed upon me, grandfather. Chen Li recounted the recent events, his tone tinged with indignation. Even after being so low-key, there were still individuals seeking trouble. It was truly infuriating. "Well done," Chen Xuan praised, pulling out a pre-prepared storage bag and tossing it to Chen Li. Chapter 24, Adding a Spirit Root Heir. This is your reward. While cultivation requires caution, one should not shy away from challenges. Decisive action is necessary, and one must know when to advance and retreat. Chen Xuan stroked his beard, a look of satisfaction on his face. Chen Li was gradually maturing, and he would feel much more at ease venturing out in the future. Additionally, there is one more thing. Wanwan turned 6 a few days ago, and is waiting for grandfather to return to test her spirit root. Chun-Li pointed at the little girl tugging at Chen Xuan's pant leg. Chen Xuan nodded, having been away for several days. The spirit root testing for his granddaughter had been postponed. However, it was not a significant issue. After years of learning to read, Chen Xuan could now recognize some characters. Since everyone was present, let us hold the spirit root testing ceremony directly, Chen Xuan announced, retrieving a stone slab from his storage ring and leading the group to the backyard. At Chen Xuan's signal, Chen Xuan placed her small hand on the slab. Under the anxious and expectant gazes of the crowd, the slab suddenly radiated brilliant light, manifesting four attributes: wood, wind, water, and metal for spirit roots. Chen Xuan felt a surge of joy as he crouched down, placing his hand on Chen Xuan's chubby little hand. Additionally, she placed her hand upon the stone slab, channeling her magical essence and attentively sensing the energies within. The Feng Ling Jian, Jin Ling Jian, and Shui Ling Jian exhibited moderate quality, while the Mu Ling Jian was of inferior grade. This indicated that the child possessed a notable affinity for these four elemental attributes. Her talents were not insignificant. With 3 medium-grade spiritual roots, she could indeed seek admission into a sect. Furthermore, she possessed an extraordinary spiritual root, the quality of which nearly approached that of a superior grade. Ha ha ha, how delightful, Wan, you have truly surprised your grandfather. Chen Xuan gently set her down and ruffled her hair. The members of the Chen family, witnessing the elder's joy, understood that Chen Xuan possessed spiritual roots of considerable quality, filling their hearts with happiness, for it signified the addition of another cultivator to their lineage. Well done, Wan, Chun-Li remarked as he approached to pat her head. Being his full-blooded sister, he had never anticipated that both siblings would possess spiritual roots. Chen Xuan's gaze shifted to his eldest son and daughter-in-law, casting a meaningful glance their way. Yangshu, Xiaorou, I believe you both could exert a bit more effort. Here, take this, it may prove useful. Chen Xuan said with a smile, tossing a small vial into Chen Yangshu's hands. The couple flushed with embarrassment, fully aware of what Chen Xuan implied. The Chen family members took the opportunity to tease, their laughter echoing joyously. Observing his children, Chen Xuan felt a complex mixture of emotions. Fortunately, his teachings had instilled in them the importance of enjoying life, and their mindsets were quite healthy. The world of cultivation was fraught with peril, and living as an ordinary person, relishing life, was also a commendable choice. Chen Xuan reassured himself, feeling a tug on his robe. Looking down, he saw Chen Xuan. Her large, dark eyes fixed upon him. It seemed she sensed the fluctuations in his emotions as she sweetly called out, "Grandpa, hug." Setting aside his worries, Chen Xuan chuckled and lifted the little girl into his arms. "Grandpa will teach you how to cultivate." For 7 consecutive days, Chen Xuan guided Chen Xuan hand in hand through the practice of the 5 elements qi refining technique, a versatile method. After all, it was the only low-grade mysterious technique he possessed. Chen Xuan proved to be quite diligent, discovering her qi perception by the 5th day. It would not be long before she could break through to the first level of qi refinement. During his leisure moments, Chen Xuan delved into the intricacies of array formations and consumed purchased spiritual objects that could enhance one's innate qualities. First-grade Lingmu heart, effectiveness, 4. A trickle of wood attribute vitality flowed into her Mu Ling Jian, instigating subtle changes. However, the enhancement was not substantial. Chen Xuan decided to take out the remaining 19 Lingmu hearts. Under the powerful wash of magical energy, he refined them into droplets of spiritual liquid, which he ingested. First-grade Lingmu heart, effectiveness, 17. Re-anchored, 3. Current effectiveness, 21. Side effects have been mitigated for you. Seeing the favorable results, Chen Xuan concluded the anchoring, and streams of vitality surged through his dantian, penetrating the deepest recesses of his spiritual roots. At that moment, the Mu Ling Jian trembled slightly, eagerly absorbing the effects of the Lingmu heart. After the better part of the day, as night fell, the absorption was finally complete. Indeed, it could not compare to the Qingyu Dan, Chen Xuan mused with a faint sigh. The 20 Lingmu hearts, upon doubling their effectiveness, were equivalent to utilizing 409 Lingmu hearts. Although this appeared to be a vast quantity, the actual effects were minimal, elevating the quality of the Mu Ling Jian to the pinnacle of medium grade. As for superior grade, that was still a distant goal. Nevertheless, other enhancements were quite remarkable. The wood attribute crystal core within him shone brightly. Moreover, the capacity for storing magical energy had increased significantly, surpassing 3 times the previous amount. And the speed at which he absorbed spiritual energy had also tripled, resulting in a transformation of the quality of his wood attribute magical essence. Chen Xuan was thoroughly satisfied with this outcome. The investment of merely 1,000 inferior spiritual stones for the Lingmu hearts yielded such bountiful benefits, a remarkable gain indeed. Observing that the time was still early, he retrieved 20 fire essence crystals for further refinement. The fire attribute energy surged, and the fierce spiritual fire refined the crimson polygonal crystals, forming droplets of spiritual liquid reminiscent of magma. Chen Xuan felt the heat emanating from above, causing him to involuntarily swallow. Am I truly drinking magma? He braced himself and downed it in one gulp. A warm current slid down his throat, flooding into his abdomen. Instantly, an unbearable heat surged within him, accompanied by pain. Fire Essence Crystal Enhancement Effect, 15. Re-anchored, 17. Side effects have been mitigated for you. In an instant, a wave of coolness enveloped him, dispelling the internal heat and pain as the system activated. Streams of fire attribute energy, under the guidance of his magical essence, coursed through the crystal core and into the Horling Jin. Moments later, the Horling Jin began to stir with excitement, as if ignited, a flickering flame dancing above it. Excess energy that the spiritual root could not absorb surged into the fire crystal core, commencing its transformation. Time swiftly passed, ushering in the dawn of the next day. Upon rising, he inhaled the purple vapor, and Chen Xuan felt a sudden clarity. The Fire Ling Jin within him, akin to the Mu Ling Jin, had reached the pinnacle of medium-grade quality. The crystal core had expanded, now twice its original size, and the quality of his magical essence had doubled. Unlike the Mu Ling Jin, a strand of his innate spiritual fire had emerged within him, a cluster of golden flames that danced at his fingertips with a mere thought. Chen Xuan could sense the terrifying fire attribute energy contained within. Should he desire, a single flicker could extinguish the life of a Qi refinement late-stage cultivator. My current quality and volume of magical essence are not far from the foundation establishment stage, are they? Chen Xuan perceived that, should he wish, he could effortlessly break through to the late stage of Qi refinement. However, the time was not conducive, for he had received a letter yesterday. At noon today, Zhou Yongmu would come to seek him out, and they would head to Limping Town together. Very well, it is time to venture forth and acclimate to my strength. Chen Xuan stepped out beneath the Lingtao tree. Chapter 25, Xiaoqingzhenren. Chen Xuan, my friend. While instructing Chen Wanwan and Chen Li in the courtyard, Chen Xuan suddenly turned his gaze towards the entrance of the Chen family. His spiritual awareness extended, and Zhou Yongmu appeared punctually at the gate. Brother Mu, please come in. Chen Xuan activated the formation and welcomed Zhou Yongmu inside. Greetings, Brother Chen Xuan. Zhou Yongmu strode in confidently, his eyes widening in surprise upon seeing the transforming Lingtao tree in the courtyard. Brother Chen Xuan, have you been relying on this Lingtao tree's emitted spiritual energy for your cultivation? He was somewhat astonished, noticing the two individuals Chen Xuan was teaching. Indeed, this is my eldest grandson, Chen Li, and my granddaughter, Chen Wanwan. Chen Xuan guided him to a stone table in the courtyard, offering tea as hospitality. A striking young man, and your granddaughter is quite adorable, Zhou Yongmu complimented. The siblings felt quite pleased by the praise and curiously observed their esteemed guest. This is Elder Zhou Yongmu of the Zhou family, a dear friend of mine. You may address him as Uncle Zhou. Chen Xuan indicated with a nod. The two obediently bowed and greeted him, calling out, Uncle Zhou. Zhou Yongmu smiled, retrieving two small vials from his storage ring and handing one to each of them. These are the Peiyuan pills, a specialty of the Zhou family. They can consolidate your foundation, enhance your magical essence quality, and accelerate your cultivation speed and meridian strength. Thank you, Uncle Zhou, Chen Li exclaimed with joy, bowing deeply after receiving Chen Xuan's approval. Chen Wanwan mimicked him, clumsily performing a bow. No need for such formalities. Focus on your cultivation. Zhou Yongmu waved his hand, smiling gently, leaving a favorable impression of these polite young ones. The family has given their consent and is in strong agreement with your residence, my friend Chen Xuan. However, the other three families are somewhat reluctant. So I ask that you display your strength when the time comes, Zhou Yongmu stated, and Chen Xuan immediately grasped the implication. This meant he would have to establish his authority first. Let us proceed. The location shall be atop Xiaoqingshan. The tea has been consumed, and the general situation has been conveyed to Chen Xuan. The two then rose and soared towards Linpingzhen. Zhou Yang ascended into the sky, with Chen Xuan closely following him atop his flying sword. To his astonishment, Uncle Zhou turned out to be a foundation establishment cultivator. After their departure, Chen Li gazed at the sky, lost in thought for an extended period. In his worldview, a foundation establishment cultivator was an exceedingly powerful being. He never anticipated encountering one right before him, especially as a friend of his grandfather. He could only lament that his grandfather had concealed his true depth far too well. Was this a test for his descendants? Big brother, what is foundation establishment? Chen Wanwan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. She had yet to learn about foundation establishment, only grasping the general theory of Qi cultivation. Foundation establishment? Once you successfully cultivate Qi and achieve the first layer of Qi refinement, I shall enlighten you. At the summit of the little green mountain, the surroundings were a scene of devastation. The once lush landscape had been cleaved in two by immense magical power. At the foot of the mountain, numerous cultivators and mortals were clearing away the shattered stones and soil. Family head, Taoist Chen Xuan has arrived. A golden beam pierced the sky as two figures descended from above. Below, for individuals had been waiting for quite some time. Among them was a man with flowing golden hair, a gentle smile gracing his face, his aura both subtle and imposing, instilling great pressure. The golden-haired man nodded, scrutinizing Chen Xuan from head to toe. You are Chen Xuan, disciple of Yulong Zhenren? Greetings, Zhaguang Zhenren. That was many years ago. Chen Xuan replied with a faint smile, offering a slight bow to Qi. The man was none other than Zhou Jia's head, Zhou Zhaguang, a formidable figure at the False Dan realm. It was unexpected for him to personally address the matter of the spiritual vein in Linpingzhen. No need for excessive courtesy. My son Xianxia is also a disciple of Yulong Zhenren, making you my junior. Just call me Shishu. Zhou Zhaguang was surprisingly affable, lacking any airs of superiority. Hearing his words, the expressions of the three families around them shifted. This was an explicit endorsement of Chen Xuan's status, prompting them to reconsider. Initially, some had intended to carve up this rather modest piece of cake, and the three families were quite displeased. Yet upon learning of the other party's background, their hostility diminished somewhat, though resentment lingered. This is the Chen Xuan I mentioned to you, and we shall share the profits of the market equally. In return, the Chen family's presence will enhance the security of the market, facilitating its administration. Zhou Zhaguang spoke in a tone devoid of negotiation. As if merely stating a fact, he nearly omitted the question, who opposes this? Who supports it? The slightly weaker he and son families exchanged glances, their eyes filled with indignation. Such pleasant words about administrating the market simply meant allowing the Chun family to establish themselves in Linpingzhen's spiritual vein, leaving them with only the market's profits while losing everything else. They turned their gazes towards the Li family. Although the Li family had recently lost a late-stage foundation establishment expert, their foundation was still far beyond what the Sun and He families could compare to. The elder of the Li family was also at the False Dan realm, with 3 late-stage foundation establishment ancestors. Presently, it was the current head of the Li family, Li Fu, who greeted Chen Xuan with a friendly smile. Taoist Chen Xuan, welcome to your new role. In the future, we shall manage the market together and must engage more frequently. Li Fu's amiability caught Chen Xuan off guard, and he returned the sentiment with a few agreeable remarks. I am not satisfied. Neither am I. With no hope from the Li family, the Sun and He families united in their resentment. The Chen family is a newcomer. You may have consented to their establishment in Linpingzhen, but we cannot agree to the division of the market's profits. Especially the He family, who were particularly agitated. The second-tier spiritual vein of Linpingzhen boasted several tributaries and an excellent geographical position, capable of developing into a medium-sized market that would attract wandering cultivators. In the future, this could very well become a gathering place for wandering cultivators within a radius of hundreds of miles, promising substantial profits in spirit stones. For them, it was a lucrative prize they were reluctant to relinquish. Two friends, you have misjudged the situation. Li Fu shook his head, deeming the two families short-sighted. Yulong Zhenren is a figure of great stature, even though Chen Xuan is merely at the Qi refinement stage. The strong recommendation and support from Zhou Zhaguang speak volumes about his standing. It would be unwise to foster enmity with him, based solely on his cultivation. How could he equitably share the profits with us? To oversee the market, he must possess the requisite strength, or else we would be tasked with protecting the Chen family. Sun Jia's head, Sun Li, echoed this sentiment with a sinister tone, joined by the elder from the He family. Since you doubt my capabilities, let us test it. Chen Xuan stated calmly, fully aware that both were at the initial stage of foundation establishment, and he could easily match them. Chapter 26, The Challenge of Foundation Establishment. Had this been prior, he would have needed to exert all his strength and enhancements to unleash an attack comparable to foundation establishment. Now, however, he required none of that. The power of his core and spirit fire elevated his strength well beyond the peak of Qi refinement. Good courage. Sun Li's eyes narrowed, filled with malice as he regarded Chen Xuan. You, who remains in the Qi refinement stage, dare to challenge someone of the foundation establishment realm? The elder from the He family, He Xian, displayed a similar disdain. To attempt to pit Qi refinement against foundation establishment? Surely, you jest. The might of foundation establishment, even in its initial stage, could easily obliterate a peak Qi refinement cultivator. Clearly, they were not on the same level. Are you merely boasting? If you apologize, I may choose not to pursue this matter. Sun Li's eyes narrowed, his tone dripping with contempt. Had it not been for the presence of Zhou Zhaguang, he would have already acted against Chen Xuan. Whether this is mere bravado will soon be revealed. Chen Xuan's unfavorable impression of the Sun family lingered. particularly since disciples from the Qingyang Sun family had repeatedly crossed him, and he had also slain a senior elder of theirs. If they were to discover this, peaceful days would be a distant memory. Very well, you possess courage. Rest assured, I will not kill you. After all, I must maintain the face of Zha Guangzhenren. Sun Li, incensed by Chen Xian's defiance, scrutinized him, seemingly considering how to make him realize the inadequacy of his strength. I request Zha Guangzhenren, Taoist Li, and Taoist He to witness this. I am not bullying the weak. He is the one who has challenged me. Sun Li clasped his hands, directing a provoking and disdainful gaze towards Chen Xian. Chen Xian returned the gesture, his gaze fixed on Sun Li as he too was eager to ascertain whether his strength could match that of an initial stage foundation establishment cultivator without resorting to hidden cards. Golden light slash. Sun Li uttered a cold command, unleashing a wave of golden, sharp blade light that sliced through the air, producing a series of explosive sounds. Its power astonishing. How despicable! Zhou Yang exclaimed coldly. The golden light slash was one of the Sun family's ultimate techniques, and to employ it right from the outset was truly underhanded. The fierce golden radiance illuminated the ground, cleaving it and leaving a long gash. Chen Xian's white hair billowed as he faced the oncoming razor-sharp edge with unwavering composure. This very calmness drew Zhou Zhaguang's attention, earning him a slight nod of approval. A qi refinement body that could maintain such tranquility in the face of a full-force strike from a foundation establishment cultivator demonstrated remarkable composure. Break. The ground suddenly erupted as a massive rock rose from the earth, and a wooden spear burst forth, colliding with the golden radiance. The advanced wood-based technique. The wooden spear technique displayed astonishing power. Instantly, dust and debris swirled, momentarily obscuring vision. An aura of spiritual consciousness from the foundation establishment realm surged forth, seeking out Chen Xian's whereabouts. Suddenly, a formidable surge of divine consciousness erupted, tearing apart his own. A fierce spiritual flame ignited, soaring skyward like a ferocious dragon with bared fangs. The searing heat engulfed Sun Li, while Chen Xian appeared behind him, his expression impassive as he struck with a palm, causing Sun Li to stumble. You have lost. The latter's face was a mask of disbelief, his heart seething with rage at the injustice of it all. How can this be? Chen Xian is clearly of the qi refinement stage. How could his divine consciousness overpower mine so decisively, and his magical prowess be so profound? Flame! You scoundrel! Sun Li attempted to resist, gathering a powerful surge of magical energy to strike back at Chen Xian. Yet, Chen Xian swiftly suppressed him, the spiritual flame flaring violently and enveloping Sun Li entirely. His robes were charred black, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. Are you convinced now? Chen Xian asked, deliberately showcasing his strength, demeanor, and character. He kicked Sun Li, casting a glance at him before shifting his gaze to xianxian. The latter wore a bitter smile, remarking, "Why must you toy with us, my friend?" In his eyes, Chen Xian was likely a deeply concealed foundation establishment cultivator, masquerading as a qi refinement practitioner to deceive them, resulting in Sun Li's and his own humiliation. Conversely, Zhou Xiaoguang observed with keen clarity, his eyes wide with astonishment. It was utterly inconceivable. Chen Xian's cultivation exceeded that of everyone present, and he had grasped a significant portion of the mysteries of forming the golden core. Zhou Xiaoguang sensed Chen Xian's state distinctly. The latter had not yet reached the foundation establishment stage, nor had his physical strength achieved that level. However, the quality and quantity of his magical energy were impressive, and his divine consciousness was formidable. The trinity of magic, body, and spirit achieved 2 out of 3, yet he still maintained a qi refinement cultivation, truly extraordinary. He subtly nodded at Zhou Yangmu, who had previously expressed skepticism about Chen Xian's ability to slay foundation establishment cultivators. It was Zhou Yangmu's steadfast request and the support behind Chen Xian that had prompted him to come in the first place. Now, it seemed, his presence was indeed worthwhile. Chen Xian's state suggested he could break through to foundation establishment without needing foundation establishment pills, should he desire. Could it be that he aimed to achieve a perfect foundation establishment, hence his delay? Zhou Xiaoguang recalled a rumored method for foundation establishment that could significantly enhance one's foundation, rendering one nearly invincible among peers within the same realm. If that were the case, it would make sense. Such grand schemes must surely involve the hand of the Dragon Master, he mused, filled with admiration. Achieving a perfect foundation establishment was a daunting task that required immense time investment. He noted that Chen Xian, now in his 80s, remained stuck in qi refinement. It seemed rather unwise. In the realm of cultivation, one slow step could lead to many more. While others established their foundations in their 40s or 50s, he lingered at the qi refinement stage at 80. Not to mention the difficulty of achieving a perfect foundation establishment by the time he succeeded. Others might already have formed their golden cores. Patience and a steady mindset would surely yield great results in future breakthroughs. Ultimately, he rendered his judgment. Now, does anyone hold any objections? With the Chen family present to ensure the market's safety, Zhou Xiaoguang spoke, seeking consensus. The others remained silent. And Zhou Yongmu discreetly gave a thumbs up. He had witnessed Chen Xian's formidable combat prowess. Very well, I shall first determine the orientation of the spiritual vein and its tributaries, and then plan the market and formation areas accordingly. As Zhou Xiaoguang spoke, he ascended, his hands weaving with magical light, powerful energy surging forth. Instantly, the ground trembled, and numerous boulders were shattered. A stream of spiritual light penetrated the earth. Moments later, a brilliant glow surged along Zhou Xiaoguang's magical energy, exploding into a radiant light. A second-tier superior spiritual vein? Alas, the earth has been disturbed, rendering it unexploitable. Otherwise, it could yield 7,000 to 8,000 inferior spiritual stones annually. Zhou Xiaoguang sighed with regret, gesturing as a sheet of talisman paper rapidly expanded in midair. Chapter 27, A New Breakthrough. A wave of magical light surged along the spiritual vein's path. Gradually, spiritual light coalesced, forming a miniature map of the spiritual vein on the talisman paper. The main vein was a second-tier superior spiritual vein, and with proper care in the future, it could potentially be reopened. If nurtured over 10,000 years, there was a slim chance it could advance to a third-tier vein. However, by then, it would no longer concern him. Zhou Xiaoguang shook his head. 10,000 years could transform the world. With a lifespan of only 400 to 500 years, what chance would he have to witness the scene a millennium hence? Beneath the level ground, for first-tier spiritual veins extended in a favorable orientation from the central Shaoqing Mountain in all directions. What a treasure this land is, Zhou Xiaoguang praised. As the central peak of the main vein, Shaoqing Mountain would naturally become the future stronghold of the Chen family. Behind Shaoqing Mountain lay a series of majestic mountains, lush and verdant. The site of the market was ultimately determined to be on the flat land at the mountain's base, set to cover 1,000 acres. Chen Xuan proposed constructing caves within the market, connecting to the tail end of the second-tier spiritual vein, which would also serve as a noteworthy rental opportunity. The spiritual energy emanating from the second-tier superior vein was rich enough to sustain countless cultivators. The market was to be built atop 3 tributaries, with Shaoqing Mountain providing the backdrop for the caves. According to the plan, the Chen family would secure 10 shops along the main street, with the other 4 families each receiving 10 as well. The remaining shops would be available for rent, and profits would be evenly distributed. I need only 5 shops. The rest can be divided among the Zhou family, 3 for them, 1 for the Li family, and 1 for the He family. Chen Xuan thoughtfully deliberated. Although the future potential profits from these shops were promising, what one could grasp in hand was truly one's own. The spiritual land he acquired was entirely supported by the Zhou family, creating a debt of gratitude that would need to be repaid in the future. Moreover, while the Li family outwardly appeared cordial, their true thoughts remained a mystery. Regardless, there was ample space behind Shaoqing Mountain for cultivating vast fields of spiritual crops and medicines. The number of shops was inconsequential. Upon hearing Chen Xian's willingness to share, the Zhou, Li, and He families were taken aback. Zhou Xiaoguang regarded Chen Xian with renewed respect, nodding silently. The Li family was astonished to receive a shop without cost, a favor they would remember. The He family was equally elated, their gaze toward Chen Xian subtly transformed. Only the Sun family wore expressions of deep resentment. Their plans to join forces with the He family to marginalize the Chen family seemed doomed to fail. Now that the plans are settled, I shall take my leave. The rest is in your hands, Yongmu. As the backbone of the surrounding clans, the Foundation Establishment Master, Zhou Xiaoguang, could not linger longer. It was Zhou Yongmu who would oversee and manage Limping Town. With 4 Foundation Establishment cultivators stationed, the market would undoubtedly be safeguarded from any ill-intentioned intruders. In fact, it drew many wandering cultivators eager to gain a share of the initial stakes. The name Shaoqing Mountain is rather unappealing. How about we rename it to Tao Mountain? Chen Xian suddenly suggested amidst their bustling activities. Zhou Yongmu, understanding Chen Xian's intent, nodded in agreement. The Li and He families quickly voiced their approval, leaving the Sun family with no choice but to acquiesce, their resentment deepening. Chen Xian mobilized the common folk of Tao Mountain to construct the new family estate for the Chen family. Meanwhile, the market continued to take shape. Chen Xian would return to his clan occasionally, nurturing relationships with the other families. A month passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Chen Xian tirelessly delved into array formation, finally grasping the operational methods. He successfully inscribed a first-tier illusion array, elevating himself to the rank of Array Master. Array Insight 7. Within the illusion array, he observed the ever-changing scenes before him. Though they appeared immature and illusory, his cultivation allowed him to see through the xianxiaaudiobooks with ease. However, for those in the early to mid stages of qi refinement, accidentally entering the array could lead to a prolonged struggle to find their way out. Countless insights surged through Chen Xuan's mind as runes danced vividly before him. Gazing at the formation before him, he instantly conceived myriad methods to arrange it and could even perceive its operational trajectory. His own cultivation advanced seamlessly, embodying the essence of the 5 elements qi training. With a gentle turn, Chen Xuan settled beneath the peach tree, activating the illusionary formation. Spirit stones erupted, and pills were consumed, transforming into boundless medicinal energy. The effects of the gathering qi pill were evident. Like a whale swallowing the ocean, Chen Xuan voraciously absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, refining it into pure magical power. Within him, the crystal cores expanded, absorbing vast amounts of spiritual energy like a sponge. His dantian burst open, doubling in size, enhancing the speed of spiritual energy storage and absorption remarkably. 5 crystal cores functioned like perpetual motion machines, continuously drawing an external spiritual energy and converting it into his own magical power. The cores gradually strengthened, their elemental powers becoming fluid and versatile. In the next moment, the previously tranquil spiritual energy around him surged once more. Endless energy flooded into Chen Xuan as his dantian was repeatedly cleaved and reshaped, each iteration expanding it further and filling it with magical power. This process repeated 6 times, rendering his dantian unbreakable and capable of holding vast amounts of magical energy. The condensed magical liquid nearly formed a pool, sufficient to cleanse his meridians and flesh entirely. His spirit sense extended to 200 meters, marking a qualitative leap. With clarity in his spiritual platform, his magical power rippled. However, he remained constrained by his realm, unable to complete the final transcendence or to tread upon the void. He could only soar through the air with the aid of his magical power, which was no small feat with the new clan territory established atop Tao Mountain. He planned to construct a gathering spirit array, which would significantly enhance his cultivation speed. Given his current circumstances, without any effort, he could rely solely on the autonomous absorption of spiritual energy by the 5-element crystal cores to break through to the next realm within half a year. Chen Xuan's breakthrough was not boisterously proclaimed. After solidifying his realm, he quietly instructed Chen Li and Chen Wanwan in the practice of cultivation and the sharing of techniques. Chen Wanwan had successfully broken through to the first layer of qi training over half a month ago, becoming a cultivator. Under the nurturing of the Peiyuan pill, Chen Li quickly filled his magical power to the peak of the second layer of qi training. If not for the poor spiritual conditions in Tao Mountain, he might have already broken through. However, due to his innate limitations, without better conditions and resources, it would be exceedingly difficult for Chen Li to advance to the foundation establishment realm in his lifetime. A golden spiritual bird descended from the sky, landing beside Chen Xuan, who was reclining under the peach tree, indulging in sweet spiritual fruits. The gentle rustling of the branches stirred memories within Chen Xuan, awakening him from his reverie. He glanced at the spiritual bird perched on the branch, momentarily stunned, filled with nostalgia. Master Brother Chen Xuan, a letter for you. Chapter 28. Establishing the clan at Tao Mountain. Junior Sister Qinghua. Chen Xuan held the letter, his eyes brimming with reminiscence. This senior sister had taught him diligently how to cultivate during their master's absence, imparting profound principles of cultivation that remained etched in his memory. Junior brother, when will you return? You have evaded for 40 years. You promised that if you succeeded, you would come back. You love peach blossoms, and I plant one by hand each year. The letter flowed with hundreds of words, leaving Chen Xuan in a trance. Just a little longer. He tucked the letter away. At present, he appeared quite aged. Upon returning to Qingyun's sect, he seemed older than his master. That was unacceptable. He must fulfill the grand promises made once he broke through to foundation establishment. Preparing to embark on his journey, Chen Xuan used a sealing technique to uproot the peach tree, ready to relocate it. The Chen family had already packed their belongings, their eyes filled with longing for a new life. As for everything in Tao Mountain, it would be left to his in-laws. A second-tier flying vessel sliced through the air, gently descending in the center of the courtyard. Brother Chen, are you ready? Zhou Yangmu called out from the vessel, waving at Chen Xuan. Board the vessel, the flying craft, several zhonglong, could easily accommodate the entire Chen family and their belongings. As the vessel ascended, the younger generation exclaimed in awe, watching as the ground receded beneath them, their initial tension transforming into excitement. Flying through the skies had always been a dream for many, a dream seldom realized. Grandpa, at what level of cultivation can we fly? Chen Wanwan, thoroughly enjoying herself, nearly tumbled from the vessel if not for Chen Li's steady grip on her collar. Only at the Foundation establishment realm can one soar with the body. Chen Xuan replied with a smile. I understand, Grandpa. I will establish my foundation early and pluck the stars from the sky for you. Chen Xuan declared, her eyes sparkling with determination as she patted her small chest, making a promise to her grandfather. Haha, I shall await my little Xuan to gather stars for me. Chen Xuan ruffled her hair, beaming with joy. Seeing the harmonious atmosphere, Zhou Yongmu chuckled. Brother Chen, perhaps one day, your granddaughter might indeed bring you stars and moons. He felt a twinge of envy, pondering why he lacked such an adorable granddaughter. In just a quarter of an hour, the flying vessel arrived at the borders of Limping Town. The market beneath Taosan had begun to take shape. Within a month, it would be ready for official use. Layers of formations shimmered in the air above the Limping market, creating ripples. A first-tier superior gathering spirit array, a first-tier superior illusion mist array, and a second-tier intermediate golden light array had been set up within a mere 7 days. Who could be the master behind such swift arrangements? Chen Xuan was astonished that during his brief absence, this trio of formations had already been established by a single individual. Brother Chen, do you understand formations? Zhou Yongmu inquired, noticing Chen Xuan's comprehension of the 3 arrays with mild surprise. I understand a little. Chen Xuan nodded. With his enhanced array skills, he could now discern the foundations of these formations quite easily. These were crafted by Feng Wuji, a disciple of the array master Lingjin from Shui Xianxia, a third-tier formation master. Silently, Chen Xuan noted these names, the third-tier formation master Lingjin. As he had just begun his journey into the world of formations, his knowledge only encompassed first-tier arrays. He knew little of second-tier formations and intended to acquire a set for himself. Is this person still in Limping Town? He returned yesterday. If Brother Chen wishes to meet him, I can introduce you after the Limping market commences operations. Zhou Yongmu offered. Chen Xuan nodded in acknowledgement. As the flying vessel descended, it landed on the half-constructed Taosan. At the center of the mountain, an imposing mansion sprawled over an expanse of 100 mu, complete with rockeries and ponds. However, most materials used were mundane, evident everywhere. To construct the mansion, Chen Xuan had expended over 200 low-grade spirit stones and several thousand taels of ordinary gold. Wow! Is this our new home? How grand! It's much larger than the old clan territory. The Chen family disembarked from the vessel, gazing at the magnificent mansion. The gilded characters of Chun Fu eliciting joy in their hearts. The spiritual energy here is so rich. If I had cultivated here earlier, I would have already broken through to the 3rd layer of Qi training. Chun Li mused, inhaling deeply the heavenly spiritual energy, his face alight with delight. Congratulations, Brother Chen, on your new residence. This is a congratulatory gift from my Zhou family. May our 2 clans enjoy enduring friendship. Zhou Yongmu smiled as he presented a storage bag to Chen Xuan. Thank you, Brother Yongmu. Thanks to your assistance, I am able to establish myself in Taosan. Chen Xuan graciously accepted the goodwill extended by others, recognizing that reciprocal exchanges foster long-term cooperative relationships. He planned to find an opportunity to return the favor in due course. I shall not impose further. Brother Chen, you may attend to your duties, and once you are finished, do seek me out for a drink at the foot of the mountain. The remaining time is entrusted to Chen Xuan, as the Chen family will handle their affairs independently. In a fleeting moment, Zhou Yang boarded a flying vessel and vanished above Taosan. You may proceed with the arrangements. Nearby, numerous mortals had been waiting patiently for some time, but Chen Xuan paid them no heed concerning the relocation. He arrived at the pre-planned backyard and replanted the Lingtao tree by an artificial pond. The Chen family residence was constructed atop a rich spiritual vein, brimming with abundant spiritual energy. It was time to set up the formation. The previously purchased formation was no longer suitable, and its coverage was limited. Now, Chen Xuan intended to personally arrange the formation, utilizing the spiritual vein beneath him to establish a lasting array. He took out the prepared formation flags and materials. Layers of spiritual light erupted within the Chen residence. A first-tier superior-grade mist illusion array, a first-tier superior-grade spirit attack array, and a first-tier superior-grade golden light array were intricately interwoven, enveloping the entire Chen residence. Ultimately, he planned to add a gathering spirit array. Chen Xuan intended to center the gathering spirit array in the backyard. A first-tier superior-grade gathering spirit array could cover a radius of 3 acres, designed for communal use in the main area. Subsequently, he would set up another for secluded cultivation, situated 30 acres away from the main area. In total, there would be 2 gathering spirit arrays. Without further ado, Chen Xuan took out the materials for the gathering spirit array and began to arrange it in the main area, channeling the spiritual energy from the spiritual vein and consolidating the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into one, thereby gathering spirits. The effect of the gathering spirit array was recorded as 4, with 3 re-anchoring attempts. Chen Xuan was momentarily taken aback, as if he had stumbled upon a new frontier. Chapter 29. Creating a Blessed Land. Astonishingly, the Gathering Spirit Array he had arranged also possessed an enhancement effect. This meant that a first-tier Gathering Spirit Array could effectively function as a second-tier array. However, Chen Xuan furrowed his brow slightly, realizing the situation was not as straightforward. If the quality and density of the spiritual energy were being enhanced, then this Gathering Spirit Array was not simply a gathering array. Testing it would be prudent. Chen Xuan randomly re-anchored 3 times, ultimately determining the anchoring result to be 7-fold. Moments later, spiritual energy converged from all directions, drawn from the spiritual vein. In an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy intensified, and under the enhancement effect, its concentration soared dramatically. With the 7-fold gathering effect, even a mere first-tier superior-grade gathering spirit array could accumulate spiritual energy rivaling that found in the Lingmai cave dwelling of Shui Xianxia. A first-tier superior-grade gathering spirit array could gather spiritual energy from a 20-acre radius, consolidating it within the center 3 acres, including the underground spiritual vein. Chen Xuan widened the channel connecting the gathering spirit array to the spiritual vein, significantly increasing the concentration of spiritual energy. It was more than sufficient to support golden core cultivators in their cultivation and breakthroughs. The 5 crystalline cores within his body greedily absorbed the spiritual energy, converting it at a rate 10-fold greater than during his time in Tao Mountain. The richness of the spiritual energy was astonishing. It felt as if cultivating here was swifter than using spiritual stones. Chun-Li instantly sensed the dramatic increase in spiritual energy density in his surroundings. Every cell in his body was eagerly absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. He felt immensely comfortable, each breath invigorating his spirit, even without actively cultivating. Remaining in such an environment would eventually elevate anyone with activated spiritual roots. This was the benefit of a superior cultivation environment. Moreover, the abundant spiritual energy quietly nourished the physical body. Mortals residing in areas rich in spiritual energy would experience fewer ailments and enjoy extended lifespans. His grandfather's methods were unfathomably potent, truly remarkable. Chun-Li gazed at Chen Xuan, who was performing intricate hand seals in the air. Each rune he cast radiated brilliance as it integrated into the surroundings. Filled with reverence, he pulled the rambunctious Chen Xuan closer to the center of the gathering spirit array. Commencing his cultivation, wasting not a single moment, he aimed to capitalize on the substantial enhancement in the quality and density of spiritual energy. Fully aware that such conditions would not endure indefinitely, he needed to seize the time to cultivate vigorously. He sat cross-legged on the ground and activated the 5 elements Qi cultivation technique. Though his aptitude was average, the technique he practiced was exceptionally suitable, allowing him to achieve remarkable results with minimal effort. This was even swifter than using gathering Qi pills, without the need to expel pill toxins. Chun-Li felt exhilarated, sensing his magical power nearing perfection, confident that it would not be long before he effortlessly broke through to the 3rd layer of Qi cultivation. While Chun-Li immersed himself in cultivation, a new idea surfaced in Chen Xuan's mind. If he were to reduce the area of the gathering spirit array while maintaining its radiation range, concentrating the spiritual energy in a single spot, would the effect be even more pronounced? Chen Xuan was a man of action. He traversed dozens of acres to the designated secluded cultivation area, selecting a room slightly distant from the previously arranged gathering spirit array to reconfigure it. First, he reinforced the less than 50 square meter room to prevent spiritual energy leakage. Using the earth escape technique, he arranged the gathering spirit array, connecting it to the underground spiritual vein to enhance the radiation area and extract spiritual energy. He toiled until midnight, completing all arrangements. As the gathering spirit array activated, a light screen reappeared in his mind. The effect of the gathering spirit array was recorded as 9. Anchoring. Chen Xuan rejoiced. This time, the random attempt yielded a 9-fold effect. Moments later, spiritual energy surged from all directions, and the underground spiritual vein exhaled countless spiritual essences into the room. Chen Xuan observed quietly, and after a brief moment, the density of spiritual energy within the room exceeded imagination. A faint mist of spiritual energy floated throughout the space. The spiritual energy from a 30-acre radius, combined with that from the second-tier superior-grade spiritual vein below, merged harmoniously. The mist of spiritual energy achieved the effect recorded around a 4th-tier spiritual vein. This was still the effect of a 1st-tier gathering spirit array. If it were a 2nd-tier or 3rd-tier array, or constructed atop a 3rd-tier or 4th-tier spiritual vein, the results would undoubtedly be extraordinary. The richness of this spiritual energy was sufficient to nurture mid-grade spiritual stones. I have struck gold, ha ha ha. Chen Xuan felt elated. And after verifying that there was no leakage of spiritual energy, He promptly seated himself on a cushion and began fervently practicing the 5 elements qi cultivation technique. Countless streams of spiritual energy flowed into his body, absorbed by the 5 crystalline cores in his dantian. His physical body grew stronger under the nourishing effect of the spiritual energy. In such an environment, the speed of cultivation multiplied several times over. The pure spiritual essence was incredibly easy to convert, and the abundant supply was more than sufficient. Each inhalation and exhalation was magnitudes greater than in Taowazen. The pace of cultivation accelerated exponentially. Chen Xuan marveled. Even his dantian's vast capacity had significantly progressed his cultivation to the 7th layer of qi cultivation in a mere half-hour. Was this akin to having a cheat? No, this was it. Chen Xuan took a deep breath. Under these conditions, even a spirit pig could be nurtured to foundation establishment. This was countless times more abundant than the spiritual energy he experienced during his time in Qingyun Sect's 3rd-tier spiritual vein cave dwelling. After the breakthrough of spiritual roots, the quantity of spiritual energy absorbed and retained in a single cycle far surpassed that of inferior spiritual roots by thousands, even tens of thousands of times. It was sufficient to support nascent soul cultivators in their cultivation and breakthroughs, making it exceedingly simple for a mere late-stage qi cultivator like himself. It bordered on wastefulness. Countless streams of pure spiritual energy flowed into his abdomen, devoured and refined. The 5 elemental crystalline cores within him were also quietly undergoing transformation. Time slipped by like a fleeting shadow. Half a month vanished in the blink of an eye. By the pond's edge, Chun-Li sat in meditation. Having reached the 3rd layer of qi cultivation, his spirit invigorated. Qingyang Town, the Sun family. Is it confirmed that it was Chen Xuan who did it? Beside the pond, an elderly man, frail and withered, slowly opened his eyes, gazing at Sun Li before him. The information is largely accurate. It was indeed a disciple of the Zhou family who verbally relayed this, and it took us considerable effort to ascertain the truth. Sun Li responded with utmost respect. That should not be the case. According to your account, Chen Xian's strength is on par with yours. Even if he were to collaborate with Zhou Yangmu, it would be impossible for them to slay Xiao Sunday. Could it be that the Zhou family deliberately disseminated this information through the mouths of their junior disciples to divert attention from their own culpability? The aged Sun Wang fell into silence for a moment before slowly articulating his thoughts. In his view, Grand Elder Sun Sun, who was at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, could not have met his demise so easily, especially in such an inconspicuous manner. With even the accompanying disciples of the Sun family and several wandering cultivators vanishing without a trace. Chapter 30, The Tale of the Blood Pill. Perhaps it was Zhou Mu who orchestrated this. At the time of the appearance of the Black Cloud True Man, he was the first to employ the blood escape technique to flee. With the combined forces of him, Zhou Yangmu, and Chen Xuan, they could have easily trapped and killed the Grand Elder. Sun Li speculated, for the death of the Grand Elder of the Sun family remains an enigma. He was not slain by the Black Cloud True Man. He simply vanished mysteriously, with only the Zhou family having a contact with him. The Sun family comprises only 3 foundation establishment cultivators. The inexplicable death of a prominent elder at the height of his powers is a grievance that cannot be easily swallowed. With the support of the Zhou family, the Chen family has also seized control of the Ling Mayan Limping. I suspect that this incident was a conspiracy between the 2 families. Sun Li harbored a tinge of resentment, as the humiliation he suffered at the hands of Chen Xuan still weighed heavily on his heart. As a proud cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, he had been trampled and humiliated by Chen Xuan before so many witnesses, including those of considerable power. The reputation of both himself and the Sun family had been utterly tarnished. Endure it. Even if it was indeed the Zhou family, we have no recourse. Chen Xuan has remained in Limping. We are powerless to apprehend and interrogate him. The only way to deal with him is to take matters into our own hands. But no one would be willing to offend him. Thus, this matter must rest as it is. Sun Wang remained silent for a moment. If Chen Xuan were merely an ordinary upstart, then dealing with him would be feasible. However, with the support of the Zhou family and the backing of the Dragon Sovereign, his power is sufficient to rival that of early-stage foundation establishment cultivators. Ordinary individuals are no match for him. At the very least, we must act ourselves. Yet what use would that serve? Is it merely to vent our frustrations? Killing Chen Xuan may be one thing, but failing to do so would lead to significant troubles. Sun Li felt discontented, yet he understood Sun Wang's concerns regarding their family standing. However, he harbored another suspicion and, after a moment of contemplation, spoke up. According to the scattered cultivators who escaped, everything within the Black Cloud Cave was a trap set by the Black Cloud True Man in order to refine the blood pill. Originally, he would not have intervened, but it seems some unforeseen event transpired. Those who escaped claimed that the blood pill he was refining had vanished, thus inciting his wrath. and he embarked on a large-scale massacre of cultivators to refine the blood pill anew. Moreover, only the Zhou family emerged unscathed. Do you think it is possible that the Zhou family, or perhaps Chen Xuan, took the blood pill and was subsequently discovered by our Sun family disciples, leading to their murder to silence them? If that is indeed the case, then the claims of a joint ambush by the Zhou family disciples may not be unfounded. Sun Li spoke ominously, his conjecture audacious. Furthermore, the implications of such a scenario would undoubtedly entice countless individuals. Upon hearing this, Sun Wang fell into deep contemplation, recognizing that this line of reasoning indeed held some merit. The blood pill refined by the Black Cloud True Man was intended for him to break through and become a genuine golden core cultivator. This temptation would be immensely alluring to the head of the Zhou family, who is also a false pill True Man additionally. For numerous cultivators at the late stage of Foundation establishment, the allure is boundless, albeit the method is exceedingly nefarious. The probability of successfully forming a pill would surpass that of any other pill, such as the golden pill. Analyzing these points, the connections became increasingly coherent. If this were the case, then the Zhou family's fervent support of Chen Xuan and the Chen family in establishing themselves in Limping, granting them such a precious second-tier superior spiritual vein, could be seen as a form of hush money. Sun Wang's suggestions became more far-fetched, yet they still contained a kernel of truth. At that moment, he found the situation exceedingly vexatious. Moreover, the head of the Zhou family, a false pill True Man, had personally come to Limping to endorse Chen Xuan. This whole affair was undeniably peculiar. Could it truly be as such? Sun Wang felt a weight in his heart. If the Zhou family succeeded in breaking through, their influence would ascend to new heights, becoming the most powerful family among the nearby sects of cultivators. A scenario he wished to avoid at all costs. However, the Sun family was still too feeble in comparison to the Zhou family. Even if they were to uncover the truth, what could they do to threaten the Zhou family? Would they not also require a form of hush money? When the time comes, not only would the Zhou family retaliate, but should Zhou Xiaoguang become a golden core True Man, he could easily eradicate the Sun family without concern for the regulations imposed by the various factions. Nevertheless, the blood pill, capable of enabling a new breakthrough, would surely entice someone. Even if the righteous factions were not swayed, the Een Spirit sect, the 10,000 Poisons sect, and the cult of the divine would certainly take an interest. For them, there would be no hesitation. To drive the tiger to swallow the wolf. Ha ha ha. My wit remains as sharp as ever. Once the market stabilizes, I can begin to spread rumors about the Zhou family's acquisition of the blood pill with enough voices. Even falsehoods can turn into truths. Sun Wang pondered for a moment and deemed this plan feasible, regardless of its veracity. For the Sun family, there would be no detriment. When the Zhou family finds themselves in a predicament, the neighboring Sun family would also reap considerable benefits. It is a perfect strategy, and I shall carry it out. This surprise, I wonder if you all will be satisfied? Sun Wang resolved to cultivate a group of articulate and clever disciples within the family before seeking out scattered cultivators to spread the word, gradually expanding the rumor. This process would require only a few disciples to manage the scattered cultivators effectively, after which they could all retreat behind the scenes. A month later, the Limping market officially commenced operations, with representatives from the four great families arriving in unison. The scene was bustling with activity. The Li family's Dan Pavilion, the various enterprises of the Zhou family, the He family's Yanghao rice, and the Fu Ling three-leaf clover, all offered at discounted prices. In Shuiwa Xianxing, the disciples of the spiritual array True Man settled in, and establishments like the drunken Immortal Tower joined the fray. It was evident that the four great families had invested heavily, intent on creating the premier market within their domain. They attracted countless scattered cultivators, and the results exceeded expectations, with many choosing to settle in Limping. Outside the market, a first-tier superior spiritual vein led into the town, patrolled by the enforcement teams of the four great families. Ensuring safety, the Chen family atop Tao Mountain, who occupied a second-tier superior spiritual vein, also saw their reputation grow. With the influx of scattered cultivators, a message began to circulate from Limping. The Zhou family was suspected of acquiring the blood pill, and the Chen family, capable of establishing themselves in Limping thanks to their spiritual vein, had received this as hush money from the Zhou family. This news gradually spread. The previously obscure Chen family began to attract the attention of those with ulterior motives, leading to the demise of numerous cultivators and weakening several major factions. Unable to contend with the Black Cloud True Man, they now found themselves struggling against the insignificant Chen family. Many who attempted to exploit the chaos found themselves slain in Limping, and the factions behind these Foundation establishment cultivators gradually turned their gaze toward the Chen family. The reason was simple. The Chen family was exceedingly obscure, consisting of only 3 cultivators, which raised suspicions. How could a mere chi refining family occupy a second-tier superior spiritual vein? There must be some hidden agenda at play. Chapter 31. The Restless Black Cloud True Man. Initially, many Foundation establishment families and major factions were skeptical. However, after confirming and investigating the matter, doubts began to arise gradually. Yet, this skepticism was confined to certain Foundation establishment forces. As for those above the Golden Core stage, they scoffed at the notion of the blood pill. Is the information verified? Nanshui Shuijia is one of the forces that initially infiltrated the He Yun Cave Manor. It borders the influence of the Zhou family, resulting in frequent frictions. Upon learning of the Blood Dan, the resentment over the death of a foundational member of the clan has been festering ever since. This information was disseminated by loose cultivators. Yet it is plausible that someone is instigating events from behind the scenes. The head of the Shui family, being rather rational, dissects the news and analyzes it piece by piece. My lifespan is drawing to a close. If I perish, the clan's expanded enterprises will inevitably retract. While anyone may turn a blind eye to this, the Shui family cannot afford such negligence. Let us not forget why Zhou Xiaoguang only achieved a false Dan. If he were to truly attain the Blood Dan, the Shui family would be doomed. The ancestor of the Shui family, a seasoned practitioner of the false Dan, is nearing the end of his life. The only other competing false Dan forces nearby are the Zhou and Li families. Should he pass away, the Shui family can still consolidate its enterprises. However, if Zhou Xiaoguang transcends the false and becomes true, with old grudges simmering, the future of the Shui family is bleak. The balance of power must not be taken lightly. Regardless of the veracity of the information, an investigation must be conducted. If the Blood Dan truly lies in the Zhou family's possession, we must contend for it. Even if it does not, we must still act to hinder them. I understand. The head of the Shui family nodded, having already devised a plan. This turmoil remains too minor to significantly hinder the Zhou family. The Shui family's subsequent actions escalated the situation to another level, even echoing within the Shui, Yu Xiancheng. Grandfather, should we intervene in the rumors circulating from the mountain? During this period, the number of cultivators loitering near the Chun family estate has surged, causing Chun Li to feel uneasy. There is no need. Someone is stirring the pot from behind, likely aiming to target the Zhou family. Let us observe the developments and focus on your cultivation. Your grandfather will handle everything, Chen Xuan replied, waving his hand dismissively. He was aware of the circulating rumors, but paid no mind to them. The Blood Dan is in the hands of the Zhou family? No. It has always been under my control. Not long ago, Zhou Yangmu visited me in secret. The clan member who let slip the information was severely punished, and the Zhou family attempted to dispel the rumors, but to no avail. Behind the scenes, at least 3 other forces are exacerbating the situation, warranting Chen Xian's vigilance. After all, in the eyes of other factions, the Chen family is merely a qi refining clan. Chen Xian, still in the qi refining stage, sought answers from the silenced Chen Xian. This matter is of great consequence to me. If any family takes action, I will not remain idle. Perhaps I could even repay the debt related to the spiritual veins. Chen Xian gazed beyond Tao Shan and spoke softly. The method of the 5 elements will temper my meridians. Breakthrough effect at Realm 6. Qi refining at the 8th layer, accomplished. 2 months of cultivation have further expanded the dantian, refining the meridians, bones, and flesh. Chen Xian opened his eyes, sensing an indescribable transformation within his physical form. His flesh has acquired a certain spirituality, and his meridians can now accommodate a greater influx of spiritual energy. The magical power within him surged, reaching the quality typical of the Foundation establishment stage. Yet, the unity of body, spirit, and magical power remains elusive. Once unified, his Foundation establishment will be flawless. Currently, his physical strength, spirit, consciousness, and magical power vastly exceed any qi refining practitioner, even rivaling those in the early stages of Foundation establishment. Comparable to those in the mid-Foundation establishment stage. What remains is to elevate the qi refining path to its pinnacle, filling the gaps and forging an impeccable immortal foundation. With a solid foundation, success on the immortal path is assured. Over these 2 months, his body, subjected to the cleansing and impact of countless magical powers, has become utterly pure. The final step is to break through to the 9th layer of qi refining, crafting a flawless spiritual vein. Historically, within the qi refining realm, I should be able to rank among the top. Having a mentor is indeed a blessing. Chen Xian felt as though everything before him had become transparent. Once the meridians were unblocked, his cultivation progressed with remarkable efficiency. Were it not for the excessive capacity of his dantian, which still holds 5 elemental crystal cores storing magical power, he feels capable of reaching the pinnacle of qi refining in 3 days and establishing a foundation in 5. Even without the aid of Foundation establishment Dan. Just as Chen Xian secluded himself, cultivating fervently. News akin to a stone dropping into a placid pond rippled through the air. He Yunjunren had transcended the false to become true, achieving the Golden Dan. Furthermore, 3 days prior, he ambushed Ling Yunjunren within Shui Yuxiancheng, inflicting severe injuries that nearly cost him his life. Upon receiving a letter from Zhou Yangmu, Chen Xuan's expression turned grave. The rise of He Yunjunren to the Golden Dan had significantly amplified his power. He slaughtered 2 families that had previously conspired against him, leaving rivers of blood in his wake, employing exceedingly brutal methods. Consequently, Shui Yuxiancheng was thrown into turmoil, issuing a bounty for his capture, promising a set of Golden Dan inheritance and resources sufficient to elevate a Qi refining practitioner to the Golden Dan stage. After reading the letter, Chen Xuan felt a deep sense of unease. The once cornered He Yunjunren had transformed into a Golden Dan master. Such a figure could establish a sect and create a millennium-old family. Times are tumultuous indeed. It is uncertain whether He Yunjunren will return to Linping Town, where he had hidden for a century. This fiend's erratic style and unpredictable whereabouts filled Chen Xuan with urgency. His own cultivation remains insufficient. He can contend with early to mid-foundation establishment practitioners, but against a Golden Dan master, a single encounter could be fatal. The pressure mounted within him, fueling his cultivation efforts. Countless strands of spiritual energy were drawn into his body, nearly exhausting the spiritual mist within his room. Like a whale swallowing the sea, Chen Xuan's body underwent subtle changes. Over the course of 7 days, news of He Yunjunren's resurgence reached Linping Fangshi. Many loose cultivators vanished overnight, resulting in a drastic reduction of the market's revenue. However, this had little impact on Chen Xuan. In fact, it yielded the opposite effect. The Chen family shop saw a surge in sales, especially for the Fengxing talisman and Jingguang talisman, which sold out completely. As time passed, a golden spiritual bird flew into the Chen estate one day. Chen Xuan received a letter from Qin Yunzong, pinned by his little junior sister. A significant event had transpired within the territory of Qin Yunzong. He Yunjunren, seeking vengeance, had ultimately set his sights on Yulong Zhenren, the master who had once forced him to flee. While Yulong Zhenren was attending a demon-sweeping conference in Shui Yuxiancheng, he was ambushed by several elders from the Wandu Jiao. Chapter 32, Supreme Water's Spiritual Root. This revelation left Chen Xuan's heart lodged in his throat. Yulong Zhenren is his master and has a long-standing enmity with He Yunjunren. If he were to face He Yunjunren alone, he would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. Yet, the opponent, lacking honor, had enlisted the aid of Golden Dan practitioners from Wandu Jiao to execute a joint attack. As he continued to read, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. The letter concluded with news of his master's incredible prowess, single-handedly fending off 4 adversaries, slaying 2 Golden Dan practitioners from Wandu Jiao. He Yunjunren was severely wounded, nearly causing his Golden Dan to shatter, fleeing southward, leaving no trace. Such grave injuries would require years to recover. The Zhou family's rumors had also reached Yulong Zhenren's ears, assuring Chen Xuan that he need not worry. Practitioners above the Golden Dan would not intervene. The allure of longevity. Who can resist such temptation? After perusing the letter, it was evident that no one above the Golden Dan would take action. Below the Golden Dan, however, remains uncertain. Various major factions and righteous sects tacitly allowed the existence of the Blood Dan, which is far more alarming. Chen Xuan set aside the letter, organizing the rewards he had received over the past few months, including congratulatory gifts from the Zhou family. In total, he amassed 12,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Chen Xuan resolved to exchange these spiritual stones for cultivation resources, striving to ascend directly to the foundational realm. Currently at the 8th level of Qi training. While others face a lengthy journey to break into the foundational stage, for him, it is merely a matter of course. The Zhou family's Peiyuan Dan, capable of slightly enhancing meridian strength, as well as the Baiwa liquid, which improves the strength of Wood's spiritual roots, and the Lingmu heart for enhancing Wood attributes, were all at his disposal. In less than 7 days, he spent all 12,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Upon returning to his chamber, Chen Xuan meticulously arranged these spiritual herbs. Who else, besides himself, would dare to indulge in such extravagance, particularly in an environment rich in spiritual energy? If he could not break through to the foundational realm now, he might as well cease his cultivation altogether. While Chen Xuan diligently practiced, the outside world underwent tumultuous changes. Fortunately, the Linping region was under the firm control of the 4 great families, preventing any significant unrest. No rogue cultivators dared to brazenly approach Taoshan to target the Chen family. Chen Xuan directly consumed all 51 Lingmu hearts he had purchased, activating a 21-fold enhancement. Countless pure spiritual liquids surged through his limbs, impacting his wood spiritual root and wood crystal core. A vast amount of spiritual energy was drawn in, cleansing and impacting him. His spiritual root underwent a dramatic transformation, and after 2 days, the wood spirit spiral manifested in his secluded chamber. Chen Xuan's wood spiritual root successfully reached a superior quality, and it was the pinnacle among the superior grade. At that moment, he felt as if his senses had transformed. He could clearly perceive the wood attribute spiritual energy swirling in the cosmos, which now gravitated towards him autonomously. Unlike before, when he had to painstakingly draw in and guide the spiritual energy, it now approached him naturally, significantly enhancing the efficiency of absorbing and converting spiritual energy into magical power. Without pausing, Chen Xuan turned to refine the fire essence, having gathered 47 pieces. The fire essence granted a 20-fold enhancement. Instantly, his fire spiritual root underwent a remarkable metamorphosis as, under his guidance, the spiritual energy repeatedly washed over his physical form. His spiritual root continually ascended, establishing a superior fire spiritual root, which indicated that practicing fire attribute techniques would become effortless. Moreover, possessing a superior spiritual root as a prodigy meant that as long as he did not falter, the bottleneck before reaching the golden core would be significantly reduced, thus greatly increasing the probability of breaking through to the golden core stage, or at the very least, forming a false core. Establishing himself among the elite of the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation circles, the water spiritual membrane, the earth vein's spiritual heart, and the golden essence were exceedingly rare. And Chen Xuan had expended considerable effort to commission the Zhou family and Bishuan Pavilion in Shuiwest Yanqing to gather 50 pieces. Through multiple experiments, Chen Xuan discovered that consuming these enhancements yielded greater multiplicative benefits with higher tier and quantity. This time, he decided to take a bold step and refine both the golden essence and the earth vein's spiritual heart simultaneously. Instantly, the two incompatible energies clashed violently within him, causing excruciating pain. Even with meridians stronger than metal and a body not inferior to ordinary magical artifacts, he felt as if he were on the brink of death. Chen Xuan steeled his resolve, guiding the two distinct energies. The golden essence provided a 29-fold enhancement, while the earth vein's spiritual heart provided a 27-fold enhancement. With negative effects mitigated, as the 3 notifications appeared, the two energies gradually calmed, and their quantity and quality grew substantially. The earth and gold spiritual roots surged forth, voraciously consuming the two energies, even pushing his physical body to evolve subtly. His meridians strengthened, and his physique became more formidable. Chen Xuan focused his mind, channeling the 5 elements qi refinement technique to digest the energy expelled by the spiritual veins and crystal cores, transforming his physical form. With each rotation of his technique, waves of energy surged within him, merging with the spiritual energy of the cosmos, rendering his body increasingly flawless, as the innate 5 elements energy enveloped him. Resolute, Chen Xuan decided to consume the water spiritual membrane in one swift motion, as if drinking sweet spiritual water. The power of water, gentle and unyielding, was meant to cleanse his body and eliminate impurities within his meridians. The absorption effect reached 66. A critical hit. He quickly locked in the effect, a 66-fold critical hit, marking the first of its kind. In an instant, the water spiritual power washed over him, suppressing the energies of gold and earth, asserting dominance. Chen Xuan resolved to leverage these 3 energies to shatter the qi training realm and achieve a state of perfection. Despite his considerable strength, his realm remained a significant flaw. He was unable to truly soar with his physical form and was inherently weaker than foundational cultivators. Furthermore, a letter from his junior sister hinted that various factions had tacitly agreed to this matter, implying that many cultivators would seek the Blood Dan. He needed to display extraordinary strength to deter any nefarious intentions. Additionally, he was set to attend the upcoming birthday celebration of his master, Yu Longzhenren. Days turned into weeks as Chen Xuan immersed himself, oblivious to external affairs. His water spiritual root emerged as his first supreme spiritual root. The clarity of the celestial path surged within him, and the spiritual power retained in his body erupted once more. Chen Xuan fully activated the 5 elements qi refinement technique, forcing the magical power from the 5 elements crystal core to flow out. With immense magical power, the various attribute spiritual energies washed over and struck his physique and meridians. After several days of this onslaught, his meridians became as strong as magical artifacts, resembling broad thoroughfares leading directly to his dantian. Through continuous honing, his consciousness grew in strength, swirling the spiritual energy to cleanse every inch of flesh. It became immensely powerful, establishing a direct connection to his dantian, mastering magical power with a precision that was almost ethereal. Today was the day. Chen Xuan suddenly opened his eyes, inhaling all the spiritual energy within the secluded chamber. In an instant, the barrier shattered. The realm breakthrough effect increased by 33. Endless spiritual energies surged in, continuously being cultivated within his dantian, transforming into droplets of magical liquid. Comparable to a small pond, magical power flowed through him, filling every void. Countless liquids of condensed magical power, encompassing all 5 attributes, cleansed every corner, even reaching his bones. Finally, every last void was filled, his meridians connected to the spiritual realm, his dantian resonating with divine energy, and his physical body converging. His chi training had reached its zenith. Slowly, Chen Xuan opened his eyes, feeling a powerful resonance within every fiber of his being. He could distinctly sense the monumental changes in his body. His flesh resembled jade, with a single drop of blood rivaling spiritual elixirs. His gaze was pure, and his skin returned to its primal state, as delicate as that of an infant. His silver hair vanished, replaced by a cascade of black locks, which he secured with a hairpin. His magical power solidified into a mirror, reflecting a familiar yet alien visage. A surge of emotion filled him as he saw a figure reminiscent of a jade-like gentleman, exuding an aura of grace and elegance. Dressed in a grand purple robe, his eyes shone with an extraordinary light. Setting aside his cultivation level, such a presence and demeanor could rival even the most distinguished of beings. This visage was indeed nostalgic. It was no wonder it captivated his senior and junior sisters so profoundly. Chen Xuan reflected, lightly channeling his magical power, creating ripples in the air. Each time he employed his technique, the magical power within him surged like the waters of the Milky Way, vast and profound. The rhythm of life became clearer, and he sensed the mysterious laws that were elusive and ineffable. A flickering cluster of ethereal fire danced within his grasp, seemingly imbued with life, transforming into radiant sparks that leaped through the air, morphing into a majestic fire phoenix soaring gracefully. Was this still considered merely the practice of qi? Chen Xuan found himself perplexed as he observed the small fire phoenix, animated as if it possessed a soul, swirling around him. With a subtle shift of his mind, the fire phoenix performed a graceful pirouette in the air before merging back into his being, spiraling around the fire attribute crystal core like a cherished pet. Chen Xuan sensed a profound elevation in his life essence. Restoring his youth was a testament to this, and he felt an abundance of vitality within him. In the outside world, at Jinling City, the Zhou family was under siege, dark clouds looming ominously over the city. A blood-robed Taoist displayed a countenance of arrogance, unleashing a relentless barrage upon Jinling City without hesitation. The ground trembled as a third-tier formation emerged, only to be breached within half a day. Zhou Xiaoguang was compelled to engage in battle, utilizing the clan's profound heritage, yet was nearly brought to the brink of collapse, sustaining severe injuries. The Shui Westian City, enraged, dispatched a golden core cultivator to repel the dark cloud Taoist. This news fell like a stone into tranquil waters, stirring immense turmoil. The Zhou family summoned the formidable cultivators stationed across various locales, while Zhou Xiaoguang, gravely injured, entered seclusion. A more significant storm was quietly brewing, with the Sun family, Shui family, and others poised to act. Yet, Chen Xuan remained blissfully unaware of these developments, focused on adjusting his state to elevate his cultivation directly to the foundation establishment stage. Practicing the 5 elements qi cultivation centered around the 5 elements crystal cores. How would it manifest into the spirits of the 5 elements? Chen Xuan's gaze was fixed upon the fire phoenix, circling the fire attribute crystal core. Thoughts swirling in his mind, he channeled his magical energy, drawing from his primordial essence, using the various crystal cores as auxiliaries. His attention shifted to the water crystal core, equally of the highest quality, granting him mastery over the water attribute akin to an extension of his own limbs. Under his guidance, the primordial water essence transformed into a lively blue dragon, circling around him with great delight, as if possessing life, refusing to disperse. This realization further solidified his conviction regarding the essence of the 5 elements qi cultivation method. It was more aptly named the 5 spirits qi cultivation method. Simultaneously, he was struck with astonishment at his current state. The earth attribute manifested as a qilin, as he skillfully combined the primordial essence with the earth crystal core, birthing a remarkably valiant small qilin that perched upon his shoulder, exuding immense weight from the earth element. The wood essence morphed into a green dragon, complementing the small water dragon beautifully. In the final step, a sudden brilliance erupted as a white tiger, adorned with wings and fangs, emerged, embodying extraordinary might. Comprehension of the 5 elements qi cultivation method. 55. Instantly, Chen Xuan's spirit trembled as the nascent forms of the 5 spirits gradually solidified, harmonizing with him. becoming an integral part of his being. The powers of the 5 elements in the cosmos were wholly summoned. Hidden beneath the heavens, more potent laws began to materialize faintly in his mind. As Chen Xuan operated the 5 elements qi cultivation method, he discovered numerous gaps. By aligning his thoughts with the condensation of the 5 spirits, he sought to elevate the 5 elements qi cultivation method to a new height. As the 5 elements qi cultivation method evolved to a higher tier, his body quivered, and the 5 elements crystal cores separated, their surfaces smooth and rounded like pearls. The 5 spirits awakened, gradually transforming into the legendary forms of celestial beasts, nurturing the essence of elixirs. In that moment, the entire Peach Mountain quivered slightly. Chen Xuan's aura became profoundly mysterious, and he felt a stirring within, sensing the potential for foundation establishment. Embracing the unity of essence, qi, and spirit, he integrated his insights into a new cultivation method, evolving from the 5 elements qi cultivation method, which he named the 5 spirits canon. In this realm, the profundities of countless cultivation methods flooded his mind. As the creator, he instantaneously entered a state of enlightenment. A rich surge of the 5 elements power, undeterred even by the restrictions he had set, radiated forth, casting a veil of light that resonated with Chun Li and Chen Xuan, who were cultivating not far away. They felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity, akin to the resonance of a primordial essence. Absorbing the dispersed light, it surged into their bodies, allowing them to experience profound insights. This was the blessing bestowed upon them by Chen Xuan during his inaugural operation of the 5 spirits canon. The 2 practitioners of the 5 elements qi cultivation method received immense benefits. At this moment, after a long wait, Chen Xuan entered a state of profound concentration. The unity of essence, qi, and spirit, coupled with the sublimation of his physical form, resulted in the manifestation of the 3 flowers atop his head. In less than 2 incense sticks worth of time, his exceedingly solid foundation rendered the formidable barrier of foundation establishment trivial. Countless streams of spiritual energy surged into his body, akin to a river flowing into the sea, constantly decomposing and devouring. The chasm that separated qi practice from foundation establishment was effortlessly crossed, and the divide was filled, creating a smooth passage. The unity of essence, qi, and body elevated, emanating a mysterious aura, marked the transition to a higher level of life. Above the Chen household, a vortex of spiritual energy formed. This anomaly startled the cultivators lingering around Peach Mountain. Chapter 34, The Agitated Sun Family. Countless cultivators gazed in astonishment toward the direction of Peach Mountain, utterly taken aback. Someone has broken through to the foundation establishment realm. The vortex of spiritual energy and the waves of magical power signified a successful breakthrough into foundation establishment. Numerous loose cultivators looked on with envy, for the foundation establishment realm was the lifelong pursuit of many. That was the direction of the Chen family. Could it be that Chen Xuan, of the Qi practice Chen family, has attained foundation establishment? The power dynamics controlling Limping Market could no longer be referred to as the 4 great families, but rather the 5 great families. The disciples of the Zhou family, who remained in the market, held Chen Xuan in deep admiration. The breakthrough of Chen Xuan, an ally of the Zhou family, brought them a slight relief from the weight on their hearts. At the very least, their security in Limping Market was assured with Chen Xuan's presence. Yet, while some rejoiced, others felt dismay. The head of the Sun family, poised to take over the Zhou family's position in the foundation establishment, seethed with frustration. He glared toward the direction of Peach Mountain, simmering with indignation. How dare Chen Xuan break through? Why should he achieve this? A wave of resentment coursed through him. Chen Xuan had advanced to foundation establishment far too swiftly. Consequently, he would need to revise his plans concerning the Chen family, for unexpected changes might arise. He swiftly contacted the elder of the Shui family, making a decisive move to gather other peak Qi practitioners of the Shui family. The cultivators secretly observing Peach Mountain were filled with unease. Chen Xuan's breakthrough intensified the already turbulent situation. Emerging from his training, Chen Xuan felt an unprecedented lightness, his body having undergone a tremendous transformation. He sensed the elevation of his internal organs, essence, qi, and spirit. Furthermore, his control over spiritual energy and utilization of magical power reached new heights. His physical body transcended the skies, his lifespan extending beyond 300 years. His senses, vision, and awareness vastly improved, allowing him to perceive the flow of spiritual energy in the world and the topography hidden within the mountains with clarity. He could even distinctly observe and sense several cultivators quietly descending from Peach Mountain, disappearing within the confines of the Sun family's control. Are there those monitoring my movements? Chen Xuan murmured, his gaze sharpening. During his seclusion, someone had ventured to the foot of the mountain, within 500 meters of his family. It was time to upgrade the family's protective formations. Chen Xuan directed his attention toward the faint light enveloping the entire family. While it might suffice to deter ordinary Qi practitioners, an upper-tier formation was utterly inadequate against Foundation establishment cultivators. Chen Xuan began to channel the heavenly spiritual energy to upgrade the Gathering Spirit formation. Having entered Foundation establishment, he gained a more intuitive understanding of the operational trajectories and rune layouts of formations. Even without the second-tier inheritance, one can still enhance one's abilities by following the original trajectory. Runes were deftly cast from the hand, landing in various corners of the Gathering Spirit array, fortifying both the weak and core areas, resulting in a significant upgrade. In the brief span of half an incense stick, the array's spiritual light flickered, expanding the area fivefold. A fleeting message indicated the effects of the second-tier Gathering Spirit array. The array's radius extended to 500 meters, and the spiritual energy within the rune grew denser, stronger than before. However, limitations soon became apparent. Restricted by the second-tier superior spiritual vein, the effects of the array were substantially diminished, only doubling its prior efficacy. To break through the constraints of the spiritual vein, one would either need to find a better location or further elevate the Gathering Spirit array, allowing its influence to envelop thousands of acres, transforming even desolate lands into a haven for cultivation. This was indeed remarkable. Chen Xuan laid down several stones of slightly better quality and inscribed a small formation above them to autonomously absorb and expel spiritual energy, testing whether such an environment could accelerate the transformation into spiritual stones. Subsequently, Chen Xuan took action once more, upgrading the Jingguang array and Huanwu array. With these enhancements, the defensive capabilities of the Chen family were further bolstered, allowing him to venture outside with peace of mind. Chen Xuan sat beneath the Gathering Spirit array, immersed in deep contemplation. Gathering Spirit merely concentrated existing spiritual energy. It was a temporary fix rather than a fundamental solution. In the realm, besides spiritual veins, the core earth veins were capable of producing spiritual energy. However, the concept of earth veins was shrouded in mystery, with no one having ever reached or witnessed them. Apart from that, there were various spiritual plants and extraordinary treasures. Chen Xuan stood quietly before the spiritual peach tree, observing its natural absorption and release of energy. Almost every second, it absorbed the ambient air and a small amount of spiritual energy, simultaneously releasing a quantity that was double what it had absorbed, achieving a cyclical effect. This phenomenon was most pronounced during the day. Without these spiritual plants, relying solely on the energy emitted by the spiritual veins would be insufficient. Chen Xuan recalled a sect, Wanmu Zong, an exceptionally unique establishment beyond the Zhao Kingdom, which only accepted disciples with spiritual roots or those primarily aligned with wood. Most notably, Wanmu Zong was a formidable sect with over 100,000 disciples and an impressive number of golden core cultivators exceeding 20, alongside 5 living Yuanying ancestors, and even the occurrence of transformation into a divine spirit. Yet, the sect's residents boasted merely one third-tier spiritual vein and several second-tier veins. Under such conditions, supporting a sect of this magnitude was a daunting task, let alone sustaining a modest sect with fewer than 1,000 cultivators and just one Yuanying. Their distinctiveness lay in the presence of a 5th-tier ancient tree and several 4th-tier spiritual trees within the sect. Contemplating this, Chen Xuan turned his gaze back to the spiritual peach tree. Why couldn't I cultivate an ancient tree? The Lingyu technique, besides imbuing the land with spiritual essence, possessed an even more formidable function. It could stimulate the growth of spiritual entities. The better the Lingyu technique was employed, the more beneficial it was for the spiritual entities. With this thought, Chen Xuan unleashed 3 applications of the Lingyu technique upon the tree. The spiritual peach tree swayed with excitement as countless droplets of spiritual rain disappeared into its trunk, with the remainder absorbed through its roots. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xuan infused a trace of wood attribute mana to nourish it. Grandfather, a group of strangers has arrived from the mountain, making quite a commotion. Zhou Hao sent word for me to relay this, Chen Li said, approaching Chen Xuan, who was resting in a reclining chair. Strangers? Chen Xuan's expression shifted as he looked toward his eldest grandson. Hao said that according to the formation, among the strangers are foundation-building cultivators, and the head of the Sun family, Sun Li, is here to welcome them. He also mentioned that you and Sun Li are at odds, and with the recent unrest, the Zhou family is weak, fearing they may harbor ill intentions toward our Chen family and you, grandfather. Chapter 35, The Crisis in Jinling City. Before Chen Xuan, Chen Li did not appear as inscrutable as he did to outsiders. His emotions were clearly displayed on his face, revealing considerable worry. He speculated whether Sun Li, unable to tolerate his grandfather's recent breakthrough to the foundation-building stage, sought to harm him by enlisting outsiders. There's no need to worry so much. If they intend to strike at us, then there is no reason for them to remain in this world. Chen Xuan replied with a smile, confidence stemming from his strength. Chun-Li scratched his head, observing the youthful appearance of his grandfather, and felt somewhat reassured by the familiar smile on Chen Xian's face. Grandfather looks really good young, he remarked, feeling that neither of them resembled a typical grandfather-grandson duo. Stop joking. Once you reach the foundation building stage, you might even match me in handsomeness, Chen Xian responded. Feeling pleased by his grandson's heartfelt praise, he rose and shook his hair. Today, I am in a good mood, so I shall impart a technique to you. Practice it diligently, and in due time, I will take you to Qing Yunzong to experience how disciples of your age in the sect perform. With a single gesture, he sent a ray of golden light into Chun-Li's mind. Though his grandson's talent was slightly lacking, his spiritual root was exceptionally suited for the 5-element scripture. It was perfect to pass this along to his eldest grandson. The aspects of wealth and partnership were not a concern for Chun-Li at present. He would rely on his own capabilities for companionship. The intention behind taking him to the sect also included the hope of bringing back a female disciple for him as a future granddaughter-in-law. As for the techniques and land, Chen Xuan was confident that the 5-element scripture was on par with earthly-level techniques, and once he achieved the golden core stage, he would continue to refine subsequent methods. As the family patriarch and grandfather, his aim was to carve out a suitable path for his descendants to ascend with greater ease. Go now. When you achieve a small level of success, I will reward you with a mysterious surprise, Chen Xuan said with a smile, sending Chun-Li on his way. Chun-Li displayed decent comprehension, and with resources and a conducive environment, he had already broken through to the 4th layer of Qi refinement. At 18, this level was respectable within the sect. Although his granddaughter Chen Wanwan was diligent in her training, she was still young and vibrant, struggling to grasp some profound principles and insights, thus progressing at a slower pace. However, her innate talent was evident, and it was likely that by the age of 16, she would fully demonstrate her capabilities. Meanwhile, in the market, at the Sun family residence, welcome, friends of the Tingyu Lu. The news is confirmed. The Black Cloud Master has attacked the Zhou family, severely injuring Zhou Xiaoguang, all for the sake of the blood pill. That very blood pill, capable of transforming falsehood into truth or assisting in the condensation of the golden core in the later stages of foundation building, is currently within the Zhou family. Sun Li proclaimed, transforming possibilities into certainties in his mind, harboring profound resentment towards the Zhou family for allowing Chen Xuan to humiliate him. Such enmity could not go unavenged. Furthermore, with the Zhou family currently weak, his own family had allied with the Shui family against the visibly fatigued Zhou family. If the Shui family's ancestor were to seize the blood pill, all properties of the Zhou family adjacent to the Sun family's territory would rightfully belong to the Sun family, including the second-tier spiritual vein in Limping Town, along with the assets of the Zhou and Chen families. The operations over the past few months had significantly demonstrated the lucrative potential of Limping Market. Every month, the market generated over 10,000 lower-grade spiritual stones. This was merely from the land collection, and with the addition of various shops, the income was even more substantial. The 10 stores owned by the Sun family could yield a pure income of 4,000 lower-grade spiritual stones monthly. In a year, this would amount to nearly 50,000 lower-grade spiritual stones, sufficient to cultivate 2 additional foundation-building powerhouses for the family, far exceeding the total assets of the Sun family. Should they acquire the properties of the Zhou and Chen families, the Sun family could potentially nurture a golden core cultivator. This was the ultimate dream of the Sun family. What are your plans? The 2 foundation-building cultivators in Tingyu Lu fell into a brief silence. This night, the Shui family and our clan's ancestor would band together to besiege the Zhou family, but our first priority must be to annihilate the Chen family. From what I understand, Chen Xuan harbors numerous secrets. I suspect he possesses a complete set of golden core inheritance. His techniques and cultivation methods far exceed my own. Recalling the details of his confrontation with Chen Xuan, a sense of humiliation and trepidation surged within him. However, the 2 foundation builders from Tingyu Lu shook their heads. Chen Xuan is a second-tier talisman master, and according to our calculations, he possesses at least 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. All of these, including his inheritance and the items I promised you, will belong to you. I only desire to kill him. Sun Li's tone was calm, yet the fierce glint in his eyes betrayed his inner turmoil. The 2 remained silent for a moment, realizing that Chen Xuan had deeply offended Sun Li. And given that the opponent was merely a foundation-building novice, this venture seemed exceedingly worthwhile. They were unperturbed by any potential repercussions. Considering the current circumstances of the Zhou family, they would be unable to withstand the combined might of the Shui family and the Sun family. Even if they were not completely annihilated, they would be severely weakened, leaving them with little to fear in terms of retaliation. As for Chen Xuan, He was merely a foundation-building novice and not deemed worthy of concern. The potential profits were substantial, and what harm could come from wading through this murky water? Ultimately, Chen Xuan and the Chen family merely relied on the Zhou family. Their destruction would be inconsequential. Meanwhile, in Jinling City, at the Zhou family estate, night was gradually falling. The protective array of the Zhou family had suffered significant damage, and after an urgent repair, its defensive power was only equivalent to that of a second-tier superior formation. This left the members of the Zhou family feeling uneasy. Although the recent turmoil had subsided, the eerie silence was unsettling. Unusual occurrences often heralded danger. Outside Jinling City, a figure stood in the shadows, concealing his presence, quietly observing the city, nearly blending into the night. As darkness enveloped the land, a procession of over 100 individuals emerged behind him. The fleeting aura of a late foundation-building cultivator appeared before the shadow. Xuanmu, when will you strike? The newcomer was none other than Sun family's ancestor, Sun Wang. Driven by greed, he had recognized the weakness of the Zhou family and saw the opportunity for gain by allying with their long-standing adversary, the Xue family. After some discussion, they forged an alliance. A short while later, Xuanmu spoke coolly, his gaze fixed upon Jinling City. Moments later, a sudden explosion of flames erupted within the city. The outer formation of the Zhou family shattered, and shouts of battle erupted. Attack! Today, the Zhou family shall be extinguished. Xuanmu soared into the air, unabashedly revealing his imposing presence. Sun Wang looked on with a hint of envy, feeling the weight of Xuanmu's formidable mana as he ascended alongside him. Damn it! Xue family. Xuanmu, are you truly intent on annihilating my Zhou family? A powerful aura surged from within the Zhou family estate. Zhou Xiaowang, pale-faced and devoid of his former vigor, consumed a pale red pill. Instantly, a hint of color returned to his face as he flew into the air, striking toward Xuanmu, who was assaulting the formation. Ha ha, Zhou Xiaowang, look at you now. The two exchanged blows, with Zhou Xiaowang, once the dominant force, now at a disadvantage. Xuanmu reveled in the sight, elated beyond measure. Chapter 36, The Battle of False Dan. As a fellow practitioner of False Dan, he was acutely aware of Zhou Xiaowang's weakened state. The latter's strength was no longer even half of its former peak. If he did not act now, when would he? With a sweeping motion, he unleashed a torrent of colorful spirit waves that violently struck the Zhou family's protective formation. A deafening roar reverberated through Jinling City, as if the very ground trembled. Seeking death, Zhou Xiaowang shouted in fury. Their enmity required no further words. It was a fight to the death. Surrender the blood, Dan, and I may consider sparing you. After several exchanges, Zhou Xiaowang's condition rapidly deteriorated. He had been gravely injured by the Black Cloud Master and would take at least a year and a half to recover. Seeing Zhou Xiaowang retreat behind the formation, Xuanmu laughed heartily. Blood Dan, where would I acquire such a thing? If we are to fight, let us do so without such flimsy excuses. Zhou Xiaowang bellowed. Blood Dan, again with the Blood Dan. Just days ago, the Black Cloud Master came seeking Blood Dan and nearly killed me while breaking through the protective formation. Had he not been severely wounded by the Dragon Master, I might have already met my end. Now, you come with this baseless pretext to attack my Zhou family. How can I not be enraged? Am I not aware of whether I possess a Blood Dan? Am I not capable of using it? To be on the brink of death and still defiant. Once I eliminate you, the Blood Dan will still belong to me. Xuanmu had no desire for further conversation. Any delay could lead to complications. The Zhou family was under the watchful eyes of countless forces. He sought a swift resolution. Arrogance. Even if I am not at my peak, my Zhou family is not one you can easily conquer. Zhou Xiaowang roared, channeling the formation to its utmost limits. He positioned himself at the formation's core, commanding it with determination. Hold the line. We will endure until reinforcements arrive. The Zhou family, with a legacy spanning millennia, had numerous enemies and allies alike. The moment they were attacked, word had spread. You will not withstand this. Xuanmu sneered. Come forth. He clapped his hands, and the members of the Xue family, along with the Sun family's cultivators, emerged from the shadows. Sun Wang, you two are here. Zhou Xiaowang's expression turned cold. The Xue family's strength was already formidable. With the addition of a late foundation-building cultivator, the situation had grown dire. Gaining support from the righteous and losing help from the unjust, the Zhou family is doomed. Sun Wang declared, since you have chosen to offend us, we will see this through to the end. After all, in Linpingfang City, our other plans are already in motion. No matter what, the Zhou family must be destroyed or gravely weakened. With a thunderous roar, Xuanmu unleashed his assault. Sparks flying in the void as his formidable mana crashed against the formation, leaving the Zhou family's cultivators pale with fear. Not just you. The Chen family you support will also vanish tonight to keep you company. You will not be alone. Sun Wang's chilling laughter echoed as his immense mana struck the formation. The mana of a late foundation-building cultivator vastly surpassed that of several early-stage cultivators combined, allowing one individual to contend with, or even subdue multiple early-stage cultivators. This was precisely why late foundation cultivators were deemed great practitioners. Seeking death. If the Xue family is to perish, then does the Sun family also seek to wade into this tumultuous water? Once my Zhou family recovers, the Sun family shall face annihilation. Zhou Yongmu's anger flared as he heard these words. Chen Xuan's temperament resonated with him, and he found him to be both humorous and intriguing, gradually becoming a friend. Hearing that the Chen family was also being targeted, his expression darkened. Yet, he felt powerless. Whether his family could withstand this calamity was uncertain, let alone come to Chen Xuan's aid. Brother Chen Xuan, I hope you have divine protection, he thought, his anger intensifying as powerful mana surged into the formation. Once the formation was breached, it would be a fight to the death, with the Xue family aided by the Sun family. A late foundation-building cultivator could easily stall several elders of his clan. The Grand Elder Zhou Mu had also been gravely injured by the Black Cloud Master. Even to barely hold off the head of the Xue family was already pushing his limits. He felt a sense of pessimism and increasing fury. The Zhou family, weakened, was immediately beset by wolves circling for the kill. Chen Xuan, Zhou Yangshua had rushed over from the sect, hoping to provide assistance. Hearing his brother's murmurs, he hesitated, gathering his resolve to approach closer, staring at him inquiringly. You still don't know? Zhou Yongmu suddenly recalled that Zhou Yangshua had been immersed in cultivation within the sect for these past days and had returned without knowledge of the events surrounding their former senior brother. After hearing Zhou Yongmu's account, Zhou Yangshua's eyes filled with disbelief. The brother, once labeled a wastrel, has surprisingly reached a level that can rival the foundational realm. Now, along with the Chen family, he finds himself in dire straits. His heart is a tumult of emotions as he grits his teeth and retrieves a jade talisman from his bosom. Go. The talisman transforms into a unicorn and vanishes into the earth. What is this? Zhou Yongmu is momentarily taken aback. A communication jade talisman, Zhou Yangshua continues. The sect will not intervene in the feud with Qiu Mian, but Master Chen Xuan's situation is different. It does not count as a family conflict and assistance can be sought. Brother, this may be the last means by which I can aid you. I hope all remains well. Zhou Yangshua's magical power ripples, radiating brilliance as five-colored divine light bursts forth, striking the ancestor of the Sun family, Sun Wang. Old dog, engage me in battle. As the head of the family, to remain entrenched offers no hope. Only by repelling this pack of wolves and instilling fear can a glimmer of survival be attained. Yangshua, the formation is on the verge of collapse. Zhou Xiaoguang's heart trembles fiercely, and he grits his teeth, swallowing several precious pills. Zhou Yangshua is correct. Holding on to a broken formation will only deplete the strength of the clan's cultivators. It is better to take the initiative. In an instant, a radiant light erupts as a crimson is flung from Zhou Xiaoguang's hand, striking Xue Mu fiercely and sending him into the aerial battlefield. In a heartbeat, chaos envelopes Jinling's city, blood and fire intertwining, with illuminating the heavens, shaking the very earth. Hundreds of cultivators collide, intertwining like raindrops, crashing into one another. In Limping Town, beneath the luminous moonlight, the night is eerily silent. Three figures soar from the market at the foot of the mountain, heading directly for Tao Mountain. Sun Li and two foundational cultivators from Tingyu Tower merge into the night. Rain thunder, rain electricity, my fellow cultivators, are you both here? Sun Li hovers in midair, gazing at the Chun family estate shrouded in mist, addressing the two cultivators beside him. Rain thunder, rugged in appearance with a beard, surveys the Chun estate concealed within the fog with confidence. TSK, a second-tier formation. This Chen family seems wealthier than you described. You will be the one to break the restrictions. Greed fills Rain Thunder's eyes, initially believing the Chen family, having established their lineage too recently, would possess little bounty. The reality, however, is surprising. Sun Li produces several restriction-breaking talismans, a hint of reluctance on his face. A second-tier formation, what a grand endeavor. Chapter 37, The Malice and Shadows. Let us strike early. Resolving this swiftly is imperative as we must report back. Rain Electricity raises an eyebrow, showing no regard for the Chun family below. To him, three foundational cultivators dispatching an inconspicuous minor character is merely child's play. Another simple windfall. Sun Li feels urgency, his eyes filled with malice. From the humiliation inflicted by Chen Xuan to being sidelined in the subsequent profit-sharing, he has grown increasingly displeased. The Sun family is a centuries-old foundational clan. Why should a mere supported minor family cultivator presume to challenge us? I implore my fellow cultivators to take action. He can hardly contain himself. After dealing with the Chen family, he anticipates redistributing their wealth. Both Zhou and Chun family's assets are prime targets. No matter how strong you are, you will ultimately serve as a stepping stone for the Sun family, mere dust in the vast cultivation world. Unbeknownst to them, every move they make has long been observed by Chen Xuan. Listening to the increasingly arrogant exchanges, a slight twitch appears at the corner of his mouth. What is confidence, if not this? Soon, a burst of light erupts, forming a spear that pierces into the golden formation. The ground trembles slightly as the three of them exchange glances. Kill. First, eliminate Chen Xuan. The rest of the Chen family poses no threat. Sun Li commands, brandishing his magical artifact, unleashing a surge of power that radiates brilliantly. Boom. A thunderous explosion reverberates, sparks flying through the air. A terrifying force stirs a tempest, sending the three of them sprawling from one corner of the formation. Is it not better to live? Why seek death? A figure strides through the formation's light, leisurely advancing through the void, eyes glinting with mockery as he observes the three, now toppled and in disarray. What trickery is this? Chen Xuan, you despicable coward. How dare you launch a sneak attack on us? Seeking death. Sun Li bellows in fury, realizing they have been caught off guard and flung back by the formation's machinations. Then come at me. Enough of this chatter. Rain thunder, let us slay this brat. Filled with rage, rain electricity, furious that Chen Xuan not only refuses to submit, but also dares to retaliate, causing their current predicament. Roars, a foundational cultivator dares to act so brazenly. In a fit of anger, he unleashes his magic, joining forces with rain thunder. In the dark of night, a brilliant light erupts, accompanied by the sound of thunder. The ground shakes, and the commotion atop Tao Mountain sends shockwaves through the market at the foot of the mountain, instilling terror among the cultivators. A foundational master is in combat. Boom. Chen Xuan remains composed, feeling the combined assault of the two. The terrifying fluctuations capable of slaying even a late foundational cultivator if caught off guard. In Chen Xuan's eyes, the energy of their joint technique is far too insubstantial, akin to a swelling bubble that would burst with the slightest prick. You hail from Tingyu Tower, correct? I shall remember this. I, Chen Xuan, shall accept this debt. With a calm demeanor, Chen Xuan raises a hand, summoning a violent fire dragon that erupts from his palm, roaring and enveloped in raging flames, clashing fiercely with the two. In an instant, they are sent tumbling back dozens of feet. Their faces pale, the impact shatters their joint technique, inflicting varying degrees of injury. Had either of them attempted to absorb that blow, they would have been consumed by the fire dragon in an instant. Something is amiss. Chen Xuan's strength does not align with expectations. Rain thunder murmurs, retreating several paces, staring at the unflustered Chen Xuan hovering in midair. Suddenly, he feels an overwhelming sense of difficulty. Is this truly a foundational cultivator at the initial stage? Surely, even a late foundational cultivator would not compare. Thoughts flash through his mind, and he looks at Sun Li with a sinister glint in his eyes. Let us strike together. Now that the debt has been established, we must eliminate him to prevent future troubles. In the blink of an eye, the three act in unison. Sun Li wields his treasured blade, its fiery red flames sweeping through the air, aimed at Chen Xuan's face. It seems I have been too low-key. I have been too kind. I did not take you seriously that day and spared you, yet you still harbor resentment. I believe the Sun family no longer needs to exist. As Chen Xuan speaks, he steps forward, seeking death. Kill. Sun Li's expression stiffens. Three foundational cultivators united cannot possibly fail to eliminate you. With a flourish, a mighty magical hand, trailing flames, and a host of ferocious magical beasts surge toward Chen Xuan. Little Phoenix, go. Chen Xuan utters calmly, and a flurry of flames erupts from within him, coiling around the fiery crystal core. The fire phoenix lets out a piercing cry, flapping its wings and illuminating half the sky, instantly extinguishing the trio's assault. Do not kill them. Chen Xuan continuously channels his power, feeding a portion into the fire phoenix, causing its flames to surge. With a single flap, the fiery form descends, pressing the three into the ground. The searing flames rage, forcing them to wield their magical energy in a futile attempt to resist the burn, only to find it ineffective as a ring of fire ignites around them, sealing their internal power. They are utterly immobilized, hearts filled with shock and fear. Spare me. This has nothing to do with Tingyu Tower. It is all the Sun family's doing. If you let us go, it will foster goodwill with Tingyu Tower, yielding boundless benefits. Rain Thunder struggles to articulate through the agony of the flames engulfing him, gritting his teeth to squeeze out these two sentences. What if I decline? Chen Xuan lands beside the fire phoenix, having garnered a clearer evaluation of his strength. Within the realm of foundational cultivation, one can easily dominate. Chen Xuan waved his hand, drawing the fire phoenix back into his body. The three individuals immediately felt a sense of relief, their nearly shattered wills rejuvenated in that moment. To think you had concealed your depths so well. You must have consumed that blood pill, correct? Sun Li, enduring the sharp pain, struggled to sit up from the ground. His face grotesquely burned, his eyes filled with resentment. Blood pill? The two from Ting Yulu were struck with astonishment. Simultaneously, they could not help but wish for Sun Li's swift demise. With such secrets at play, did they still have any hope for survival? Silence. Yulei unleashed the last vestige of his magical energy, rising from the ground to suppress Sun Li. They both understood they had struck an impenetrable barrier. Chen Xuan had not even needed to make a move to completely subdue the three of them. Not a hint of resistance arose within him, and his loathing for Sun Li intensified. What initial stage of foundational cultivation? This was clearly no less formidable than a false Dan real person. If you seek death, do not come seeking us. Senior Chen Xuan, I implore you to spare us. We are willing to assist you in eradicating the Sun family. Please grant us a path to survival. The two said nothing of the blood pill, their expressions humble and their eyes filled with a yearning for life. As for being rendered unrecognizable, what did it matter? As long as they could live, anything was possible. Chapter 38, Suppression. Yet you once spoke of merciless slaughter. Of annihilating my Chen family entirely? Chen Xuan grasped Yulei by the throat. My senior, I was foolish in jesting. Fear filled Yulei's eyes. Who could have known you concealed your true strength so profoundly? Had it been an ordinary person, killing would have been easy, annihilating a clan would have been trivial. I took you seriously. Chen Xuan's demeanor remained indifferent as he exerted a bit of force. Instantly, Yulei's neck was shattered by magical power. His life force and vitality crushed beyond recovery. Dead beyond dead. Observing Chen Xuan's placid smile, Yu Dian's eyes brimmed with terror as he staggered backward. What manner of monster is this? Senior, please spare me. Otherwise, my Ting Yulu will surely investigate, and you will be implicated. If you let me return, I vow by the great Tao to conceal Yulei's death for you. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan took a few steps forward, standing before him. How many Golden Dan cultivators does your Ting Yulu possess? Do you have any Yuaning? There are 4 Golden Dan Real persons, but no Yuaning ancestors. Yu Jian answered honestly, forcing a smile. His disfigured visage looked ghastly in that grin, terrifying beyond measure. Chen Xuan frowned slightly and slapped out his palm. Without any Yuaning, what grounds do you have to ask me to spare you? Absurd. Chen Xuan's expression was one of disdain. Even if there were Yuaning, what did it matter? The audacity to attempt to assassinate me and obliterate my lineage was unforgivable. To let him go would be to betray my own principles. In Chen Xuan's ethos, there was only seizing what was at hand. When it comes to killing, if one cannot withstand it, they should simply roll up their mats and flee. Once they have grown stronger, they can return to conclude the matter. With an advantage in hand, as long as one does not court their own demise, what is there to fear? Truly, a heart of cruelty. Sun Li spat a mouthful of blood, his face twisted with resentment, his expression one of wishing to tear Chen Xuan apart. Did I grant you permission to speak? Chen Xuan saved Sun Li for last. He frowned slightly, placing a foot upon his head. Speak. What schemes do you have against my Chen family? Chen Xuan's tone grew somber. He had caught mention of the Zhou family in their dialogue. Ha ha ha, schemes, do you think you are worthy? Sun Li scoffed. Since he could not live anyway, why fear these threats? Chen Xuan's expression turned displeased as he channeled his magical energy directly into Sun Li's skull. In an instant, 5 energies of different attributes exploded within his mind. Tumultuous and excruciating pain overwhelmed him, nearly driving him mad. After a moment, Chen Xuan lifted him with his magical force. Locking eyes with him, and coldly stated, I ask, you answer. What of the Zhou family? What schemes does your Sun family have? Chen Xuan inquired one by one. As Sun Li's mind unraveled under the strain, revealing the Sun family's initial plots and their later alliance with the Shui family to attack the Zhou family. Chen Xuan's expression darkened further. So the Zhou family bore the blame for acquiring the blood pill. This left him feeling somewhat guilty for having reaped so many benefits from them, only to have them unjustly implicated and face the risk of annihilation. It seems I owe you gratitude for seeking trouble, otherwise, I would not have known of the Zhou family's plight. Chen Xuan reflected on his actions, proceeding as he wished. This matter began with him and would end with him. Great Sun, come forth and cleanse the slate. Chen Xuan called out, striking Sun Li on the head and obliterating him completely. When Chun Li rushed over, Chen Xuan threw Sun Li's and the 2 from Ting Yulu's storage rings and bags to him. Take these back, and then proceed to the market to gather as much as you can from the list I previously provided you. Very well. Where are you headed, grandfather? Chen Li nodded, watching Chen Xuan suddenly soar into the air, unease creeping into his heart. To the Zhou family. To kill, Chen Xuan replied coolly, transforming into a stream of light and vanishing atop Tao Mountain. After Chen Xuan departed, Chun Li gazed at the ravaged ground, feeling a pang of distress. How long would it take to repair this? Simultaneously, he worried for his grandfather's safety. His own strength was far too weak to assist him in any way. Discontent brewed within him, as he had once believed that embarking on the path of cultivation would allow him to succeed Chen Xuan and become the pillar of the family. Yet here he was, still reliant on his grandfather, unable to confront formidable foes without hiding in their home. A surge of indignant will rose within him. With a single hand gesture, he summoned the power of Earth. Earth Escape Technique. Qing Insect. At the heart of Deqing Peak, winds roared and the spiritual energies surged vibrantly, countless essences drawn forth, cloaked in a layer of golden light, exuding immense power. Atop Deqing Peak, a black dragon coiled in the air, with a man and a woman standing atop its head, gazing at the center engulfed in azure radiance. Where a figure cloaked in mist appeared ethereal, another figure pierced through the void, standing at the peak's edge, restraining their aura, fearful of disturbing the woman below in her breakthrough. 30 years of refining the Golden Dan. The potential of the little junior sister had manifested into something terrifying. Suddenly, a surge of radiance erupted, overwhelming spiritual pressure released, and boundless golden light radiated, enveloping the entire mountain. At this moment, the Golden Dan was formed. Amidst the mist, the path to the Golden Dan was infinite. Ha ha ha, my disciple possesses the essence of Yuan Ying. The man, clad in a flamboyant golden robe, laughed heartily. Congratulations to the little junior sister on forming the Golden Dan. The path of immortality is wide open. Gu Qingyue stepped gracefully, lotus flowers blossoming beneath her feet. Her aura cold and noble, akin to a celestial maiden from the heavens. At this moment, her previously icy expression vanished, replaced by a radiant smile. Her teeth white and lips red, breathtakingly beautiful. Thank you, senior sister, master, and mistress for safeguarding me. A charming girl, lively like a sprite, cheerfully ascended into the air. Her Golden Dan aura evident. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid. A dual Golden Dan lineage, marvelous. Yulongzhenren was exceedingly pleased. Qingyue, when do you think it would be suitable to hold the Golden Dan ceremony for the little junior sister? Gu Qingyue replied with a smile. A month from now. Precisely when spring blossoms, at which time we can also invite the junior brother. Before she could finish, she suddenly halted. A strand of spiritual light surged into her mind, and her expression drastically changed, her body temperature plummeting as she bore a frosty countenance. Seeking death, without a moment's thought for her little junior sister. Her master barked a command, summoning a mysterious cauldron that transformed into a streak of light and vanished at incredible speed. The swiftness of its disappearance left Yulongzhenren utterly unprepared. What has transpired? Why is Shiji so furious? Yi Ruoxian's expression slightly changed as she witnessed Gu Qingyue hurriedly departing, without even having the chance to explain her actions. The expression on Yulongzhenren's face twitched, filled with helplessness as he gazed at Gu Qingyue's retreating figure. Do not worry. Focus on solidifying your cultivation, he discreetly conveyed to He Wang. Go for a trip and return for my birthday. The ink-black Jiao dragon understood, twisting its body and vanishing into the clouds. Chapter 39, Gu Qingyue. The Zhou clan. Jinling City has been ravaged, half of it destroyed. The Zhou clan's formation has been shattered, and countless Zhou disciples are retreating. Above the celestial canopy, intense fluctuations of magical energy continue unabated. Foundation establishment cultivators fall from the skies, bloodied. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. 2 Foundation establishment members of the Zhou clan have perished, and Zhou Xiaoguang, his robe tattered and multiple injuries sustained, has seen his combat prowess diminish to the later stages of Foundation establishment. In contrast, the elder of the Shui clan, Xuanmu, remains in better condition, capable of maintaining his Jedon combat strength. Boom. A tremendous force of magic came crashing down, shattering Zhou Xiaoguang's defenses. He was struck hard and fell from the sky, landing heavily on the ground, utterly devoid of the grandeur he once possessed, reduced to a wretched state. Zhou Yangmu lost an arm while valiantly fighting a mid-Foundation establishment adversary. Zhou Yangshua has been holding back Sun Wang, with both sides experiencing victories and losses. However, the situation for the Zhou clan is dire. Over 80 Qi refining cultivators have perished, and 2 Foundation establishment members have been lost. These were the elite of the clan, the future backbone. Zhou Xiaoguang is filled with immense sorrow, his heart brimming with rage. The Shui clan has also suffered greatly, with 3 Foundation establishment members lost. If the Zhou clan does not retreat, it will only result in mutual destruction. Come at me. Xuanmu, already furious, is determined to slay Zhou Xiaoguang. If Zhou Xiaoguang dies, the Zhou clan will be left defenseless. Yangmu, Yangshua, lead our people to retreat. As long as you survive, the Zhou clan will endure. Ultimately, Zhou Xiaoguang made this decision, surrendering everything the Zhou clan currently possessed. Abandoning this third-tier spiritual vein, the entire clan retreated to preserve their remaining strength. It is too late to consider escape now. The 2 families have already ignited their true fire. and the Shui clan will not allow a single member of the Zhou clan to escape. At this moment, they stand at the precipice of life and death. The cruelty of the cultivation world is starkly revealed in this instant. If even one person is allowed to escape, they could carry away the clan's legacy. And if a Jindan emerges in the future, it would deliver a devastating blow to both the Shui and Sun clans. Annihilation without exception is the only solution. Set up the formation, trap and kill. Xuemu tapped into his foundation, unleashing the formidable power of his Jidon. A compass was placed in the sky, radiating a white light, ready to envelop the entire Zhou clan territory. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoguang was powerless to stop it. Open for me. He was suppressed by Xuemu and even used his lifeblood in an attempt to break through the formation. His consciousness spread out, and Xuemu struck again. Zhou Xiaoguang, your Zhou clan's demise is imminent. Cease your futile struggle and perish. At this point, it did not matter whether the opponent possessed a Jidon. They would take advantage of his weakness to claim his life. A small sword was expelled from his mouth, hurtling toward Zhou Xiaoguang. Zhou Mu sought to support and shield Zhou Xiaoguang from this attack, but he was firmly held back by Sun Wang, who looked at him with derision. Zhou Mu, do not cling to your dying struggle. The trend is set. Your Zhou clan's destruction will serve as nourishment for both my Sun clan and the Shui clan. The ground trembled violently as Zhou Xiaoguang summoned a massive white stone covered in runes. Boom! The golden sword collided with the giant stone, leading to an explosion of countless fragments scattering in all directions. The force of the golden sword weakened, and Zhou Xiaoguang narrowly evaded it. Let us see how long you can evade. Xuemu attacked once more. The Zhou clan was trapped within the formation, merely fighting like caged beasts. Bang! 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 Waves of magical light bombarded him, the terror of the Jidons might causing Zhou Xiaoguang to spit blood. Countless beams of light intertwined, forming a cage that enveloped him. At the brink of life and death, Zhou Xiaoguang roared, "Old ghost, I will fight you to the end." He ignited his lifeblood, bringing forth the Jidon within him, a terrifying light of magic intertwining. You have a cruel heart. There are still descendants of the Zhou clan here. Xuemu was momentarily stunned, filled with apprehension, and intensified his assault. If the Jidon were to self-destruct, it would obliterate countless lives, and he and the Shui clan's members would not have time to escape, resulting in catastrophic losses. Everyone, attack him together. Xuemu bellowed, and the heads of the Shui and Sun clans surged forth to join the assault on Zhou Xiaoguang. Xuemu summoned the power of heavenly lightning, as countless bolts rained down. Crackle! Following that, 2 full-strength strikes from late Foundation establishment cultivators came crashing in. My Zhou clan is finished. Zhou Xiaoguang sighed, witnessing his imminent annihilation within the magical light. A golden sword descended from the heavens, its sword energy stretching for several zhang, cleaving through the oncoming attacks. Just in time, Chen Xuan descended from the sky, landing before Zhou Xiaoguang, gazing at the ravaged Jinling city, feeling a pang in his heart. The calamity that befell the Zhou clan this time was far more severe than the previous attack by Heiyun Jinren. Furthermore, to combat Heiyun Jinren, they had nearly exhausted their clan's resources. Otherwise, the Zhou clan would not have fallen so swiftly. Ultimately, this was still the consequence of their own actions. Who are you? Xuemu halted his assault, his face darkening as his gaze fell upon Chen Xuan. He felt a flicker of uncertainty. The aura emanating from the other was indistinguishable from that of a Foundation establishment cultivator, yet the terrifying fluctuations of magical energy far surpassed that level. He was at a loss. Your grandfather, Chen Xuan replied nonchalantly, his magical energy firmly locking onto Xuemu. Seeking death. No mercy. Xuemu scoffed, intending to convince this one to leave, but observing his demeanor, it became clear that departure was not an option. This scheme had required much effort. How could he let the prize slip away so easily? The Zhou clan had already been regarded as his private property. It was now a matter of who would kill whom. Suddenly, several individuals launched their attacks simultaneously. Waves of magical energy erupted as a silver-gray giant ruler came crashing down, dazzling in brilliance. A flying sword combined with a blade of light surged forth. In an instant, the ground was carved into deep ravines by the sword and blade. Chen Xuan remained unfazed, gently flicking his wrist as the golden small sword suddenly expanded, its 7-foot-long edge radiating a chilling aura. Then, with a slight quiver of his body, magical energy surged into the sword, forming a brilliant crescent-shaped sword energy that collided with the 3 incoming attacks. Chen Xuan seized the long sword and charged skyward. A surge of crimson flames erupted from his hand, the fire transforming into a colossal wave, with sparks exploding in the air. In an instant, the air was filled with the sound of thunderous roars, the void trembling. The first is you. The sword pierces my heart. A sharp, domineering sword intent erupted, causing the heavens to shudder as a crescent white arc cleaved through the air. Xue Mu's expression changed dramatically as he retreated, summoning a treasure to defend himself. Chen Xuan soared into the air, shifting his target to Sun Wang, dressed in the Sun Clan's attire, and coldly sneered, "Sun traitor, your grandfather has arrived." Long moon slash. An overwhelming sword energy was unleashed, enveloping the sky, trailing a long tail of light. With a swish, it tore through the air, aimed directly at the panic-stricken Sun Wang. Chapter 40, Battle Against the Jidan. With a piercing sound, the sword light burst forth like a cold moon, radiating endless chill, within which the golden aura surged, revealing a ferocious white tiger roaring within. The violent energy tore through the air, locking onto Sun Wang. Cold sweat streamed down Sun Wang's forehead. He could not evade and had no choice but to face it head-on. He hastily summoned his life-bound magical artifact and placed the 3 second-tier artifacts that represented the clan's heritage before him. As the power of his late-stage foundation establishment burst forth, he roared, "You little brat, I am a formidable cultivator of the late foundation establishment stage. Why would I fear you?" In that moment, he sensed the looming threat of death. The sharp sword energy was something no one dared to obstruct. He watched helplessly as the sword energy precisely cleaved the 4 artifacts in two, and amidst the haze, a distant tiger's roar echoed. Below Sun Wang, the ground cracked open. The artifacts were struck down, creating 2 deep craters upon impact. Zhou Xiaoguang's eyes were filled with astonishment. Even in his peak condition, he would not dare to confront Chen Xian's sword, let alone the late-stage Sun Wang. Thunderous sounds erupted. The sword energy resounded, and a shower of blood blossomed from the heavens as Sun Wang continued to descend. His eyes brimmed with unwillingness and fury, burning the last remnants of his life force. Vowing to sink his teeth into the indifferent man before him, who resembled an immortal looking down upon him. A radiant crimson light suddenly flared, a fierce wind surged, casting the phantom of a crimson flower. That was his spirit, energy, and essence. 3 flowers burning with blood energy, unleashing his final, most potent strike, a life for a life. The crowd gasped in shock. Xue Mu's eyes flickered with apprehension, feeling a sense of relief. If this suddenly intruding man were to be killed, he would no longer be a threat. It would be a complete gain. Chen Xuan took a step, instantly closing the distance and striking directly at the crimson flower. His terrifying magical power surging like a tidal wave. With a force that could shatter the heavens, he obliterated the crimson flower. A finger pointed amidst the flames, traversed an immeasurable distance, landing directly on Sun Wang's forehead. His soul dissipated, his body crumbled, ultimately transforming into a wisp of dust, vanishing between heaven and earth. Sun Wang, the pillar of the Sun clan who had survived for over 200 years, was extinguished. This was all a consequence of his own making. Now it was your turn. Xiaoguang, I leave the others to you. Today, I wish to test what truly distinguishes the fake Dan. Chen Xuan exclaimed lightly, stepping through the air as lotus flowers bloomed beneath his feet, wielding his golden sword, traversing several miles. You are Chen Xuan? Zhou Xiaoguang felt that familiar aura, his heart filled with profound shock. The Tao of Heaven's foundation establishment. He was astounded, sensing Chen Xuan's flawless body and the solidity of his casual attacks. This was far beyond the foundation establishment, or perhaps it could be said to transcend ordinary foundation establishment. Chen Xuan did not respond. His expression remained indifferent as he stepped into the air. The golden sword, like a life-reaping hook, froze Xue Mu's expression, filling him with dread. Who exactly are you? Someone of your caliber should not appear here. He felt the momentum of Chen Xian's strike, ripples coursing through him, the aura of spiritual energy drawing near. The laws resonating harmoniously. Each move, even a casual strike, far surpassed that of his peers in the same realm. Chen Xuan, just a nameless individual, Chen Xuan replied nonchalantly. Locking his aura onto Xue Mu, his battle intent surging within. His strength far exceeded his own imagination. He desired to battle against stronger opponents. Chen Xuan? Xue Mu furrowed his brow, pondering for a long time without recalling the name. He was unwilling to engage with Chen Xuan, gritting his teeth and saying, "If you are willing to withdraw, how about I give you half of the Zhou family's assets? Or whatever you desire, I shall grant it to you. I come to repay the karma you cannot provide." Chen Xian's demeanor remained indifferent, a layer of radiant light shimmering around him, forming a circle of spiritual energy. You refuse to drink the toast, and instead seek the punishment. Xue Mu was incensed. Since this person was so ungrateful, then let it be a fight. He could not believe that as someone at the fake Dan realm, he could not subdue a mere foundation establishment cultivator. No matter how mysterious the opponent might be, absolute realm dominance would prevail. Can you not defeat someone at the foundation establishment after being unable to conquer the Golden Dan? Bang! A gourd flew out, releasing 3 spearheads, each more formidable than the last, striking fiercely. The magical power pierced through the air with remarkable sharpness. These are the spearheads of my Dinglong spear, crafted in triplicate. Originally intended to pin down Zhou Xiaoguang, but I find it fortuitous to employ them against you instead. It is your honor." He laughed maniacally, his magical power stirring a mass of black clouds, energies erupting and creating ripples. The spearheads launched forth, producing sharp explosive sounds, piercing the void, aiming directly at the spirit. Energy and essence. Boom. With the fusion of earth and metal attributes, a colossal earthen wall rose from the ground, towering dozens of feet high. It formed an impenetrable barrier before Chen Xuan. Countless mystical woods emerged from nothingness atop the earthen wall, enhancing its resilience and creating a skyward forest. The three spearheads struck the earthen wall. The first was blocked by the mystical woods, the second embedded itself into the wall. Only the last spearhead broke through the defenses, aiming directly at Chen Xuan. At that moment, its power had diminished significantly. With a wave of his hand, a mist of water gathered before Chen Xuan, forming bubble after bubble. Pop, pop, pop. The softness of water could indeed conquer the hardness of steel. Chen Xuan manipulated his magical power, slightly shifting his form. Arms crossed before his chest. The bubbles spun in tandem, redirecting the spearhead that had pierced through, despite its speed being akin to lightning. It was still influenced by the gentle force, altering its trajectory into a complete 360-degree rotation. Here you go. Chen Xuan thrust his palms forward. An endless torrent of water surged forth, forming a lively water dragon. It propelled the spearhead ensnared in the water back, infusing it with magical power, pushing it once more to accelerate like a flash of lightning. Bang! Xuanmu, witnessing his trump card being easily dismantled and turned against him, felt a slight shift in his expression. An iron shield emerged before him. As the magical artifacts collided, a piercing yet somewhat muffled sound erupted. Xuanmu was directly struck by the rebounding force, plummeting from a height of 100 feet, stopping mere feet from the ground. His palms tingled. Even his magical power was affected by the rippling energy. Using force against force almost led to his downfall. What a peculiar technique. Chen Xuan's mastery of water energy had reached the pinnacle among peers in the same realm, coupled with an incredibly terrifying reserve of magical power. Who in the same realm could rival him? Having missed his strike, Chen Xuan suddenly lunged forward, pursuing the attack. In an instant, a burst of red light flared. A golden flame erupted. Fire dragon technique. Chen Xuan formed a hand seal with one hand, magical power surging as he sculpted the fire attribute energy, manifesting a fearsome golden flame dragon that plunged from the sky. Thunderous roars echoed. The terrifying waves of energy left one in a daze, as if the very heavens were shaking. Chapter 41. Cast a long line. I want you dead. Xuanmu burst forth from the flames, utterly disheveled. He hurled the small gourd in his hand, unleashing endless blazing flames that coalesced into a mass, shooting towards Chen Xuan. This artifact proved intriguing, already possessing some of the capabilities of a true treasure. The relentless flames that surged toward him went unnoticed by Chen Xuan, who raised his hand, unleashing a vast torrent that extinguished them entirely. In a swift motion, he shot forth hundreds of water arrows, piercing through the air, seeing his semi-finished magical treasure easily countered. Xuanmu's heart burned with humiliation and anger. If I were not at my weakened state, would it come to this? He roared, pushing his hands upward as a tempest erupted, sharp wind blades slicing through everything, forming a formidable tornado. The wind swirled ominously, hurtling towards Chen Xuan. Wind attribute techniques and spells. Chen Xuan raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed on Xuanmu. This technique resonates with me. A smile crept upon Chen Xuan's lips. He had been lamenting the lack of superior wind attribute techniques and spells, and now they had come knocking. Dare you underestimate me? I am a true immortal. Wind blade whirlwind. He waved his hand, his magical power surging violently, conjuring an even mightier tornado, swirling with countless wind blades, charging directly at Chen Xuan. Each shard of wind blade is exceptionally sharp, capable of effortlessly slicing through iron and stone, rendering ordinary magical artifacts utterly inadequate. This technique, if unopposed by a formidable force, possesses the potential to devastate an entire city and annihilate the vast majority of its inhabitants. Countless wind blades sealed off all of Chen Xuan's retreat routes. His intentions unmistakable, swift resolution, to thoroughly eliminate the individual before him. The false Dan is still a Dan, and the energy it harbors is far beyond what a Foundation establishment cultivator can compare to. Even a late-stage Foundation establishment practitioner would find it impossible to escape the encirclement of the wind blades, destined to perish on the spot. However, Chen Xuan faced this impenetrable vortex of wind blades without a hint of panic. A brilliant light erupted from his hand. His figure danced like a dragon, rendering the incoming wind blades inconsequential. A roar echoed as the shadow of a Qilin manifested behind him, bellowing fiercely, unleashing a surge of golden light. Like a wall of magical energy, the concentrated light waves shattered everything in their path. This strike consumed a tenth of Chen Xuan's magical power, obliterating the vortex from within. Xuanmu was filled with disbelief, roaring, "This is impossible." He had used this very technique to severely injure Zhou Xiaoguang, worsening the latter's wounds. The fact that Chen Xuan could forcibly tear apart his own wind vortex left him incredulous. This wind attribute technique was something he had brought back from his youth in the ruins. Its formidable power was complex to learn, and even now, he had barely achieved minor success. It was this technique that allowed the Xue family to establish their foothold. It must be that I am not at my peak, otherwise, I would not have been caught off guard, he muttered to himself, retrieving a vial of elixir and swallowing it whole. Regardless of whether it had been refined, any restoration of magical power was worth it. He intended to eliminate the individual before him, and then, while Zhou Xiaoguang remained incapacitated, annihilate the Zhou family. With a wave of his hand, the gourd in his grasp gradually enlarged, resembling a small mountain as it was hurled towards Chen Xuan. Hurling a gourd at someone, is that how one plays? Chen Xuan winced, feeling the power of a half-treasure, igniting a flame in his hand. The blazing fist surged forth, unleashing a torrent of energy, consuming 2/10 of his magical power. In an instant, the flames coalesced into a terrifying lotus shape, visible even 100 miles away. Above the Zhou family, a massive fiery lotus erupted with boundless radiance. Under the onslaught of this searing energy, the connection between the half-treasure gourd and Xuanmu was severed, sending it plummeting from the sky. I got it. Chen Xuan's figure, like a specter, intercepted the gourd before Xuanmu could react, retaliating with a blazing fist. With more than half of his magical power expended, Xuanmu's complexion turned ashen with fury. His silvery hair writhed in the air like an enraged lion. With a flash of light, a massive golden handprint, infused with Xuanmu's wrath and the power of a false Dan practitioner, erupted forth. The residual waves shattered the surrounding city walls, crashing violently into the forests summoned by Chen Xuan. Countless trees were uprooted, layers of earthen walls erupted from the ground, attempting to mitigate the impact of the strike, yet they remained incapable of nullifying its force. The power of a false Dan practitioner far exceeded that of Foundation establishment, possessing a fraction of the strength of a golden Dan. The energy unleashed by a single blow from a false Dan practitioner surpassed the combined efforts of 6 or 7 late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. Brother Chen Xuan, do not confront this strike head-on, quickly evade. Zhou Yangmu's lips bled slightly as he had just joined forces with Zhou Yangxua to slay a mid-stage Foundation establishment foe. Now, the tide had turned. Even Zhou Xiaoguang, whose power had diminished to late-stage Foundation establishment, charged into the ranks of the Xue and Sun families, as if traversing an unchallenged realm. A false Dan is still a false Dan. The Foundation remains unchanged. Just as a qi refining cultivator can condense a drop of water to create a small pit, a Foundation establishment cultivator can create a small pond, while a false Dan cultivator can collapse a small hill. The two are not even on the same dimensional plane, nor comparable in quality. The clash between Chen Xuan and Xuanmu had reached a fever pitch. Relying on his formidable magical foundation, Chen Xuan maintained an upper hand, even slightly overshadowing Xuanmu. Countless streams of profound water cascaded from the sky, coalescing into a water dragon that roared and lunged towards Xuanmu. The earth trembled as Chen Xuan forcefully exerted his magical power, binding the water dragon in a prison of liquid. At this moment, Xuanmu's condition deteriorated further. His rage diminished significantly. With only 30 to 40% of his magical power remaining, he contemplated retreating for self-preservation if he could not vanquish his opponent. Your name is Chen Xuan, is it not? Let us come to an understanding. I will withdraw from the Zhou family and refrain from intrusion for 3 years. How does that sound? Witnessing the slaughter of his descendants and clansmen, he found himself powerless against Chen Xuan, now trapped within the water prison. He no longer wished to fight, feeling a surge of defeat. Yet he remained unwilling to concede. Had it not been for the unexpected intervention, the Zhou family would have already been annihilated. Contemplating his thoughts, he gazed at Chen Xuan, speaking with sincerity. Very well. Chen Xuan appeared contemplative, eventually nodding with difficulty. Still youthful. A glimmer of hope ignited in Xuanmu's eyes, a smile blossoming on his aged face. A mysterious whisper tickled his ear as a figure appeared several miles away, casting an ominous gaze upon Jinling City. No, Chen Xuan, do not heed his deceitful words. Zhou Xiaoguang exclaimed, growing anxious. Do not let your guard down. He feared that if Chen Xuan accepted the truce, he might become complacent and, should an ambush occur, the advantageous situation would swiftly reverse. Fighting to the death, the Xue family's casualties were numerous. How could they possibly negotiate? Chen Xuan solemnly stated. I hope you will honor your word. He cast a spell, dissolving the water prison. I will. How could I not? The moment the water barrier dissipated, a shadow surged forth, a skeletal hand reaching for the unsuspecting Chen Xuan's back. Be careful, Chen Xuan. Chapter 42, The Hidden Crisis. Boom. Just as everyone believed that Chen Xuan would fall victim to his own negligence, Zhou Xiaoguang bore a heavy expression, wishing fervently to rush forward and intercept the blow meant for Chen Xuan. Should Chen Xuan perish, their side, comprised of merely a few cultivators, would be utterly powerless to resist. The downfall of the Zhou family would inevitably spell their doom, costing the life of the earnest cultivator Chen Xuan. With no one daring to assist the Zhou family, he resolutely stepped forward, yet faced the grim fate of death. Alas, Chen Xuan, my young friend, has done all he can. Zhou Xiaoguang shook his head, preparing to summon the false Dan once more, spinning the mysterious runes, ready to detonate it. Brother, we have brought this upon you. Zhou Yangshua gazed upwards, witnessing the skeletal hand poised to pierce Chen Xuan's heart, murmuring. His visage was a blend of sorrow and indignation. Rarely in this world does one find a character like Brother Chen Xuan, such a pity. Zhou Yangmu felt a pang of shame, transmitting a message to Zhou Yangshua, planning to soar into the sky after Chen Xuan's demise to intercept Xuanmu, buying time for the family head to detonate the false Dan, ensuring the Zhou family's bloodline would be entrusted to his younger brother. Above, the skeletal hand radiated a heavy white light, forming an exceptionally sharp blade. In such close proximity, even a cultivator of the same caliber would find it easy to slay him. A wild grin spread across his gaunt face, too young and unaware that in the fray of battle, even the slightest carelessness can lead to death. Suddenly, he felt as if his hand was ensnared by a vast net, unable to advance an inch. A deep golden light enveloped Chen Xuan, radiating outward. Roar. Buzz. The sound of metal grinding filled the air as vibrations resonated, and within Chen Xuan's body, it seemed countless energies were accumulating, stirring, on the verge of erupting forth. What is this? In an instant, a surge of impulsiveness coursed through him, causing his brows to twitch. This is bad. How dare you conspire against me? He let out a ghostly shriek, attempting to withdraw his hand, only to discover that he was utterly immobilized, as though a metallic clamp had firmly ensnared his palm. A wave of terror washed over him as he realized he had been outmaneuvered. Fellow cultivator, come quickly to my aid. He shouted towards the outskirts of the city, as if about to make a decision that would betray his ancestors. In a moment of desperation, he decisively severed his own arm, seeking survival through sacrifice. Such ruthlessness. Alas, it was already too late. A whisper echoed ominously in his ear. An invisible force enveloped him, an overwhelming pressure descending from all directions, as if mountains were crushing him, making it difficult to breathe and causing him to feel increasingly constricted. The sensation of suffocation was unbearable. The combined forces of the earth and metal elements are not pleasant, are they? Chen Xuan turned, flames flickering in his eyes. He gazed upon the prison formed by the dual attributes of earth and metal, which held Xuanmu in a vice-like grip. With a gentle flick of his finger, a resounding cry of a phoenix echoed as a fiery bird coalesced behind Chen Xuan, bearing scorching flames that dove into the confines of the prison. What kind of sorcery is this? I surrender, release me. The flames erupted violently in the cramped space, their intense heat causing Xuanmu to writhe in agony. Under the onslaught of such spiritual fire, even a foe Dan would not endure, and he was rendered unable to move. He could only watch helplessly as he was consumed by flames. The torment and despair were unimaginable. If I did not leave an opening, it would take considerable effort to kill you. I never anticipated you would truly fall for it. Chen Xuan remarked coolly, his heart filled with disdain. Did Xuanmu genuinely believe he could outsmart him? This tactic of igniting a foe Dan while trapping him within a prison constructed from the entirety of his power drawn from two crystal cores. How could he hope to escape in a weakened state? His mind was not solely on Xuanmu. He furrowed his brow slightly, sensing a powerful presence of formidable magical energy intruding into his spiritual domain. Moreover, his formidable spiritual sense could not perceive or penetrate that figure. While grappling with Xuanmu, he faintly sensed a palpable killing intent emanating from beyond the city walls. It was fleeting, yet it instilled in Chen Xuan a sense of urgency. He had to play his cards wisely and eliminate Xuanmu entirely. They are coming. Chen Xuan's heart raced. Run as far as you can. Chen Xuan shouted, as the members of the Zhou family remained in a state of shock. Xuanmu's counterattack had invigorated them. It is over. Everything is over. What? Zhou Yangmu had yet to process the defeat of Xuanmu when Zhou Xiaoguang bellowed. Retreat. Zhou Xiaoguang had caught a whiff of an unusual aura, heightened by Chen Xuan's warning. He immediately called for his entire clan to withdraw. Before they had even covered 100 meters, a black orb radiating overwhelming magical energy hurtled towards the crowd. It is the Black Cloud real person, run. Zhou Xiaoguang's eyes widened in horror as he watched the black sphere detonate amidst the Zhou family members. Even with their magical defenses, nearly 100 perished in an instant. This was not a force to be reckoned with. Even amidst their current conflict, they had not suffered such losses. You cannot escape. Ha ha. Whether you possess blood, Dan, or not, you shall all perish. Be my nourishment. The black cloud real person's eyes glinted crimson, exuding an aura of malevolence, fluctuating with a hint of weakness, as if he were still recovering from injuries. Yet the might of the Golden Dan remained terrifying, instilling dread in the hearts of onlookers. He laughed maniacally. Having been repelled, he bore a grudge against the Zhou family. Having suffered humiliation at the hands of a mere faux Dan clan, he could not allow it to stand. This deepened his wounds and intensified his fury. He sought to bathe Jinling City and the surrounding territory in blood, using the endless vitality to heal himself. Die. The black cloud real person cast a glance at Chen Xuan, black light emanating from his hand as a blood-red hand reached for him. Boom. The black cloud real person's methods were exceedingly cunning. He wasted no words and struck immediately. Chen Xuan retreated, golden light enveloping him, forming a protective barrier. The blood hand struck the golden shield, causing a violent tremor. The barrier, which had withstood numerous blows from Xuanmu, fractured instantly. Sensing impending doom, Chen Xuan activated his sword technique, retreating several dozen paces. Not dead. The black cloud real person's brow furrowed. Wait, I can sense your magic. You lack a solid foundation. Ha ha ha, heaven assists me. At the moment Chen Xuan's magical fragments erupted, the black cloud real person's eyes lit up with excitement, as if he had discovered an unparalleled treasure, staring at Chen Xuan. If I consume you, I shall restore my hidden injuries and perhaps even advance further. Which sect do you hail from? He inquired, maneuvering like a whirlwind, closing in swiftly. Regardless of his origin, there was but one outcome: to become fuel for his cultivation. His eyes glimmered with greed and bloodlust, as an ominous wind surged, as if countless souls were wailing and howling in terror. What concern is it of yours? Chen Xuan retreated cautiously, a sense of trepidation creeping over him. The black cloud real person was a bona fide Golden Dan cultivator. Even in his injured state, a mere strike from his blood hand could shatter Chen Xuan's golden barrier. His strength still far surpassed his own. What concern is it of mine? By refining you, I shall have a chance at immortality. Submit to me and allow me to transform you into a blood Dan. A sinister wind stirred, and the blood-red hand split into two, one advancing and the other retreating, encircling him. Chapter 43, The Chase. Is this the might of the Golden Dan? Chen Xuan's heart trembled as the mysterious light within him erupted, his magical power surging. A torrent of water, akin to the mighty flow of the heavenly river, gushed forth from his crown, pushing the blood hand aside. However, it proved of little use, merely mitigating a fraction of the blood hand's assault. The immense energy continued to vibrate, compressing Chen Xuan's space for survival, as the mystical waters were nearly dispersed. With spirit technique, seeing he could not hold his ground, Chen Xuan unleashed his golden light, plummeting towards the earth. The blood hand relentlessly pursued him, an overwhelming aura of sanguine energy engulfing the skies. Upon landing, Chen Xuan executed the earth escape technique, burrowing into the ground, unleashing a burst of green luminescence. Countless trees erupted from the soil, and numerous vines writhed like serpents, ensnaring the blood hand tightly. A mere parlor trick, the black cloud real person scoffed. If he were to be stymied by such a humble with spirit technique, he would not be worthy of the title of real person. Allow me to show you what a Golden Dan real person truly is. His blood-red hair danced wildly, and a shroud of black light emanated from him, obscuring the moon. Bang! The vines shattered, yet a glimmer of spirit light surged into the blood hand. The two blood hands expanded, measuring 1 zhong, 10 zhong, 30 zhong, resembling a colossal demon as they swiped at the ground. The earth quaked violently, countless spirit trees shattered, and with splinters flew. You think you can escape? The black cloud real person's body was entwined with threads of blood, forming an expansive net. Under his control, it descended upon the earth in an instant. Chen Xuan's brows twitched. If ensnared, he would be rendered powerless to resist. He unleashed a tremendous spiritual pressure, summoning fierce winds that swept forth, as a golden light broke through the ground, forming the shadow of a colossal golden sword. It pierced through the blood net's confinement, striking fiercely against the massive blood hand, penetrating deep within its palm. Boom! The spiritual light erupted, unleashing a tempest of energy as two formidable magical forces clashed, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Chen Xuan was hurled back several dozen paces, steadying himself before retrieving a small golden gourd from his storage ring. It was Xuanmu's life-bound, semi-spiritual treasure, already possessing the nascent power of a true artifact. Refining it, Chen Xuan fled while pouring his spirit into purging the gourd's inscriptions. You cannot escape. Heiyun Jinren let out a cold snort, his figure resembling a wisp of dark cloud, moving with unparalleled speed. In but a brief moment, he closed in on Chen Xuan, who was enveloped in a golden radiance, occasionally casting fireballs behind him in an attempt to hinder his pursuer. The two engaged in a relentless chase. Each time Heiyun Jinren was on the verge of capturing Chen Xuan, a sudden surge of water would disrupt his efforts, inciting his fury. With a burst of speed, Heiyun Jinren advanced. A flash of black light appeared, blocking Chen Xuan's path. Gathering a luminous energy in his palm, he aimed to envelop Chen Xuan within. Where do you think you're going? Just as Chen Xuan was about to be ensnared, a brilliant flash erupted, and he executed a sharp turn, darting past Heiyun Jinren. Qingfeng Dunsu Effect 6. A streak of azure light emerged beneath Chen Xuan's feet, accelerating his escape and rendering Heiyun Jinren's attempts futile. Let's see how long you can evade. Infuriated at having lost his prey once more, Heiyun Jinren unleashed the power of his golden Dan, disregarding his injuries in a desperate attempt to capture Chen Xuan. This was a rare opportunity to mend his hidden wounds and significantly bolster his foundation. Deshui Tunshu, a horrifying blood light erupted from his chest, enveloping the world around them. An eerie wind howled as the air filled with the mournful cries of countless spirits. Those from the Zhou family still within the city, particularly the weaker cultivators, clasped their ears and collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. Zhou Xiaoguang's spirit surged, squeezing the energy within him to create a protective barrier. Chen Xuan felt the impact as well. Amidst the chaos, the bloodlight flickered, and grotesque specters lunged toward him. Li Yanzhing. FN. Chen Xuan was compelled to halt, channeling his magical energy to conjure an inferno that consumed the bloodlight, creating a void in the midst of the fiery chaos. Fire Xian Hulu Refinement Effect 9. Chen Xuan paused momentarily, infusing his gourd with mana. I'll crush you, old man, Chen Xuan shouted, channeling a portion of his energy into the gourd, then turning mid-air to hurl it. What is that? Before he could react, a golden gourd struck the golden light. Boom. Without hesitation, Chen Xuan formed a hand gesture, causing a talisman to explode in the air, followed by the gourd detonating as well. The half-treasure was ignited, unleashing a blinding surge of energy that radiated outward. In an instant, the world was thrown into chaos, the ground shaking violently as the sound of the explosion echoed. And a massive wave of flames swept forth, demolishing numerous structures. At the epicenter of the explosion, a crater spanning dozens of feet was formed. Is it over? Chen Xuan hesitated mid-air, 5 crystal cores channeling their energy to rapidly replenish his mana. His consciousness extended into the still exploding sea of flames. A pair of blood-red eyes suddenly opened, reflecting within Chen Xuan's mind. Instantly, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Calm. A carefully crafted second-tier talisman was pressed to his forehead, dispelling the disorienting sensation. I will have your life. A wail of anguish erupted, a massive surge of energy swirling as dark clouds loomed over the city. Heiyun Jinren emerged from the flames, looking utterly wretched. His robes were nearly incinerated, leaving only a veil of black cloud to obscure his modesty. His face was stripped bare, not a single hair remaining. In his fury, blood-colored light flickered around him. At that moment, Chen Xuan comprehended the might of the Golden Dan, a tempest of blood swirling through the air. Disregarding his injuries, Heiyun Jinren unleashed his full power. A blood-colored crystal formed into walls resembling a cage, descending upon Chen Xuan. It was no wonder he was capable of ambushing a mid-Golden Dan cultivator, nearly bringing him to his end. Heiyun Jinren possessed formidable strength within the Golden Dan realm. Chen Xuan's spirit trembled as he waved his hand, casting talismans and swiftly shaping a formation. Die! Heiyun Jinren was utterly enraged. Since his breakthrough to Golden Dan, he had never been so humiliated. Save for the near-fatal encounter with Yulong Jinren, his state had plummeted drastically. Had it not been for his legacy, he might have been obliterated by the self-detonation of a treasure. Blood spirit swallowing sun. He unleashed threads of bloodlight, the crystal accelerating as it surrounded Chen Xuan from all directions. Chen Xuan, I come to aid you. Zhou Xiaoguang could no longer remain passive. If Chen Xuan fell, all hope would vanish. At this critical juncture, he resolutely stepped forward to battle alongside Chen Xuan, preventing the encirclement of the blood crystals. Yang Shua, you must flee. Do not leave the sect until you reach Golden Dan. Yang Mu, you must also escape. This is beyond your capabilities. Take the Zhou family's descendants and flee to Shuiwei Xianqing. Zhou Xiaoguang decisively arranged matters. Chen Xuan, I am grateful for your assistance. From here on, it is up to me. You should escape as far as you can. Having a friend like you in the Zhou family is worth it. Zhou Xiaoguang laughed heartily, expelling a somewhat dim Dan body from his mouth to soar above him. He clearly saw Heiyun Jinren's life-preserving treasure shatter, even if he could not kill him. This strike would inflict tremendous damage. The calamity befalling the Zhou family stemmed from the actions of this very individual. How could they allow Chen Xuan to suffer without intervening? Go. Do not let me harm you. Chapter 44, Self-Detonation. Zhou Xiaoguang waved his hand, unleashing a surge of energy from within. The false Dan erupted in a blinding golden glow, illuminating the decayed city shrouded in black mist. This was the essence of the Golden Dan. Ha ha ha, if one harbors fear, how can they hope to condense the Golden Dan? Zhou Xiaoguang suddenly realized, using his death as a declaration, the false Dan shattered, unleashing the peak of his magical power and causing the environment to tremble. However, it was too late. With a tinge of regret, he let out a loud laugh. Earlier, when he battled Xuanmu, he had almost detonated the false Dan. Now, having delayed his life until this moment, he had completed his final arrangements. That was enough. The Zhou family still had a legacy to uphold. Go. Zhou Xiaoguang waved his hand, releasing a force that propelled Chen Xuan away. He transformed into a streak of light, charging towards Heiyun Jinren. Chen Xuan shuddered slightly, moved by the gesture. He had not anticipated that Zhou Xiaoguang would choose to detonate his false Dan, sacrificing himself in a bid for survival. This chance at survival was for himself and for his descendants. Chen Xuan, brother, run. Zhou Yangmu cried out in despair, pulling Chen Xuan back as they retreated fiercely. They could not allow the family head's efforts to be in vain. The power of the Golden Dan far surpassed that of the false Dan. It was no wonder that upon entering the Golden Dan realm, one could establish a sect or noble family. Chen Xuan fell into a moment of silence, the laws and principles within him resonating. If he were to retreat now, his heart would be unsettled. Having waited 80 years, what significance was there in avoiding confrontation? Heiyun Jinren must be eliminated. You go first. Without hesitation, Chen Xuan unleashed a torrent of mana, swallowing a series of pills. Zhuling Dan Effect 50. Huan Yuan Dan Effect 22. Qingling Dan Effect 27. Within him, countless energies converged and intertwined, the 5 crystal cores voraciously devouring the energy around them. His dantian trembled slightly, akin to a whale swallowing, rapidly restoring itself. Boom. A powerful radiance erupted, ripples of energy spreading throughout the heavens and earth. A roar echoed from within the explosion, and a blood-red figure could be faintly seen tearing through the fiery light, fleeing outward. The explosion of the false Dan unleashed a force far surpassing that of Chen Xuan's half-treasure detonation. It contained the accumulated energy of a cultivator's hundreds of years of experience. Heiyun Jinren roared as his foundation disintegrated, narrowly avoiding the explosion's epicenter. His body was riddled with cracks, blood flowing freely, resembling a vengeful spirit. I will have your life. Zhou Xiaoguang was engulfed in the explosion, yet he remained resolute, embodying the dignity befitting the leader of his clan. The foot of Heiyun Jinren was obliterated, and half of his body was severely injured. Within him, a layer of crimson light shimmered, sustaining his life and preserving his golden core, granting him the strength for another battle. He burst forth from the chaos, rapidly flying towards Chen Xuan, fueled by fury. A strike filled with wrath unleashed the might of his golden core as a blood-red hand reached out. The outcome remained uncertain. Although Heiyun Jinren still possessed the capability to fight, he was vastly weakened compared to before. Chen Xuan felt a surge of emotion. Heiyun Jinren's resilience was indeed formidable. It was no surprise that he could transcend illusions and refine numerous cultivators into his own golden core. Had it not been for Zhou Xiaoguang detonating the false core, Chen Xuan would have had no choice but to flee before Heiyun Jinren. The disparity in realms was simply too great. 2 streams of magical energy intertwined in the air, colliding with one another. However, in comparison to before, Heiyun Jinren was significantly disadvantaged. Wu Lingmi Fa. Chen Xuan repelled Heiyun Jinren. Sensing the latter's magical power had diminished considerably, yet he still harbored a fierce intent to kill. With a single hand forming a seal, the magic within him surged forth, the stored energy rippling and erupting into overwhelming force. A fiery phoenix unfurled its wings, emerging from behind, followed by a true dragon of azure and crimson, roaring majestically as it coiled upon his shoulder. A white tiger and a qilin suddenly appeared, albeit somewhat ethereal and indistinct. The 5 elements transformed into 5 spirits, as immense magical power pressed down upon the scene. Wu Lingmi Fa Amplification Effect 9. Since this was a technique of his own creation, its potency was greatly enhanced by his own essence. Subdue. Chen Xuan formed a seal, and magical energy poured forth violently from within him, as the 5 spirits almost materialized, each possessing its own sentience, roaring as they charged towards Heiyun Jinren. 5 illusory spirit beasts dominated the battlefield. The fiery phoenix, coalesced from spirit fire, let out a fierce cry and launched itself at Heiyun Jinren, initiating a self-destructive attack. The tremendous energy and searing flames erupted, instantly sending Heiyun Jinren crashing away. Vines of verdant emerald coiled around him, as the azure dragon became tangible, transforming into a colossal prison that ensnared Heiyun Jinren, rendering him unable to escape. Was this a minor divine ability? No, something was amiss. Heiyun Jinren was momentarily dazed, his heart pounding in shock. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, devoid of any glimmer of light. As he attempted to break free, he discovered an unexpected layer of mist enveloping him. Soon after, a powerful stream of water, infused with formidable binding properties, filled the prison. A colossal pressure descended upon him, causing tangible objects to tremble, as if a mountain was crushing him. In the dimness, a shadow of black clouds flickered, and the sharp edge of golden energy sliced through his skin. Furious, he unleashed a burst of powerful magical light from within, striving to free himself from the restraints, but to no avail. A sinking feeling overwhelmed him as he realized he could not contend with Chen Xuan. Reluctantly, he accepted this grim reality. This battle had been utterly devastating. His condition had deteriorated to the brink, and if he continued to be trapped, he might genuinely perish at the hands of a mere foundational cultivator. Suddenly, a beam of bloodlight erupted from within him, a blood-red orb spinning, transforming into formidable spiritual energy. A razor-sharp light cleaved the prison asunder. In that moment of silence, Heiyun Jinren seized the opportunity to escape the prison, once again witnessing the light of day. "We have all the time in the world. I will kill you," he scoffed, his body enveloped in bloodlight, the faint echoes of ferocious beasts roaring in his ears. He lingered no longer and made his escape. "Where do you think you're going?" Chen Xuan was astonished that Heiyun Jinren could break free from his restraints. The ninefold amplification suppression had been overcome, but fortunately, he had retained a hidden card. The temperature between heaven and earth plummeted abruptly. A potent sword intent surged upward. Not good. Heiyun Jinren's mind briefly faltered as runes exploded before his eyes. Following that, a long-anticipated surge of magical energy erupted, an overwhelming consciousness merging into it. Chen Xuan unleashed a sword strike with all his might, just as Heiyun Jinren's bloodlight enveloped him, poised to unleash his escape technique. A dazzling swordlight sword, chilling the entirety of Jinling City, piercing the heavens. It severed Heiyun Jinren's bloodlight, carving a long sword scar across the sky, reaching into the clouds. "I told you, you cannot escape." Chapter 45, The Annihilation of Heiyun Jinren. As the sword light dissipated, Chen Xuan stood in the void, surrounded by floating runes. The golden sword in his right hand could no longer withstand the overwhelming magical power and shattered, forcibly condensed by his magic, maintaining an unyielding sharpness as it faced Heiyun Jinren. "How is this possible? You are merely a foundational cultivator. How can you possess such an array of abilities? Who exactly are you? Could you be an ancient monster in disguise?" Heiyun Jinren's heart raced with horror, nearly cleaved in two, his right arm severed and bleeding profusely. Even the most flawless foundational cultivator should pose no threat to one at the golden core level. Thus, there could only be one possibility. The individual before him was not a foundational cultivator, or perhaps their soul was not. Could he have encountered a reincarnated powerhouse? Gritting his teeth, Heiyun Jinren still believed that Chen Xuan would not be able to kill him. Even if he could unleash a sword strike rivaling that of a golden core, could his cultivation and magical power withstand another blow? "You cannot kill me. Even the famed Long Yu of Qingyun sect, the first golden core, cannot keep me here." Suddenly, a burst of light erupted from within him, and Heiyun Jinren's speed generated a sonic boom, transforming into a streak of light as he fled the city. "I told you, you cannot escape." As Chen Xuan's words fell, a tempest arose, his essence merging with the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. The shattered long sword emitted a resounding blast as his magical power surged. Then, the long sword disintegrated into dust, transforming into a beam of sword light that soared into the sky, cleaving mountains and breaking peaks with unstoppable force, aimed at Heiyun Jinren. In that instant, his magical power diminished significantly, and his essence waned. This terrifying sword light, sweeping away all in its path, transcended Heiyun Jinren's speed. Following that, a dreadful wave of energy erupted, and a layer of bloodlight ignited once more. At that moment, Heiyun Jinren experienced an overwhelming terror between life and death. Even the treasured item that had saved him multiple times could not shield him. He felt unwilling as his golden core detonated, and the blood spirit pearl absorbed the energy within him, allowing him to escape, yet ultimately leading to his annihilation beneath the sword light. In the fleeting moment of his obliteration, a jade talisman shattered, and an almost imperceptible spiritual light vanished between heaven and earth. He could hardly fathom that the treasure which had propelled him into the realm of cultivation and enabled his breakthrough to golden core, had betrayed him. The blood-red orb was struck by the sword light and sent flying away. He was finally dead. Chen Xuan dared not let his guard down. Heiyun Jinren was akin to a tenacious old turtle, remarkably resilient. Only after confirming his demise did he feel a slight relief. What exactly was that orb? Chen Xuan extended his consciousness, meticulously scanning the area where the blood-red orb had fallen. Eventually, beneath a layer of broken earth, he uncovered the orb emitting a faint crimson glow, imbued with profound blood essence. Beside it lay a quietly resting storage ring. Chen Xuan paused momentarily. The orb was indeed peculiar. In the final moment, Heiyun Jinren had shown no resistance, his aura vanishing in an instant, ultimately obliterated beneath the sword energy. This was most strange. The orb resembled a certain malevolent treasure, and he hesitated to touch it. Chen Xuan placed his hand on the ground, causing a seed of spiritual bamboo to drop, infusing it with what attribute magical power. In an instant, the spiritual bamboo pierced through the air. Without hesitation, Chen Xuan snapped it and prodded the 2-yard-long orb with the long stick, probing the red orb for any response. Chen Xuan's heart settled slightly as he enveloped the bead and storage ring in a layer of magical energy. He refrained from directly touching the bead, instead placing it within a storage bag, which he then encased within several more bags. Ultimately, he retrieved Shui Mu's storage ring, emptied its contents, and carefully stowed the blood bead, now encased in 7 or 8 storage bags, inside. Only then did he let out a small sigh of relief, casting dozens of seals upon it before suspending it from a fine cord at his waist. As for the nature of this blood-red bead, that would have to wait for further investigation. A storage space spanning 5 zhang was indeed a luxury. Holding the storage ring in his hand, Chen Xuan felt a stir of excitement. Inside, 2 small boxes lay quietly, and upon scanning with his spiritual sense, he was elated to discover high-grade spirit stones. He took one out, his heart brimming with joy. The wealth of Heiyun Jinren exceeded his expectations. High-grade spirit stones were exceedingly rare. A single stone could be exchanged for 100 mid-grade stones, while 1 mid-grade stone could be traded for 100 low-grade stones. This means that a single high-grade spirit stone could be equivalent to 10,000 low-grade stones. Moreover, high-grade spirit stones were extremely scarce and predominantly held as strategic reserves by powerful factions, rarely circulating outward. Most importantly, high-grade spirit stones could nurture spirit veins of the 3rd tier and below. However, it was uncommon for ordinary individuals to do so, as the effects were minimal and the consumption considerable. As for top-grade spirit stones, they were exceedingly rare, nearly non-existent within the borders of the Zhao Kingdom. Top-grade stones could even be used to cultivate and nurture spirit veins. Holding this spirit stone, Chen Xuan felt the immense concentration of spiritual energy within, pure and easily absorbable by spirit roots. Each box contained 50 high-grade spirit stones, totaling 100. This was equivalent to 1 million low-grade spirit stones. How much wealth had been plundered? Chen Xuan inhaled deeply. Within this 5 zhang storage space lay an assortment of bottles and jars, among which were numerous spiritual items. He even discovered several 4th-tier spiritual herbs. The least valuable among them were the mid-grade spirit stones, which occupied a significant portion of the corner, amounting to over 7,000, valued at around 700,000 low-grade spirit stones. As for low-grade spirit stones, there were none at all, perhaps deemed unworthy, or perhaps exchanged for mid-grade or higher stones for ease of escape and recovery during battles. Something felt amiss. Chen Xuan furrowed his brow, rummaging through the storage ring, but found no spellbooks used by Heiyun Jinren, nor any cultivation techniques. His gaze shifted toward the storage bag containing the blood bead. Suddenly, a surge of crisis awareness erupted within him, his spirits soaring as a colossal shadow loomed over him, rapidly enlarging. Urgency gripped him. Retreat. Chen Xuan formed a hand seal, igniting 2 talismans that burned to ashes, propelling himself backward with great haste. In an instant, a toad, exuding purple mist and covered in grotesque lumps, descended from the heavens. It croaked ominously, releasing a torrent of dark green liquid from its maw. Move. A sense of foreboding settled in Chen Xuan's heart as he swiftly shifted to the left. The green liquid splattered onto the ground, sizzling and melting a deep pit, continuing to erode downward. A golden core stage beast. No. Chen Xuan's brow furrowed in alarm as a whirlwind surged from behind, a staff crashing toward him. In a moment of instinct, the 5 spirits erupted from his body, unleashing tremendous force in that instant. A thunderous roar echoed. Chapter 46, Black King. The overwhelming force propelled Chen Xuan toward the massive toad, making it difficult to change direction. The toad opened its gaping maw, spewing forth toxic green liquid. This is bad. Chen Xuan's heart raced. He had no means to resist. The light of the 5 spirits burst forth, detonating in midair. Everything spun around him. He couldn't even discern his enemy, not even with his spiritual sense. The strength of the newcomer undoubtedly surpassed that of Heiyun Jinren, and they were accompanied by a golden core stage beast. Chen Xuan felt a sinking sensation. What calamity had he invoked? Is this never-ending? Urgency. Wind walking technique amplified 9. A whirlwind abruptly surged from the ground, slicing through the air. You think you can escape after offending my one poison sect? Leave yourself behind. A chilling voice commanded. The ground trembled violently. The toxic toad leaped, its massive body soaring with incredible speed. An emaciated old man clad in black robes materialized like a wisp of spiritual wind, blocking Chen Xian's path. 5 poison formation. Illusory figures appeared around Chen Xuan, a grand formation rising to seal all avenues of escape. 5 spirits / Chen Xian's heart raced. If he were trapped, he would surely perish. Thus, he fashioned his hand into a sword, channeling his magical energy into a blade, unleashing the power of the 5 elements in a single strike. The scorpion illusion shattered, and Chen Xuan transformed into a streak of light, fleeing through the gap. Quite the skill. No wonder you could slay Heiyun. A gust of chaos swirled, and in the blink of an eye, the emaciated old man reappeared before Chen Xuan. The speed was on an entirely different level. Hand over what Heiyun left behind, and I might consider sparing your life. A powerful aura bore down on Chen Xuan, causing his complexion to shift. A low growl resonated from behind him as the enormous toad followed closely, sealing off all routes of retreat. This was the first time Chen Xuan felt such immense pressure. Escape was impossible, and he could not fight back. He had been careless. A heaviness settled in his heart. The usually cautious Chen Xuan, after defeating his foe, failed to seek a secure place to flee. Perhaps he believed there was no danger following Heiyun's demise. Then I shall take it myself. Seeing Chen Xuan silent, the emaciated old man wasted no words, condensing his magical energy into a massive hand reaching for Chen Xuan. The overwhelming pressure, the disparity in magical energy quality and quantity, was akin to the full moon compared to a firefly. 5 spirits. With his escape route sealed and no way to advance or retreat, Chen Xuan had no choice but to fight with all his might. Gritting his teeth, he squeezed every ounce of magical energy from the crystal core. The 5 spirit beast illusions roared in defiance. A mere trivial skill. If you had reached the golden core, I wouldn't be your match. Unfortunately, your cultivation is too weak. The emaciated old man remarked indifferently, dismissing Chen Xuan's struggles as futile. No matter how strong or wealthy, absolute realm suppression rendered all efforts meaningless. So what? Call the thunder. Chen Xuan raised a hand skyward, unleashing lightning techniques as the 5 spirits roared. In the next moment, a massive hand reached toward him. A dull explosion resonating as his trump card, the 5 spirit secret technique, was crushed. Thunder rumbled down, and the enormous toad leapt overhead, swallowing it whole. An overwhelming sense of powerlessness washed over him, a formidable pressure enveloping him. Did you truly believe that your ability to kill Heiyun was due to your strength? The power of the golden core is not something a foundation establishment can compare to. If he were not severely injured, with only 20 to 30% of his strength remaining, he could easily suppress you. A mere foundation establishment cannot turn the tides. The emaciated old man scoffed. He propelled himself forward, reaching out with one hand. The magical hand formed from golden core power descended like heavenly might, forcing Chen Xuan to retreat with no path left. The crystal core within him spun frantically, spirit stones crumbling into powder in his palm, a burst of golden light shielding him. Bang! Under the grasp of that enormous hand, it shattered like tofu with a single touch. Futile resistance. The emaciated old man sneered. Your body is a fine vessel. You won't die just yet. He reached out again, and Chen Xuan had no choice but to continue retreating, the massive hand drawing ever closer. Roar! At last it arrived. A deep, resounding beast roar echoed, followed by a delicate voice. A small cauldron plummeted down, repelling the giant hand. A pitch-black body descended from the clouds, with 2 feet protruding from its abdomen, a sharp single horn atop its head, and a fierce countenance. Who dares to bully mighty Qingfeng? Are they seeking death? A delicate voice rang out as a woman clad in a water-blue gown, with an air of icy elegance, descended before Chen Xuan, her pristine feet resting upon a lotus. She held a small cauldron, a crescent moon imprint gracing her forehead, her face radiating an aura of lethal determination. Gu Qinghua, Sister Qinghua? Chen Xuan's body trembled slightly, unsure of the reality before him as he gazed at the familiar figure. You were hard to find. Fortunately, I arrived in time. Otherwise, dear junior brother, you would have been captured to serve as a breeding vessel for venomous creatures. The woman's expression was tinged with melancholy, her eyes reflecting deep concern, reminiscent of a sorrowful fairy from the realm of Guanghan. With the arrival of the Grandmaster, it would be another matter. But you think you can take someone from my grasp? The old, emaciated figure of Gu Qinghua's adversary, an ancient figure, displayed a cold demeanor, regardless of the consequences. He could not allow Chen Xuan to escape, for he possessed something of utmost value to the 10,000 Poisons sect. A massive hand of toxic mist struck down, accompanied by a venomous creature descending from the sky, targeting Gu Qingwei. For 40 years, you've evaded me, sister, and it has caused me great sorrow. We shall reminisce later. Gu Qingwei's expression shifted, her jade hand wielding the cauldron, swinging it with resolve. Zheng Wanzhong, you cannot stop me from taking him, she proclaimed, the cauldron emanating boundless mystical light, clashing violently with the old man. The heavens trembled, clouds scattering from the force of their clash. Little Chen Xuan, retreat quickly. When your elder brother fights, he cannot spare you any attention. Mo Jiao spoke. Its tail, imbued with profound energy, struck the venomous creature, sending it tumbling hundreds of meters away. Chen Xuan gazed at the familiar black dragon, memories flooding his mind. Big brother He Wang, take him down. Chen Xuan nodded firmly, clenching his fists and shouting. It reminded him of his youth when Mo Jiao had carried him from the beast-taming garden to Danding Peak, encouraging him along the way. Good, let's finish him off. The hearty laughter of He Wang echoed as its tail struck fiercely, soaring through the air. Sister Qingwei, give it your all. Chen Xuan retreated, landing on the ground away from the battlefield, shouting encouragement while launching water arrows at the old man. You seek death. Zheng Wanzhong roared in fury. Chen Xuan's attacks posed little threat to him, but he lost focus during his confrontation with Gu Qingwei, receiving a blow that nearly unsettled his spirit. In the mid-stage of Jin Dan, when did you break through? Zheng Wanzhong exclaimed incredulously, his heart sinking as he unleashed waves of toxic mist. The dragon head staff collided with the cauldron, sending shockwaves through his arms. Chapter 47, Superior Jin Dan. You are indeed a superior Jin Dan. Zheng Wanzhong's eyes widened in disbelief. Those who condense a superior Jin Dan are typically extraordinary individuals, the seeds of Yuaning. After exchanging several more blows, Zheng Wanzhong realized the urgency, observing the toad being overwhelmed by He Wang. If he could join forces with the toad, they could easily suppress Gu Qingwei. However, the Grandmaster's spirit beast had also arrived. 10,000 poisons. He sneered, fixing his gaze on Gu Qingwei. If I kill you or ruin your foundation, the Qingyun sect will surely mourn your loss. The magical artifact in his hand, the wood dragon staff, shimmered with green light, manifesting countless illusory toxins that coalesced into a green wave rushing towards her. Gu Qingyue's beautiful eyes narrowed with caution. Zheng Wanzhong's wood dragon staff was forged from the blood essence of hundreds of foundational poison beasts. A mere strike could cause injury, but if one were to be tainted by its toxins, even a Yuan Ing would struggle to cleanse it. This was the insidious nature of the 10,000 Poisons sect, which had persisted to this day, as the Yuan Ing sect of Zhao country was reluctant to engage in conflict, fearing the repercussions. Cold Moon Cauldron, subdue, she commanded, a beam of white light shooting from her delicate hand into the cauldron before her. Instantly, a chilling aura erupted, revealing a phantom of a cold moon, radiating a serene azure light, heavy and frosty. A veil of faint mist enveloped Gu Qingwei, enhancing her ethereal presence. Subdue. The magical hand struck the cauldron, which glimmered with otherworldly light, colliding with the wood dragon staff. A tremendous shockwave radiated from the epicenter of their clash, dispersing in all directions. A wave of searing flames illuminated the scene as Chen Xuan waved his hand, conjuring a wall of fire to shield against the shockwave. He was equally astonished. The turbulence of the Jin Dan confrontation exceeded his expectations. He understood his own strength, realizing he was roughly equivalent to the first level of false Dan. However, the quality of his magical power was inferior to that of a true Dan, though his spiritual awareness surpassed it significantly, and his magical strength was more than double that of a false Dan. Against an average early-stage Jin Dan, he could retreat unscathed, though killing was unlikely unless he revealed all his trump cards and the opponent was no longer at their peak. However, this did not align with his usual approach, particularly after his encounter with the Grandmaster. Sister, I cannot assist here. What are you staring at, you vile toad? The ground trembled as He Wang delivered a powerful tail strike, sending the poisoned toad crashing to the earth. The toad rolled several times, its dark green pupils fixed on Chen Xuan, spewing a stream of toxic liquid. The distance was alarmingly close, the noxious gas reeking horrendously. Chen Xuan dodged the toxic spray, flames erupting around him to dissipate the miasma, and shouted in anger. Why am I being targeted? If I hadn't reacted swiftly, I would have suffered greatly. Big brother He Wang, I come to aid you. Watch as I roast this foul toad. Chen Xuan scoffed, feeling unable to intervene in the clash between Gu Qingwei and Zheng Wanzhong while also contending with the toad. Fiery spirits surged forth, transforming into a blazing phoenix that charged toward the toxic creature. The toad, massive in size and focused on resisting He Wang, did not anticipate that what it deemed a mere insect would dare to attack. The flames, imbued with pure yang energy, were particularly effective against such a poisonous being. The scorching fire struck its body, instantly melting a ring of poison sacs, causing it immense agony. Gah! The toad cried out in pain, sent flying by a powerful tail strike, landing heavily on the ground. Well done! He Wang bellowed with delight, spiraling in the air as it unleashed a torrent of dark water arrows that struck the toad. Descending beside Chen Xuan, its large, curious eyes glimmered. Little Chen Xuan, what has transpired in the past 40 years? If your master knew, he would be overjoyed. A small stroke of fortune, combined with a sudden epiphany, and here I am. Chen Xuan replied with a smile, placing his hand on He Wang, feeling a wave of nostalgia. After 40 years, he was once again reunited with this creature that had treated him so well, often coming to his aid and carrying him on its back. Ha 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 indeed. The path of the Tao is 50, and one must forego a portion. Little Chen Xuan, you have always been extraordinary. After years of delay, you have finally attained enlightenment. How splendid, how splendid. He Wang exclaimed joyfully, recalling how Chen Xuan had astonished the Dragon Master and himself in his youth with his prodigious talents in literature and scholarship. Yet, fate had not favored him, as Chen Xuan possessed almost no innate talent for cultivation. His spiritual roots were so poor that they barely qualified, merely exhibiting a hint of spirituality. In the following years, his master expended countless resources to barely elevate him to the level of inferior spiritual roots. Attempts to enhance his roots revealed that Chen Xuan's body had developed a resistance to them. Even with the continuous provision of precious elixirs, advancement to foundational cultivation remained elusive. Within the sect, many elders opposed the allocation of resources to this individual, deemed a waste of potential. Consequently, the Dragon Master had caused quite an uproar. After learning of this, Chen Xuan pondered deeply and ultimately chose to leave the sect. This left the He Wang feeling quite regretful and heavy-hearted. Today, witnessing Chen Xuan's extraordinary prowess, where a foundational stage cultivator displayed strength rivaling that of a false Dan, filled him with immense joy. This was not only a source of delight for the Yulong Zhenren, but also for Chen Xuan himself. Little Chen Xuan, let us join forces and roast this toad to perfection. He Wang laughed heartily, his demeanor unrestrained and carefree. His serpentine form soared, accompanied by the attributes of water, fire, and wind, showcasing his formidable power. Toxic toad, prepare to witness the true might of the Dragon Lord, he proclaimed, as his body surged in size. Expanding from 10 zhang to over 30, his flesh solid and powerful. As a creature of the dragon lineage, he possessed an innate pressure, radiating magnificence. Dragon Tornado. He Wang lunged forward, a tempest of wind erupting, spewing forth a torrent of searing flames, forming a fiery vortex that engulfed the toxic toad. Their bodies danced within the whirlwind, their roars echoing across the heavens. Chen Xuan took to the air, entering the eye of the storm, unleashing his spiritual fire which ignited within. The toxic toad howled in distress, the dual waves of heat overwhelming its resolve. Brother He Wang, I shall lend you my strength, Chen Xuan declared as winds surged around him, intensifying the tempest. Suddenly, a fierce gale merged with the vortex conjured by He Wang, flames soaring skyward, painting the heavens crimson as if it were midday. Help me, cried the toxic toad, unable to withstand the scorching onslaught. Weaker than He Wang, it struggled against the dragon lineage's might. With Chen Xuan's intervention, trapped within the fiery array, it could hardly unleash its full potential, relying solely on its resilient skin to withstand the assault. Help me, I am no match for the He Wang, it pleaded, its cries fading into the firmament. Humph, worthless wretch. Zheng Wanzhong's gaze turned menacing, nearly being thrown aside by a surge of energy as he retreated. Engaged with Gu Qingyue, he found no way to best her. While the toxic toad faced a formidable duo of He Wang and Chen Xuan, continuing this battle would only diminish his own strength further. Faced with such an impasse, retreat was the only strategic option. Little girl, he has taken what should not be his. Let us see how long you can protect him, Zheng Wanzhong sneered, unleashing a wave of magical energy that rippled forth in a green shockwave. Go, he commanded, casting a gray pouch that erupted in brilliance, illuminating the toxic toad. In the next moment, the fiery vortex dissipated, and the toad was ensnared within the pouch. A beast-taming bag? Chen Xuan winced, witnessing the toad nearly succumbing to their combined onslaught. Zheng Wanzhong intervened, dismantling the vortex and claiming the toad, who felt a sense of unjustness. We have all the time in the world. You must be Chen Xuan. I, from the Wan Poison sect, shall remember you. Remember my name, Zheng Wanzhong, elder of the Wan Poison sect, master of poison arts. He brandished his wooden dragon staff, snorted coldly, and vanished amidst a cloud of green mist. Chen Xuan, watching Zheng Wanzhong depart, remained on high alert, expanding his spiritual awareness and casting fireballs in all directions to probe the surroundings. Only when certain of their safety did he allow himself to breathe a sigh of relief. Gu Qingyue descended from the sky, her elegant form hovering lightly. "Greetings, senior sister." Chen Xuan acknowledged this ethereal beauty, his gaze a mixture of concern and anger directed at himself. Feeling a tremor of unease, he scratched his head and offered a slight bow. "Bow to you?" Gu Qingyue feigned anger, tugging at Chen Xuan's ear to raise his lowered head. Their eyes locked, and she was momentarily taken aback, noticing the smile at the corner of his lips, yet a hint of guilt flickered in his eyes before he quickly averted his gaze. Anger surged within her, as her cool visage drew near, her porcelain skin and delicate features almost within an inch of his face. "Look into my eyes." "I dare not." Chen Xuan shut his eyes, sighing deeply, a multitude of emotions swirling within, all hidden in the recesses of his heart. He owed too much. Gu Qingyue felt a slight tremor in her heart, her body quivering, her long hair cascading down like a waterfall, a hint of anger gracing her exquisite face as her sharp gaze bore into him. "Why do you not dare to look at me? After 40 years. Do you know the torment I have endured waiting for you? Yet you remained silent. My master kept secrets from me, as did my little junior sister. The visage of the person I sought remains unknown, while the peach blossoms still bloom in the spring breeze. I see you again, yet you cannot meet my gaze. Will you continue to flee?" Her voice trembled, her alabaster arms unsure of where to rest. After 40 years of anguish, encountering him today, the emotions she thought she could easily suppress shattered uncontrollably. "A grave sin." He Wang sighed softly, shaking his head. Chen Xian's youthful brilliance had drawn much envy, and a significant part of his ostracism stemmed from the jealousy of many female disciples within the sect. He recalled the first time he entered the sect and met Gu Qingyue, her beauty stunning him, and a poem he recited managing to touch the heartstrings of this secluded senior sister. Yet, fierce opposition arose from the sect. One was a prodigy, while the other was deemed a waste of spiritual roots. Chen Xian's departure was forced by overwhelming circumstances, his cultivation stagnating, his lifespan fleeting, while Gu Qingyue was already contemplating her advancement to Dan formation. For a cultivator at the Golden Dance stage, a few decades were far too brief. At that time, Chen Xian was aging, while Gu Qingyue blossomed in her prime. He Wang quietly withdrew, leaving the space for the two. Chen Xian lamented his past flamboyance. Upon entering the world of cultivation, he had been reckless, only to find himself in dire straits later. His heart quivered as the scent of jasmine wafted towards him, and he opened his eyes. The woman before him had her eyes half closed, tears glistening as they fell. Chen Xian felt as though struck by lightning. He had hidden for 40 years, evaded for 40 years. Would he continue to do so? "You truly are unworthy." He cursed inwardly. His youthful retreat stemmed from inadequacy, a lack of talent. Gu Qingyue's abilities were among the finest in the Qingyun sect, and he felt like a toad beside a swan. Yet, times had changed. What exactly am I concerned about? Chen Xian's heart tightened suddenly as he reached out, gently brushing his fingers against Gu Qingyue's cheek. "I am sorry," he murmured softly, feeling a tender part of his heart stir. He could distinctly sense the beautiful maiden before him tremble slightly, her once cold face growing warm. What I seek is not merely an apology, it is you." Gu Qingyue grasped Chen Xian's arm, her eyes brimming with unspoken emotions. "Where did you learn that phrase, senior sister?" Chen Xian thought the word sounded familiar, but chose not to disrupt the atmosphere. Neither spoke, merely gazing into each other's eyes, hers filled with soft waves of affection. "I have a child," Chen Xian finally confessed, unable to bear deceiving her any longer, attempting to withdraw his hand but finding it firmly held. "I do not mind," Gu Qingyue replied, for her desire for him had remained steadfast over the years. "I do mind," Chen Xian sighed, increasingly reproaching himself for his past actions. Gu Qingyue stepped closer, and he could see clearly her flawless skin, delicate and exquisite, as if sculpted from the finest jade, revealing the elegant contours of her neck and collarbone. Chen Xian felt that this posture was rather too intimate. Gazing at those alluring crimson lips, his mortal heart wavered slightly. He averted his gaze from her enchanting face and gently embraced her. "Oh, my dear senior sister, who could withstand such a trial?" In his heart, Chen Xian silently recited the xianxian mantra. Just then, a figure rushed in from the shattered city beyond. "Senior sister, senior brother, is that you?" The enchanting atmosphere shattered, and Chen Xian regained his senses. Gu Qingyue was startled and quickly withdrew her hand from Chen Xian, resembling a frightened little rabbit. She stepped back to Chen Xian's side, restoring her cool demeanor, though her eyes betrayed a hint of embarrassment and indignation. "Inshua, you have come," Gu Qingyue remarked as she saw Xianxiaaudiobooks approaching. her silver teeth gently biting down in a small display of vexation. Your timing is impeccable, Chen Xuan interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of Gu Qingwei. Junior brother. The Black Cloud Master has been slain, and the Wandu sect behind him has been repelled. It is safe now. Like a whirlwind, Chen Xuan swiftly reached Zhou Yangshua, placing a hand on his shoulder. Observing the devastation around him weighed heavily on his heart, and thinking of himself and Gu Qingwei, he sighed softly. Retrieving a hefty magical artifact from his storage ring and began to strike it like a wooden fish. Please forgive me, Tao Ancestor. Zhou Yangshua, having not noticed the earlier events, fled several hundred miles but returned, unable to shake off his concerns. Gazing at the desolation, with ruins strewn about, he felt a profound heaviness in his heart. Chapter 49. Revenge should not wait until morning. The Black Cloud Master had been vanquished, and the elders of the Wandu sect had been driven back. Jinyang City was safe. Yet, was there still a Jinyang City? Zhou Yangshua felt a gloom settle within him. Although he had spent more time at the sect, Jinyang City had always been his foundation. Now it lay in ruins. The family head had self-destructed, and 30% of the clan's cultivators had perished. The Zhou family was gravely wounded. Not long after, a portion of the Zhou clan, led by Elder Zhou Mu, returned to Jinling City. They exchanged silent glances, rummaging through the remnants and clearing the debris. Elder Zhou Mu was not faring well either. His breath labored as he gazed at the desolate Jinling City, rendered speechless for a long time. Eventually, the scattered members of the Zhou family gradually returned. Zhou Yangmu also brought back some clan members, first expressing his gratitude to Chen Xuan, Gu Qingwei, and others. The deceased were gone. In the world of cultivation, such losses were all too common. Compared to the other families attacked by the Black Cloud Master, the Zhou family was fortunate. Their foundation remained intact. Junior brother, I will wait for you at the Qingfeng. Gu Qingwei bid farewell to He Wang after a lengthy discussion. After all, it was not an opportune time to linger in Jinling City. Though reluctant, Gu Qingwei chose to depart. I have waited 40 years. A little more time does not matter. Goodbye, Xiao Chen Xian. He Wang descended, flicking his dark tail. Senior sister, brother He Wang. I will return to the sect to find you both after some time. With one human and one dragon soaring into the sky, Chen Xuan waved goodbye, watching the two figures vanish into the horizon before returning his gaze. He had not anticipated that this journey would be so surreal, nearly costing him dearly. Chen Xuan sighed lightly, glancing back at Jinling City, feeling a mix of sentiment and trepidation. One event led to another, when the Black Cloud Master suddenly attacked. Matters had already spiraled beyond his control. Ultimately, it had attracted a late-stage golden core cultivator, putting him at risk of being captured for the purpose of breeding puppets. The world of cultivation was perilous. It was better to stay hidden until his strength increased before embarking on reckless adventures. Yangshua, come with me. Chen Xuan called after most of the Zhou clan's descendants had returned and begun to clear Jinling City. For the time being, there would be no underhanded attacks. And Chen Xuan intended to attend to another matter. Where to? To settle accounts, Chen Xuan replied coolly. Let us go. Zhou Yangshua suddenly raised his head, a hint of murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. Tao Mountain. The two figures stood outside the Sun family's territory, quietly observing every move within. At that moment, a surviving member of the Sun family, who had participated in the assault on the Zhou family, returned with news. The clan elder, looking anxious, gathered the clan members to pack their belongings and prepare to flee. Senior brother, can we act now? Zhou Yangshua could hardly contain the killing intent brewing inside him. After Chen Xuan set up a formation, he impatiently spoke. Act. The two did not prepare extensively. The specifics had already been discussed on their way. After 40 years, the brothers joined forces once more. With a second-tier inferior formation, there were still 12 late-stage qi refining cultivators within the Sun family. They would be the first to be eliminated. Chen Xuan and Zhou Yangshua appeared unmasked in the sky above the Sun family. Break. Moments later, Chen Xuan struck the formation with a single hand, causing the Sun family's protective array to shatter. Not good. The formation has been breached. Escape while you can. Inside the Sun family, a few peak qi refining clan elders, witnessing the collapse of their defenses, saw two figures exuding overwhelming auras suddenly enter. The terrifying magical power intertwined and erupted, instantly causing their eyes to widen in horror. Elders, fight for a glimmer of hope for our descendants. Preserve the Sun family's bloodline. The 12 clan elders unleashed their potent energies, while the Sun family members, having never encountered such a scene, fled in a frenzy. They knew the Sun family was doomed. Ridiculous, Chen Xuan scoffed. I do not initiate conflict unless provoked. Previously, Sun Li had led people to ambush me. Had it not been for the Zhou family's urgent situation, I would have dealt with the Sun family long ago. Now that I am prepared, how could I let them escape so easily? The Sun family must be exterminated. Not a single one shall remain. Chen Xuan snorted coldly, And in that instant, a brilliant light erupted from Tao Mountain, enveloping the entire Sun family territory in golden radiance, trapping everyone inside. Junior brother, how many you can kill is up to you. The time for revenge is now, Chen Xuan declared, his hands glowing with golden light. His formidable magical power coalescing. The power of the golden blades surged forth as he waved his hand, unleashing countless blades of qi that swept through the Sun family. In an instant, Zhou Yangshua charged into the group of clan elders, his mid-foundation stage magical power erupting like a tiger among wolves. It was a one-sided massacre. Zhou Yangshua, may you never find peace. A Sun clan elder barely finished his curse before Zhou Yangshua, brimming with murderous intent, shattered him with a single punch. His methods were brutally violent, venting the rage within him. Chen Xuan's eyes held no trace of mercy. In the world of cultivation, the greatest taboo was to show weakness. To prevent any potential future prodigies from the Sun family seeking revenge, even if the probability was lower than that of weeds turning into celestial herbs. One could not be careless. Root out the problem completely. One must be merciful when necessary and ruthless when required. A powerful storm swept through, claiming the lives of countless members of the Sun family. Chen Xuan's magical power had reached the level of shattering mountains. No one could resist. This cleansing took less than 5 minutes. The Sun family, a foundational clan that had existed for centuries, was utterly obliterated from this world. Senior brother, thank you, Zhou Yangshua said, his robe stained with blood, as he emerged from his frenzy, his expression dazed, teetering between tears and laughter. There is still one more family, Chen Xuan said, looking at his junior brother. One reason for bringing him along was to help rid him of his nightmares and release his pent-up hatred. Otherwise, after this battle, one could not predict whether his state of mind would be affected. Take this. After a brief cleanup, Chen Xuan organized the spoils from the annihilation of the Sun family. There were a total of 100,000 inferior spirit stones and 600 medium spirit stones, along with medicinal pills, refining materials, and other items, valued at approximately 70,000. Chen Xuan kept the spirit stones and some useful pills and materials for himself, giving the rest to Zhou Yangshua. Zhou Yangshua did not decline the offer, as he possessed a considerable understanding of Chen Xuan's character. Moreover, during their journey, discussions had led him to accept it. Subsequently, the assets were integrated into the clan's treasury, intended for the restoration of the family, fulfilling a long-held aspiration. And then there was the Xue family. The gains of the Sun family exceeded their expectations. The total value surpassed 200,000 lower-grade spirit stones, which was indeed astonishing for a foundational family. However, recalling that the Sun family's ancestors had once been affluent, producing false elixirs and boasting a lineage of 5 to 6 centuries, such accumulation was not entirely surprising. Next, the focus shifted to the Xue family. As they soared through the winds, the two did not linger. They feared that any remnants of the Xue family might relay news of their arrival, prompting the clan's formidable members to flee. Upon reaching the Xue family, the sudden illumination of the Grand Formation elicited a sigh of relief from Chen Xuan. Contrary to his expectations, the Xue family had not chosen to escape. Instead, they had opted to seal themselves within the formation. This surprised Chen Xuan somewhat. A third-tier lower-grade formation, Chen Xuan murmured, gazing at the array. Brother, shall we proceed with our strike? Zhou Yangshua, observing the formation activated by the Zhou family, felt a moment of astonishment. The Xue family's foundation was not inferior to his own. They, too, stood upon a third-tier spirit vein, safeguarded by a third-tier formation. Had it not been for the destruction of his family's formation by the Black Cloud formation, they would not have faced such calamity. Additionally, within the Xue family, there were foundational guardians who could activate the third-tier formation. Although lacking a false elixir to stabilize it, they could still withstand a golden core practitioner for a considerable duration. Since we are here, we shall proceed, Chen Xuan replied. He had initially worried that the Xue family might flee entirely, but their decision to remain suited his intentions perfectly. As for the third-tier formation, what of it? With Chen Xuan's affirmation, Zhou Yangshua no longer concealed his presence and launched an assault. A colossal hand of magical power struck the Grand Formation. Inside, Xue Liao, a mid-foundational member, wore a grave expression. The Zhou family has arrived. All disciples, into the formation. Prepare for defense. Xue Liao's demeanor was serious as he pushed the formation to its limits. With the clan's ancestors fallen and 3 foundational practitioners lost, alongside a significant portion of their elite, they could now only cower within the protective array. Yet, he felt no fear. He was well aware of the Zhou family's circumstances. As relayed by fleeing disciples, Zhou Xiaoguang had perished and the Black Cloud Master had returned. Did they still possess the strength to assault the Xue family? Though cautious, he was not perturbed. The clan's heritage provided him with courage. With a third-tier Grand Formation at hand, they were adequately equipped to fend off Golden Core threats. Elder, It appears the one outside is Zhou Yangshua, and he is alone. Should we take advantage of the formation's might to encircle and eliminate him? A disciple at the 9th level of Qi refinement suggested, channeling magical power to sustain the formation. Beware of deception, Shuai Liao shook his head. For one, Zhou Yangshua's strength is comparable to my own, and he hails from Qingyun sect, making his power not to be underestimated. Furthermore, there is a risk of ambush if we exit the formation. The best course of action is to remain vigilant within our defenses. I do not believe the Zhou family dares to lay an ambush on our territory. Let him strike. We shall see how long he can maintain it. Once he exhausts his magical power, we will reconsider our strategy, Shuai Liao declared, firmly establishing his position. Not going to engage? Zhou Yangshua observed the unmoving members of the Shui family, continuing his relentless assault on the formation. His sole purpose for this visit was to fully cooperate with his senior brother, Chen Xuan. An hour passed swiftly, during which Zhou Yangshua meditated multiple times to restore his magical power. The Shui family remained unresponsive, and some even had the audacity to provoke him openly. Zhou Yangshua silently noted the identities of those few provokers and closed his eyes to gather his energy. Senior brother Chen Xuan must be ready by now, he mused. As if in response, a voice echoed in his mind. Heed my command. Attack. Upon hearing Chen Xuan's words, Zhou Yangshua wasted no time and unleashed a full-force assault on the formation. The previously aloof members of the Shui family suddenly found their pupils constricting as their prideful formation was rent asunder, creating a significant breach. Though it began to close rapidly, Zhou Yangshua was faster. He stepped into the formation, seizing the moment before anyone could react, and unleashed a spell into the crowd. Chaos ensued among the onlookers, resulting in the instantaneous death and injury of several dozen Shui family members. Seeking death, the path to heaven is before you, yet you choose to tread into hell. Shuai Liao seethed with fury, realizing that the formation had faltered, allowing Zhou Yangshua entry. Upon sensing no other auras, he felt a momentary relief, channeling his magical power to retaliate. Now, Zhou Yangshua was but a fish on the chopping block. A mid-foundational practitioner dared to intrude into the very heart of the Shui family. Alongside him were the elite disciples of the Shui family. Those who had reached the later stages of Qi refinement. They could easily overwhelm him. No, the gates of hell have opened. The formation trembled once more as a figure forcibly squeezed through. The vast surge of magical power erupted, causing the earth to quake. As the words left his lips, golden light flickered, and 5 ethereal spirit beasts materialized behind Chen Xuan, roaring fiercely beside Zhou Yangshua. Perish! Chen Xuan abhorred idle chatter, pressing down with a colossal hand of magical power, employing 20% of his strength. Instantly, the ground shook violently. The tremendous magical force descended like a mountain, enveloped in layers of mysterious light, sweeping forth without restraint. A false elixir? Not at all. Shuai Liao's eyes widened in terror. Before he could devise a countermeasure, he was crushed to the ground by a single palm, utterly defenseless, reduced to a puddle of flesh. Kill! Zhou Yangshua bellowed, immediately plunging into the fray. With no foundational barriers to impede him, he traversed through the chaos as though it were an uninhabited realm. Countless spells illuminated the Shui family grounds, casting dazzling glimmers. The 5 spirits sent forth by Chen Xuan charged in all directions, while Chen Xuan himself strolled leisurely through the Shui family, making his way toward the clan's treasury, dispatching any obstructive practitioners effortlessly. The Shui family had established their lineage within a secluded valley, backed by a spiritual spring, with an underground 3rd-tier lower-grade spirit vein. Furthermore, the Shui family had a long-standing history, spanning over a millennium. During this time, they had birthed no fewer than 3 false elixir practitioners, attaining unparalleled prestige. Even now, they boasted 4 foundational practitioners, with one holding a false elixir. The number of Qi refinement practitioners exceeded 500, with countless being descendants of common folk. Yet, to ordinary people, the Shui family already resembled an exalted celestial lineage, possessing little direct relevance to their lives. Without paying undue attention to the skirmishes occurring within the Shui family, Chen Xuan remained confident in the superior strength of his 5 spirits, which rivaled that of foundational practitioners in their early stages. Combined with Zhou Yangshua, dealing with a group of practitioners who had yet to attain foundational status required no concern. Chen Xuan proceeded to the spiritual spring, guided by the enthusiastic members of the Shui family, and entered the clan's treasury. As he pushed open the heavy doors, a dazzling array of spiritual light greeted him. The Shui family's millennia of accumulation lay before him. In that moment, Chen Xuan seemed to comprehend why the Black Cloud Master was so enamored with the relentless slaughter of various families, particularly targeting those of false elixirs and above, disregarding foundational families entirely. Beholding the treasury filled with an assortment of treasures, Chen Xuan was momentarily dazzled. 1,000-year-old soil spirit ginseng, 10,000-year-old wood spirit grass, 100-year-old dragon sword grass, and 1,000-year-old spirit wood heart. Various precious materials were present, many of which were exactly what Chen Xuan required. All that the Shui family had hoarded and hesitated to utilize now conveniently fell into Chen Xuan's hands. Thanks to the loyal supporters of the Shui family, he mused. In this wave, Chen Xuan filled over 100 storage bags and 3 acquired storage rings. The bounty was exceedingly rich. Just the middle-grade spirit stones alone exceeded 3,000, equivalent to 300,000 lower-grade spirit stones. The variety of elixirs, spiritual objects, magical tools, and techniques totaled more than 200,000 lower-grade spirit stones. The quantity of lower-grade spirit stones is relatively scarce, likely due to the substantial expenses of the family, unlike the medium-grade spirit stones which serve as strategic reserves, totaling around 50,000. The overall value is approximately 550,000 lower-grade spirit stones. The foundation of the Shui family is exceedingly rich among the Jiaodong families. Merely possessing these medium-grade spirit stones, if taken by a disciple of the Shui family, could allow the family to re-establish itself. In a remarkably short time, one could achieve foundational cultivation and then select a lesser-known location to live incognito, with the remaining spirit stones sufficient to await the emergence of a future prodigy, facilitating breakthroughs into Jiaodong. As for the Jindan, that would depend on individual fortune. The Feng Blade Technique and Wind Barrier are merely a few of the wind-attributed rare techniques catalogued, amounting to 5 or 6 volumes. However, their rank is not particularly high. The most advanced Feng Blade Technique and Wind Barrier are merely equivalent to upper-tier Huang rank. Yet, they are adequate for cultivators transitioning from Qi refinement to foundational cultivation. The remaining techniques encompassing the 5 elemental attributes number in the hundreds, with most being of lower and medium Huang rank. The most distinguished among them is titled Shui Ling Shu, a lower-tier Xian rank technique, capable of manifesting various water spirits and summoning the mysteries of water for offensive purposes. It also allows for free breathing underwater, enabling combat prowess in aquatic environments comparable to water attribute monsters. This is indeed commendable. Chen Xuan noted the Shui Ling Shu, recognizing its potential for future cultivation, complementing his 5-spirit secret method and enhancing his offensive capabilities. Furthermore, Chen Xuan acquired several legacies of second-tier immortal arts, including alchemy, formations, and talismans, all of which rank among the top 10 in the arts. Additionally, he obtained a somewhat obscure yet practical second-tier puppet technique, culminating in a total of 4 second-tier inheritances. Most are accumulated over millennia by the Shui family or represent the lifelong legacies of cultivators within the clan. Each inheritance is sufficient for a cultivator to secure their existence. However, all these resources now lie within Chen Xuan's grasp. Chen Xuan meticulously organized his acquisitions, and upon exiting the family treasury, the sounds of battle outside had subsided. Zhou Yangshua was conducting thorough inspections, leaving no stone unturned in the hunt for cultivators feigning death to escape. "Come back," Chen Xuan gently beckoned, and with a swirl of light, he withdrew the elemental forces into his being. Once he arrived at the front hall of the Shui family, Zhou Yangshua ceased his actions, his clothes soaked in blood, his expression unyielding, radiating an aura of murderous intent. "Calm down." Noticing Zhou Yangshua's dazed state and fluctuating malevolent energy, a sign of mental strain from excessive slaughter, Chen Xuan approached without hesitation. He placed a reassuring hand on Zhou Yangshua's back, channeling the Shui Ling power to cleanse the bloodthirst from him. The crimson hue in Zhou Yangshua's eyes gradually receded. "Senior brother, I." Before Zhou Yangshua could finish, he fainted, collapsing before Chen Xuan. The latter's lips twitched slightly as he dragged his unconscious junior to a relatively clean spot beneath a tree for rest. The hundreds of Shui family cultivators he had dealt with were not mere sadistic fiends. The act of killing, even if necessary, had taken a toll on his psyche. Had he left Zhou Yangshua in that state, the lingering bloodthirst could have ensnared him. "Rest well." Chen Xuan sighed, observing the bloodshed around him, feeling a sense of discomfort. "Burn." Chen Xuan clapped his hands, unleashing a surge of power that ignited flames, creating a colossal wave that engulfed the Shui family estate, gradually reducing it to ashes. This marked the complete demise of the Shui family, a 1,000-year lineage nestled within the Lang Mountain Valley. "Seal." With a firm command, Chen Xuan inscribed the character for seal upon the mountainside overlooking the Shui family valley. This signified the area would be sealed off. Countless runes shimmered in the air, bursting forth with golden light, resembling a sky full of stars. Each rune entered the Zhou family's protective formation, forming an outer array that entirely sealed the Shui family. After all, this was the site of a third-tier spiritual vein, awaiting the day when he could extract it once he had the capability. Upon completing the final arrangements, Chen Xuan carried the unconscious Zhou Yangshua back to Jinjing City. He remained there for 3 consecutive days, deterring several lurking forces, and finally restored the city's defensive array. Many severely injured and drained members of the Zhou family gradually recovered, and numerous temporary shelters were erected as common folk began to relocate to Jinjing City, gradually rebuilding it. Once the situation stabilized, Chen Xuan bid farewell. The experiences of these few days had been nothing short of exhilarating, yielding bountiful rewards. Typically, the gains from these days surpassed the normal wealth accumulation of Chen Xuan over several centuries, amounting to far more than 2 million lower-grade spirit stones. Notably, the spoils gained from the Black Cloud real person alone exceeded 1 million lower-grade spirit stones, adding in various precious herbs, third-tier elixirs, and spiritual plants. The total worth was incalculable. At this moment, Chen Xuan understood why the Black Cloud real person converted all his plunder into superior-grade spirit stones. It was simply unmanageable. Now, utilizing special means, Chen Xuan managed to secure over 200 storage bags and 5 storage rings. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, it would surely be amusing. Currently, Chen Xuan yearned to return to Tao Mountain and enter seclusion. That evening, he departed without delay. After 4 days of busyness, Chen Xuan finally returned to his residence. After inspecting the formation, he called forth Chun Li from the hall. Chen Xuan presented 2 storage rings, each 1 zhang in size, filled with spirit stones and various cultivation medicines and techniques, to Chun Li and Chen Wanwan. This delighted both of them, particularly Chun Li. Since arriving at Tao Mountain, he had gradually integrated into the world of cultivation and was well aware of the value of these precious items. Storage rings are generally only afforded by foundational cultivators. Yet he found himself in possession of one. I shall enter seclusion for a time to diligently cultivate, Chen Xuan advised before hastily retreating to the rear courtyard. Eagerly, he pushed open the door to the seclusion chamber, intent on thoroughly digesting the rich rewards of the past few days to elevate his strength. Following the battle in Jinjing City, his name had begun to circulate, and he was no longer an obscure small cultivator from Tao Mountain. With greater renown came an increase in dangers. Chapter 52, Xianxiao. The 4th-tier Xianxiao, ha ha ha. Chen Xuan retrieved several 4th-tier medicinal herbs from his storage ring, among which was an exceptionally rare herb capable of enhancing one's foundation, bones, and overall constitution. Consuming it would amplify one's vitality tremendously, employing the power of 100 stars to refine the body, but it could only be used once. Moreover, it serves as the primary ingredient in the 100 Refinements elixir, a renowned 4th-tier elixir. Consuming it can significantly bolster one's constitution, strengthen meridians and bones, and even enhance the nascent soul. This elixir is exceedingly rare. Even ancient beings in the late nascent soul stage would be tempted to acquire it. The other 4 medicinal ingredients, all 4th-tier and essential for the Jebing Dan, are not primary ingredients, but are invaluable and exceedingly precious. Just the news of his possession of materials for the Jebing Dan would attract numerous Jindan cultivators seeking to claim them. Chen Xuan carefully stored the remaining 4 medicinal ingredients and focused his gaze on the Xianxiao. True to its name, Xianxiao features 3 leaves, each adorned with numerous small markings resembling stars. The stem is highly toxic and serves as a primary ingredient in another elixir, the soul-devouring elixir, capable of depleting one's vitality and even destroying one's ethereal soul. Although it is a 4th-grade Dan, the toxicity of the Shihun Dan is such that even a Huashan cultivator who consumes it would meet with the fate of having their primordial spirit annihilated. Chen Xuan carefully cradled this miraculous spirit herb, which harbored both poison and potency. With utmost caution, he plucked the leaves of the Xianxiao and placed the root stalk safely aside. Once separated from the root, the leaves of the Xianxiao would completely dissipate within a quarter of an hour. Without further hesitation, Chen Xuan swallowed 3 leaves in one swift motion. Despite being at the foundation establishment stage, his exceptionally unique physique, coupled with a formidable foundation and vast capacity for mana, instilled in him the confidence to withstand the onslaught of the herb's medicinal properties. As the essence of the Xianxiao unfurled, it bore an indescribable taste. Soon thereafter, a sharp sensation coursed through his throat. Suddenly, an intensely radiant light erupted from within him, illuminating every inch of his flesh and blood. The tiny stars upon the leaves transformed into a terrifying energy that spread forth. A searing heat enveloped him, burning and refining his entire being, accompanied by a stinging sensation. It stimulated his internal organs and meridians. With the effect of the Xianxiao activated, the randomized anchoring count was set at 3. Chen Xuan gritted his teeth against the pain and endured it thrice, ultimately achieving a doubled effect, stabilized at 88. This was an unprecedented multiplier of 88. An extraordinary critical strike. In an instant, a more fearsome and immense mana surged throughout Chen Xuan's entire being. An infinite glow erupted from him, akin to a human-shaped pillar of light or a flare. With a thunderous roar, the potency equivalent to 88 xianxiao burst forth in that fleeting moment. A magnificent aurora of myriad colors gushed forth from his internal organs and erupted into the sky. Streams of brilliant light cascaded from all 7 orifices, soaring into the heavens. The powerful energy breaking through the barriers Chen Xuan had set, a dazzling column of light, several dozen yards wide, pierced through all restrictions. Resembling a celestial pillar reaching the sky, vanishing into the clouds above. In that moment, Tao Mountain trembled, and countless cultivators in the market at the foot of the mountain held their breath in astonishment. What on earth has transpired? The towering light pillar stood between heaven and earth, as if it had opened a gateway between the mortal realm and the celestial realm. Its brilliance was so profound that it seemed to seize the very radiance of the sun. The market quaked as numerous cultivators turned their gaze towards the summit of Tao Mountain. Could it be that a true immortal has descended? An elder cultivator in the late qi refining stage, eyes wide with wonder, couldn't help but exclaim in awe before bowing deeply. This bow shattered the silence. Countless cultivators followed suit, kneeling in reverence, for the scene was overwhelmingly shocking. No, I suspect a great treasure has emerged. Among the scattered cultivators from various regions, many seasoned wanderers gazed greedily and longingly at the light pillar atop Tao Mountain. Heaven did not give birth to me, Li Ergu. I have just arrived here, and such a wondrous phenomenon has occurred. It must be a celestial treasure prepared for me. One cultivator shouted excitedly, soaring upwards on his sword toward the peak of Tao Mountain. Outside Limping Market, within hundreds of miles, all eyes were drawn to the direction of Tao Mountain. The awe-inspiring light pillar was so remarkable that countless cultivators turned their heads towards its location. Ha ha ha, a rare treasure has revealed itself, so close to me. Perhaps my chance to attain the golden core lies within. By the river, a late Foundation establishment cultivator floated in the air, laughing heartily as he made his way to Tao Mountain. This scene unfolded from all directions. More and more cultivators were drawn in. Even those embroiled in life and death battles abandoned past grievances to seek out the source of the light pillar and glimpse the opportunity it presented. What on earth has occurred? My heavens! Grandfather, are you about to ascend to immortality? Chen Li was abruptly jolted from his seclusion by the blinding light, staring in the direction of Chen Xuan. His heart shaken. Though the radiance was intense, it caused no harm. Rather, it enveloped him in warmth, posing no threat even to mortals. Upon sensing this, Chen Li felt reassured. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead, realizing the commotion his family was causing and the multitude of people likely drawn to their location. A wave of concern washed over him. His worries were not unfounded, for in mere moments, dozens of cultivators ascended the mountain, arriving before the Chen family estate. Fortunately, the defensive formations had not faltered, leaving the group to gaze longingly at the light pillar, their eyes filled with desire. They vaguely sensed that this brilliant light brought a comforting sensation to their minds, leading them to believe that some rare treasure must have appeared. Meanwhile, within the secluded chamber, Chen Xuan remained oblivious to all that transpired. He was currently enveloped in a mysterious state, teetering on the brink of life and death. Every fiber of his being was ceaselessly tempered. Even his spiritual roots felt as though they were being subtly drawn. His mind, consciousness, and spirit were all being refined inch by inch. Even in his flawless Foundation establishment, he was being driven to undergo a frenzied transformation and elevation. He felt as though he were floating, as if everything were undergoing sublimation. Each passing breath witnessed his body being tempered tenfold. This sensation was extraordinarily wondrous, as if he were evolving towards a state beyond humanity. The ultimate outcome remained shrouded in mystery. As his consciousness stirred, the crystalline core within him grew increasingly smooth and rounded. His blood was gradually refined, taking on a faint golden hue that radiated with a soft glow. For a full quarter of an hour, this process continued before the light began to recede. Only then did Chen Xuan emerge from this profound experience. Upon opening his eyes, they sparkled like stars. Instantly, an incredibly alluring fragrance wafted through the air, infused with the spiritual energy he had unwittingly absorbed during this comprehensive tempering. Mingled with the residual potency of the herb, erupting from his body in waves of light. A dazzling surge of energy erupted from within him, creating ripples that quickly spread outward. Chapter 53, Evolving in a Strange Direction. Even the remaining potency was exceedingly remarkable. Suddenly, the Chen family estate was enveloped in a gentle energy filled with vibrant life force, a blessing bestowed upon him after tempering his body. Moments later, Chen Xuan's physique radiated a soft glow. Observing himself, he found his body translucent, his bones akin to jade, resembling treasure. Each inch of flesh and blood contained a terrifying vitality. His starry eyes could discern the hidden trajectories of celestial bodies, drawing upon the scattered power of the stars. What am I now? Chen Xuan sensed countless strands of spiritual energy rushing to him, compelling him to absorb these drifting energies, even a trace of stellar power. This was a substance transcending spiritual energy, or perhaps a more potent form of it. Chen Xuan felt as though he had ascended a level in the hierarchy of life. The innate celestial body. He recalled ancient legends about various celestial bodies. Those possessing such bodies were unparalleled prodigies, favored by the heavenly Tao. Many were born at the foundation establishment stage, manifesting the golden core and primordial spirit, cloaked in celestial radiance. As long as they did not fall, they held great potential to ascend to immortality. However, his current state was remarkably peculiar. With his robust foundation, there was no one in the Zhao kingdom who could compare to him. This confidence resonated within Chen Xuan. Am I at the late foundation establishment stage? Chen Xuan pondered, sensing the fluctuations of mana within him. Is this what it means to be at the late foundation establishment stage? He felt somewhat dazed. In just a quarter of an hour, he had traversed the realm most foundation establishment cultivators spent their entire lives striving to reach. Yet, this seemed reasonable, as even the enhancement of a single herb contained terrifying energy. Moreover, it is equivalent to 88 stalks of the rare 4th tier Tianxing Chao, an extraordinary elixir. My spiritual root. Chen Xuan was momentarily taken aback, delving into his own awareness. He discovered that his spiritual root had merged into one. Everything was progressing in a peculiar direction. His spiritual root transformed into a singular entity, resembling an egg in shape. Furthermore, the surface of the shell was adorned with specks of starlight, reminiscent of the embellishments on the Tianxing Chao. Has my spiritual root become a spiritual egg? Chen Xuan felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, somewhat incredulous. The changes occurring within his body were beyond his comprehension. The medicinal potency of the Tianxing Chao was mostly absorbed by the spiritual root egg. The 5 elements circulate. Chen Xuan sat cross-legged, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In an instant, boundless spiritual energy surged into Chen Xuan's body, akin to a torrential flood, forming a massive siphoning vortex. Absurd. A surge of astonishment struck Chen Xuan's heart. This was no longer mere absorption of spiritual energy. It was akin to competing with heaven and earth for spiritual energy. Chen Xuan's mouth twitched. He was indeed undergoing a transformation towards the unknown. His spiritual root egg exhibited an extraordinary sensitivity to spiritual energy, with an absorption and conversion speed that far surpassed that of superior spiritual roots. By heavens! Just as Chen Xuan's gaze shifted from the spiritual egg, he saw that his dantian had already transformed into a vast ocean. The liquid mana coalesced into a sea, with 5 colorful cores floating atop, radiating brilliance. Golden core? No, this was not right. Chen Xuan felt an increasing ache in his teeth, despite his prior preparations. He could not help but be utterly astonished. He could sense the changes within his body, yet witnessing them was an entirely different matter. The 5 crystalline cores had already taken on the form of golden cores, with intricate patterns engraved upon them, unmistakably resembling the shape of a core. However, his mana had not yet undergone transformation. In the foundation building stage, he possessed 5 distinct golden cores. Alternatively, one might say they were false cores. The most significant change was that he could channel countless mana into a single drop of water, achieving the level of power that could only be realized at the golden core realm, a feat akin to collapsing mountains with a mere droplet. Quantity had replaced quality. The complete metamorphosis had yet to occur, transitioning from foundation establishment to the golden core path. Chen Xuan remained silent for a prolonged period before emerging from his introspection. Subsequently, he continued to consume various spiritual herbs, the 3rd tier Lingmu Xian, the 3rd tier Linghua essence, the Xianxia essence, Jin Lingyi, and others. These were herbs capable of influencing one's physique and enhancing innate talent. However, he found that they did not provide significant improvements. To achieve notable effects, these low-quality items no longer sufficed for Chen Xuan. With a sense of helplessness, he stored away the remaining elixirs. Rather than waste time and these materials for minimal, nearly imperceptible enhancements, it would be wiser to exchange these resources for spiritual stones and procure 4th tier or above elixirs and 3rd tier or above enhancement pills. He also possessed 2 longevity pills. Chen Xuan retrieved from the Shui family treasury 2 longevity pills, each extending life by 10 years. The 2nd tier longevity pill increases lifespan by 10 years, with effects halved after each use, allowing for a maximum of 3 consumptions. It is one of the most favored elixirs among foundation building and golden core cultivators, who would willingly forsake longevity, from gas refining cultivators to those in the nascent soul stage. Even more powerful practitioners, without exception, have a demand for lifespan. As one progresses, cultivation slows down, and without extraordinary opportunities, One can only rely on an exceedingly long lifespan to gradually accumulate strength. A single pill to savor the flavor. Chen Xuan had no pressing need for longevity. In his current state, he was uncertain how long his lifespan might be. Nevertheless, it was certainly far beyond that of a foundation-building cultivator, possibly 500, 800, or even 1,000 years. After consuming a longevity pill, he borrowed another 10 years of life. Longevity pill effect increased by 14. Current random anchoring attempts, 3. You have rerolled. Longevity pill effect increased by 22. You have avoided side effects. In the next moment, an exceedingly rich essence of life surged into his body. The substantial amplification of lifespan became evident, allowing him to perceive the effects of the longevity pill. Vitality, physique, and blood were enhanced, raising the upper limit of his lifespan. 220 years of life instantly granted. A vigorous aura of life radiated forth. 220 years of life. Chen Xuan took a deep breath. His eyes filled with disbelief. This was extraordinarily miraculous. Most importantly, consuming the longevity pill had no adverse effects. He could continue to enjoy the benefits of extended life. As long as he wished, and as long as the materials for the longevity pill were not exhausted, he could live until the very end of time. 220 years of life would undoubtedly entice even the most powerful of transformation cultivators. An hour passed. Outside the Chen residence, an increasing number of cultivators gathered. Many sensed an exceptionally rich essence of life emanating from within the Chen residence. Chun-Li stood behind the formation, observing the covetous gazes of the gathered cultivators, silently preparing a set of talismans. Should they dare to intrude and disturb his grandfather's cultivation, he would fight to the bitter end. He stepped forward, his profound mana radiating powerfully, embodying the solid cultivation of the 5th layer of gas refinement. I implore all fellow cultivators to depart. Chapter 54, Counterattack Suppression. You Chen family have obtained something remarkable, yet you refuse to allow others to witness it. Do you? A voice from the crowd scoffed. They were reluctant to leave, but dared not act against Chen Xuan due to his cultivation level. They awaited, anticipating the arrival of other powerful cultivators. Such a commotion at the Chen residence would surely have attracted the attention of numerous practitioners. Once they arrived, they could storm into the Chen family and at least catch a glimpse of the treasures that could unleash such potent phenomena and life essence. Finally, as the crowd awaited in anticipation, a streak of light dashed towards the foot of Tao Mountain. A cultivator emanating the aura of late foundation establishment, with a weathered appearance, gazed greedily towards the Chen residence. Moments ago, he had sensed an immensely powerful fluctuation of life essence. Perhaps it was because he was already in the twilight of his years, with only a few years left to live. Or perhaps his cultivation of wood attribute techniques heightened his sensitivity to life. He was convinced that something extraordinary or a longevity elixir had appeared within the Chen residence. I am Zhou Yuan. What transpired here? Has anyone informed me of the events? Zhou Yuan directly produced 100 low-grade spiritual stones from his storage ring, scattering them carelessly. He then took out a storage bag and waved it in front of the crowd. This action stirred the scattered cultivators into a frenzy. Senior Zhou, I am Li Ergu, the first cultivator to arrive here. Li Ergu's heart raced as he leapt from the crowd, his gaze fixated on the storage bag in Zhou Yuan's hand. It is you. Tell me about the situation in the Chen residence and everything that transpired earlier. Zhou Yuan directly used his mana to draw Li Ergu closer. After a brief moment, having learned the general circumstances, his eyes sparkled with greed. Ha ha, the heavens favor me, Zhou Yuan. My fate is not yet sealed. Indeed, my opportunity lies here. After hearing Li Ergu's description, Zhou Yuan was even more convinced that the Chen family had unveiled a longevity elixir and other extraordinary treasures. Furthermore, according to the local scattered cultivators, the strongest member of the Chen family was a cultivator who had just broken through to foundation establishment. Elated, he tossed the storage bag aside. With a single palm strike, he slammed against the formation of the Chen residence. Treasures belong to the virtuous. Quickly hand over the extraordinary treasures and longevity elixirs. Zhou Yuan's massive palm strike, infused with the full power of late foundation establishment, crashed against the formation of the Chen residence. Instantly, Tao Mountain shook violently. Chun-Li's expression changed dramatically as he watched the formation crack under the force of a few blows. The 6 gods lost their color, retreating abruptly. Do not flee. In an instant, a second-tier low-grade formation was forged on the first-tier array, but without the presence of cultivators to oversee it. How could it withstand the assault of a late-stage foundation establishment master? The formation shook violently, and a small breach appeared. Zhou Yuan, witnessing this, felt a surge of delight and intended to strike at the heart of the matter. He charged directly into the Chen residence, seizing the only 3 cultivators of the Chen family he encountered. To him, the Chen family seemed pathetically weak. He sought a swift resolution. to snatch their possessions and silence them, escaping to safety with the treasures. Brimming with confidence, he believed that as long as no cultivator above the foundation establishment stage intervened, he could look down upon all, hand over the extraordinary treasures, or face death without mercy. He bellowed, his powerful spiritual energy reaching out to grasp the immobilized Chun-Li. Behind him, the rogue cultivators surged through the breach in the formation, eager to partake in the spoils. They were unafraid, emboldened by the presence of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator leading the charge. Truly audacious. A voice thundered like a clap of thunder, causing some weaker cultivators to be momentarily stunned, their eyes vacant. A terrifying surge of spiritual energy coalesced in the air, forming a thick wall of power that descended upon them like a net of heaven and earth. In an instant, countless cultivators were forced to their knees. Jodian, a late-stage foundation establishment master, found himself suppressed from above, his limbs shattered by the onslaught of spiritual energy. His expression shifted from arrogance and excitement to abject terror. Spare me, senior. He realized he had encountered a formidable foe, a low-key yet immensely powerful master. How could one so strong still feign being in the early stages of foundation establishment? His greed for treasures evaporated as the crushing weight of absolute power made him acutely aware of the hierarchy. He admitted he had spoken too boldly before. Spare you? Humph. Chen Xuan snorted coldly, his voice resonating like a grand celestial tone, while his formidable consciousness pierced into Zhou mind like an arrow. Zhou spirit crumbled, his awareness disintegrating. His eyes dull, his entire strength unraveled, spiritual energy flowing outward as vitality dissipated. A late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, sufficient to establish a foundation family, was slain without even being seen, instilling fear in countless others. What a terrifying being. The intruding cultivators were left in shock, trembling with fear, unable to even utter a sound, let alone plead for mercy. Obnoxious. Chen Xuan disapproved, his spiritual energy surging, unleashing a wave that swept all the prostrate cultivators out of the Chen residence. In the next moment, symbols flew forth, re-establishing the formation. The illusory array enveloped the Chen family, and a voice, like a celestial tone, resonated in the minds of all cultivators who were suppressed and cast out. Those who intrude upon the Chen residence should be slain without exception. However, heaven possesses a virtue of mercy, and your paths to cultivation have not been easy. Thus, while you may escape death, you shall not evade the consequences of your actions. From now on, you shall all become servants of the Chen family. Should any disobey, death awaits. Chen Xuan's cold snort reverberated, his imposing presence overwhelming the hearts of the cultivators, who dared not defy him. This was already an act of great mercy on his part, as the vast spirit fields of Tao Mountain needed cultivation, and some labor was required. These individuals were now the available manpower. Chen Xuan drew upon other techniques acquired from the Black Cloud Master, one of which was called xianxiaaudiobooks, a name that sounded grand, indicating a method of enslavement of immortals. In reality, it was a low-grade mysterious technique of soul restriction, belonging to a category of nefarious practices. By planting a restriction within a cultivator's sea of consciousness, a mere thought could instantly erase their awareness. In an instant, bolstered by his formidable consciousness, Chen Xuan mastered the xianxiaaudiobooks, advancing it to perfection. Hundreds of restriction seeds implanted themselves within the minds of the gathered cultivators. At that moment, the pressure eased. Yet, without exception, the cultivators wore expressions of despair, acutely aware that their lives hung in the balance of another's whim. As cultivators, they had become mere servants. Bang, bang. Are you all unhappy? Chapter 55, The Visit from the Li Family. A cold voice, reminiscent of death's whisper, echoed through the air. Two typical cultivators were caught red-handed, their restrictions detonated, unleashing their spiritual energy in a violent explosion. A warning to the others. Instantly, the atmosphere fell silent. The previous expressions of sorrow replaced by forced smiles. When dealing with such individuals, mercy could not be afforded. The world of cultivation was inherently intricate, with conflicts as numerous as the stars. Even those who considered themselves righteous were not free from bloodshed, their deeds no less than those of the wicked. Yet, they wielded soft blades, which proved to be the most lethal, all while occupying the moral high ground. The sun, the rest is up to you. Arrange as you see fit. Chen Xuan used spiritual energy to elevate Chen Li to the center of the crowd. This is your future master. The power of life and death lies entirely in his hands. Do not think of fleeing. Without permission, should you venture beyond 20 miles of Tao Mountain, the restrictions will trigger automatically. Chen Xuan spoke coolly. Take care. With Chen Xuan's words, the overwhelming pressure dissipated entirely. He bound the life and death restrictions to Chen Li. After this event, the name of the Chen family spread far and wide. Various extraordinary legends and speculations circulated in Limping and Xingyang, captivating many cultivators. Rumors suggested that the Chen family had acquired an extraordinary inheritance, giving rise to suspected golden core masters in the Limping territory. No sooner had the news spread than, on the third day, visitors arrived at Tao Mountain. The He family of Yanghe, represented by xianxian, came to pay a visit. The He family acted swiftly, being among the holders of interests in Limping, and were well informed. All matters concerning the Sun family had been grasped by the Chen family, including the spiritual veins in the Xingyang territory, which had been marked with a prominent Chen character. It was also said that the Shui family had been annihilated by Chen Xuan, slaughtering the entire clan. In a flash, the surrounding major forces were set abuzz. The news gradually spread among the circles above the foundation establishment level, causing those families eyeing the spiritual veins of Xingyang to feel as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them, rendering them hesitant to continue their ambitions. What brings you here? Chun-Li emerged from the Chen residence, gazing at xianxian, who was carrying several storage bags. I wish to pay my respects to Senior Chen Xuan. Might he be available? Xianxian asked, clearing his throat upon recognizing Chun-Li. My grandfather is unavailable. Perhaps you may come again another time, Chun-Li replied, shaking his head. Alternatively, you could relay your matters to me, and I shall convey them to my grandfather. His grandfather had instructed him not to disturb him unless it was of utmost importance. According to his grandfather, he was in seclusion, attempting to create a new technique, one that would suit his own cultivation. In his heart, Chun-Li felt that xianxian had no standing to request an audience with his grandfather. The smile on xianxian's face faded slightly, and he felt a touch of displeasure. Then I shall return another time. Xianxian shook his head, casting a glance at Chun-Li, realizing that even though he was Chen Xian's direct grandson, he was not worthy of an exchange among peers. The He family valued Chen Xuan and sought to cultivate a good relationship with him, not with the Chen family. With Chen Xian's strength, even alone, he could become a formidable clan. Chun-Li understood xianxian's intentions and regarded him with indifference. Safe travels. After xianxian of the He family departed, a figure descended, standing before Chun-Li with a benevolent smile. Greetings, young friend Chun-Li. May I ask who you are, senior? Chun-Li inquired, finding the individual before him quite agreeable. In contrast to the He family's foundational practitioners, this one displayed considerably more politeness and did not look down upon him. I am the second elder of the Li family, Li Yunhua. I have come to pay my respects, having heard of Senior Chen Xian's vanquishing of the malevolent cultivator, He Yunjinren, thus eliminating a great menace from the cultivation world. Li Yunhua, possessing an admirable demeanor, slightly bowed to the void as a gesture of respect when mentioning Chen Xian. This filled Chun-Li with immense comfort. He wished for xianxian to learn what true distinction entailed. Although both were foundational cultivators, Li Yunhua's background was evidently more substantial, yet he remained remarkably composed. So it is, please wait a moment, senior. Chun-Li nodded, now having assumed the responsibilities of the Chen family. With his grandfather engaged in cultivation and the clan as practitioners rescuing him and his sister, he had to shoulder the burden. Chun-Li communicated the restrictions and conveyed the message to Chen Xuan, who was in seclusion. Moments later, a spark of spiritual light entered his mind. Chun-Li smiled, saying, My grandfather is available. Please come in, senior. Thank you, young friend Chun-Li. I hope we can maintain frequent interactions in the future. Li Yunhua displayed no airs of superiority, perhaps seeking to befriend Chun-Li to strengthen ties with Chen Xuan. In the backyard, Chen Xuan, with an ethereal aura, sat beneath a fully blossomed peach tree, brewing tea by a small fire. Li family, Li Yunhua. I greet Senior Chen Xuan and congratulate you on your achievements in the celestial path. Li Yunhua approached the table and slightly bowed to Chen Xuan. Please sit. Chen Xuan smiled, gesturing to a nearby chair and pouring him a cup of tea. Thank you. As Li Yunhua took his seat, curiosity about the recently renowned powerhouse, Chen Xuan, filled his heart. You seek me for more than mere congratulations, do you not? Chen Xuan sipped his tea, directing his gaze towards the mid-foundation stage Li Yunhua, who appeared to be in his 30s, unremarkable in looks yet exuding an air of dignity. This was likely the reason the Li family had dispatched him. Indeed, it is due to your esteemed self. Li Yunhua acknowledged with a generous smile, unfazed by Chen Xuan's perceptiveness. Do share. Chen Xuan, intrigued, noted how swiftly his reputation had spread, prompting visits from both the He and Li families. My family has discovered a vein of gold spirit stones within the Shuiyun mountain range, yet this vein is the lair of a third-tier demon beast. Thus, we thought of you, hoping you might assist the Li family in exterminating this beast. Li Yunhua spoke earnestly, relaying information about the Shuiyun mountain range and the vein. The gold spirit stones were crucial materials for crafting second-tier magical artifacts, with one tael of gold spirit stone equivalent to 100 low-grade spirit stones. Chen Xuan remained silent, observing him, eager to discern what rewards the Li family might propose. After all, a third-tier demon beast was akin to a golden core cultivator among humans. However, judging by their demeanor, this beast was likely only at the early third tier, where they would not dare to encroach. All spoils from slaying the beast shall belong to you, Senior, and we are willing to offer you 30% of the income from the gold spirit stone mine. Are you not trying to pull a fast one? Such good fortune is rare. Chen Xuan remarked lightly, his gaze fixed on Li Yunhua. Please do not rush, Senior. Our clan's ancestor has personally investigated. Besides the gold spirit mine, the true reason for the demon beast's habitation lies in the presence of a dragon breath herb. The dragon breath herb? Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan's eyes sparkled with intrigue, deep in thought. The dragon breath herb grows under extremely stringent conditions, requiring perfect timing and location. Most critically, it must be nurtured in a specific area where a certain type of weed absorbs the blood of a dragon and lives nearby for an extended period to imbibe the dragon's breath, resulting in its formation. The grade of the herb is unpredictable, but it is always at least a third-tier spiritual herb. For dragons, the dragon breath herb holds an irresistible allure. The most significant effect of the dragon breath herb is to purify one's bloodline, potentially enabling ancestral return. Furthermore, it holds considerable value for humans as well, as it can be transformed into potent elixirs that allow human cultivators to experience the transformations, talents, and divine abilities of dragons. Even if one does not gain dragon-like talents from consuming it, the herb can still refine one's physique, strengthen bones, and enhance the body. There was once an ancient golden core cultivator who consumed 99 dragon breath elixirs, his flesh and blood as formidable as magical artifacts, making him invincible among golden core practitioners. Able to fight equal-level demon beasts with bare hands and even tear apart a demon dragon. After breaking through to the nascent soul stage, he withstood 3 strikes from a transformation stage cultivator and ultimately escaped, gaining widespread fame. Moreover, if you agree to slay the demon, our clan's ancestor will employ a clan-protecting treasure to assist you. All spoils, aside from the mine, will belong to you. And my clan will also offer you 5 items of spiritual treasures above the third tier for your selection. Even if the endeavor fails, you can still select 5 items of spiritual treasures above the third tier. Li Yunhua elaborated, having coordinated this beforehand with the ancestor and the clan leader. If Chen Xuan were willing to assist, even if he were not a match for the demon beast, receiving 5 items of spiritual treasures above the third tier would still be a worthwhile endeavor. Very well. After pondering for a moment, Chen Xuan considered the potential benefits of the dragon breath herb. If he were to comprehend a divine ability or talent from it, it would be exceedingly advantageous. However, such outcomes were inherently uncertain. The aforementioned ancient cultivator had consumed 99 dragon breath elixirs without gaining dragon-like divine abilities. So the likelihood of a single herb yielding such results seemed slim. As for the Li family's other offerings, the 5 items of spiritual treasures were of little concern to him. After all, he possessed nearly 2 million spirit stones, which was an extraordinary fortune. Among the Zhao kingdom, how many golden core cultivators could match his wealth in spirit stones? The 5 items of spiritual treasures would amount to less than 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, a sum easily exchanged for rare treasures. Yet for the Li family, parting with such a significant quantity was likely their utmost limit. Li Yunhua was taken aback, his spirit invigorated. Thank you, Senior, for your willingness to lend your generous hand. Regardless of the outcome, we will not forget our promise to you. The Li family unanimously believed that seeking assistance from the familiar Chen Xuan was more reliable than enlisting other golden core cultivators. Moreover, Chen Xuan's prowess was formidable, having slain Heiyun Jinren, indicating his strength was not to be underestimated. They regarded Chen Xuan as a hidden powerhouse, adept at underestimating his abilities while concealing his true strength. Engaging such a figure would significantly enhance their chances of securing the gold spirit stone mine. Very well, when shall we depart? Chen Xuan expressed his interest solely in the dragon breath herb, focusing his gaze on Li Yunhua. In 3 days, we shall convene at Yunmu town. Li Yunhua replied respectfully before taking his leave to return to his clan and inform the ancestor, preparing for the joint expedition against the demon beast. At the Shuiyun mountain range, atop a towering cliff, several figures soared upward. Daoist Chun, based on my findings from half a month ago, we shall reach our destination once we scale this precipice, Li Yunhua informed, as Chen Xuan glided through the air. Accompanied by an elderly man clad in an ancient long robe, the faint scent of medicinal herbs emanating from him. The elder, with a rosy complexion, swiftly ascended alongside Chen Xuan. This individual was Li family's ancestor, a fake Dan cultivator, Li Yi, who was also a peak second-tier alchemist. In this region, nearly 80% of foundational elixirs were concocted by Li Yi. He stood but a step away from becoming a third-tier alchemist. deserving the title of alchemy master or a quasi-third-tier alchemist. Is it so close? Chen Xuan was astonished. Having anticipated that reaching the mine would require at least half a day's journey, given the considerable distance between the domain of the third-tier demon beast and human habitation. He had not expected it to be so near. It is no wonder that the Li family dares to covet the mineral veins here without fearing the attacks of demonic beasts. Simultaneously, this piqued Chen Xuan's interest. The fact that a third-tier demonic beast could venture beyond the inner regions of the Shuiyun mountain range to the outskirts indicates the presence of something precious. When I first discovered it, I was astonished. Logically, it should have been impossible. However, this beast, a dragon-blooded blood-refining python, risked coming to the outskirts in pursuit of the longxi grass, which makes sense. Li Yi spoke, and the two of them moved quickly, soon arriving atop a sheer cliff. This mountain was peculiar. From the outside, it appeared vast and colossal, but standing on the peak, its width was merely over 10 zhong, resembling a sharp blade. Standing tall between heaven and earth, a truly magnificent sight. Friend, do you see that pool below? Li Yi pointed out. Below lay a vast expanse of flat land, approximately 10 miles wide, most of which was occupied by a water pool. The water was as deep as ink, exuding an eerie calmness. Beneath our feet was the Jinling stone mine. To extract from here, one must deal with the Qi Shui python. Otherwise, no one would dare to mine this place. How did you discover the Qi Shui python? Chen Xuan's starry eyes widened, his gaze piercing the pool. He sensed a force subtly obstructing his sight. If he were to pry too closely, he would have to employ the power of the stars, which would surely alert the beast lurking beneath the pool due to the existing restrictions. This is a long story. It nearly cost me my life. Had I not possessed a set of protective talismans, you might not have seen me here, Li Yi replied, a flicker of trepidation flashing in his eyes. When he first discovered the mineral vein, he began to assess the dangers nearby and recognized the pool's extraordinary nature. His consciousness could not penetrate it, so he decided to dive into the water to investigate. As a result, he provoked the guardian beast of the longxi grass and caught sight of the longxi grass beneath the pool, nearly losing his life in the process. Reflecting on this, he felt a wave of lingering fear. No wonder, brotherly, your life truly is remarkably resilient, Chen Xuan teased, adding that had it been an ordinary false Dan cultivator, they would have likely met a grim fate. However, while Li Yi's strength was not comparable to that of a golden Dan, his abilities far surpassed those of typical false Dan practitioners. As Chen Xuan spoke, he inscribed runes in the air, producing materials for array formation and arranging them in all directions. Chapter 57, Raising Hand to Suppress. Li Yi observed Chen Xuan's every move with astonishment. This friend Chen was indeed a formation master, hiding his depths well. He sighed, recalling the numerous times his family had encountered grand cultivators masquerading as mere qi refining practitioners. Yet, Chen Xuan was the most absurd among them, as if his strength was gradually unfolding. He now suspected whether Chen Xuan concealed even greater power. Watching the runes fall, forming the initial shape of the array, he felt increasingly convinced of his suspicions. Immeasurable depths, Li Yi lamented. After confirming the Qi Shui python's lair, Li Yi instructed the rest of the Li family to wait outside the mountain while he and Chen Xuan descended directly. The valley had a unique topography, surrounded by sheer cliffs, resembling a secretive place. It was no wonder that the longxi grass and the Jinling stone mine remained undiscovered until now. Be cautious, Brother Chen, Li Yi warned as they landed near the deep pool, his tension palpable as a set of protective talismans floated around him, forming a tight shield. He had encountered the might of this demonic beast before, had it not been for his profound foundation and the beast's duty to guard the longxi grass. It might have relentlessly pursued him. Standing at the edge of the pool, Chen Xuan's gaze penetrated the dark green waters. Everything beneath was crystal clear. On either side of the pool were two longxi grasses, emitting a faint, exotic fragrance. Something felt amiss. Chen Xuan's brow furrowed slightly as he spotted a crimson figure coiling at the bottom of the pool. Its body was covered in hard scales, and a fleshy bulge protruded from its serpent head, seemingly in the process of shedding. A third-tier demonic beast, the Qi Shui python. Suddenly, the coiling crimson python seemed to sense an intrusion and slowly opened its jade-like eyes, filled with mockery. The anthropomorphized glint in its gaze allowed Chen Xuan to catch a glimpse of a different meaning. In the next moment, the giant python swam, a faint ghostly light emanating from beneath it. Had he not possessed the starry eyes, Chen Xuan might not have noticed. Before he could observe further, the pool erupted. Water vapor filled the air, and the terrifying silhouette of the demonic python materialized within the mist. Its body resembled blood, its eyes filled with bloodlust. As it flicked its immense tongue, mockingly gazing at Li Yi, the human cultivator who had driven it away like a cat toying with a mouse. Now, he dared to return to the valley. Be careful, Brother Chen, Li Yi shouted from several zhang away, witnessing the water surface suddenly explode as the Qi Shui python, measuring dozens of meters, surged forth, its gaping maw aimed directly at Chen Xuan. Clearly, it regarded Chen Xuan as an easy target. Human, you smell delightful. I shall feast upon you. Your bloodline will surely hasten my ancestral return. A rough, guttural growl escaped from the Qi Shui python's mouth. The entire valley trembled, its crimson eyes filled with greed and bloodlust. A powerful suction emanated from the python's mouth, forming a small vortex in an instant. Is this your innate minor divine ability? Chen Xuan mused with curiosity, unperturbed by the foul stench wafting toward him, feeling the currents of air swirling around him. Even Li Qi, despite utilizing a third-tier talisman, was pulled several zhang forward. In contrast, Chen Xuan stood firm, like an immovable anchor. In an instant, the giant python's head lunged forward. Li Yi's heart raced. He hesitated, wondering if Chen Xuan might not be the beast's match, unable to issue a warning in time. Just then, Chen Xuan raised his hand to the sky, using his physical strength to withstand the force of the python's bite. Immediately, the python felt an overwhelming force strike it, causing its world to spin. Its head received a heavy blow, rendering it momentarily dazed, and by the time it regained its senses, it found itself slammed to the ground. The earth quaked, and the mountain walls shook. The Qi Shui python had yet to react when Chen Xuan pinned it to the ground, though it belonged to the dragon lineage. Its demonic soul was too weak. How had it managed to break through? Let go of me. The Qi Shui python cried in disbelief, astonished that this seemingly weak human had managed to capture it. Beside them, Li Yi was rendered speechless, his pupils trembling. This Qi Shui python had actually been subdued so easily? I offer you two choices. 1. Join me and tell me what transpired in this valley. I may spare your life. 2. I shall slay you and take your demon core, your flesh reduced to mere sustenance. The flesh of demonic beasts holds great benefits for cultivators, especially high-tier beasts. Every inch of their flesh is rich in spiritual energy, rivaling some elixirs. Roar. Release me. The Qi Shui python struggled on the ground, exhibiting none of the dignity expected of a third-tier demonic beast, instead writhing like a worm. This sight left Li Yi utterly astonished, as he had anticipated a fierce battle, even bringing along ancestral artifacts, only to witness this spectacle. Unwilling to submit? Chen Xuan remarked dismissively, seizing the Qi Shui python's tail and forcefully slamming it to the ground. Simultaneously, he employed his magical power to pierce its flesh. In an instant, the pain was unbearable. Even with the resilience of a demonic beast, it could not withstand such excruciating torment. It continued to roar in fury, baring its blood-soaked maw and resisting fiercely. Dare to be insolent? You shall not escape my wrath. Chen Xuan furrowed his brow, for the python was indeed too unruly. Initially, he had intended to capture it to serve as a guardian beast for his clan. Its wild nature proved difficult to tame. With a swift strike of his palm upon the head of the Qi Shui Mang, a surge of spiritual light erupted, transforming into a torrent of violent energy that pierced through its formidable scales. In but a fleeting moment, the consciousness of the Qi Shui Mang was shattered, and a demon core, radiating a vibrant crimson hue and possessing a hint of dragon energy, fell into Chen Xuan's hand. The external appearance of the Qi Shui Mang remained unchanged. However, the demon core that resided within its mind was forcibly extracted, resulting in its immediate demise. One half of its body lay in the water, while the other rested on the shore, devoid of life. Li Yi, having witnessed the entire event, was left speechless, overwhelmed by astonishment. Simultaneously, a sense of dread filled his heart, for he realized the sheer ruthlessness of Chen Xuan. Engaging in hand-to-hand combat with a beast and dispatching it effortlessly, even leaving its body intact. This complete demon body, if sold, would undoubtedly fetch an exorbitant price. Fellow Taoist, I kindly ask you to assist me in transporting this Qi Shui Mang's body to Tao Shan. Chen Xuan landed before Li Yi, his expression placid, his aura steady, as if he had merely crushed an ant, showing no signs of exertion. All right, I shall do so immediately. Li Yi felt a stir in his heart, casting a glance back at the water pool with a mix of reluctance and curiosity. He understood that Chen Xuan was subtly indicating for him to leave the valley for the time being. What treasures might lie within the depths of this pool remained a mystery. With 2 dragon breath grasses already present on the shore, one could only wonder what lay hidden in the deep pool, which the Qi Shui Mang had preferred to fight to the death rather than abandon. Was it a precious treasure or the lineage of a dragon-type beast? Chapter 58. The Cave Conceals Dragons. There was something peculiar about this place. After Li Yi had been sent away, Chen Xuan struck the ground with one hand, causing a beam of law light to flash, spreading out like a spider's web. It surged forth, connecting with the runes on the surrounding peaks, stirring the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In an instant, a pure white light intertwined in the air, forming a protective shield that enveloped the entire valley. Once the preparations were complete, Chen Xuan glanced at the dragon breath grass, leaped into the water pool. Upon entering the water, Chen Xuan expanded his spiritual consciousness, his star-like eyes scanning the surroundings. Within the pool, strands of spiritual energy flowed, teeming with vitality. After descending several dozen meters, he discovered that the area surrounding the pool was devoid of any soil, consisting entirely of hard rock. The stone walls bore numerous deep claw marks. Golden Spirit Stone? Chen Xuan's mana flowed into the stone wall, surprisingly able to navigate within it, exhibiting a fusion effect. A jolt of realization struck him. All the rocks submerged within the water were indeed deposits of Golden Spirit Stone. The sheer quantity of surface Golden Spirit Stone alone would undoubtedly exceed tens of thousands of pounds. This was utterly astonishing, as if these Golden Spirit Stones had been congregated here by some creature. Descending deeper into the pool, Chen Xuan's eyes gleamed brightly as he soon reached the former resting place of the Qi Xuanmeng. Flickers of spiritual light emerged from the ground, abundant and rich. Beside the glimmering light lay 3 eggs, entirely crimson and adorned with slightly twisted runes. The Qi Xuanmeng had nestled these eggs here to absorb the spiritual light emanating from the earth. Observing the patterns on the eggshells, it was evident that these 3 eggs were infused with spiritual light, distinctly different from ordinary Qi Xuanmeng eggs. Let me see what treasures lie within this deep pool. Chen Xuan's curiosity intensified as he probed his spiritual consciousness into the crevices of the earth. In the next moment, it seemed he collided with a barrier, being repelled back. A barrier? Chen Xuan furrowed his brow slightly, setting up another formation to separate the waters of the pool. Subsequently, his mana surged, and brilliant golden light erupted, crashing against the stone wall. With a resounding boom, a barrier burst forth from the depths, instantly sending Chen Xuan flying. Is this a barrier? After being propelled away, Chen Xuan quickly regained his balance. The stone wall had vanished, replaced by a verdant light. His spiritual consciousness could not penetrate through. Looking into the light revealed a hazy view. Moreover, this was not a formation constructed from runes, but rather a barrier formed by the primal essence of a living being's mana, interconnected with the forces of heaven and earth. Chen Xuan surveyed his surroundings and observed that this barrier was in a state of decay, barely sustaining any energy. Establishing a barrier requires communion with the heavens, akin to a formation, but while formations connect with heaven and earth through runic drawings, barriers directly utilize a portion of the primal forces of heaven and earth. Only beings capable of harnessing even a sliver of such power could be at the level of Huashan. A flicker of realization coursed through Chen Xuan's mind. He was certain that the being who had set this barrier was either absent or had perished. Otherwise, he would not only have been unable to breach this barrier, but would have been repelled even at a distance. If the guardian of this barrier were of a volatile temperament, annihilation would have been a distinct possibility. Communicating with the barrier, the runic path surged, and light suddenly illuminated the surroundings. Chen Xuan's expression turned serious as he retrieved a 3rd-tier talisman, the Break Seal Talisman, from his robe. Having discerned the operation of the barrier, he combined it with his techniques to stabilize its fluctuations, thus achieving his goal of entering the barrier. May the Tao Ancestor bless me. I have chanced upon a fortuitous encounter. Let it not instill fear in my heart. Chen Xuan solemnly prayed, and the runes surrounding him glowed brightly as talismanic symbols were infused into the barrier, circulating along its energy. After expending a full hour, Chen Xuan set forth, slapping the talisman against the barrier. A burst of light erupted, and in an instant, he vanished into the depths of the pool. Upon entering the barrier, Chen Xuan breathed a sigh of relief, his spirit invigorated. He had succeeded. This barrier was already in a state of disrepair, and the spiritual energy in this place was low in density, weakening day by day without replenishment. Otherwise, with his limited strength, entering would have been an unrealistic endeavor. Upon entering the barrier, a hidden world unfolded before him. There was no trace of the water's depths. Instead, the air was rich with the essence of wood. The environment was somewhat dim, resembling a vast natural cavern that extended over 100 meters in height and width. Above him lay the direction from which he had entered, shielded by a layer of light that isolated it from the outside world. The cavern was replete with spiritual herbs, thriving even in the absence of light. Before Chen Xuan, a glimmer illuminated the expansive subterranean chamber. Following the light, he advanced while enveloping the area with his spiritual consciousness. The underground cavern appeared immensely vast, and cautiously traversing for a quarter of an hour, the light intensified. Utilizing his spiritual perception, Chen Xuan soon beheld an astonishing sight. At the source of this light, a wisp of azure energy wafted towards him, refreshing and invigorating. Instantly, The wood Dan within his body began to ravenously absorb this azure energy. The source of the light revealed a colossal skeleton, twisted and contorted, resembling a gigantic bone serpent, standing a height of approximately 10 feet. The bones were dark in hue, glimmering with flecks of spiritual light that preserved its form from decay. At the head of this serpentine skeleton rested a pair of diminutive horns, seemingly only half-formed before their owner had met their demise. Surrounding this skeletal remains were clusters of emerald green grass, growing quietly like small serpents. What is this? Even with a cursory examination through his spiritual consciousness, Chen Xuan's heartbeat quickened. Surrounding the skeletal remains, every blade of grass was unmistakably dragon breath grass, numbering well over 100. Upon sensing no danger, Chen Xuan moved with the agility of a breeze, swiftly approaching the area where the skeleton lay. As he beheld the skeletal remains up close, an involuntary shock coursed through him. A subtle pressure weighed upon him. Is this a true dragon? No. Upon closer inspection, the horns were not fully formed, one larger than the other. Along the midsection of the skeletal remains, dark patches were visible, with numerous bones fractured or entirely missing. Beneath the corporeal form, a vast expanse of shattered bones lay exposed, remnants of a jiao on the verge of transformation into a dragon. The sight stirred a profound shock within Chen Xuan as he pondered the formidable adversaries this colossal creature must have battled in its lifetime. The charred exterior suggested it had suffered during its dragonization, while the wounds on its abdomen indicated a fierce confrontation with another being. Even in death, the skeleton bore testament to its numerous grievous injuries. Such a loss prompted a twinge of regret in Chen Xuan. Had this half-dragon succeeded in its metamorphosis, it would have possessed a ticket to immortality. This creature, undeniably, was not a native beast of the Zhao kingdom. Chen Xuan's gaze shifted from the remains to a pearl radiating a mysterious azure glow, nestled within the dragon's head. Even a dragon pearl, despite having lost much of its energy over countless years, was an unparalleled treasure. The dragon pearl served as the source of power for dragonkind and represented their second life. For all beast races, particularly those of the dragon lineage, this pearl was an irresistible temptation, worth sacrificing one's life to possess. With a slight bow to the massive carcass, Chen Xuan cautiously circled the dragon's head, attempting to envelop the pearl with his magical energy. Clearly, the half-dragon had failed to utilize the pearl for its resurrection. Upon contact, a brilliant light erupted from the pearl, illuminating the entire cavern as if the sun had burst forth. A thunderous roar erupted from the half-dragon's body, and the spiritual light from the remains surged upward, unleashing a dragon's might that soared into the heavens. Panic surged through Chen Xuan as he realized the intention of the corpse to rise again. With a swift intake of breath, he hastily secured the dragon pearl and retreated. The oppressive aura from the half-dragon's remains expanded in an instant, causing the ground to tremble and the entire cavern to shake. This was dire. An impending catastrophe was at hand. Observing the radiant spiritual light erupting from the skeleton, it became apparent that certain seals had been triggered. The drooping dragon head slightly lifted, sending shockwaves through Chen Xuan's mind. There was no time for further contemplation. With his magical energy acting like a colossal hand, he swiftly collected all the dragon's breath herbs and retreated with great speed. As he distanced himself from the half-dragon's remains, the sound of the dragon's roar continued unabated, growing ever more intense. The cavern quaked violently, rocks cascading down as if the very earth was about to collapse. He dared not linger, even for a fleeting moment. Transforming into a streak of light, he sped through the dark cavern, now devoid of the pearl's illumination. The half-dragon's remains, unwilling to suffer indignity, sought to obliterate this underground realm as a final act. Chen Xuan moved with remarkable speed, traversing the barrier. In the next instant, a terrifying energy erupted. The ground caving in, mountains crumbling. The land continued to descend, and as he burst forth from the water's surface, the surrounding peaks had already escaped the constraints of the formation, collapsing into chaos. Rushing towards the center of the valley, it resembled a cataclysm, with countless boulders raining down. A powerful beam of sword light cleaved through the giant mountain, and a figure emerged, suspended in midair, surveying the devastated landscape. After seizing the dragon pearl, it seemed a chain reaction had been set off. The ground continued to collapse. The valley once encircled by sheer cliffs vanished entirely. This scene struck a chord within Chen Xuan. This was no paradise or treasure trove. It was the chosen tomb of this immensely powerful half-dragon. The earth within a radius of several dozen miles had caved in, and the forest was entirely erased. The dragon's roar gradually faded, leaving behind desolation. All creatures unable to flee within this expanse became mere companions to the dragon's corpse. The resilient Jinling stone mine had transformed into a formidable natural barrier. Finding the dragon corpse amidst such a vast collapse, surrounded by towering mountains and solid veins of ore, seemed an insurmountable challenge. Had he not escaped promptly, he too would have become a casualty. Even with the earth escape technique, being buried under countless rocks, coupled with the dragon's contingencies, would mean certain doom. Even for a Yuanian cultivator. Having gained the spoils, Chen Xuan glanced back at the filled-in chasm from which he had emerged, inclining slightly. It was time to depart. His gaze turned towards the depths of the Shuai-Yun mountain range, where an overwhelming aura of demonic energy surged skyward. The previous dragon's roar, along with such upheaval, must have attracted throngs of demonic beasts and human cultivators. Remaining in place would be an unwise decision. Instantly, Chen Xuan transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from sight. Shortly after his departure, a colossal entity, exuding a formidable demonic aura, descended from the depths of the Shuai-Yun mountain range. Its massive claws struck the ground, uprooting countless boulders, its blood-red eyes filled with longing for the human presence. A four-winged demonic wolf also descended from the sky, surveying the collapsed ground. Suddenly, its gaze shifted towards the direction Chen Xuan had fled, its voice resonating like thunder, inquiring if a human had passed this way. The golden bear, excavating the earth, raised its head, its demonic eyes seemingly able to pierce through distances, gazing towards the wolf's line of sight. A mere human dares to covet such opportunities, they seek death. The wolf's gaze turned icy as it spoke solemnly. The earlier force was at least several realms above us. News of such a peerless demon's demise must not reach those greedy human cultivators. The bear's cold eyes scanned the approaching horde of beasts, issuing a command, "Go, eliminate him." A snow-white demon tiger instantly vanished, racing towards the direction Chen Xuan had taken, the wind swirling violently in its wake. With the grace of a dragon and the speed of a tiger, the demon tiger moved with astonishing swiftness, almost appearing as a beam of light. The bear and the wolf exchanged glances, dismissing the notion that a mere human cultivator, at most at the Jindan stage, could pose a threat to the demon tiger. For these two formidable beings, acquiring the legacy of the fallen great demon was of utmost importance. Not far into his escape, Chen Xuan sensed the oppressive demonic energy closing in on him, prompting him to accelerate once more. The Shuai-Yun mountain range was ultimately the domain of the demon race. Despite various factions claiming territories, no one could alter this reality. Should the great demons within the mountains become enraged, it would incite tremendous upheaval. Had he been discovered? After fleeing several hundred miles, Chen Xuan confirmed that a potent demonic energy was relentlessly pursuing him. Indeed, even with his head start, these great demons were exceedingly sensitive to human presence and had tracked him down. Fortunately, from Chen Xuan's perception, the pursuing creature was not one of the terrifying entities he sensed earlier. Its strength was at the Jindan stage. In other territories, a third-tier demonic beast could wreak havoc for miles, causing untold destruction. Chen Xuan gradually distanced himself until he once again flew several hundred miles away from the great demons. Suddenly, he halted atop a peak. Assessing the demonic aura, he found it sufficient to confront a single Jindan stage beast. If he were to falter, he could escape at will. He was no longer the weak cultivator constantly thwarted by the elders of the Wan 2 sect days prior. In a one-on-one confrontation, the advantage was his. Just the mount he needed. Having previously felt regret over slaying the Qi Shuameng, he now extended his consciousness towards a strikingly regal white demon tiger that appeared in his mind, perfectly suited to his taste. The plan to capture the tiger surged within him, as talismans flew into the air and an array disc landed, its runes bursting forth with light. Chen Xuan sat cross-legged atop the peak, his aura radiating brightly. His expression bore a hint of excitement as he fixed his gaze on the approaching demonic energy. Chapter 60, Crushing. The human race, finally unable to flee, daring to covet the opportunities of my demon clan, prepare to meet your demise. A towering white tiger, 2 zhang high, with a coat of snow-white fur interspersed with black stripes, or a prominent king character on its forehead, vividly alive and exuding an extraordinary majesty. Enveloped in wind attribute mana, its eyes gleamed fiercely, radiating a palpable aura of murderous intent. This magnificent creature spoke human words, unleashing a deep and resonant curse. The pursuit had lasted an unknown duration, nearly leading them beyond the borders of the Shuai-Yun mountain range. Is that so? Chen Xuan gazed at the white tiger, growing fonder with each passing moment. A mystical seal appeared within his hand, striking the air. In an instant, a layer of purple energy enveloped the white tiger, and 5 ethereal figures manifested behind Chen Xuan, their expressions indiscernible yet imposing. Are you attempting an ambush on me? The white tiger's eyes darkened slightly, coldly retorting, how dare a Foundation establishment cultivator possess such audacity? Absurd. To think he would try to surround and kill me. It regarded the cultivator before it with utter disdain. In the Shuai-Yun mountain range, it was a minor demon king, a mid-tier third-grade beast. equivalent to a mid-tier golden core human cultivator. The disparity between the foundation establishment and golden core stages was akin to the chasm between heaven and earth, a vast divide, resembling an insurmountable abyss. It did not look down upon Chen Xuan. Rather, it understood that no matter how formidable a second-grade beast might be within its domain, they were merely prey. The gap was evident. Humans, you shall pay a hefty price for your folly. The white tiger's eyes gleamed with mockery. It was amused at the prospect of toying with the human cultivator before it, eager to demonstrate the crushing force of absolute power. Yet, just as these words left its mouth, Chen Xuan made his move. The formation shimmered with flowing light, and the ground beneath the white tiger transformed into quicksand, ensnaring its forepaws deeply within. The power of the 5 elements surged like an overwhelming ocean, mana cascading from the heavens above. 5 spirit beasts, born of mana, intertwined in the air, culminating in a fierce strike that descended like a torrential downpour. Boom! The force of the 5 elements swept through, immensely powerful. Countless purple lights erupted within the formation, morphing into chains that surged towards the white tiger. No, why is your mana so formidable? The white tiger emitted a low growl, momentarily disoriented by the impact. In that instant, it sensed the mana released by Chen Xuan, akin to an expansive ocean. Chains of gathered mana encircled it, intent on binding and sealing it. It roared, its terrifying energy swirling like tempestuous winds, as its massive form lunged in all directions. How dare you think you can ensnare this tiger? However, the overwhelming energy intertwined with the 5 elements transformed into long whips that relentlessly struck its body. The ground beneath its feet shifted like quicksand, rendering it unable to maintain its footing, while the air was filled with intertwined offensive techniques, making escape impossible. It could only retaliate feebly amidst the chaos. Its massive paw struck down against a fire-formed phoenix, scattering flames while scorching its claws in the process. Yet, the fire phoenix was ethereal. After being dispersed, it quickly reformed, unleashing a surge of intense flames within the purple array. The scorching heat incessantly burned and roasted the white tiger. Trapped within the formation, the white tiger found itself akin to a turtle in a jar, utterly devoid of any capacity to resist. It could only endure the relentless barrage, its demon power rendered useless. The human cultivator is despicable, so utterly despicable. How dare you seek to confront me directly? The white tiger roared, its aura in disarray within mere moments. A resonant howl echoed throughout the realm. It refused to accept its passive fate, being battered within the formation, its might constrained. Why not? I perceive a connection between us. Would you be willing to become my mount? Chen Xuan observed the beleaguered white tiger within the purple formation, his voice laced with mana as it reached out to the creature. Refusal means death. An overwhelming force of medicinal energy erupted, countless golden and wind energies surging forth, causing Chen Xuan's location to be pinpointed. The enormous figure forcefully broke free from its restraints, braving the onslaught of the 5 elemental spirits, its tremendous demon power crashing against a corner of the purple formation. It radiated a brilliant white light, its golden pupils filled with raging fury. Unyielding? Then let us see if you will submit. Chen Xuan struck down with his palm, colliding with the white tiger that was relentlessly assaulting the formation. He dove into the fray, his flesh and blood imbued with immense strength. Chen Xuan engaged in hand-to-hand combat, delivering a powerful blow to the tiger's back. The tremendous force, intertwined with mana, sent the beast flying. Your physique is peculiar. The white tiger winced in pain, astonished. This human cultivator's physical form could rival its own. It could hardly believe it, launching itself forward, a massive paw aimed at Chen Xuan's face. Chen Xuan leaned forward, mana twisting as he seized its forepaw, violently hurling it towards the center of the formation. In an instant, the world spun, and before the white tiger could regain its senses upon landing, a dull thud resounded as a fist struck its head, causing stars to dance before its eyes. Do you yield? Chen Xuan abandoned the art of combat, relying solely on his physical prowess, entirely uncharacteristic of a cultivator. Blow after blow landed upon the white tiger's head. Damn it, you shall perish. It refused to relent, still attempting to struggle, but was firmly pinned down. Several attempts to summon its demon core and unleash its full power were abruptly interrupted by a piercing pain, as Chen Xuan's mana locked it in place. A terrifying energy surged into its body at an unknown moment, sealing its demon core, leaving only its physical form. How can it withstand such an onslaught? Devoid of mana to resist, it instantly weakened. Do you still refuse to submit? Chen Xuan murmured, lifting the tiger's tail and leaping from the mountain peak toward the precipice, hurling the white tiger downwards. The gusts of wind battered against it as it sensed the rapidly changing scenery around it, unable to utilize its demon power. Panic set in. The massive tiger's eyes darted to the ground below, swallowing hard. Its instincts warned it that relying solely on its physical form, given its size, would result in severe injury or worse upon impact. A chill ran down its spine. It realized it was no match for this human cultivator, who stood a full realm above it. What kind of prodigy is this? Could it be a genius from the Qihua dynasty? It was taken aback, witnessing its imminent descent, headfirst toward the ground. In a moment of desperation, it exclaimed, "I believe I can still be saved. Can we discuss this?" It did not wish to die. Born as an extraordinary being, it had matured from an ordinary tiger den into a third-grade beast in just over 200 years. It aspired to become a fourth-grade demon king, with transformation not being an impossibility. You have two options, submit or die. Chapter 61, Tiger to Roar. It emitted a reluctant growl, instinctively resisting. Roar all you want. A fist came crashing down, instantly snapping it back to reality. Choose wisely, or perish. I will respect whichever decision you make. Chen Xuan smiled, causing the tiger's heart to race. No, I am willing. Seeing its impending doom, it hastily declared. Within its defiance, a hint of melancholy flickered. It had indeed backed down, ceding to the notion of becoming a mount for a human, a profound humiliation. Yet, it had survived thus far. Had it not complied, it would have long been devoured by the demon kings of the mountains. Endure. I shall endure. It gritted its teeth, continuously deceiving itself. Once it became a demon king, it would be free. Endure. This is the right choice. Chen Xuan patted its head, abruptly halting its descent, suspending in midair. What is your name? Chen Xuan was pleasantly surprised. This white tiger had so readily conceded. Despite the caution evident in its eyes, he felt a surge of joy within. Once intimidated, there will be subsequent occasions. Under the persistent endeavor of winning over the formidable beast, he remained unconvinced that this extraordinary white tiger would not ultimately submit. Greetings, my lord. I am called Hu Da, the white tiger responded, exhibiting a demeanor of enduring humiliation as it lowered its massive head. A fine name indeed. However, it is somewhat lacking. Should the other cultivators discover that my steed is named thus, they would surely mock me, Chen Xuan remarked, having descended from the air to ponder while perched atop the white tiger. What do you think of the name Wei Zhentian? Does it not exude a sense of grandeur? He playfully patted the tiger's head with a laugh. Immediately, Huda felt a chill run down its spine. Trembling, it implored. No, my lord, please stick with Huda. It felt embarrassed, realizing that such a flamboyant name would not suit its character and could lead to perilous encounters. The name Huda, on the other hand, seemed quite fitting, humble yet meaningful. Very well, Chen Xuan acquiesced, patting the tiger's head again, albeit with a touch of disappointment. He found the alternative name quite appealing, but since the great tiger disapproved, he decided to shelve the idea for now. Let us proceed, as my mount. You will reap numerous benefits in the future, he declared with a smile, painting a bright picture of prospects. Huda scoffed at the notion, thinking to itself, what use are empty promises? When it served under the Wolf King, it had been promised elevation to a fourth-tier demon beast, yet when presented with a great opportunity, it had been cast aside without even a sip of soup. Observing Huda's indifference, Chen Xuan's tone turned cold. Should you betray me, I shall flay your skin and extract your soul, incorporating your tiger spirit into the Wan fan. Instantly, Huda shivered, sensing a chilling aura. With great difficulty, it swallowed hard, its tongue dry, forcing a smile. My lord, rest assured, I shall serve diligently. Meanwhile, it couldn't shake the thought that it might have fallen into the clutches of a sinister cult or demonic sect. If that were indeed the case, it would be facing grave consequences. Once Chen Xuan released a portion of its demonic power, they soared toward Linping town. Throughout the journey, Huda remained anxious and distressed. Eventually, it could contain its curiosity no longer and asked, May I inquire, my lord, which faction do you represent? Is it Tian Mo sect or the Baihui sect? Chen Xuan paused slightly, casting a glance at the white tiger. Neither. That is a relief, Huda sighed, recognizing that those two factions were notorious for their nefarious deeds within 100,000 miles. If Chen Xuan was unassociated with them, he must belong to a righteous sect. I hail from the Yong Hung Xianxiao, Chen Xuan stated ominously, as the surrounding atmosphere turned chillingly cold. Ah, Yong Hung Xianxiao, Huda exhaled in relief. But suddenly it froze, a fleeting memory flashing through its mind. Tremors coursed through its body, its eyes wide with terror as it nearly let out a shriek. Is it truly Yong Hung Xianxiao? It hesitated to leave, hovering in midair. My lord, I know where the wolf prince of our Shui Yun Mountain demon clan is. His bloodline has returned to its ancestral form, and the Wolf King praises him for his potential to transform into a great demon. Perhaps I could accompany you to capture him, and then you might release me? Huda trembled as it spoke, fully aware of the enormity of the Yong Hung Xianxiao, a massive organization that advocated the doctrine of eternity, sacrificing living beings to gain endless vitality. Its members were scattered throughout the Tianyu cultivation realm, with their presence resounding even in the small territory of Zhao country. The appearance of any of their practitioners would incite widespread alarm. Look at your cowardice. What a disgrace for an extraordinary white tiger, Chen Xuan laughed heartily, patting the tiger's head with derision. I am a disciple of the Qingyun sect, a legacy of the Grandmaster. Although I have been away from the sect for 40 years, I have not been expelled and still hold the status of an inner disciple. Chen Xuan reminisced. Feeling a pang of nostalgia, he had not returned to the sect in 4 decades, and in 10 days, it would be his master's birthday. This time, he intended to astonish those old disciples who had once driven him away with their cold words. Is that truly the case? Indeed. Upon receiving Chen Xuan's affirmation, Huda felt a wave of relief wash over it, its heart beating rapidly with gratitude. The gleam of hope shone in its eyes, thankful that as long as Chen Xuan was not affiliated with those factions that both humans and demons regarded as enemies, it would be safe. Even a rogue cultivator would suffice. Life was paramount. With a sudden shift, Chen Xuan rode the white tiger back to Tao Mountain, a majestic sight that astonished many cultivators. The formation of Linping Market surged into action, and the foundation cultivators of the Leaf family turned pale. A golden core demon beast. How is it possible for a golden core demon beast to appear in the Zhao inland? Fear gripped their hearts as they watched the imposing tiger descend. A thick aura of demonic energy enveloping the area. Their bodies trembled as they gazed upon the activated second-tier formation, despair etched on their faces. They could only hope it was merely passing by. As the white tiger landed, its massive form and fierce eyes scrutinized the market, seemingly penetrating the formation's defenses to gaze upon the Leaf family's foundation cultivators hiding within. Heavens, how can there be a golden core demon beast here? My life is forfeit. In the market, many cultivators huddled together, feeling the oppressive aura of terror. Most of them having never encountered a golden core demon beast in their lives. Those who had were all dead. The Zhao country had a history of conflict between humans and demons, with beast tides erupting every few decades, resulting in countless casualties. Just as the crowd felt their hearts racing with trepidation, a booming voice reverberated through the market, akin to the roar of thunder. Li Yunchang. Step forth to meet me. The crowd was momentarily taken aback before erupting in joy, their spirits lifted upon seeing a distinguished man atop the white tiger. This indicated that the golden core demon beast was his steed. Who might this esteemed figure be? Someone exclaimed, gazing at Chen Xuan with admiration. Such is the path of a cultivator, Chen Xuan declared. Senior Chen Xuan? Li Yunchang cautiously emerged from the market. Upon seeing Chen Xuan seated upon the white tiger, he momentarily froze, disbelief flooding his expression. It is I. Inform your ancestor that your golden spiritual vein has been compromised. If you wish to survive, steer clear of that area. With that, Chen Xuan mounted the great white tiger and soared into the air, ascending toward the peak of Tao Mountain before the astonished eyes of many cultivators. Upon landing, Chen Xuan reassured his descendants not to panic and settled the white tiger in place. The crimson-blooded python had been delivered by the Li family. Is this the initial stage of a third-tier crimson-blooded python? Upon observing the python's corpse resting in the backyard, Huda was momentarily taken aback, feeling a chill run through it. Surveying the surroundings, it concluded that the python had been slain in a single strike, unable to mount any form of resistance before its demon core was extracted, and it had perished no more than a day prior. I encountered this small python first and sincerely invited it to become my mount. Unfortunately, it refused and fought back fiercely. As Chen Xuan spoke, he cast a glance at Huda, as if to say, see, this is what happens if you are not obedient. Huda felt a shiver run down its spine. Realizing Chen Xuan's implication, it promptly declared, I swear, I, Huda, am utterly loyal to you, my lord, willing to face any peril. With unwavering resolve, Huda affirmed its loyalty. Good. Chen Xuan's eyes gleamed with determination as he split the crimson-blooded python in two. Let us first satisfy our hunger. Huda, you shall have a portion as well, though merely a small share. He summoned Chun Li and another, ensuring Huda left a lasting impression. Tiger Da, with a tremor in his robust form, adopted a demeanor of utmost obsequiousness, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, my lord. As a third-tier demon beast, apart from its demon core, every part of its being is a treasure, particularly its flesh and blood, which holds immense benefits for both the human and demon races. Moreover, within the demon realm, the law of the jungle prevails, survival of the fittest. Even a mere segment of the blood and flesh of the Qi Shuan Mang can contain enough energy to rival a year and a half of arduous cultivation. This is merely the beginning. Follow me, and you shall not suffer, Chen Xuan stated lightly, taking his leave from the rear courtyard. At that moment, A golden spiritual bird descended from the sky. This time, it bore not a letter, but a jade slip. Zhao Guo is undergoing changes. My disciple, be cautious. What? Upon reading the contents, Chen Xuan's expression shifted dramatically. The most powerful sect in Zhao Guo, the Huxian sect, had sustained severe injuries as its ancestor ventured to the battlefield of 100 conflicts in pursuit of opportunities. It was rumored that the ancestor had obtained a fateful chance for fusion, causing ripples of unrest among the neighboring cultivation nations and within the local powers of Zhao Guo. Zhao Guo is situated on a continent in the southern region of the Tianyu cultivation realm, dominated above by myriad kingdoms, with the Daqing dynasty reigning supreme over this territory, which is also referred to as Daqing. Among the nations within Daqing, Zhao Guo is considered a formidable entity, possessing several factions that have birthed transformation stage beings, while its strongest sect, the Huxian sect, boasts an ancestor at the early transformation stage. Surrounding Zhao Guo are the states of Yin, Chu, Yu, and Qi, with Chu being nearly on par with Zhao, while the other two are significantly weaker, lacking transformation stage guardians. However, the news of the Huxian sect's ancestor acquiring a fateful opportunity for fusion spread widely, causing considerable agitation in the neighboring nations, prompting many powerful cultivators to flock to Zhao Guo's territory. A storm is brewing. Chen Xuan contemplated the information contained in the jade slip. How did the news of the Huxian sect's ancestor obtaining the fateful opportunity disseminate? It is clear that this will undoubtedly shake the entire cultivation community of Zhao Guo. Yet, what concern is it of mine? Chaos is chaos, as long as it does not affect me. Chen Xuan stowed the jade slip away. Let me see how this long xichao performs. In front of Chen Xuan lay over 120 stalks of verdant long xichao, quietly piled. Should outsiders witness this scene, they would surely be struck with astonishment. The long xichao demands an exceptionally harsh growing environment. Each stalk is immensely precious. Observing the small dragon-like green spiritual grasses, Chen Xuan grasped one and swallowed it for refinement. A stream of unique energy was differentiated by his mana, circulating through his meridians and ultimately converging in his dantian. Long xichao Enhancement Effect 5. After consuming one stalk of long xichao, he did not notice any significant changes, and the enhancement to his physique was negligible. Could it be that I must refine it into long shui dan for it to be useful? After a brief contemplation, he concluded that the quantity was simply too scant. He proceeded to consume 10 more stalks. Long xichao Enhancement Effect 9. The influx of unique energy transformed into slender strands, akin to a small dragon, swirling within him. Ultimately, it coiled around his wooden dantian, gradually consuming his internal mana, converting it into a series of unique substances that surged into his blood vessels. No, this is not right. Chen Xuan furrowed his brow as these unique substances began to transform his blood. He expelled a drop of the transformed blood. It appeared crimson, signifying an extraordinary bloodline, imbued with strands of anomalous power. Dragon blood? No, wait. 5 elements scripture, transform. Chen Xuan formed seals, channeling his technique as his mana roamed within him, expelling the transforming substances from his blood and placing them in his dantian. Could it be that the ancients who mastered dragon clan abilities transformed their bloodlines into dragon blood, becoming half-dragons? Chen Xuan's brow furrowed, compelling him to reassess the long xichao and these unique substances. The long xichao is originally intended for dragons to purify their bloodlines. If acquiring abilities in this manner is futile, is transformation possible? Chen Xuan directed his gaze to his 5 golden dantians, pondering whether these unique substances could coexist within him in a different form, culminating in the formation of a dragon dan. This would be far superior to merely transforming his bloodline into a half-human, half-dragon state. With a preliminary thought process in place, Chen Xuan endeavored to communicate with these substances, attempting to guide them through the operation of the 5-element scripture. He utilized the capabilities of the 5 golden dantians to suppress these substances, drawing upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth along with his own mana to amalgamate with them. Perception Enhancement 12. Chapter 63. Huxian Sect. This endeavor consumed Chen Xuan 3 full days to gradually refine his thoughts, through numerous fusions and amalgamations, supported by the foundation of the Immortal path. An exceedingly minute Dan body settled within him, adjacent to the 5 golden dantians, radiating an extraordinary light. Yet, this was insufficient. The rudimentary form had emerged, but this crystalline entity remained exceedingly feeble. A multitude of mid-grade spirit stones, over 1,000 in number, lay scattered upon the ground. Chen Xuan retrieved the long zhu, probing its intricacies with his mana, attempting to refine it and establish a connection with the crystalline entity within him. This process proved to be exceedingly protracted. Qing Yunzong. Daqing Peak. Daqing Peak is one of the 12 peaks of Qing Yunzong. The Dragon Master, Zhao Ziyun, did not opt for extravagant celebrations for his 200th birthday. Firstly, he was merely 200 years old, still at the nascent stage of the Golden Dan period. Secondly, he was a person of great humility, disliking overly complicated social engagements. He invited 3 to 5 close friends for an intimate gathering within the sect. In the main hall, Zhou Yangshua presented a treasured talisman passed down through generations, respectfully offering his congratulations. The hall was sparsely populated, with attendees sipping wine and reminiscing about past events. Dao friend Ziyun, I must say, your eye for disciples is indeed remarkable. A sect with 2 Golden Dan cultivators is bound to be the talk of the town, inspiring envy among countless fellow cultivators, remarked a middle-aged man named Qing Muzhen Run, taking a sip of spiritual wine and expressing his admiration. The Dragon Master is renowned throughout Zhaoguo's cultivation community, not only for his formidable prowess, but also for having a Golden Dan spiritual beast. Even more astonishingly, 2 of his disciples have both ascended to the Golden Dan stage, forming a triad of prodigies. Indeed, Zhao Ziyun replied with a hint of a smile, glancing at his disciples at the table. Among them was a cool and composed woman, displaying an air of exasperation, while beside her sat a lively girl, incessantly chattering and causing her distress. The former was his most esteemed disciple, Gu Qingyu, whom he had taken on upon her breakthrough into the foundation stage. The latter was his youngest disciple, Zhao Ling Long, renowned as the most talented individual in the sect. You are too modest. Who does not know that you have produced yet another unparalleled genius? Qing Mu Zhenren exclaimed, a face full of admiration. A 70-year-old Golden Dan? I scarcely dared to dream of it. When I was 70, I had just reached the mid-foundation stage. That is not solely due to your cultivation method. Had you not switched to another technique in pursuit of longevity, you would have surely been able to challenge the Yuan Ing stage by now, Zhao Ziyun remarked. Casting a sidelong glance at him, Qing Mu Zhenren, clad in simple attire, maintained a serene smile. In his youth, he was Zhao Ziyun's equal, both being hailed as the twin prodigies of Qing Yun. He had broken through to the foundation stage at 30, a year earlier than Zhao Ziyun. Had he not later chosen to switch to another foundational technique, the ancient wood-nurturing spirit method, he might have already been on the verge of the Yuaning stage. Well, it's a matter of personal choice, Qing Mu Zhenren replied nonchalantly. To him, attaining longevity and avoiding conflict was more important than anything else. At the Huxian sect, Shang Wanyong paid his respects to the Dragon Master. As the two engaged in conversation, a surge of mana fluctuations emanated from outside the grand hall. A beam of azure light descended from the heavens, revealing a stout, square-faced middle-aged man who entered the grand hall. Shang Wanyong? Zhao Ziyun furrowed his brow, pondering the purpose of this visitor. Upon learning that today marked the 200th birthday of the revered Yulong Zhenren, Shang Wanyong entered with a broad smile, slightly bowing to Zhao Ziyun. Surely, his intentions are not merely to convey congratulations, Zhao Ziyun thought with a stoic demeanor. Shang Wanyong, a special envoy from Huxian Zone, had come to discuss the recent rumors with the sect leader. Not at all, Shang Wanyong chuckled, producing a storage ring from his robe as a congratulatory gift. Presenting it to Zhao Ziyun. May your Tao flourish eternally. Spare me this formality. We are not that familiar, Zhao Ziyun replied, pushing the storage ring back. Speak your mind. He regarded Shang Wanyong warily, knowing that this individual never brought good tidings during his visits to Qingyun Zone. Very well, I shall be direct, Shang Wanyong began. I presume both of you have heard about my sect's ancestor. Indeed, he has acquired a treasure, though the rumors surrounding it are grossly exaggerated. Zhao Ziyun and Qing Mu Zhenren exchanged knowing glances, their expressions revealing skepticism towards his claims. And what follows? Zhao Ziyun inquired. Huxian Zong intends to share this treasure with all sects. Shang Wanyong cleared his throat, revealing that this was the very reason for his visit to Qingyun Zong's leader. The two men's expressions shifted slightly. Huxian Zong had always looked down upon other sects in Zhao Kingdom. What could be the reason for such generosity this time? Noticing their reactions, Shang Wanyong continued unabated. This is not a matter of free handouts. Other nations have been eyeing this treasure as well. In 3 months, the states of Chu and Yin will send representatives to test the waters, necessitating the involvement of Golden Core cultivators for friendly competitions. Consequently, each sect must dispatch their elite Golden Core practitioners to collaborate with my sect against the cultivators from these two nations. He looked earnestly at Zhao Ziyun. I inquired with your sect leader about the possibility of having you represent us, depending on your capabilities. Shang Wanyong's gaze was filled with sincerity. Within Zhao Kingdom, Zhao Ziyun was a prominent figure among Golden Core cultivators, a status from which even the sect leader could not command him. Thus, I wish to request your participation in the battle for Zhao Kingdom. Regardless of the outcome, the treasure will still be shared. I decline, Zhao Ziyun gestured dismissively, showing no interest in the matter. Huxian Zong's sudden generosity seemed implausible, and he suspected an ulterior motive. Seeing Zhao Ziyun's disinterest, Shang Guanyong shifted his gaze to Qingmu Zhenren. I have not fought for many years. My abilities have diminished significantly, and I fear I may not be up to the task. Qingmu Zhenren decisively rejected the offer. Shang Guanyong's expression stiffened, revealing his displeasure. What about your disciple? He inquired, retreating to a secondary option. I hear your eldest disciple possesses remarkable talent, having reached the mid-golden core stage, and is a prodigy of Qin Yunzong. Surely, their combat prowess cannot be lacking. Big brother, do you wish to participate? Zhao Ziyun turned to Gu Qingwei. My fellow disciples are preoccupied. What about the fourth? I am waiting for my senior brother. We can discuss it later. Zhao Ziyun shrugged, casting a helpless glance at Shang Guanyong, as if to say, you see, this is not my fault. Although Shang Guanyong maintained a smile. Inwardly, he was cursing their lack of appreciation. At that moment, a resounding tiger roar echoed from outside Daqing Peak, soaring from the mountains and piercing the clouds. A young man clad in a blue robe, adorned with a golden sword at his waist and eyes sparkling like stars, rode in on a tiger. Surrounding him were 5 radiant halos of various colors, dazzling in their brilliance. Accompanying this spectacle was a hearty, respectful laughter. Master, it has been 40 years since we last met. You have turned 200. Your disciple offers you my sincerest wishes for everlasting Dao longevity. Finally, the awaited moment had arrived. Zhao Ziyun's eyes, once calm, now sparkled with joy. Within the hall, his disciples turned to the entrance, where they beheld Chen Xuan, leading a majestic white tiger, who bowed respectfully before Zhao Ziyun. Greetings, Master, Brother Heiwang, Sister, and Junior Brothers. Chen Xuan cast a glance at the 3, who smiled back at him. He then returned his gaze, hearing Zhao Ziyun's laughter. No need for such formalities. Your presence brings me the greatest joy. Zhao Ziyun smiled, rising to assist Chen Xuan to his feet, while also taking in the sight of his disciple after a 4-decade absence. I have been away for 40 years, causing you worry, Master, Chen Xuan said, sheepishly rubbing his head as he observed Zhao Ziyun, who remained largely unchanged, bearing an air of authority and charm. This is a birthday gift I have prepared for you. Master, he declared, producing a beautifully wrapped gift box, bowing earnestly as he presented it. You are too kind. Zhao Ziyun accepted the gift with a glimmer of nostalgia and satisfaction in his eyes. Countless words swirled within him, eager to reconnect with his beloved disciple. I always knew you would rise above, my disciple, though your brilliance has taken time to manifest. No, it is more of a refinement. Zhao Ziyun patted Chen Xuan's shoulder, feeling the immense power within him. He was astonished. Without your support over the years, how could I have achieved today? Chen Xuan shook his head, filled with gratitude towards Zhao Ziyun. The protection and teachings you provided me are beyond measure. We shall reminisce later. First, you must greet your Shibui Qingmu. You once took quite a bit of his treasured essence when you were a child. Following Zhao Ziyun's gaze, Chen Xuan noticed the curious eyes of Qingmu Zhenren and offered a slight nod. Greetings, Shibui Qingmu. May your path be eternal and your life everlasting. You young man. You have surprised me, Qingmu Zhenren remarked, astonished. While he had heard Zhao Ziyun speak highly of his favorite disciple, unable to believe he had reached the point of breaking through to the golden core level, now seeing Chen Xuan in person, he observed the vibrant vitality radiating from him. Thank you for your care in the past. Why waste words with me? You know I dislike such formalities. Qingmu Zhenren waved his hand, casting an envious glance at Zhao Ziyun. This is the previous true disciple of Hu Xianzong, Shang Guanyong. You may address him as senior. Greetings, senior. Chen Xuan offered a brief greeting, lacking any significant impression of the man. However, Shang Guanyong's gaze remained fixed on Chen Xuan. Is this your disciple? He queried, looking towards Zhao Ziyun. Indeed, Shang Guanyong was taken aback, a flood of thoughts rushing through him. Years ago, Zhao Ziyun had taken on a disciple deemed a waste, causing quite a commotion within the sect, a story that had spread widely. To his astonishment, the young man before him, exuding a powerful presence and riding a mid-tier 3rd-grade white tiger, was indeed that very disciple. This seems quite incongruous, he thought, a flicker of realization dawning upon him. Young friend, is that your spirit pet behind you? Shang Guanyong pointed towards the ground, where a black-scaled tiger lay coiled. Yes, it is my newly acquired mount. Chen Xuan replied with a smile, gently patting the creature. Hiss, your disciple is no ordinary individual, Shang Guanyong gasped, unable to fathom Chen Xuan's true capabilities. He could only vaguely sense that his aura was at the late Foundation establishment stage. Yet the robust waves of spiritual energy emanating from him and the obedient spirit beast hinted at something extraordinary. A glint of intrigue flickered in his eyes as he turned to Zhao Ziyun. Might I inquire if your disciple would accompany us to Hu Xianzong to face the golden core cultivators from the 2 nations? You must ask him. What is it that you wish? Chen Xuan's gaze shifted towards his master and Shang Guanyong. Would you be willing to lend your strength for the Zhao Kingdom? Chen Xuan proclaimed assertively. I refuse, Chen Xuan replied directly, wondering if he had misheard, scratching his ear in confusion. Allow me to explain, if you are willing. My sect can offer Ninging Dan as a reward. Chen Xuan's eyes remained fixed on Chen Xuan, seemingly trying to see through him. After listening for a while, Chen Xuan gained a general understanding of the situation. He dismissed the notion of the Three Kingdoms Golden Dan Alliance, where each sect was expected to send forth a true disciple of Golden Dan. What is your intention? Chen Xuan reiterated the benefits, hoping to entice Chen Xuan into participation. Why must every sect send representatives? Chen Xuan remarked coolly, his eyes dimming, fixed intently on him. Chen Xuan felt a chill run down his spine, a fleeting shadow crossing his face. We are all within the Zhao Kingdom. My Huxian sect is even willing to share treasures. Assisting one another can strengthen our bonds and showcase the might of Zhao's cultivation world to the other nations. I am not interested. You should seek someone else. Chen Xuan's brow furrowed slightly. Why did the Huxian sect insist on having representatives from all major sects participate? Furthermore, he had accumulated sufficient resources. He had no interest in trifles. This, Dao friend, Yun Zizi, Chen Xuan stammered, his expression shifting slightly. Please take your leave. Zhao Ziyu nodded slightly upon witnessing Chen Xuan's refusal and turned to escort Chen Xuan out. You will regret this, Chen Xuan muttered, leaving without further argument. What schemes was the Huxian sect concocting? After Chen Xuan had departed, Qingmu Zhenren raised an eyebrow. Who knows? In any case, we shall not involve ourselves. If the sect master insists on sending someone, then so be it. Zhao Ziyun shook his head slightly. His intuition warned him that the Huxian sect harbored no good intentions. They had never shared fortune, yet now they came seeking aid in times of trouble. As long as one harbors no desires, many entanglements can be avoided, Qingmu Zhenren remarked, shaking his head. He then raised his cup towards Chen Xuan. Shall we toast? You appear devoid of the demeanor befitting a Golden Dan cultivator. Zhao Ziyun chided with a laugh, raising his cup as well. Come, good disciple. Let us drink together with the master and the uncle. His master cast two slightly resentful glances from a nearby table next to He Wang. No matter what, your junior brother must accompany me first, for he has returned with great difficulty. Zhao Ziyun, unfazed by the two gazes, pulled Chen Xuan closer. Chen Xuan nodded apologetically, seating himself opposite his master. Time had passed. You, my second disciple, have finally matured. Are you still practicing the 5 elements qi refinement technique? I have a method here that may assist you in forming your Dan. Chapter 65, Innate Dan Qi. Zhao Ziyun's eyes glimmered with nostalgia. He remembered a disciple who had once derived no benefit from any food or elixir. Yet, after departing the sect for 40 years, he had remarkably advanced to the late stage of foundation establishment. The toil he endured was beyond anyone's knowledge. Yes, Chen Xuan felt quite touched. Still practicing the 5 elements qi refinement technique. I possess a technique called Xintian Dan Qi, which can help you cultivate Dan Qi in advance during the foundation establishment stage, making future Dan formation easier. After speaking, he paused slightly, glancing at his eldest disciple and the others. Your senior sister and junior sister both used this method to form their Dan, as did I, your master. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan's heart stirred. A secret method that allowed one to cultivate Dan Qi during the foundation establishment stage, thereby increasing the chances of Dan formation, was said to exist only in legends. He never expected his master to possess such a treasure. Yulong Zhenren retrieved a prepared jade slip from his robes. Chen Xuan accepted it, his heart racing as myriad unanticipated knowledge and techniques flooded his mind, bearing similarities to the embryonic form of Long Dan Shu, yet more refined. Thank you for bestowing this method, master. Chen Xuan rejoiced inwardly. With Xintian Danqi, he now had a clear direction and would soon be able to merge Long Dan with Long Zhu. Excitement welled within him. There were various types of Golden Dawn. Aside from the standard Golden Dan, there were others, such as Sword Dan. This was meant to be imparted to you. Zhao Ziyun smiled, refraining from questioning how Chen Xuan had attained his current cultivation level. As long as his disciple thrived, that was the best outcome. Enhancing his own reputation in the process. A triple Golden Dan. Who else could accomplish that? In a moment, I shall take you to the sect master to secure a true disciple identity for you. At this, Zhao Ziyun narrowed his eyes slightly. Then we will ascend to Qingyun Peak and take a proper stroll. All right, Chen Xuan nodded. The Qingyun sect had once produced a transformation god, but over time it had gradually declined, though its foundation remained strong. Moreover, a true disciple held a status comparable to that of an elder and could be seen as a successor to the sect or a seed of significant potential. Indeed, it would be splendid to confront those old geezers at Qingyun Peak. Qingmu Zhenren took a sip of his drink, seemingly eager for matters to escalate further, while also hoping Chen Xuan would undertake a task he had long desired. Enough, I've had my drink, so I shall not intrude upon your gathering any longer. Qingmu Jinren rose, casting a glance at Chen Xuan, raising an eyebrow in silent encouragement. Take care. As Zhao Ziyun stood to see Qingmu Jinren off, Chen Xuan approached He Wang, producing the demon pill of the Qi Shuemang. Ah, a fine treasure. He Wang leaned in closer, fixated on the demon pill in Chen Xuan's hand. The Qi Shuemang, imbued with a trace of dragon energy, was undergoing transformation, and the demon pill contained a faint dragon aura, making it highly beneficial for He Wang. I haven't forgotten you, He Wang. I appreciate your kindness. So I shall not be polite. He Wang did not hesitate, swallowing the demon pill whole. Is there more? Chen Xuan chuckled, placing his hand on He Wang, inspecting him closely. More? He Wang's heart stirred as he swam closer. Oh, little Chen Xuan, I had not noticed before. You smell delightful. He Wang inched closer, sniffing around Chen Xuan. Have you consumed something exquisite? A glimmer of curiosity flashed in He Wang's eyes as he sensed a unique fragrance emanating from within Chen Xuan, which also exerted a subtle pressure upon him. Indeed, I cannot hide anything from you, He Wang. Chen Xuan, slightly startled, retrieved 5 stalks of long shi chow from his storage ring. Long shi chow? You possess this precious herb? He Wang's gaze fixated on the long shi chow, glancing back at Chen Xuan and winked playfully. Is this delectable? Your big brother He Wang has never tasted it. He Wang's heart fluttered, as it held immense allure for him. It is all for you, Chen Xuan grinned, directly extending the long shi chow towards him. How can I accept this? He Wang hesitated, feeling somewhat shy. Chen Xuan was his junior, whom he had watched grow up, and taking his belongings felt a bit improper. Moreover, long shi chow was exceedingly rare. He had only encountered it twice before. Do not be modest, He Wang. If you and the senior sister hadn't come, I might have been taken to the Wandu sect. Chen Xuan pressed the long shi chow into his hands. Then I shall not hold back. This is for you. After consuming long shi chow, do not wander recklessly in the demon territory. You should be able to learn this technique. A flash of mysterious light enveloped Chen Xuan's mind, revealing a technique, Long Yin Shu. However, it was not the complete version. Thank you, big brother He Wang. Chen Xuan felt a surge of joy. This was a technique designed for dragons that could conceal one's aura and even body. No need, He Wang replied, hastily departing the hall to refine the demon pill and the long shi chow. Lao Air, come with me to pay our respects to the Zhangjiao. Outside the grand hall, the voice of Zhao Ziyun echoed. Shiji, Xiaximiai, we shall continue our conversation later in the cave. Chen Xuan had just taken his seat at the table with his fellow disciples when he was compelled to rise and depart. Xixiang, don't forget about me. Zhou Yangshuo, noticing Chen Xuan's omission of him, spoke up repeatedly. Let us go together, Chen Xuan replied with a smile, casting a glance at Zhou Yangshuo. He discovered that this young man, after enduring great tribulations and vanquishing his foes, had remarkably advanced to the late foundation establishment stage. Let us depart. With those words, Chen Xuan transformed into a streak of light, appearing beside Zhao Ziyun. The two of them soared through the skies, reminiscing about the past, their interaction resembling long-lost friends more than that of a master and disciple. Once we have met the Zhangjiao, we shall visit the Laozu, Zhao Ziyun remarked, referring to the Laozu, who was a Yuanian cultivator from Dakingfeng, a cornerstone of their sect's heritage. Inside the Zhongzhu Hall of Qingyun sect, the sect master, Good Songlong, gazed at Chen Xuan with a look of astonishment and complex emotions. Chen Xuan, my disciple, may you be blessed with great fortune. Truly, it is a blessing for our sect. However, to become a true disciple, mere luck is insufficient. Good Songlong's eyes scrutinized Chen Xuan, who had been a mere waste of potential 40 years prior, struggling in the Qi refinement stage. Now, he had astonishingly reached the late foundation establishment stage, which was indeed remarkable. Yet, Good Songlong attributed this to luck and fortune. He had personally witnessed Chen Xuan's aptitude and understood that his ability to sense spiritual energy was primarily due to Zhao Ziyun's diligent guidance. My disciple reached the late foundation establishment stage at 80 years old. Surely, he qualifies to become a true disciple. Gaxixiao? Zhao Ziyun furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on Good Songlong. Not sufficient. A true disciple must master the sect's Yuanian techniques, and even the transformation methods. They are the seedlings of our sect's inheritance, and we cannot be careless. Good Songlong shook his head, having not closely examined Chen Xuan's aura. One must either exhibit extraordinary talent and break through to Jindan before the age of 100, or maintain a position within the top 3 of the inner sect rankings for 3 consecutive years, challenging all disciples without defeat. Zhao Ziyun's lips twitched slightly at the mention of the inner sect's top 3. He recalled that all were at the late foundation establishment stage. Though they were indeed prodigies of the sect, they could not be compared to those at the Jindan level. According to his eldest disciple, Lao Air's strength was already comparable to that of an ordinary early Jindan cultivator. Xixiang, My disciple possesses great willpower, immense fortune, and outstanding comprehension. I believe there is no need to adhere to this process. Gu Songlong frowned and responded earnestly, this is the rule. So, does that mean I must go and beat the inner sect rankings from top to bottom? Chen Xuan inquired. You have the audacity, Gu Songlong replied. That's about the gist of it. Gu Songlong glanced at Chen Xuan, feeling that he was aiming far too high. The top 10 of the inner sect rankings were all geniuses, none of whom had achieved foundation establishment at less than 40 years of age. The 3 strongest among them were at the late foundation establishment stage, renowned as first-rate talents capable of standing against Jindan cultivators. You said that yourself, Chen Xuan remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Gu Songlong. Was his first order of business upon returning to the sect to challenge the entire younger generation? He found nothing wrong with this notion. If you truly succeed, you need not wait 3 years. You will be directly recognized as a true disciple, Gu Songlong declared, his voice firm, though internally he held great confidence in the disciples on the inner sect rankings. After all, each of them had their own opportunities and unique methods. Understood. Then please wait for me a moment, Chen Xuan said, exchanging a knowing glance with his master, who nodded slightly. Testing the disciples of the sect was indeed a noble endeavor. Zhao Ziyun held strong confidence in his disciple. Your disciple truly reflects your character, Gu Songlong remarked, shrugging as he watched Chen Xuan soar into the sky. Let us go together. Zhao Ziyun appeared to be thoroughly entertained, guiding Chen Xuan. Their first stop was the cave of the 10th-ranked disciple of the inner sect, the Jindan disciple Ling Tao from Xianxia Peak. Are you here to challenge me? Ling Tao emerged from his secluded meditation, a hint of displeasure on his face, as anyone would feel uncomfortable being interrupted during such a time. Upon seeing the sect master and the revered Zhao Ziyun, he quickly concealed his annoyance and turned his gaze to the smiling figure clad in blue robes before him. Indeed. Let us proceed. Although Ling Tao felt some confusion, having never encountered this person before, he took the challenge seriously with the endorsement of the sect master. He summoned his flying sword and prepared his formation in the open space at the cave's entrance. The essence of his late foundation establishment stage surged forth, the sword's momentum rising like a divine blade about to be drawn. Many disciples gathered around, drawn by the arrival of the sect master and Zhao Ziyun. He has grasped the embryonic form of the sword's momentum. Splendid. Gu Songlong observed with satisfaction, glancing at Zhao Ziyun. This disciple is the direct apprentice of the legendary Jindan cultivator, Jin Jianzhenren, who broke through to the late foundation establishment stage at 69 and is expected to challenge the Jindan stage before the age of 100. Indeed, after the Linglong Jiedan, I had not noticed the emergence of new talents. Zhao Ziyun's seemingly casual praise was, in fact, a subtle display of pride. Gu Songlong refrained from responding. Internally chastising, is it just a few good disciples? Not every disciple possesses such extraordinary talents. Ling Tao, this individual before you is the personal disciple of your Shishu Zhao Ziyun. If you can defeat him, I shall reward you with a 3rd-tier treasured sword. Gu Songlong directly encouraged, instantly igniting the atmosphere. Ling Tao was taken aback, fully committing to the challenge, his gaze fixed on Chen Xuan. The mere mention of Zhao Ziyun's name struck him with awe. This man was a legend within the Qingyun sect, and his disciple had overshadowed the inner sect for 2 entire generations. What is your name, Xixiao? Ling Tao inquired. Chen Xuan, came the calm reply as Chen Xuan nodded at him. Chen Xuan? Could it be? Ling Tao's mind raced as he recalled the moniker known as Yulong Zhishan. Shitty. Why are you still hesitating? I need to finish this challenge quickly. Time is of the essence, Chen Xuan remarked, noticing Ling Tao's momentary daze. Ling Tao's brow furrowed slightly. Is he looking down on me? Observing the nonchalant demeanor of his opponent, he narrowed his eyes. Xixiao, do not be overconfident. After saying this, his sword light enveloped him, the cold glint of steel coiling as the sword's might surged with the mountain's grandeur. Are you ready? Chen Xuan raised an eyebrow at Gu Songlong, then smiled at Ling Tao. Receive my sword, and I shall sever the mountain. Ling Tao decisively struck, unleashing a fierce sword light that bore down with the might of a mountain. He executed a single sword strike, with victory and defeat resting upon this one blow. Ling Tao had evidently perfected his mountain sword technique. The old ghost Jin Jian had indeed found a treasure. Gu Songlong nodded, sensing that Ling Tao had recently comprehended this technique, predicting that after this battle, his ranking would likely improve by 2 places. Remarkable swordsmanship, Chen Xuan commented sincerely. Recognizing that this strike surpassed many late foundation establishment cultivators, embodying the mountain-esque strength that few in the same realm could withstand. However, he was facing Chen Xuan. Having gauged the strength of this strike amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he merely extended 2 fingers, effortlessly pinching the sword, shattering the mountain's might. Impossible. How could he so easily withstand this blow? A gasp emanated from the heavens as a figure bearing a long yellow sword looked on in disbelief. Ling Tao's face flushed crimson as he attempted to withdraw his sword, only to find himself utterly immobilized. His most powerful strike, which he had only just comprehended, was casually intercepted. His heart felt as though it were shattering, his eyes filled with incredulity. "Shitty, you need to practice more," Chen Xuan leaned in, chuckling as he patted Ling Tao on the shoulder, who was still in a state of shock. His face turned beet red, realizing he had not even the slightest ability to resist, let alone react. The chasm of disparity in strength was beyond immense. "This is impossible." Gu Songlong was on his feet, having not even seen Chen Xuan employ any spiritual power. With his physical form, he received Ling Tao's full-powered sword strike, effortlessly defeating him in the process. "What is impossible?" Zhao Ziyun's lips curled into a smile, his heart brimming with astonishment. "Is this your disciple?" The golden sword true man flew to Zhao Ziyun's side, his eyes filled with incredulity. He was well aware of Ling Tao's strength, having personally trained him. In the same realm, even the top-ranked Yu would not so easily defeat him. "Indeed," Zhao Ziyun replied with a smile, casting a glance at Gu Songlong. "The sect leader once mentioned that if my disciple can challenge the inner door rankings, he will become a true disciple." The golden sword true man was further astonished, looking towards Gu Songlong. "Is this person secretly trained by Zhao Ziyun?" "No." Gu Songlong shook his head, slightly shaken, as Chen Xuan's performance left him utterly astonished. However, whether he could truly become a true disciple would depend on the upcoming battles. "Then who is he?" Gu Songlong inquired, glancing at the golden sword true man. "Do you not find him familiar?" Chapter 67. The golden sword true man familiar? The golden sword true man felt puzzled. There was no such talented individual within the sect. He had not been in seclusion for long. When had this person appeared? As he looked at Chen Xuan, his gaze grew increasingly perplexed until he caught sight of that smiling face, which felt increasingly recognizable. Amidst the intoxication of countless guests, a single sword brings frost across 14 states. Could it be him? He recalled a disciple who left a deep impression on him, one who was also a disciple of Zhao Ziyun. Indeed, Zhao Ziyun nodded with satisfaction, raising his head. "Is it truly him, Chen Xuan?" The golden sword true man was taken aback, filled with disbelief, as the more he looked, the more familiar Chen Xuan appeared. Wasn't he a congenital waste? With only a poor spiritual root, he is actually cultivated to the late foundation establishment stage? You must be joking. The golden sword true man's gaze met Zhao Ziyun's, his brow furrowing, feeling as though Zhao Ziyun was toying with him. Not at all. Receiving a definitive answer, the golden sword true man's pupils contracted, followed by a deep sigh. "It is indeed him. I misjudged him in the past." "You certainly did misjudge," Zhao Ziyun nodded. The golden sword true man's lips twitched slightly, feeling that Zhao Ziyun was denying him an easy way out. Nonetheless, his heart was filled with shock. He had actually managed to defy fate, which was simply incredible. Just this feat alone makes him worthy of being a true disciple. "I have no objections." "It is not yet a foregone conclusion," Gu Songlong interjected. "What do you mean it is not yet a foregone conclusion?" "I see you wish to use Chen Xuan to challenge the resolve of the inner door disciples on the rankings." The golden sword true man glared, his anger flaring. Such a show of swordsmanship was something he could not achieve even among his peers. There is indeed that intention. If he is a dragon, he can soar to the heavens while simultaneously dampening the spirits of the inner disciples. If he fails, it would imply that Chen Xuan has yet to reach full maturity and requires further honing. A glint of intrigue flashed in Gu Songlong's eyes as he spoke earnestly. "Let us proceed. It is time for Chen Xuan to temper the arrogance of those inner disciples who have been acting idle since Ling Lung's advancement to Dan," Gu Songlong stated, his figure vanishing swiftly as he flew towards the location of the inner door disciples ranked on the leaderboard. At Yunzhu Peak, he instructed, "Please offer your guidance." Smack. The crowd turned to see the inner door's 9th-ranked disciple sent flying by a single slap from Chen Xuan, his lips twitching. After testing the strength of the gatekeepers among the top 10 of the inner door rankings, Chen Xuan advanced, defeating one opponent after another, moving from 9th place to 3rd. The number of disciples gathering around increased, and many elders, drawn by the commotion, came to witness the duel. To facilitate everyone and avoid unnecessary movement, Gu Songlong decisively activated the arena atop Qingyun Peak. Chen Xuan stood quietly on the platform, awaiting his opponent. At that moment, the atmosphere below erupted with excitement as a handsome young man dressed in inner door attire leaped onto the stage, slightly bowing his head towards Chen Xuan. "Greetings, Senior Brother Chen Xuan. I am Han Feng, ranked 3rd on the inner door leaderboard. Please bestow your teachings." Chen Xuan had a slight impression of this individual. Though his knowledge was limited, he only knew that a genius had emerged within the sect, a 35-year-old who had reached the foundation establishment stage. Now 40 years had passed, and he remained at that level, likely due to the need to secure his rank before breaking through to the Golden Core stage as a true disciple. Are you prepared? Gu Songlong's interest was piqued by Chen Xuan's presence, taking on the role of judge. After the previous 7 matches, all won in a single blow, he wondered what Chen Xuan's true strength would reveal. Han Feng, do not let me down. Han Feng was his personally taught disciple, and he hoped Han Feng could draw out Chen Xuan's true capabilities. As for defeating him, he placed his hopes on the first and second ranks. The strength of the top 3 far surpassed that of the others on the leaderboard, all of whom were seed candidates. The top 3 had seen little change, maintaining a crushing dominance over the remaining disciples. Absolutely, I shall give it my all, Han Feng replied earnestly, his gaze fixed on Chen Xuan. He had heard of Chen Xuan's reputation, but had never seen him in action. Now, having risen to prominence, he had consecutively defeated 7 top contenders. However, he remained composed, confident in his own strength. Chen Xuan's challenge had attracted the attention of the vast majority of disciples within the sect. No one had ever attempted such a feat, and they were all eager to see whether he could successfully dominate the leaderboard. In the clouds above the square, 2 Yuanying ancestors had also heard the news and quietly observed everything happening on the arena below. Chen Xuan remained exceedingly calm. This challenge for the leaderboard would be his defining battle upon returning to the sect. Simultaneously, it represented his struggle to establish a foothold within the realm of cultivation. However, he did not dwell on such thoughts, confident in his impending victory. Had he not wished to avoid excessive ostentation, he might have even considered challenging the seasoned elders directly. Begin. With a command, Han Feng sprang into action. Summoning the winds and clouds, he eschewed weaponry, instead pushing his hands together at his chest, channeling his spiritual energy to form a fearsome flying fish. Go! With a thrust of his hands, half of his internal energy dissipated, and the flying fish suddenly expanded in midair, its watery essence swirling and bursting forth, aiming to bite at Chen Xuan. Simultaneously, he continued to gather energy in his palm, a flash of electricity erupting and launching towards Chen Xuan. The flying fish aimed to suppress and deplete Chen Xuan's energy, making resistance impossible, while the thunderous attack followed suit. He had used this technique to subdue a false dance stage demon cultivator. Lightning erupted throughout the arena, with numerous bolts resembling small serpents, crashing towards Chen Xuan. The sound of thunder filled the air, enveloping the entire platform in a terrifying display. Gasps of astonishment echoed around. Each bolt of lightning could easily shatter rocks, and any cultivator below the foundation establishment stage would face certain death. The combined force of these electric strikes, when unleashed in the water, could obliterate anyone of equal standing. Many felt a chill in their hearts, lamenting the vast disparity in strength. The combination of water and lightning attributes is quite impressive. The Golden Sword True Man nodded in approval, pondering whether Chen Xuan could counter such a technique. Chen Xuan felt a flicker of interest. The fusion of 2 elemental attributes was indeed commendable. Few cultivators could wield 2 types of elemental energy in combat, yet those like himself, capable of directly suppressing with the 5 elements, were even rarer. Constrain, Chen Xuan stated calmly, his energy surging forth as the power of the 5 elements erupted. In an instant, the water fish was shattered, and the countless roaring lightning snakes exploded under the force of the 5 elemental energy. The pure and potent energy released a tremendous shockwave. Converge. The power of the 5 elements surged, a stream of spiritual energy flowing out and transforming into 5 colors. Swiftly ensnaring Han Feng, the scorching flames ignited, gradually constricting Han Feng's space for survival. Attacking with the power of the 5 elements? Chen Xuan's mastery of the 5 elements was astonishing, seamlessly weaving their powers while deftly avoiding mutual repulsion. Gu Songlong was taken aback. It was his first time witnessing Chen Xuan's magical prowess. Under the constraints of the 5 elements, Han Feng could barely endure for 10 breaths. Senior brother, I concede. In an instant, the elemental forces dissipated, and the intense heat faded away, as if it had never existed, leaving behind a disheveled Han Feng, whose robes were both soaked and singed. His expression reflected despair. Only by truly contending with Chen Xuan could one grasp the profound disparity, a crushing superiority. Gu Songlong felt a twinge of disappointment as he glanced at the eagerly waiting contestants below, the first and second ranked disciples. Just as he was about to summon the second contestant, Chen Xuan's voice rang out, "You both may come at once." He beckoned to the top 2 disciples of the inner sect, his tone calm and devoid of disdain, merely a means to save time. "Senior brother seems to look down on us too much," remarked a tall, muscular man. "While I acknowledge your strength, my sword is no less formidable," added a woman clad in a purple glass dress, her face tinged with embarrassment and indignation, wielding a magical sword directed at Chen Xuan. "Then let me test your mettle. Both of you may come together," Chen Xuan replied nonchalantly, one hand resting behind his back. Together indeed, Gu Songlong echoed, increasingly curious about the source of Chen Xian's confidence. Despite feeling humiliated by the command from the sect leader, the two ascended the platform, overwhelmed by the pressure Chen Xian exuded. Defeating Han Feng with such ease, without even needing a second strike, left them feeling outmatched. When did such a prodigy arise within the sect? The disciples below murmured among themselves, their eyes wide with astonishment. Was this Chen Xian truly a waste of talent before? This is outrageous. Senior sister should teach him a lesson. As the crowd buzzed with chatter, Chen Xian's reputation was firmly established in that moment. Come at me, he invited. Luo Quan, may I have your guidance, senior brother? Ningxi, may I have your guidance? Senior brother. With that, the match commenced. The gathered disciples fell silent, their gazes fixated upon the arena. Chen Xian, please impart your wisdom, they urged. Upon the word begin, Chen Xian's figure blurred into an apparition, and a powerful gust of energy surged across the platform. A punch, a palm strike, two figures were sent flying before anyone could react. Crashing into the crowd, the arena fell into a stunned silence, including the elders, who were momentarily taken aback by Chen Xian's swiftness. Many elders barely grasped his intent before witnessing the two being struck down. Only a few managed to discern Chen Xian's movements, which were executed with precision and decisiveness. In a direct confrontation, such a fleeting moment could have resulted in bloodshed. Incredibly terrifying. Gu Songlong gasped. The speed was unimaginable, transcending the foundational realm, and even capable of contending with golden elixir practitioners. Zhao Ziyun has concealed this well. What is there left to fight? Gu Songlong seethed, shooting a glare at Zhao Ziyun, muttering under his breath. What is happening here? We expected a late-stage foundation establishment. Simultaneously, after the initial shock wore off, he felt a surge of excitement. A prodigious talent had emerged during his tenure as leader of the sect. This cannot be real. How could senior sister Ning and senior brother Luo be so swiftly defeated? The multitude of disciples were utterly astonished, akin to witnessing a ghost, unable to believe their eyes. Ling Tao felt a jolt of realization, relieved that his own defeat did not feel so humiliating. At least he had given his all, only to be subdued by a single strike. He had lasted over 10 breaths, which allowed him to stand a little taller. Though defeated, he retained his dignity. As the third-ranked disciple of the inner sect, he had contended with Chen Xian for several breaths before ultimately falling. The entire sect bore witness to this. What is there left to contest? Luo Quan stumbled to his feet, feeling utterly humiliated. Years of pride shattered in an instant. Senior brother is impressive, I yield. Ningxi sighed, realizing her earlier overconfidence. Had she joined forces with Luo Quan from the start, perhaps they could have lasted longer, avoiding such a swift defeat. In that moment, her pride dissipated. I concede, Chen Xian said with a respectful nod as he descended from the platform. He turned to Gu Songlong, Master. What do you think? Gu Songlong, fully aware of Chen Xian's implication, gazed intently at him, seemingly attempting to discern his very essence. Yet, he found only the immense magical energy and the vibrant flow of 5 elemental power forming a protective barrier within Chen Xian. Even his divine sense struggled to penetrate it. There was a semblance of the nascent soul within him. Without hesitation, he offered praise, soaring above the crowd, his powerful golden elixir energy imposing silence upon the assembly. Silence. Instantly, the raucous crowd quieted, all eyes turning toward him. The elders cast a brief glance at Chen Xian, nodding slightly in approval. From this day forth, disciple Chen Xian is appointed as a true inheritor. He shall enjoy the sect's resources and hold a status equal to that of an elder. As his words echoed, countless disciples responded with envy. We pay our respects to Chen Xuan, they proclaimed in unison, bowing towards him. The nearest elders offered him a slight bow in acknowledgement. True inheritor is a title denoting a position of esteem within the sect. I pay my respects to all esteemed elders, Chen Xian replied with a respectful gesture. Ascending into the air, he proclaimed, I express my gratitude to all. Disciple Chen Xian thanks my esteemed master for years of protection, unwavering support, and adherence to my aspirations. I bow to you. I shall not disappoint your expectations and will carve my own path in the realm of immortality. Following this, Chen Xian flew directly towards Zhao Ziyun. Expressing his respect, Zhao Ziyun, wearing a satisfied expression, felt the regrets of the past dissipate in that moment. His state of mind elevated. Having surpassed 50 years in the golden elixir stage, once hailed as a genius destined to break through to the nascent soul realm by the age of 200. He finally comprehended the profound truths at this instant. Chen Xian's actions had accelerated his understanding of those truths. Excellent. Truly worthy of being my disciple, Yulong Zhenren. Welcome back to the sect. Zhao Ziyun praised Chen Xian, gazing skyward. A surge of spiritual light flooded into Zhao Ziyun's mind, bringing him tranquility as he addressed Chen Xian. Come, let us pay our respects to the ancestral master. Yes, Chen Xuan nodded. His gaze tinged with nostalgia for the time he had witnessed the sect's nascent soul ancestor, summoned by his master to refine his meridians. The two transformed into streaks of light, soaring towards the main vein of Qingyun Zone, approaching the cave dwelling nearest to the fourth-tier spiritual vein, Qingyun Cave. Chapter 69, Xuanli Laozu. Upon arriving at the cave's entrance, before they could speak, a dazzling light enveloped them. In a moment of disorientation, the world spun around them, shrouded in mist. And when the brilliance faded, they found themselves within the cave. Inside Qingyun Cave, a massive sun of magical energy hung above, radiating light. Surrounding mountains and flowing waters created an ambience reminiscent of a small world. Chen Xuan was utterly astonished, sensing the stark contrast to the external realm, and began to survey his surroundings. The cave was replete with abundant spiritual energy, and Chen Xuan's inner being faintly glimmered with spiritual light, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. If he could establish a spiritual gathering array here for cultivation, how swiftly would his progress be? Chen Xuan observed for a moment before turning to Zhao Ziyun beside him, inquiring, "Master, is this truly the interior of the cave dwelling? It resembles more of a paradise beyond the mortal realm." Zhao Ziyun gazed towards the towering mountains, bowed respectfully, and then patiently explained to Chen Xuan, "Indeed, this place is a veritable paradise, crafted by our Qingyun sect's second-generation ancestor. The venerable ancestor utilized formidable magical prowess to summon a spiritual land from the outside world, refining it and establishing it upon a fourth-tier spiritual vein, thus creating a blessed ground for our sect." Second-generation ancestor? Chen Xuan's heart stirred slightly. This was the very individual who first mastered the 5 elements qi refining method and simultaneously forged 5 crystal cores, ultimately culminating in the formation of the 5 elements golden elixir, advancing rapidly to attain the transformation god realm. However, it is said that this second-generation ancestor departed from the Qingyun sect after breaking through to the transformation god realm, leaving behind a shattered spiritual tablet, thus being deemed to have perished outside, evoking profound lamentation. Yes, only those truly qualified may come here to cultivate. Within the cave, there are several remaining secluded chambers. In the future, you may come here to practice, refining that elixir's essence completely, which will aid you in achieving a superior golden elixir. Zhao Ziyun's face bore a hopeful expression, for his disciple's innate magical power was exceedingly robust, having already accumulated sufficiently during the foundation establishment stage. Coupled with the elixir's technique he had acquired, there was a 90% chance of forming a golden elixir, with over a 30% probability of achieving a superior golden elixir. "I shall endeavor to do so," Chen Xuan nodded earnestly. Yet his mind was incessantly replaying his master's words. Could he remain here to cultivate in the secluded chambers? Such a fortuitous opportunity? Chen Xuan's heart quickened. With the aid of the 4th-tier spiritual vein and the amplification of the gathering spirit array, he could significantly hasten the formation of his dragon elixir. "Follow me to pay respects to several esteemed ancestors of the Qingyun sect. You are now a true disciple of the sect," Zhao Ziyun said with a serious demeanor, leading Chen Xuan deeper into the mountains. Chen Xuan focused intently as he followed his master, crossing a spiritual stream, arriving at a pavilion nestled against the mountains, surrounded by water. Within the pavilion, a middle-aged immortal master clad in a dark blue Taoist robe and sporting sideburns smiled warmly at Chen Xuan and Zhao Ziyun. Disciple Zhao Ziyun pays respects to Ancestor Xuanli. Zhao Ziyun greeted respectfully, introducing his disciple. "This is my disciple Chen Xuan, who has today become a true disciple, here to pay homage to the ancestor." Chen Xuan felt an uncanny familiarity with the venerable ancestor before him, as he recognized him as the one who had assisted him in refining his meridians upon his initial entry into the sect. Astonished, he hurriedly bowed, speaking respectfully. "Disciple Chen Xuan pays respects to the ancestor. There is no need for excessive formalities. Do you still remember this old man?" Xuanli brushed his sideburns, his eyes twinkling with a smile. "Indeed, I remember well. It was you, esteemed ancestor, who personally assisted me in refining my meridians, allowing me to embark on the path of cultivation," Chen Xuan replied, bowing once more. This Yuanian ancestor was likely deeply connected to his lineage, suggesting that with such backing, he need not worry about safety within Zhao country. "Ah, how time flies. You possess great fortune accompanying you. Most commendable," Xuanli remarked, pausing to regard Chen Xuan. "I have observed your duels within the inner sect. You are practicing the 5 elements qi refining method?" "Precisely," Chen Xuan contemplated for a moment, a modified version. "To be exact, why does your 5 elements qi refining method possess such profound and variable magical power?" Xuanli's gaze scrutinized Chen Xuan, seemingly wishing to see through him entirely. "Esteemed ancestor, please observe," Chen Xuan declared, not intending to conceal his abilities. His magical power was indeed formidable, and he had been practicing a technique familiar within the sect. These ancestors might not interfere excessively, yet their curiosity was inevitable. Better to be forthright than to have his secrets revealed later. As Chen Xuan spoke, the 5 elements Dan within him stirred slightly, and the 5 spiritual beasts entwined, presenting the 5 elements Dan. Instantly, the air thickened with energy. Zhao Ziyun's eyes widened in astonishment as he fixated on the 5 golden elixirs, momentarily lost in thought. Xuanli drew in a sharp breath, his excitement palpable. Indeed, I was not mistaken. Chen Xuan, you are truly a prodigy. No, a genius. Xuanli's eyes sparkled, as if he beheld an unparalleled treasure. After thousands of years of inheritance since the 2nd-generation ancestor, a disciple had finally succeeded in refining the 5 elements golden elixir. Wait, suddenly Xuanli paused, rising abruptly from his seat and taking a few steps forward. You are at the foundation establishment stage? His heart trembled, eyes wide with disbelief. Incredible, utterly incredible. Xuanli trembled with excitement, laughter escaping his lips intermittently. There is hope for our Qingyun sect. We may once again see a transformation god. He was elated, looking at Chen Xuan and exclaiming, You are remarkable. Good disciple, you have found an extraordinary student. Xuanli laughed heartily, his aspirations soaring high. The current generation of Qingyun sect still produced exceptional talents, starting with his own disciple, followed by Gu Qingyue, Zhao Linglong, and now Chen Xuan, each possessing increasingly terrifying potential. Indeed, Zhao Ziyun also marveled, closely examining the 5 golden elixirs, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. You little rascal, you've even learned to be cheeky. Xuanli shot Zhao Ziyun a glare before eagerly directing his gaze back to Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan, would you be willing to become the sect's distinguished true disciple? From now on, I and the other 2 old fellows will instruct you personally. Distinguished true disciple? Chen Xuan was taken aback. The prospect of being taught by 3 Yuanying ancestors sounded enticing. Having such experienced mentors guiding him would undoubtedly facilitate his cultivation journey. However, the secrets he harbored were too numerous. Cultivating under the watchful eyes of 3 Yuanying ancestors could be perilous. Without a second thought, Chen Xuan declined, Esteemed ancestor, I must respectfully decline. If I encounter any uncertainties, I will seek your guidance. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ziyun frowned slightly. This impudent boy. To turn down the opportunity to be personally taught by 3 Yuanying ancestors, something many would covet. Yet, upon reflection, it became clear that his disciple's sudden rise, seemingly without warning, to the brink of the golden elixir stage was indeed extraordinary. The secrets he bore must be immense, and the path he walked could only be traversed by himself, drawing from others' experiences alone. Xuanli's gaze lingered on Chen Xuan, his expression conflicted. Eventually, he nodded with some resignation. Indeed, just the 5 elements golden elixir alone delves into areas beyond our understanding. From now on, you may enter and exit the sect's scripture repository freely. Should you have any questions, feel free to seek me out. Special talents warrant special treatment. Xuanli held no strong objections. Just as he had not imparted too much to his own disciple, relying instead on his opportunities. Understood, Chen Xuan exhaled in relief, finding the sect's policies quite accommodating. Since you have become a true disciple, I shall impart this technique to you, Xuanli stated, lightly tapping his finger, causing a jade slip to fall into Chen Xuan's hands. What is this? Chen Xuan gasped, suddenly looking up. It contained a method capable of cultivating to the transformation god realm, along with a small divine ability. Qingyun's secret method and divine intent finger. Do not be astonished. I trust you will not find the Yuanying level of difficulty insurmountable. I have decided to provide you the complete technique at once. The remaining secrets can be found within the scripture repository. Once you break through to Yuanying, return to me, and I shall grant you another small divine ability. Chen Xuan's heart fluttered at the mention of a small divine ability, which was a skill developed during the transformation god realm, capable of channeling certain powers of heaven and earth, imbued with immense might. If mastered, he would easily dominate those of the same realm who lacked such abilities. Moreover, small divine abilities could harbor a trace of heavenly power, allowing prodigies to integrate and comprehend them below the transformation god realm. Thank you, esteemed ancestor. Chen Xuan respectfully bowed and remarked that after attaining divine insight, his understanding of both martial techniques and spells had vastly expanded. No need for thanks. If you can grasp the divine intent within a decade, I shall reward you with a remarkable treasure. The venerable Xuanli smiled, his eyes glimmering with anticipation for Chen Xuan's future accomplishments. It was unprecedented to grant a minor divine ability to a disciple in the foundation establishment stage, yet he was determined to make an exception. Having recognized Chen Xuan's extraordinary talent, in the late stages of foundation establishment, having condensed the 5 elements golden core, he had not yet achieved the Tao rhythm of the golden core stage, but his potential was formidable, akin to possessing 5 additional dantians. effortlessly commanding the 5 elements to suppress adversaries of equal rank. Even challenging those in the early Golden Core stage seemed feasible to Xuanli. This is your token. From now on, you may freely enter the Qingyun cave. You can choose any unoccupied training chamber within, Xuanli said, his anticipation for Chen Xuan's future achievements evident. Shall we take our leave, Ancestor? Zhao Ziyun interjected suddenly. Indeed, Xuanli waved his hand, acknowledging that since they had met and exchanged the talisman and true transmission, there was no reason to linger. Are we truly departing? Zhao Ziyun's gaze lingered on Chen Xuan for a moment before shifting back to Xuanli, raising an eyebrow. Chen Xuan looked to his master, initially perplexed, but soon clarity dawned on him. You rascal! Had I known, I wouldn't have allowed you to bring Chen Xuan along. I feared you might lead him astray. Xuanli glared at him, retrieving a blue sword from his storage ring. Chen Xuan, catch. The azure sword flew through the air, and Chen Xuan rose to grasp it. Before he could examine it closely, Xuanli continued, This sword was my weapon during my youth, used in countless travels. I have slain many peers with it, and it has accompanied me until I broke through to the nascent soul stage. It has remained sealed since then, and now I bestow it upon you. Xuanli spoke with a tinge of nostalgia, for this sword was a top-tier 3rd-grade magical artifact, symbolizing his status. Thank you, Ancestor. For this sword, I shall not disappoint your expectations. Chen Xuan replied earnestly. How generous of you, old man, to part with the Qingxian sword. When I asked to borrow it, you refused, Zhao Ziyun remarked, his tone tinged with jest, yet unable to mask his delight. You rascal, benefiting while pretending to be modest. Now we must go, Xuanli huffed, casting a final glare at Zhao Ziyun before vanishing in a puff of azure smoke. The two bowed and watched as the smoke dissipated within the cave. What a remarkable technique of evasion, Chen Xuan mused, feeling a stir of ambition to master such an impressive skill. Safeguard the Qingxian sword well. Possessing it will earn you respect from the nascent soul cultivators in Zhao country and provide you with added security, Zhao Ziyun advised. Is it truly that powerful? Chen Xuan asked, surprised as he examined the sword closely. The Qingxian sword represented more than mere power. Its significance lay in its status. Zhao Ziyun anticipated Chen Xuan's thoughts and merely cautioned him that its true utility would only manifest when he wielded it. Chen Xuan carefully stored the Qingxian sword, understanding it to be the most formidable artifact in his possession, a top-tier 3rd-grade magical weapon inscribed with nascent soul runes, enhancing its might. Do not return just yet. First, comprehend the Xiantian Danshi before exiting the cave. It would be prudent to memorize the Qingyun secret method and the minor divine abilities, Zhao Ziyun reminded him. Chen Xuan felt a shift within, pondering for a moment before concluding that his master's words held merit. His interest in the minor divine abilities and Xiantian Danshi had intensified, for nothing was more paramount than enhancing one's strength. This child is indeed teachable, Zhao Ziyun nodded, selecting a secluded training chamber for Chen Xuan before exiting the cave. Within the Qingyun cave, Chen Xuan settled into the training chamber. Ah, the 4th-grade spirit vein, he marveled, inhaling the rich spiritual energy. The quality of the spiritual essence here surpassed that which he had gathered with his own methods, both in quality and quantity. Remarkably, each training chamber was equipped with an array that drew energy from the underground spirit vein, consolidating the essence. It was a 3rd-grade gathering spirit array. Once activated, it would channel the energy from the underground spirit vein and the essence gathered within the spiritual land to a single point. Chen Xuan was aware that aside from the main vein, there were over 10 3rd-grade spirit veins in the sect, 4 or 5 of which had been cultivated postnatally, with numbers continually increasing. 3rd-grade gathering spirit array enhancement, 19. 4th-grade insight spirit array enhancement, 49. Chen Xuan was taken aback. An insight spirit array? Where did this come from? In mere moments, a trickle of spiritual light surged into his mind, and within this space, the light spread, revealing an air of profound mystery. In the secluded chamber, the concentration of spiritual energy amplified exponentially, droplets of spiritual liquid accumulating on the ceiling and falling to the ground. Chapter 71, Fusion of the Dragon Pearl. The transformation of spiritual energy into liquid. The quality and quantity of the spiritual energy had reached a level comparable to that of a 5th-grade spirit vein. The Insight Spirit Array. Chen Xuan felt a jolt. He had heard of this array before. It was an exceedingly rare formation, with materials for its setup being exceptionally scarce. Within this array, it could enhance a cultivator's comprehension, clarifying their spiritual platform. For instance, in the context of foundation establishment and golden core formation, maintaining clarity within the spiritual platform would deepen one's understanding of the path to golden core, thereby increasing the probability of successful formation. Though the enhancement may seem modest, it was, in reality, incredibly formidable. Now, it was being amplified by a factor of 49. To what extent would this reach? It was beyond anyone's knowledge. Chen Xuan activated his techniques and felt an unprecedented smoothness. With a clear spiritual platform, he absorbed the Xiantian Danqi in one go, committing it to memory with exceptional clarity. Without hesitation, he sat upon the ground to begin comprehending the techniques. With his consciousness and spiritual platform clarified, his understanding of the Tao deepened significantly. Soon, he unwittingly entered a state of profound comprehension. Outside the training chamber, just as Zhao Ziyun was about to depart, he suddenly paused. An intuitive spark ignited within him, and the blockage in his cultivation realm cleared instantaneously. Am I about to achieve a breakthrough? Zhao Ziyun felt a surge of joy and, disregarding everything else, directly sat down to maintain this state of enlightenment, overwhelmed with emotions and divine resonance. Why was it so effortless? He abruptly opened his eyes, realizing that his connection to the Tao and his techniques had become remarkably fluid and intricate, akin to an epiphany, and in a sustained state. Could it be that the return of the second one has clarified my heart? Indeed, the Tao flows naturally. The path of the nascent soul is within reach today. His heart sparkled with brilliance as he merged with the Tao within him, grasping the forces of nature and unraveling the mysteries of the golden core. Simultaneously, the entire Qingyun cave subtly resonated, becoming more attuned. The three nascent soul elders seated in a small pavilion ceased their conversations, momentarily stunned. They exchanged glances. Did you feel that too? Xuanli was startled, excitement coursing through him as he sensed his comprehension elevating. The bottleneck that had troubled him for a century suddenly became unimpeded, and he exhaled a breath of pent-up energy. The Tao flows naturally. Such a state was not to be missed by the three nascent soul elders. At their level, every slight advancement and insight was exceedingly difficult. Now, they felt that practicing and comprehending the forces of nature and seeking the path within their hearts had become significantly easier. Without a word, Xuanli transformed into a wisp of azure smoke, soaring to the mountaintop to contemplate the visions of his heart. This scene unfolded across various locations within the Qingyun cave. Several elders of the Jindan and their true disciples experienced a profound awakening within, their minds transforming into a state of clarity as they seized the opportunity to comprehend their respective paths. Outside the Qingyun cave, Gu Qingyue and Zhao Linglong ventured together. Perhaps brother is waiting for us inside the Qingyun cave, Gu Qingyue suggested. Sister, let us enter and find him, Zhao Linglong replied, her heart racing upon hearing that Chen Xuan had become a true disciple. I truly cannot resist you, but you insisted on going, Gu Qingyue responded without hesitation, agreeing readily. As they stepped into the Qingyun cave, they were immediately struck by the stark contrast to the outside world. What has happened? Gu Qingyue mused, her distracting thoughts subsiding significantly. Her mind now clear. The confounding insights that had troubled her previously suddenly appeared straightforward, allowing her to perceive the root of her entrapment. This is not my enlightenment, she noted, observing her junior sister entering a similar state. Zhao Linglong's beautiful eyes sparkled. The changes within the Qingyun cave have made understanding the Tao and the cosmos much easier. Is that true? How wonderful. Sister, let us find brother and share this good news with him, Zhao Linglong exclaimed excitedly as she emerged from her moment of realization. I think it may not be necessary, Gu Qingyue replied, casting her gaze deeper into the cave. Having visited the Qingyun cave countless times before, often retreating for extended periods, she was quite familiar with its surroundings. Though she had previously sensed a hint of clarity upon entering, it paled in comparison to her current experience. This transformation, she realized, had only begun today. Could it be you? Gu Qingyue murmured, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. What? Zhao Linglong tilted her head, looking at Gu Qingyue. It is nothing, in my view. With such significant changes occurring within the cave, we should seize this opportunity. Perhaps our junior brother is also taking advantage of it, Gu Qingyue suggested. After speaking, she found a quiet corner to sit and meditate. Zhao Linglong glanced toward the depths of the cave before joining Gu Qingyue in her practice. If we find brother now, he is likely still in a state of contemplation. It would not be good to disturb him, Zhao Linglong whispered, subsequently closing her eyes. Presently, within the entire cave, all individuals were attuning themselves to the cosmos, cultivating their techniques and skills. Entry into the realm of innate Danqi. Effectivity, 27. In an instant, the innate Danqi reached perfection, and Chen Xuan caught a glimpse of its profound mysteries. The innate Danqi is truly remarkable? Unbeknownst to him, the changes occurring in the cave were due to his presence. He was engrossed in arduous cultivation, condensing the nourishing Danqi into the feeble dragon Dan. Fortunately, the dragon pearl had lost much of its spiritual essence after many years. Otherwise, even a mere touch would spell disaster. In the state of innate perception, Chen Xuan discerned the true condition of the dragon pearl. It was severely depleted, its spiritual essence hovering around the fourth tier. Restoring the dragon pearl to its former state would require years of nurturing. However, its frailty emboldened Chen Xuan's heart. He no longer wished to coexist with the dragon Dan. Rather, he sought to assimilate it as the foundation for the dragon Dan. Chen Xuan extracted all of the longxi grass, leaving 110 stalks. Let us begin with half, he decided, intent on taking bold measures within the advantageous environment of the Qingyun cave. Longxi grass enhancement effectivity 72. 55 stalks of longxi grass were refined, and an overwhelming surge of energy transformed within him into a tempestuous tidal wave. This is not good, Chen Xuan frowned, unable to control the excessively amplified energy. 5 Jin Dan operated at their utmost, the powerful Dan field and altered spiritual roots voraciously devouring and converting energy. Yet, this was futile, leading to an accumulation of energy within him nearing its limit. Just as the formidable body, transformed by the Tianxin grass, seemed unable to withstand the pressure. The dragon pearl within him suddenly erupted with a tremendous pull. Observing this, Chen Xuan, under the clarity of his mind, conceived a daring idea. Damn! Fuse. He summoned all his magical power, directing the energy and thrusting the dragon Dan into the mix, attempting to melt the dragon pearl with vast magical force alongside the energy of the longxi grass. Chapter 72, Forming the Dan. Refine for me. The overwhelming energy nearly burst his body apart. In that instant, the dragon Dan surged, swallowing an abundance of the longxi grass's potency, gradually expanding. The pressure eased slightly. Suddenly, the dragon pearl's pull intensified, engulfing the dragon Dan entirely. Return my dragon Dan. In an instant, Chen Xuan felt a sharp pain within his body. He had no choice but to open his pores, releasing a trickle of energy. Meanwhile, the dragon pearl began to swell, its spiritual essence gradually returning. Suddenly, the dragon pearl erupted with a strange light, attempting to assimilate the bloodline within Chen Xuan. Suppress it. Chen Xuan felt panic rising. It seemed he had taken a significant risk. He could only continue to suppress the dragon pearl, yet the potency of the longxi grass was overwhelming. Every moment, the dragon pearl edged closer to revival. Once it regained 10% of its peak state, it could likely assimilate him entirely. Gritting his teeth, Chen Xuan called upon the power of the 5 elements, desperately suppressing it. However, it proved fruitless. Just as he contemplated revealing the dragon pearl and seeking assistance from the sect's elders, a burst of red light erupted from within the dragon pearl. Dragon Dan formation effectivity 108. With a thunderous sound, a blood-red Dan, infused with golden radiance, erupted from the dragon pearl. To Chen Xuan's astonishment, it devoured the dragon pearl whole. This is my dragon Dan. Chen Xuan's heart momentarily halted, quickly followed by elation. He had not anticipated such a swift reversal. Now, he merely needed to harness the dragon Dan's power to suppress and assimilate the dragon pearl to achieve great success. This was indeed a dragon pearl, containing the essence of a dragon, including its legacy. Dragon pearl refinement speed 66. The notification reappeared, and the dragon Dan unleashed a tremendous pull, continuously merging with the dragon pearl. Streams of energy were siphoned away, subsequently transformed into Chen Xuan's own magical power, enhancing his physique and Dan field. The 5-element Jin Dan also benefited, its aura gradually rising. As the potent effects surged, Chen Xuan felt a boiling within, his magical power reaching completeness. It is not yet time. Chen Xuan paused, forcibly maintaining control over the immense magical power. He delayed the liquidification of the Dan. Now, if he wished to break through, he certainly could. He already possessed 6 different Jin Dan within him. Only the final shred of Tao rhythm was needed to form his own Jin Dan, thus naturally ascending to the Jin Dan realm. At that point, he would bear 7 Jin Dan, 6 of which were extraordinary. Upon entering the Jin Dan realm, he would be invincible. The Qingyun secret technique. Chen Xuan focused on the Qingyun secret technique, which could further enhance his foundation, making the formation of the Dan even more formidable, while refining the medicinal power. He sat in meditation, practicing the Qingyun secret technique. Time passed quietly, and a month flew by. Within the Qingyun cave, a powerful aura suddenly erupted. Spiritual pressure swept across the heavens and the earth, and a Jin Dan broke open, birthing a small figure of refined jade. The Yuaning had been formed. From within an ethereal landscape painting, a man riding a majestic black dragon emerged. The manifestation of his Tao rhythm and the might of heaven and earth converged within him, transforming into mountains and waters, man and dragon. A gentle voice echoed throughout the cave. Countless Jin Dan opened their eyes, startled by the overwhelming spiritual pressure. Shortly thereafter, the ancestral elder of the Qingyun sect, Bai He, emerged from his retreat. Ha ha ha. I, Zhao Ziyun, have successfully formed my Yuaning. A hearty laugh resonated, invigorating the hearts of all present. The venerable Bai He Lao Zu emerged from seclusion, his eyes brimming with delight and astonishment. Congratulations, Dao Yuziyun. Our Qingyun sect has gained another formidable Yuan Ing cultivator. The elder's heart swelled with joy as he conversed briefly with Zhao Ziyun, urging him to continue his seclusion to solidify his cultivation. He then took his place around Zhao Ziyun, serving as his protector. Focus on your cultivation and seize the moment for comprehension, Bai Jinren declared, before employing a technique to envelop the area, shielding Zhao Ziyun from disturbances. At that moment, Chen Xuan thoroughly refined the dragon pill, channeling his entire magical essence to its zenith, reaching a state of utmost elevation. In this instant, Chen Xuan condensed his golden elixir, feeling a tremor within as his magical energy coalesced into a liquid form, gradually compressing into a pill shape. A day later, a swirling cloud of spiritual energy materialized above Chen Xuan's head. Suddenly, it congealed, the essence of vitality converging into the burgeoning elixir. Should this step fail, the nascent elixir would either explode or dissipate into a false elixir, losing its Tao rhythm. Chen Xuan proceeded with extreme caution, his mind focused. For his magical energy was overwhelmingly potent, nearly uncontainable. He relied on the suppression of 6 other extraordinary pills. The unity of essence, spirit, and energy caused a vortex to erupt above his head, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy. A dazzling radiance erupted from Chen Xuan's being. Wisps of brilliance swirling as an indescribable resonance permeated his body. In this moment, his physical form transcended, his magical essence infused with a hint of Tao rhythm. And 9 intricate patterns were inscribed upon the golden elixir. 3 patterns denoted a superior golden elixir, while 9 represented the pinnacle, a feat nearly unheard of throughout history. Success. Chen Xuan exhaled in relief, inscribing his 6 extraordinary pills with patterns of Tao rhythm, officially stepping into the golden elixir phase. A powerful, rounded elixir strength surged forth, emanating from Chen Xuan within the cave. Realm Breakthrough Effect 36. Just as Chen Xuan thought everything had concluded, a notification lit up in his mind. The next moment, an even denser, more rounded elixir strength erupted forth. The 6 extraordinary pills resonated, their primal golden elixir sounds reverberating continuously. In the following instant, an immense trio of flowers manifested above his head, a terrifying energy flooding down from above. With a whoosh, his physical body, soul, magical essence, and vital energy underwent a profound and formidable baptism. In an instant, his magical essence surged, with patterns inscribed within his flesh, blending seamlessly. A tremendous elixir strength erupted once more, breaking free from its constraints, soaring beyond the confines of the cave and reaching for the heavens. An invisible spiritual pressure, imbued with immense elixir strength, was overwhelmingly daunting. This sensation instilled a strong feeling of oppression among all cultivators below the Yuaning stage within the cave. The formation set by Bai Jinren was rocked, and he abruptly opened his eyes. Just as he was about to express his anger, his gaze shifted to the closed chamber behind Zhao Ziyun, filled with incredulity. 7 distinct origins of elixir strength collided, producing an ethereal melody. This was a leap in the realm of life itself. Chen Xuan felt his magical essence and consciousness ascend beyond comprehension. Words eluded him. He could only sense the boundless flow of magical energy within him. My golden elixir? What is this? Chapter 73, Golden Sphere Stage. Golden Sphere? Upon introspecting, Chen Xuan beheld a radiant, perfectly round golden elixir at the center of his dantian, exuding a robust aura of magical essence. He swallowed hard, feeling the overwhelming presence of his golden elixir, then glanced at the 6 extraordinary pills that orbited it. His primal golden elixir was several times larger than any single pill. It was not merely a size difference, it resembled a basketball. Chen Xuan fell silent, observing the myriad intricate patterns etched upon his golden elixir. This plump, round elixir was suffused with rich energy. Even the fabled 9-pattern Tao elixir could not compare to his. Comparing it to the rare golden elixirs recorded in texts, the disparity was staggering. If I were to hurl this golden elixir, could it potentially crush someone? Chen Xuan marveled at the terrifying energy encapsulated within his plump golden elixir. His lips twitching slightly. It could no longer be called a golden elixir. It was too intimidating. Let us call it the golden sphere instead. Golden sphere stage, yes. That sounds fitting. Chen Xuan pondered the system's multiplier, which continuously replicated his golden elixir. To his astonishment, they had all amalgamated into a single sphere, while his 6 extraordinary pills resembled planets orbiting a sun. After forming the elixir, the power of the dragon pearl within the dragon pill radiated, and a legacy materialized in his mind. Who has formed the elixir? No. Was this truly the formation of the elixir? Outside, Bai Lao Zhu questioned his existence. Sensing the terrifying magical essence emanating from the closed chamber, he fell into silence, recognizing that this phenomenon was unmistakably indicative of a breakthrough to the golden elixir stage. Yet, why did it instill fear even within him? Fortunately, he had set up a formation for Zhao Ziyun, ensuring that, apart from himself and Zhao Ziyun, no one else was aware of it. At that moment, Chen Xuan emerged from the closed chamber, his countenance alight with excitement. Eager to test the strength of his golden sphere stage, he even felt a vague sense that once his realm stabilized, he could challenge weaker Yuaning cultivators. This thought emerged, but was quickly suppressed. Such arrogance was a byproduct of his recent breakthrough. What are you all doing? Upon exiting the cave, Chen Xuan instinctively activated the runes surrounding him, realizing he had entered the formation. Do not speak. You are Chen Xuan, are you not? The disciple of Dao Ziyun? Bai He Lao Zhu regarded Chen Xuan, sensing the profound magical essence emanating from him. Indeed, Chen Xuan nodded, observing the elder, who appeared youthful despite his white hair, standing alongside his master. Feeling the Yuaning power within the elder, Chen Xuan was taken aback. This was yet another Yuaning ancestor. Has my master formed the Yuaning? Chen Xuan was astonished again as he sensed a powerful wave of magical energy nearby. A golden figure, resembling a tiny infant, floated above Zhao Ziyun's head. Mirroring Ziyun's actions below, it sat cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation. It was important to note that the Yuan-ing of the Yuaning stage, just formed, had yet to become a Yuan Shun and was exceedingly fragile. Exposed in such a manner, it could easily be seized by cultivators of the same realm. This is not the place for conversation, the elder declared. I am Bai He, the former sect master. He communicated telepathically to introduce himself to Chen Xuan. This disciple has been highly praised by Xian Li. Seeing him now, he is indeed impressive, and I am astounded by the terrifying elixir strength he exudes. Greetings. Bai He Lao Zhu, Chen Xuan replied, bowing in respect. You have just broken through to the golden elixir stage? Very well, you may observe from the side. It will be beneficial for your future cultivation. Bai He Lao Zhu was astonished, thoughts racing in his mind, just as he was about to inquire further. However, recalling the extraordinary feats Chen Xuan had previously displayed, he surmised that this was likely a fortuitous encounter for the disciple and thus refrained from asking, yielding his position. Now was the crucial moment for Zhao Ziyun to stabilize his Yuan-ing, encompassing many profound mysteries and the harmonization of celestial forces. Allowing cultivators below the golden elixir stage to be present could grant them an early glimpse into the mysteries of the Yuan-ing. All right, Chen Xuan nodded in agreement, simultaneously noting the transformations within the cave, observing that his enhancements seemed to resonate throughout the entire dwelling. Outdoors, the clarity of the Ling Tai, akin to that within the confines of a secluded chamber, brought him immense comfort. With the assistance of the Wu Ling array, Chen Xuan swiftly entered a state of focus. He immersed himself within the Yuan-ing suspended in the air, probing the path ahead. As he sensed its profundities, he simultaneously endeavored to comprehend the powers of heaven and earth within. I possess 7 golden elixirs. How shall I condense my infant? Chen Xuan's mind gradually calmed, and upon introspecting his several selves, he conceived a path suited to his own nature. By centering on the primary golden elixir, the others would remain, forming a unique dantian to nurture his spiritual energy. Such favorable opportunities are rare. Someone has presented their initial condensed Yuan-ing, allowing him to gain insights as well. At the Huxian sect, within a black coffin lay a frail, decrepit elder. Surrounding the coffin were over 10 Yuan-ing Grandmasters, offering their spiritual energy. This black coffin is truly mysterious. As the frail elder absorbed the spiritual energy transmitted by the Yuan-ing, his life-threatening injuries gradually began to mend. Old Ancestor. The Qingyun sect is unwilling to send anyone, reported Shangwan Yong cautiously, approaching the edge of the coffin and respectfully conveying all arrangements made over recent days. The Qingyun sect. Is it? The elder in the coffin opened his eyes. What of the other factions? Currently, among the 8 Yuaning factions within Zhao Kingdom, aside from the Qingyun sect, the Zhao royal family is also reluctant to send anyone. The remaining 6 factions are willing to dispatch their true inheritors of golden elixirs. Still insufficient. What of Yin Kingdom and Chu Kingdom? Inquired the elder. Upon hearing that you, Old Ancestor, are willing to share treasures, most factions, except for a few, are eager to send their elite golden elixirs. Shangwan Yong responded with utmost respect. Then proceed with the arrangements. The plan must not falter. The black coffin gradually fell silent, and Shangwan Yong bowed respectfully. Rest assured, Old Ancestor, the superior golden elixirs will replenish the foundation, and refining the Yuan-ing will restore the soul's deficiencies. With this treasure, I shall surely advance further. A glint of madness flickered in the elder's eyes as thoughts raced through his mind. In the contest of immortality, he had reached his limit. Severely wounded by foreign divine beings, he was fortunate to acquire this black coffin. Otherwise, he would have perished long ago. The The Deqing dynasty await my return. At the Wandu sect, a man clad in black and white robes, adorned with a sun emblem upon his chest, sat in the seat designated for the sect leader. With a mocking expression, he lounged with his legs crossed, observing the elders of the Wandu sect kneeling below. The ancient ghost of the Huxian sect is gravely injured. There is no one left in Zhao Kingdom to resist our holy sect's division. Eternity requires a blood sacrifice. And since you have become part of the holy sect, you shall commence. Do not let me down. We shall adhere to the holy mission. Below, a decayed late-stage Yuaning cultivator wore an eager expression. A technique and a treasure fell into his possession. Upon seeing the records of methods to extend life, his body trembled with excitement. Longevity. That is longevity. Ha ha, I have succeeded. Within the Qingyun cave dwelling, a hearty laugh resounded as Zhao Ziyun reveled in his triumph. He had successfully fused his methods with the forces of heaven and earth. His Yuaning had solidified further, nearly attaining mid-stage Yuaning strength. Behind him, a shadowy black dragon flickered in and out of sight. The force of the dragon soul, the methods of the dragon clan. Chen Xuan emerged from his epiphany. Sensing the aura emanating from his master, his expression momentarily frozen. Chapter 74. Departing from the Qingyun cave dwelling. His master indeed experienced a fortuitous encounter, having also obtained a secret technique of the dragon clan. Observing the seemingly self-satisfied expression of the Bai-He-Old ancestor, Chen Xuan understood that the sect had long been aware of his master's cultivation of other techniques. A genius is indeed a genius, deserving of special treatment. Chen Xuan also grasped the benefits that strength and talent could confer. The difference between now and his previous state of being nearly incapacitated was akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. His master concealed the Yuaning phenomenon before he ceased his contemplation, gazing at Zhao Ziyun, who radiated vigor and confidence. Inwardly, he mused, my master's talent appears rather remarkable. A 200-year-old Yuaning cultivator ranks among the top 10 in the sect's history. This is still due to his practice of the Dragon Clan's secret methods, which has somewhat impeded his cultivation speed. Otherwise, he could have progressed even quicker. Ah, disciple, you have emerged from seclusion? Zhao Ziyun, visibly pleased, noted Chen Xuan standing beside Bai-He-Old ancestor, his expression slightly peculiar. How long have I been in seclusion? Chen Xuan smiled. Congratulations, master, on your breakthrough to become a Yuaning old ancestor. Now I can walk freely within the sect. Zhao Ziyun, overjoyed, jested, even if I had not broken through, you could still walk freely within the sect. Moreover, you have also advanced in cultivation? You don't seem to have the aura of a golden elixir. Zhao Ziyun remarked with a hint of curiosity, scrutinizing Chen Xuan from head to toe. After the breakthrough, he felt an inexplicable affinity emanating from Chen Xuan. Of course, your disciple is at the golden sphere stage. Chen Xuan thought to himself, shrugging, Master, do not dwell on such insignificant details. If he revealed his golden elixir, it would likely startle him. Nevertheless, your cultivation, though I am unsure when you began your transformation, has culminated in a breakthrough to the golden elixir stage in just 40 years. Even I feel inferior. Zhao Ziyun sighed, his eyes filled with pride, affirming that his decision to take on this disciple had never been mistaken. He could not help but smile. With 3 golden elixirs, there remains great potential. Surely my disciple can also break through to Yuaning. It is merely a matter of chance. Chen Xuan replied, Master, having gained fame for over a century, you are now a great cultivator of the Yuaning stage. Just a stomp of your foot could shake the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation world. Zhao Ziyun playfully chided. Stop flattering me. Although he knew Chen Xuan was merely praising him, he did not mind the embellishments. He thoroughly enjoyed it, a smile creeping onto his face. That is the truth. Chen Xuan continued, recalling the immense spiritual energy required for his golden elixir. He had over 2 million lower-grade spirit stones stored within his spatial ring. He intended to exchange these stones for various treasures and spiritual herbs. The reason he did not exchange them within the sect was that contributions were more prevalent within the sect. Exchanging spirit stones would not be as advantageous, and most resources within the sect were allocated to the disciples. If he were to exchange such a large amount at once, it would lead to a temporary shortage. Master, I plan to visit the royal city. What do you intend to do in the royal city? Zhao Ziyun inquired. The royal city of Zhao Kingdom was essentially a cultivation city, with a 4th-grade superior spirit vein beneath it. However, this held little allure for the cultivators within the sect. To purchase some items, Chen Xuan reported, eager to witness Zhao Kingdom's most prosperous cultivation city. Additionally, the headquarters of Baishan Pavilion was situated within the royal city. You are not trying to avoid your senior sister, are you? Zhao Ziyun raised an eyebrow, speaking earnestly, my good disciple, you must face what must be faced. Evasion is not the demeanor of cultivators like us. Chen Xuan, feeling embarrassed, quickly explained, Master, it is not as you think. What do you mean? Zhao Ziyun inquired, always attentive to the emotional entanglements of his disciples. It is certainly not as you think. Chen Xuan scratched his head. I hope that is the case. Zhao Ziyun placed a reassuring hand on Chen Xuan's shoulder. Go ahead, return promptly. Understood. Chen Xuan hesitated briefly before nodding and soaring away on his sword, departing the cave dwelling. This lad, Zhao Ziyun watched Chen Xuan leave, chuckling as he scolded him gently. Senior sister? Chen Xuan did not venture out immediately. Instead, he took a leisurely stroll within the cave dwelling. It was his inaugural visit to Qingyun Dongfu, and he felt it imperative to explore its surroundings. Consequently, beside a small hill, he beheld Gu Qingyue and Zhao Linglong seated in meditation, exuding an enigmatic aura. They appeared to be at a critical juncture in their cultivation, absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. Chen Xuan paused briefly and, centered around their location, set up a second-tier gathering spirit array. Following his breakthrough to the Golden Core stage, his mastery over magical power and physical form had significantly intensified. Even as he cast the array around the two, they remained oblivious to its presence. This was partly due to Chen Xuan's benevolent intentions, which masked any sense of danger. He intended to assist their cultivation in this subtle manner while simultaneously establishing a restriction. Should either of them leave the area, the array would automatically dissipate. Within the confines of Qingyun Dongfu, safety was paramount, and there was no need for Chen Xuan to worry about their well-being, as this was the most critical zone of Qingyun's sect, guarded by an elder of the nascent soul stage. Having completed his arrangements, Chen Xuan soared towards the exit on his sword. Moments after his departure, Gu Qingyue opened her beautiful eyes and gazed toward the direction Chen Xuan had vanished. Sensing a familiar presence, the mountains intertwined, and the spiritual energy was abundant as Chen Xuan flew over the territory of Zhao country. With a sense of exhilaration, he locked onto his destination and meandered toward the imperial city of Zhao. Meanwhile, in Lan City, disciples of the Wan Poison sect congregated through various means. Situated in the heart of Zhao country, it bordered the nascent soul sect, Yunxia sect, and was less than 2,000 miles from Shui Westianqing, making it one of the core regions of Zhao. Master, when shall we strike? Zheng Wanfa and the members of the Wan Poison sect sat in a courtyard within the inner city, gathering all useful intelligence about Lan City. There is no rush. It is still too early to act. We shall wait for Huxin sect and the other two nations to arrive. The chaos that will ensue in Zhao country will be quite advantageous for us. At that time, we can plunge deeper into the turmoil. It would be best to seize the opportunity to eliminate 1 or 2 golden core or even nascent soul cultivators from other nations. Chapter 75, Chongqing Secret Realm. Zhao Country Imperial City. Bishuan Pavilion. The imperial city of Zhao spans millions of acres, a marvel of grandeur. Bishuan Pavilion, as the largest and most reputable trading establishment within Zhao, occupies the pinnacle position. It also serves as the headquarters for Zhao sub-branches, reputedly guarded by more than one nascent soul cultivator. This explains why Bishuan Pavilion has endured through turmoil, remaining unscathed. No faction dares to provoke it. As Chen Xuan absorbed the vastness of the pavilion, which was several times larger than Shui Westianqing, he felt a sense of disorientation. Just 6 months prior, he was but a late-stage qi refinement cultivator, barely managing to sustain himself. Now, 6 months later, he had transformed into a golden core true person. The Taoist. Transform into a dragon. With a shift in his dragon breath technique, he retracted his magical power back into his golden core, replacing it with dragon core energy. His appearance altered, reverting to a middle-aged visage adorned with a robust beard. Esteemed senior, what may I assist you with? A respectful voice greeted him as he entered. Belonging to Zhou Dong, a foundation establishment cultivator and an attendant of Bishuan Pavilion. I have some items to exchange for spirit stones, preferably medium grade. Chen Xuan replied. Additionally, do you possess any pills suitable for enhancing various aspects for cultivators above the golden core stage? Indeed, we do. Please, esteemed senior, follow me. Zhou Dong slightly bowed and gestured for Chen Xuan to proceed to an upper-level VIP room. The treatment was exceptional. Chen Xuan settled into a chair crafted from the hide of a second-tier demon beast. He prepared to sell all the items he had acquired. Zhou Dong merely glanced at the collection, and his brows arched slightly upon seeing a string of storage bags. These items undoubtedly have a legitimate origin, no cause for concern. Noticing Zhou Dong's change in demeanor, Chen Xuan sipped his tea and smiled. You seem surprised. Zhou Dong, startled, quickly reassured, esteemed senior, there is no misunderstanding. Since the quantity of items you wish to sell is considerable, the valuation may require some time. I can take you to view the items you seek. He organized the items and summoned an assistant to evaluate the contents of the storage bags. The array of resources and items was dazzling, leaving even the well-versed Zhou Dong momentarily speechless. Surely, this must be the accumulation of 1 or 2 families. Most of the items were low-tier cultivation resources, which ordinary small businesses would find challenging to assimilate. Chen Xuan felt the benefits of his enhanced strength. This was particularly evident in the imperial city, where powerful cultivators congregated. In Shui Xianxiang, it would undoubtedly be even more pronounced. In the Zhao country cultivation realm, golden core cultivators, apart from the major factions, stood at the zenith of power. Nascent soul elders were rare, and active golden core cultivators were immensely formidable. One could establish a faction, and even as a solitary individual. One would often receive invitations from various factions to become a guest elder. Chen Xuan felt invigorated at the sight of the substantial spirit stones resting within his storage ring. Esteemed senior, are you a golden core true person from Zhao? Zhou Dong had encountered numerous golden core cultivators, but those as down-to-earth and unpretentious as Chen Xuan were indeed rare. Thus, alongside discussing various pills and spiritual artifacts, they gradually struck up a conversation. Recognizing a golden core true person was immensely beneficial for Zhou Dong. May I inquire about your esteemed title? In the Great Qing realm, cultivators who achieved the golden core stage often adopted a title to signify their distinction. In essence, it was a means of elevating their status. I, the Taoist, transform into a dragon. Chen Xuan lightly stroked his long beard. Ah, so it is the esteemed transforming dragon. I have long admired your name. Zhou Dong, having never heard of this title, smiled in agreement while subtly serving refreshments. A reclusive true person? I have dwelled in the mountains for over 20 years. Hardly expecting my name to reach the imperial city. Chen Xuan smiled, watching Zhou Dong grow somewhat awkward, who could only nod in agreement. Esteemed senior, did you come to the imperial city for the Chongqing secret realm? Zhou Dong shifted the topic, aware that prying further might evoke Chen Xuan's displeasure. The Chongqing secret realm? Chen Xuan's interest was piqued. Zhou Dong's eyes gleamed with excitement upon realizing that this transforming dragon true person was indeed a secluded cultivator, unaware of current events. If he could win Chen Xuan's favor or recommend him to Bishuan Pavilion, it would be a significant boon for him. You are unaware? How refreshing. Chen Xuan candidly admitted his ignorance. Since Zhou Dong broached the subject, it seemed the Chongqing secret realm contained valuable treasures, particularly beneficial for golden core cultivators. You have arrived at the perfect time. The Chongqing secret realm was discovered by the Zhao royal family's elder, located 100 miles outside the imperial city, 2 months ago. This ancient relic has existed since before the founding of Zhao, and the Chongqing secret realm lies within it. The royal elder used divination techniques to ascertain that the secret realm would open in half a month's time. Chen Xuan furrowed his brow, realizing that the secret realm, discovered by the Zhao family elder, had leaked information in such a short span. This could only mean that the royal family had intentionally disseminated the news. As Chen Xuan was contemplating the implications of his deductions, Zhou Dong lowered his voice and continued. When the secret realm first emerged, the imperial family extended invitations to the various factions Yuanying ancestors to explore it together. Ultimately, they returned empty-handed, concluding that this place was likely a blessed ground, possibly the resting place of the legendary Huashan cultivator, Chongqing Dao Run, from several millennia ago. According to our protector at by Xinge, this secret realm can only be opened with either Huashan power or the combined strength of tens of thousands of cultivators. Consequently, the imperial family disseminated the news of this secret realm, sharing it with the cultivators of Zhao Nation. In light of this event, Bai Xinge has also advanced its triennial large-scale auction to just 10 days from now. Chen Xuan was internally skeptical, pondering the idea that tens of thousands of cultivators were needed to unlock the secret realm. Such a grim thought arose in him. Were those cultivators merely cannon fodder? After all, with the advent of a new secret realm, no one could ascertain what lay within. Is that so? Zhou Dong inquired. Are you interested, senior? I am, but not entirely. Please first introduce these spiritual items to me. He was not particularly interested in such a perilous endeavor. It was imperative to focus on enhancing his cultivation. As a mere Jindan cultivator in Zhao, he could barely ensure his own safety. Only upon breaking through to Yuanying could he consider himself secure. Please prepare a list of all the spiritual items and elixirs you have shown me. After perusing the premises, Chen Xuan returned to the VIP room. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Dong presented him with a list. The majority of items were of second rank or above, with the least expensive priced at 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. The most costly items reached as high as 30,000 low-grade spirit stones, equivalent to a foundational establishment elixir. Oh. Chen Xuan grimaced at the thought of his insufficient spirit stones. Simply acquiring a complete set of the more than 20 spiritual items and elixirs on the list would cost over 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. This staggering amount was nearly equivalent to the accumulation of a foundational family with 1,000 years of continuous cultivation. Among the most common items were Huangyu Dan, a second-tier mid-grade elixir, which could substitute for several years of arduous training for a foundational cultivator, priced at 3,000 low-grade spirit stones, and long shui chao, a third-tier spiritual herb capable of slightly enhancing physical strength and vigor, limited to 3 uses, at 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Chen Xuan took the list and began marking items. 10 portions of Huang Yu Dan and 20 portions of Long Shui Chao. Just like that, 70,000 low-grade spirit stones vanished. The rapid expenditure of spirit stones caused him considerable distress. He had previously thought 200,000 low-grade spirit stones were ample, yet the reality proved otherwise. The crux was that these elixirs could be consumed repeatedly, albeit with limitations, leading to substantial quantities required at once. 70,000 low-grade spirit stones could easily yield a foundational cultivator, given average talent. He felt overwhelmed and sat back in the VIP room. That one can be discarded, but I will take all the other 20 spiritual items and elixirs. After careful consideration, he eliminated a few unnecessary items and annotated his selections. Senior, are you certain you require so many? Zhou Dong's hands trembled as he reviewed the list. Gazing at the plethora of items marked, he was taken aback. A quick calculation revealed that the total would amount to at least 240,000 low-grade spirit stones. Certainly. Chen Xuan took a deep breath. From this order alone, Zhou Dong would earn at least 5,000 low-grade spirit stones in commission. His heart raced with excitement. 5,000 low-grade spirit stones could cover his expenses for 2 or 3 years in the Imperial City. I will handle this for you. Chen Xuan's grand expenditure made Zhou Dong realize that he had a significant patron. He immediately rose to attend to the matter personally. Before long, he returned with a storage ring, respectfully presenting it before Chen Xuan. Everything is here. Please take a look. Chen Xuan accepted it, casting a brief glance before nodding. Yes, the total came to 245,000 low-grade spirit stones, which represented 1/10 of his own wealth. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a pile of plump, spirit-infused mid-grade spirit stones that accumulated on the table. Mid-grade spirit stones? His spiritual sense swept over the mound on the table, confirming a total of 2,450 stones, along with an excess of 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Of course, these would also be included in his record of achievements. Thus, Zhou Dong became even more attentive. Senior, how long do you plan to stay in the Imperial City? I still have a villa at the edge of the inner city, quite serene. No need. Chen Xuan waved dismissively, showing no interest. Then, if I may be so bold, would you join me at Xianxiao Pavilion for some music? Zhou Dong flattered. Chen Xuan did not respond, merely casting a cold glance in his direction. Zhou Dong instantly felt a chill run down his spine and promptly sealed his lips. Just as Zhou Dong found himself uncertain whether to stand or sit, sweating profusely, a respectful call echoed. A young servant entered, bowing and holding out a storage ring. Here, these are the spirit stones from the resources Chen Xuan sold. Senior, there are a total of 3,100 mid-grade spirit stones. Please take a look. Zhou Dong immediately spoke, respectfully offering the storage ring. Chen Xuan accepted it, discovering his balance restored to 200,000, which brought him a sense of relief. Senior, this is by Xianji's VIP token. Please keep it safe. In 10 days, you need only present this token to enter the auction, and we will arrange a well-placed private box for you. Should you have anything to consign for auction, you may also contact us. Zhou Dong, head bowed, spoke respectfully. At this moment, he was drenched in sweat, having nearly offended a Jindan true person with his excessive chatter. Chen Xuan accepted the items with indifference and directly exited by Xiange. Friend, please hold on. Just as he stepped out of by Xiange, a voice called out. Chen Xuan's body jolted. Instinctively, he summoned all his strength, ready to dash for the door. Friend, I apologize for the offense caused by my subordinate. Please do not hold it against us. In an instant, a slightly portly middle-aged cultivator appeared before him. I am the elder in charge here, Hu Dekai. I hope you can forgive us. Hu Dekai's demeanor was exceedingly sincere as he looked at Chen Xuan. Observing this scene, Chen Xuan could only acknowledge the wisdom of someone who could serve as an elder in a commercial branch. It was no wonder that Bai Xiangu had thrived in Zhao for a millennium, with a reputation that spanned from top to bottom. No matter. Chen Xuan waved his hand dismissively, as it was not a significant matter. To express my apologies, if you have time, I would be honored to host you for a welcoming feast. Hu Dekai was exceedingly earnest, possessing formidable cultivation at the mid-Jindan stage. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Xuan nodded. Given the numerous interactions he would have with Bai Xiangu in the future, it would not be amiss to forge a connection. Thank you for your kindness, but may I ask how to address you? No need for such formalities. I go by the name Hua Long Daoren. Chen Xuan replied, adding a layer of anonymity for his safety while out in the world. A pleasure to meet you, Hua Long Daoren. This way, please. Hu Dekai, an experienced elder, discerned that Chen Xuan was likely a solitary Jindan cultivator with profound and exceptional powers. Thus, he seized the opportunity to cultivate a relationship. Cultivators who attained Jindan were not to be taken lightly, especially solitary ones. The two proceeded to the Zui Xianlu, where music and dance awaited them. After several rounds of drinks, they had made a preliminary acquaintance. Hu Ditsai's complexion was slightly flushed, and with a grand gesture. Several female cultivators dressed in revealing attire began to perform, singing and dancing gracefully, which was truly a feast for the eyes. Hualong Daoyu. This Chongqing secret realm is extraordinary. According to the confirmations from the ancestors of various major factions, it is likely a place of the Huashan inheritance. Presently, the Golden Core cultivators from various celestial cities and families have gathered in the Imperial City, attempting to seize the opportunity. If you are interested, you may accompany us. Chapter 77, A Direct Refusal. I think it is unnecessary. I gently declined Hu Ditsai's invitation. He was somewhat disappointed, as he had originally thought Chen Xuan would be intrigued. A group of Golden Core cultivators exploring the secret realm together, supported by thousands of practitioners as vanguards, surely posed no safety concerns. As an elder of Baishan Pavilion, Hu Ditsai was also involved in probing the Chongqing secret realm and likely had some understanding of its conditions. Really, have you not given it a thought? With thousands of practitioners leading the charge, you could retreat if danger arises. He remained persistent, mentioning the words of the Baishan Pavilion's Yuan Ing ancestor. The great cultivator Chongqing was once a renowned Huashan expert. Even in the realm of Deqing, his name was resounding. Moreover, there is a high probability that there are legacies left by great cultivators within. The path of immortality is one where stagnation leads to regression. It is unnecessary. I wish you triumph. Hu Daoyu. Chen Xuan smiled and shook his head. The Huashan secret realm, not to mention Golden Cores. Even Yuan Ing cultivators would face mortal peril if confronted with the remnants left by Huashan. Furthermore, he differed from these practitioners who sought to contend at their peak for greater opportunities. After some idle conversation, during which Hu learned of Chen Xuan's interest in alchemy and formations, he recommended several notable practitioners. This made Chen Xuan reflect. After rising in power, he had noticed significant changes, encountering individuals who were more courteous and generous. Conversations with you have been immensely beneficial, Hu. Although Hualong Zhenren declined the proposal to team up, the intention to befriend remains. More friends, more paths, Hu Ditsai sighed. Oh, merely a few humble insights. Chen Xuan responded with a smile. The two exchanged pleasantries before Chen Xuan stated, I must return to prepare. We shall meet again after our venture into the secret realm. Hu Ditsai clasped his hands and hurried off to make further arrangements, seeking to gather more companions for added safety. Chen Xuan then settled into the Zui Xian building. For 3 consecutive days, he strolled through the Imperial City. Just as he was walking down the street, a sudden sonic boom erupted in the air. A crimson light streaked across the sky, descending into the inner city. A Yuan Ing cultivator? Chen Xuan furrowed his brow, realizing that only those at the Yuan Ing level could brazenly disregard the Imperial City's prohibitions and fly freely above. The aura was unfamiliar, distinct from the Yuan Ing cultivators he had sensed within the city. Was it also related to the secret realm? Chen Xuan mused, then dismissed the thought. Before long, it was time for the auction to commence. In the days leading up to it, numerous trails of light had flown over the Imperial City, primarily from Yuan Ing cultivators. Alongside the Yuan Ing ancestors of Baishan Pavilion, whose numbers had long surpassed 10, each possessed the capability to destroy a city with a mere flick of their power. The Imperial City buzzed with activity, with countless practitioners coming and going. Chen Xuan had already encountered more than 10 golden cores. The auction hosted by Baishan Pavilion had announced that it would present spiritual items capable of enhancing the probability of breaking through to Yuan Ing, drawing in numerous golden cores and even Yuan Ing ancestors. Coincidentally, the secret realm expedition was set to begin 5 days hence. Everything was interconnected. Upon arriving at the auction venue, many cultivators queued to check their invitations for entry. Esteemed senior, please wait. At the entrance, Chen Xuan bypassed the crowd. A young attendant spoke respectfully, bowing deeply. Chen Xuan cast a brief glance at the line of over 1,000 cultivators waiting behind him. He retrieved a purple token from his storage ring. The attendant's pupils widened in surprise. Before he could utter a word, he immediately bowed his head and said, Esteemed senior. Right this way. Without even needing to verify his identity, he was directly escorted into the auction hall. Esteemed senior, please follow me. A young woman in a green dress with fair skin took over the reception. Esteemed senior, your private box is number 005. The passage was remarkably smooth. And Chen Xuan took note of the size of the auction venue, which could accommodate 500 attendees due to the asset verification required for participation. It was not an open auction. Rumors suggested that there were venues capable of hosting over 1,000. Upon observing the scattered seating in the auction hall, many were positioned far from the auction stage, making it difficult to see the items on display. The VIP seats were located on the second floor. Esteemed senior, I am your accompanying auction attendant. Upon entering the box, a cultivator in a purple dress approached, bowing respectfully. Esteemed senior, please inform the attendant of any needs you may have. Anything you desire. The green-dressed woman smiled gently as she introduced herself to Chen Xuan. He nodded in acknowledgement, disregarding the hints exchanged between the two attendants, and sank into the plush chair, surveying the auction scene below with clarity. The amenities in this box were splendid, providing a selection of various spiritual fruits. Bring me that spiritual peach, Chen Xuan requested, savoring the delicacies while waiting for the auction to begin. He found the entire experience quite novel, uncertain if he might procure something valuable during the auction. As more patrons settled into their boxes, a burst of brilliance illuminated the auction stage. A deep, resonant voice, imbued with golden core power, echoed through the hall. I hope all fellow cultivators will grant Bai Xian Pavilion a moment of courtesy and refrain from causing a disturbance during the auction. The Bai Xian Pavilion's triennial grand auction begins now. The speaker maintained a neutral tone. Chen Xian's gaze subtly shifted towards the red curtain of the auction stage, where he sensed a deeply concealed yuaning aura. Should anyone foolishly attempt to seize the auction items, their fate would be sealed. Today's auction is presided over by our esteemed elder, Wang Tu, a voice beside him introduced. Chen Xuan paid little heed to the details, focusing instead on the aura emanating from behind the curtain. His spiritual sense had grown powerful enough to pierce through the disguises of yuaning cultivators, which astonished him. Since his breakthrough from Golden Core, he realized that his spiritual sense now covered a radius of 10 miles, and its potency had increased significantly. Even as he blatantly scrutinized, he did not attract the attention of the hidden yuan ing behind the curtain. Chapter 78, The Auction. As Wang Tu's voice faded, the first auction item, presented on a jade plate by an attendant, made its debut. It was a third-tier magical artifact. Chen Xuan felt little interest, observing quietly as item after item was showcased, most of which were second- and third-tier magical artifacts, elixirs, and treasures. This left Chen Xuan somewhat disheartened. What broken swords and worn ceramic pots? None of them had crossed his path. After casually photographing a few spiritual artifacts capable of enhancing physical strength, Chen Xuan refrained from further participation. Surely, everyone is aware of the discovery of a mysterious realm near the imperial city of Zhao, known as Chongqing's secret realm, as the penultimate treasure. It is an item unearthed by our esteemed ancestor from the entrance of the secret realm. Speaking thus, he presented a dark green pearl. Upon appraisal, this pearl was identified as a fourth-tier magical artifact, albeit somewhat flawed. Its specific efficacy lies in nurturing the soul, and its applications are numerous. The starting bid was set at 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. After demonstrating the functions of this dark green pearl, Wang Kuang commenced the bidding. Artifacts that can nurture the soul are exceedingly rare. The crowd's interest peaked, yet the majority present were foundational cultivators. The price of 100,000 low-grade spirit stones proved to be an insurmountable barrier. 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Chen Xuan noticed that only a few locations emitted spiritual light to participate in the auction. Clearly, the enthusiasm for this treasure was not high. The pearl, brought back from the ruins, pertained specifically to the soul. Moreover, having been appraised by the ancestor of Bishuan Pavilion, it likely held little value, hence its release for auction. Bid. Chen Xuan felt somewhat indignant, and specifically inquired with the purple-clad maidservant. Were there any peculiar and obscure treasures without clear origins at the Bishuan Pavilion auction? Ideally, they should be of little use. Unsurprisingly, the answer was negative. Chen Xuan activated the slot on his seat, channeling his spiritual power to input a number. The VIP room number 5 bid 150,000 low-grade spirit stones. Wang Kuang, who initially harbored no expectations, suddenly exhibited a look of astonishment. Where did this foolish heir from a wealthy family come from? A young man in splendid attire twitched the corner of his mouth, withdrawing his hand from the bidding slot. Forget it, he thought, wishing to acquire it merely as an ornament to nurture his grandson's soul. In room number 1, an old man with red hair shook his head slightly, casting a profound glance at room number 5. Ultimately, this dark green pearl was secured by Chen Xuan at the price of 150,000 low-grade spirit stones. Damn, I overbid. Chen Xuan shook his head slightly, watching Wang Kuang decisively finalize the deal. I hope you will bring me some surprises. The auction continued, and at that moment, the final treasure was presented. Chen Xuan's attention was drawn to it. Surely many had come to behold this object. An artifact capable of enhancing the probability of breaking through to the yuanying stage had arrived. Wang Kuang, invigorated, did not keep the audience in suspense, cautiously instructing for the tray to be brought forth. In an instant, countless consciousnesses and gazes converged. The fourth-tier spiritual item, the Yingling flower. This flower was dispatched from the headquarters of our esteemed pavilion, and even the headquarters inventory is exceedingly limited. There is no need for me to elaborate on the preciousness of this item, is there? Observing the fiery expressions of the cultivators below, Wang Kuang chuckled. The starting bid is 300,000 low-grade spirit stones. He declared emphatically, instantly elevating the atmosphere in the room. 300,000 low-grade spirit stones. An item that increases the probability of a breakthrough to the Yuanying stage by 10%. For some seasoned Jindan cultivators, this is undoubtedly worthwhile. After all, Yuanying stage cultivators enjoy a lifespan exceeding a millennium. Not only for mortals, but even for foundational cultivators, they are akin to celestial beings. A millennium, while it may not transform the world entirely, certainly allows for clearer insights into the myriad changes of life. A single Yuanying cultivator represents a significant force. The moment the Yingling flower appeared, someone immediately raised the bid to 400,000 low-grade spirit stones, and the price continued to escalate. Chen Xuan quietly observed the locations where bids were made, noticing several bursts of spiritual light. Oh, there is even a Yuanying. Chen Xuan glanced at room number 1, where an exceptionally aged Yuanying cultivator was bidding on the Yingling flower. Meanwhile, some veteran Jindan cultivators sighed and resigned themselves to withdrawing from the competition upon seeing the price reach 400,000 low-grade spirit stones. An increase in breakthrough probability by 10% is appealing. However, it is merely a 10% chance. If one fails to break through, it would be a waste, leading to a reduction in lifespan and depletion of family resources, which is far more daunting. Chen Xuan also abandoned the thought of bidding. If he could acquire the Yingling flower at a lower price, he would not mind experiencing its effects. Ultimately, this single Yingling flower was won at the price of 710,000 low-grade spirit stones by an individual in room number 2. This left Chen Xuan quite astonished, and he discreetly extended his consciousness to investigate. Who could possibly outbid a Yuanying ancestor? A mid-Jindan cultivator? Chen Xuan scanned the surroundings, finding it quite curious. Mid-Jindan cultivators typically do not possess such wealth in spirit stones. Departing, the cultivator in room number 2 rose immediately after securing the Yingling flower and left the premises. Humph. I shall see who dares to compete with me. A hoarse whisper echoed as the Yuanying cultivator in room number 1 also exited. This scene seemed somewhat familiar. Under the coverage of Chen Xuan's consciousness, he clearly observed both individuals leaving. He contemplated following them, but ultimately decided against it. This was the Imperial City, a place under the governance of the royal family and several major factions. It would not be wise to seek trouble here for mere amusement. Chen Xuan exhaled a breath of turbid air, preparing to settle accounts and depart. Rising to his feet, under the scrutiny of a mid-Jindan cultivator, he produced the sum of 150,000 low-grade spirit stones. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for your trust and support of Bishuan Pavilion. Please accept this. The mid-Jindan cultivator cupped his fists in gratitude, displaying no airs, a reflection of his own formidable strength. Chen Xuan accepted the greenish pearl, slightly flawed, from his hands. 150,000, let me see what you truly are. Chen Xuan stepped away, his consciousness continuously exploring the pearl. However, he found himself unable to penetrate its depths. Wearing the pearl indeed offered a slight sense of comfort. Is this all? Chen Xuan felt a tinge of disappointment, unable to discern much at present. Just as he was deep in thought, a conflict erupted not far in front of him. You dare to insult me, Junior? In an open area of the inner city, the young man in splendid attire who had previously bid for the Yingling flower was confronted by the Yuanying elder from room number 1. The young man uttered something that incited the elder's wrath. A surge of magical power erupted, enveloping the young man. No way. Chen Xuan was momentarily taken aback. This Yuanying elder was brazenly resorting to violence within the Imperial City, bullying the weak. Chen Xuan's figure vanished in an instant like a wisp of breeze, capturing the attention of the entire Imperial City. I shall grant you one last opportunity. I will offer 67,000 low-grade spirit stones for the Yingling flower you possess. I hope you do not fail to recognize a good offer and provoke me into taking action within the Imperial City. Chen Xuan approached, surrounded by numerous cultivators, including several Yuanying-level consciousnesses probing the scene. Esteemed Taoist, may I ask who this person is? Chen Xuan swept his gaze, approaching a middle-aged mid-Jindan cultivator and cupping his hands in inquiry. The middle-aged cultivator turned slightly, somewhat astonished. You do not know this person's identity? Seeing that Chen Xuan, as a mid-Jindan cultivator, was unaware of the names of the few Yuanying cultivators within the Zhao Kingdom, he expressed some skepticism but proceeded to introduce. The elder in the middle is the ancestor of the Mo family from Hunyuan Xianxing. I am unfamiliar with that young man in splendid attire, having never encountered him before. However, given his youthful age, he is likely of significant origin. The Mo family? A flicker of realization crossed Chen Xuan's mind as he recalled his conversation with Hu Daizai in the Imperial City. He had indeed heard of the Mo family, reputed to be an ancient lineage with a history spanning a millennium. Yet, it was said to lack successors, as the family patriarch was nearing the end of his days. With no Yuaning cultivator to inherit the mantle. No wonder, Chen Xuan mused internally. The patriarch was likely desperate to acquire the Yingling flower to assist his descendants in breaking through to the Yuaning stage, ensuring the continuity of their lineage. As a Yuaning family, the absence of a Yuaning ancestor would lead to their swift decline, much like the situation in Shui Yuxiancheng, where power had consolidated manifold. However, it appeared that the Mo patriarch was quite frantic. Fortunately, he resorted to purchasing rather than resorting to theft. Otherwise, the royal ancestors would not let him off lightly. The middle-aged Jin Dan cultivator chuckled softly, his gaze fixed on the two individuals in the center. Yet, this young man in splendid attire also seemed to possess a remarkable background. Should the standoff continue, it might very well attract the forces behind him. However, a Jin Dan cultivator of such youth, still in the mid-stage, was unfamiliar to Chen Xuan. Listening to the descriptions of this individual, Chen Xuan nodded slightly in agreement, his thoughts flickering as he focused on the young man. Could he be a foreign cultivator attending the Jin Dan Tianjiao Grand competition at Huxianzhong? Yet, the Mo patriarch was clearly in a state of urgency. Chen Xuan shook his head, recalling how he had witnessed the two continuously raising their bids at the auction. Even when the Mo patriarch revealed his Yuan-ing aura, this splendidly attired youth persisted in increasing his offer. The Yingling flower only enhanced the probability of forming an infant by a mere 10%, valued at no more than 600,000 lower-grade spirit stones. In contrast, the Ninging Dan could elevate the odds by 25%, commanding a price several times higher. What would you do if I refused to sell? Do you intend to seize it by force? The young man in splendid attire flashed a hint of a provocative smile, beckoning the Mo patriarch with a gesture. You insolent brat. The Mo patriarch's expression shifted, indignantly rebuking him. I shall not take action, but I can endure this standoff for years. Is this how you cultivators from Zhao Kingdom treat others? The young man retorted, a slight smirk playing on his lips. What did you say? The Mo patriarch furrowed his brow. I said, you old fossil, you have truly wasted hundreds of years. The young man laughed heartily, producing a spirit talisman from his robes and lightly striking it. Instantly, a circle of silvery light enveloped them. A fourth-tier spirit talisman? As a talisman master, Chen Xuan's gaze lingered on the radiant silver circle. What a wealthy fellow, he thought, realizing that a fourth-tier talisman would cost at least 200,000 lower-grade spirit stones. The Mo patriarch's expression fluctuated, unable to discern the background of this splendidly attired youth. Eventually, he snorted coldly and turned to leave. Truly pathetic. You, a Yuaning cultivator, dare not even strike at me. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The young man in splendid attire dared to provoke further. Impudent. The Yuaning cannot be insulted. The Mo patriarch's temper flared, and without a second thought, he struck down with a palm. A brawl? The gathered cultivators were startled and retreated hastily. What a jest. This was a Yuaning cultivator's attack. Those beneath the Yuaning stage would suffer greatly if caught in its wake. Chen Xuan narrowed his eyes, quietly shielding the crowd behind him. This splendidly attired young man did not appear to be harmless. Provoking a Yuaning cultivator and taking action, what schemes lay beneath? Break. The young man chuckled lightly, pointing at the enormous hand of magical force. In an instant, he shattered the opponent's magical hand. Late-stage Jin Dan. Gasps echoed among the crowd. No, how could he so effortlessly withstand a Yuaning attack? Murmured the middle-aged Jin Dan cultivator shielded by Chen Xuan, disbelief etched across his face. Is that all? Now it's my turn. The young man reached out and struck the Mo patriarch. In an instant, the patriarch was sent staggering back, his eyes wide with incredulity. Who exactly are you? He exclaimed, suspicion rife in his gaze. It was known that he was a Yuaning cultivator, even if nearing his limit. A casual strike should be beyond the capacity of a Jin Dan cultivator to withstand, and could even recoil upon him. Do you wish to know? You are not worthy. The splendidly attired young man laughed heartily, his expression brimming with arrogance, as he waved the Yingling flower before the Mo patriarch's eyes. Do you want it? I'm offering you a chance. It's your ineptitude. Gazing at the Mo patriarch's shifting countenance, he then turned his attention to the onlookers. In my view, all present here are worthless. Impudence. An authoritative voice descended from the heavens. An elder clad in dark yellow robes, with streaks of white in his hair, appeared before the splendidly attired youth. This is the imperial city of Zhao Kingdom. Such insolence cannot be tolerated. He bellowed, unleashing his mid-stage Yuaning aura to intimidate those around him. It was none other than the royal ancestor, Zhao Ming Wang. The middle-aged Jin Dan cultivator gasped. Realizing the commotion had drawn the attention of a royal elder, he felt a surge of excitement. The young man in splendid attire had indeed spoken too freely. Had it not been for him withstanding the Mo Patriarch's palm without injury and countering with a strike, he would have been tempted to intervene and teach this audacious individual a lesson. Chapter 80. The De Qinghong Family. The situation had taken a turn for the intriguing. Chen Xuan remarked softly, his gaze fixed on the heavenly expanse. He sensed the presence of two Yuan-Ing auras, likely from other formidable figures within the imperial city. Yet, it was Zhao Mingwang who descended first. Do you dare insult the Zhao kingdom? Regardless of your origins, you shall face retribution. Zhao Mingwang snorted. Distinct from the Mo Patriarch, who was on the verge of decline. He was still in his prime, a mid-stage Yuan-Ing cultivator, capable of easily contending with 2 or 3 Mo Patriarchs. Such unrestrained speech warrants punishment. With that, Zhao Mingwang raised his hand, striking toward the splendidly attired young man. The onlookers felt a wave of exhilaration. While it was the Mo Patriarch who had acted first, this individual had provoked everyone present, which was unacceptable. How dare you punish my family's young master? A scornful voice emerged from a tavern nearby. As the tension built, a white-haired elder grasped Zhao Mingwang's wrist. His demeanor unforgiving. A member of the Hong family? Zhao Mingwang's brow furrowed. This is the imperial city of Zhao Kingdom, not your De Qinghong family. He broke free from the elder's hold, his aura locking onto the white-haired elder, coldly declaring, De Qinghong family? Chen Xuan's gaze shifted toward the elder. A mid-stage Yuan-Ing, his aura even more formidable than Zhao Mingwang's. The De Qinghong family was one of the most prestigious cultivation families within the De Qing dynasty. Had they come for the secret realm? This revelation startled Chen Xuan. Could it be that the Chongqing secret realm truly possessed remarkable treasures, drawing in top-tier cultivation families from the far-off De Qing dynasty? My family's young master is not someone you insignificant cultivators from a minor nation can insult, the white-haired elder declared coldly, exuding an air that suggested he was ready to act without further words. Meanwhile, several more Yuan-Ing auras discreetly locked onto Zhao Mingwang. What do you intend? Zhao Mingwang directed his gaze back to the splendidly attired young man. What do I want? I wonder why the cultivators of Zhao Kingdom are so weak. His eyes scanned the surroundings, revealing a look of disdain. Arrogant, excessively arrogant. The middle-aged Jin Dan cultivator's face flushed with anger. I propose that the rights to the Chongqing secret realm be controlled by my Hong family. The young man in exquisite garments chuckled, for he hailed from De Qing and possessed a wealth of knowledge regarding the revered Chongqing de Xiao. It is said that he has lived through 2 lifetimes, enduring nearly 10,000 years. One must recognize that the lifespan of a Huashan stage practitioner is typically limited to around 3,000 years. Yet, the Chongqing de Xiao is rumored to have a lifespan that spans an entire millennium, which holds immense allure for many venerable Huashan ancestors. Following the rumored demise of the Chongqing de Xiao, several formidable factions conducted exhaustive searches throughout the Zhao Kingdom, yet no trace was found. After all, a Huashan practitioner who has lived for nearly 10 millennia is far beyond the reach of ordinary Huashan beings. The accumulated wealth of such an entity is inconceivable. According to the estimations of his ancestor from the Hong family, it would at least equate to the entire heritage that his family has preserved to this day. Did they think they could monopolize the Chongqing secret realm? Zhao Mingwang's expression shifted, and the aura of a mid-Yuan-Ing stage practitioner erupted. I would not mind engaging in a contest with you, Zhao Mingwang declared coldly, his gaze piercing towards the white-haired elder. You are not worthy. At that moment, 3 more Yuan-Ing presences descended, one of whom was a late-stage Yuan-Ing practitioner. The overwhelming aura rendered everyone unable to lift their heads. Have the friends from the Hong family perhaps gone too far? 3 Yuan-Ing ancestors from the royal family have emerged. Among them, the 2 prominent families from the Zhao Kingdom's imperial city also dispatched their own ancestors. This prompted countless surrounding practitioners to retreat frantically. Witnessing the imminent chaos between these Yuan-Ing practitioners, many were stricken with terror. Chen Xuan, too, retreated alongside the crowd, his gaze fixated on the young man in exquisite garments. Simultaneously, he extended his divine sense, quietly eavesdropping on the discourse of these prominent figures. Hongming, is it? Chen Xuan noted the name of the young man in exquisite garments. The various factions seemed to be engaged in discussions of some sort. Chen Xuan discerned that the grand formation of the imperial city had undergone several alterations, seemingly on the verge of activation, only to be suppressed once more. The anticipated battle ultimately did not materialize. In the end, the Zhao Kingdom reached a compromise, agreeing to explore the secret realm alongside the Hong family. This left the royal ancestors in a state of utter helplessness, as outsiders had intruded upon the secret realm adjacent to the imperial city. After learning of the outcome, Chen Xuan remained in the Zui Xianlu. The spiritual energy was still somewhat lacking. Chen Xuan felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. The spiritual energy within Zui Xianlu was barely on par with De Qingfeng. One must recognize that within the imperial city lay a pseudo-fifth-grade spiritual vein, along with several third-grade tributaries. Zhuai Xianlu was situated atop one of those tributaries, but paled in comparison to the royal family's secret ground. I suppose I shall make do. Chen Xuan was uncertain when he had begun to grow increasingly particular about his surroundings. After experiencing the amplification effects of a fourth-grade spiritual vein combined with a gathering spirit formation, he found it impossible to revert to anything less. Let me sample the flavor of 10 stalks. Chen Xuan activated the concealment formation, seated himself, and retrieved the dragon blood grass. A total of 20 stalks lay before him. Dragon blood grass enhancement effect, 19. Re-anchored result, 24. In an instant, the pure medicinal power surged from his stomach to his dantian. His immense golden core began to absorb the medicinal energy, transforming it into pure energy and medicinal properties, cleansing his internal organs and enhancing his physique. After 2 hours, Chen Xuan expressed some disappointment, murmuring as he held the dragon blood grass, not as potent as dragon breath grass. His physical strength was already exceedingly formidable, coupled with the existence of his gigantic golden core. The medicinal effects that could potentially overwhelm a golden core true practitioner only managed to elevate his physical strength by a fraction. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Chen Xuan mused, consuming another 10 stalks of dragon blood grass. The result escalated to 25, yet the effects were even less pronounced than before. Was his physique becoming so robust that further enhancement was increasingly challenging? Undeterred, Chen Xuan acknowledged that his physical strength could easily crush a late-stage golden core beast with a mere slap. He then produced Huang Yudan, consuming 10 bottles in rapid succession. Huang Yudan enhancement effect, 27. Re-anchored result, 31. A dense energy, akin to the essence of yellow jade, coursed through his body. In an instant, after amplification, it transformed into pure energy, flooding into his dantian. The golden core, akin to one starved for days, ravenously absorbed the energy. Within his body, the mana gradually expanded. Such a prodigious amount of medicinal power was more than sufficient to elevate a golden core practitioner from the early to the late stage. For Chen Xuan, however, his body and dantian resembled an insatiable abyss, his mana nearly transforming into an ocean. Still not enough, I need more dragon whisker roots. Time passed swiftly, for days dissipated into the currents of time. On the 5th floor of Zhuai Xianlu, golden mana spread like a sea, flooding both upward and downward. Finally, he refined the last 2 types of third-grade spiritual herbs he had obtained, Xinyu grass, which enhances divine sense, and Lingmu flower, which augments visual acuity. These 2 distinct third-grade spiritual materials totaled 40 stalks and cost him 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Without hesitation, Chen Xuan consumed them for refinement. A vast amount of medicinal power filled his body, flooding his mind and eyes. Stars shimmered and danced, while the starlit gaze emanated a brilliance capable of piercing through the void. As Chen Xuan refined the medicinal power, Zhuai Xianlu became a spectacle. What kind of extraordinary individual was cultivating within? A golden core true practitioner gazed in astonishment at the golden sea of mana enveloping the top of Zhuai Xianlu. It was simply unbelievable that mana could materialize and exist amidst the heavens and earth. What remarkable technique, what immense power. Embrace the essence and guard the unity. Chen Xuan executed a hand seal, and the enormous medicinal power surged forth. He could distinctly sense the enhancement of his visual acuity. The starry river within his gaze became increasingly prominent, allowing him to perceive reality and illusion. His divine sense extended further, covering a radius of 13 miles. With its intensity heightened once more. What kind of immortal am I cultivating? As the mana retracted, the vast golden ocean flowed into his body. Chen Xuan finally exhaled a breath of turbid air, observing the intricate patterns of his skin, which glimmered like exquisite jade. A drop of fresh blood was released, faintly shimmering with golden light, infused with a hint of sweetness and a subtle spiritual pressure. The process of cultivating immortality is one of continuously transcending the levels of existence, striving for eternal life. It is a relentless pursuit of the elusive Tao. With my divine intent, I shall transform the heavens with a single finger. After enhancing his divine sense, Chen Xuan resumed his study of the divine intent finger, continuously evolving and simulating it within his sea of consciousness. In his sea of consciousness, he envisioned himself as a golden figure, traversing along his mana, ceaselessly releasing the divine intent finger. The divine intent shook the heavens, descending from above. By harmonizing with the forces of heaven and earth, he melded his vast mana with his profound divine sense into a singular strike. This strike would unerringly lock onto its target, rendering evasion or resistance futile, as the inevitable outcome would befall them. Glimmers of divine light, akin to silken threads, were drawn forth, enveloping Chen Xuan in a cocoon. Within this cocoon, his consciousness fell into a profound stillness, endlessly simulating and rehearsing this finger technique. Time quietly slipped away. On the day the Chongqing secret realm was opened, a moderately sized earthen mound, situated 100 miles east of Zhao Kingdom's imperial city, was surrounded by numerous powerful figures. Behind the mound, tens of thousands of practitioners gazed eagerly in its direction. How intriguing! Is this the secret realm left behind by the Chongqing de Xiao? While it appeared as a mere small mound, it held immeasurable depths within. The Hong family's entourage descended from the heavens, their arrival igniting the curiosity of countless onlookers, who whispered among themselves, "Is this the pinnacle of the cultivation families from the Daqing dynasty beyond the borders of the Zhao Kingdom? It seems outsiders can intrude upon our Zhao Kingdom's affairs, indicating our strength is still lacking," someone sighed. However, within the secret realm, everything relies on one's capabilities. With that thought, he chose not to dwell on it further. "Look, even the reclusive Yaowang Valley has sent someone," a young cultivator exclaimed, gazing at a flying vessel adorned with the Yaowang Valley banner, descending upon this place. Following that, more beams of light descended from the heavens. To his astonishment, the Tianqing sect has also arrived, as has the Lingming sect. Gradually, numerous formidable forces from the Yuanying stage gathered. Of Zhao Kingdom's 5 sects, 3 have come, and all 3 major families are present as well. An elderly foundational stage cultivator marveled at the sight. It is no wonder. The Huashan secret realm is sufficient to attract various powerful factions. Yet, he noticed the absence of the Huxian sect and Qingyun sect's banners. Someone curiously scanned the surroundings, failing to spot the other 2 sects from Zhao Kingdom. Notably, the Huxian sect is a Huashan sect, while the Qingyun sect has produced 2 Huashan cultivators, boasting profound heritage. Who knows what these major powers are thinking? Someone shrugged, remarking that the fewer powerful factions that come, the more opportunities there are for us loose cultivators. Near the small mound, Dekai Dao Yu, why hasn't your Bishuan Pavilion's Yuanying arrived? Hu Dekai also appeared here. The chance for Huashan is worth any effort. Even a sliver of it could sustain him. It is necessary to take the risk. They have arrived, but it is inconvenient for them to show themselves. We shall enter together when the time comes. Hu Dekai wore a cheerful expression as he looked at the few companions he had gathered, totaling 5 Jindan cultivators, including himself. Once inside the secret realm, as long as they do not encounter any Yuanying cultivators, they can proceed without concern. Unfortunately, the Dao Yu I mentioned, the dragon transformation friend, did not come. Hu Dekai expressed some regret. In his perception, that dragon transformation Jinren possessed profound magical power and an unusual aura of pressure. If they could team up to enter the secret realm, their safety would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. I have heard you speak of this dragon transformation Jinren. Is he truly as extraordinary as you say? Lingjin Jinren interjected, curiosity evident in his eyes. Do you not trust me, Hu? My perception technique allows me to see nearly everything beneath the Yuanying level within Bishuan Pavilion. Hu Dekai was quite confident in his abilities, naturally believing it. What a pity, you mentioned he is also an array master. After the secret realm emerges, I would trouble you for an introduction. Lingjin Jinren felt a slight regret, as there are very few peers in the field of arrays. Those capable of reaching the 3rd tier of array mastery are exceedingly rare. Certainly, Hu Dekai nodded, his gaze shifting towards the Hong family banner. If we happen to get separated in the secret realm, remember to turn and leave immediately if you encounter anyone from the Hong family. He solemnly reminded his companions. Why? Their intentions are nefarious. They have caused trouble multiple times within the imperial city, and once in the secret realm, who knows what they might do without restraint. Hu Dekai spoke slowly, sharing all the information he knew, especially regarding the young master of the Hong family, known for his ruthlessness and decisiveness, earning him the title of Huashan Seed in Daqing. Even an ordinary Yuanying early-stage cultivator would find it challenging to contend with him. If you encounter him, leave immediately. Seeing Hu Dekai's seriousness, his companions all committed this to memory. Thank you for the warning. They expressed their gratitude, now more cautious than before, having known each other for over 100 years. Chapter 82, The Secret Realm Opens. Hu Dekai waved his hand. The group fell silent, quietly observing the growing crowd below. As they watched, a powerful magical force surged throughout the realm. A voice, tinged with age, resonated. The secret realm is about to open. Everything depends on your capabilities. This was the voice of the royal ancestor, Zhao Fengyang, a testament to the royal family's heritage, an elder at the late Yuanying stage. His words instantly silenced the bustling crowd of over 10,000 cultivators, the majority being at the late Qi refining stage, with many foundational stage cultivators present. What a magnificent sight! An elderly foundational stage cultivator gazed at the sky, filled with fervor and determination, envious of the Jindan Jinren, who could freely traverse the skies. This time, He must find a suitable opportunity to break through to the Jindan realm and live for another 300 years. Fellow Taoists, unleash your powers, Zhao Fengyang commanded. In an instant, 10 Yuanian cultivators acted in unison. Their powerful magical fluctuations surged like vibrant dragons crashing into the small mound. The scene was grand and awe-inspiring. Many would go their entire lives without witnessing a Yuanian cultivator, let alone see them unleash their power. This terrifying wave of magical force crashed forth like an avalanche. In an instant, a tremendous energy erupted. The ground trembled as if it were about to be torn apart. The small mound, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, began to rise higher and higher. A massive portal, towering 100 meters, stood between heaven and earth. Strange lights danced within, radiating waves of energy. This is the portal to the secret realm. Everyone, activate it together, Zhao Fengyang urged, calling upon all the cultivators present to channel their magical energy. The light within the portal rippled, erupting into countless azure rays connecting to each individual present, directly siphoning their magical energy. What is this? Someone exclaimed in shock. Many felt immense fear as they sensed their magical energy being gradually drained, anxious and restless, yet unable to resist. Borrowing a year from the living, a spectral voice echoed, as if conjured from nothingness, resonating throughout the realm. In the next moment, countless azure threads connected to the crowd erupted with a pulling force. In the vague, many felt they had lost something, particularly the older cultivators who experienced this sensation even more acutely. My lifespan, an elderly cultivator cried out, his face turning ashen as he sat down in resignation. This scene terrified those surrounding them, including the Jindan and Yuanian cultivators above. They gasped in terror, sensing the fearsome power capable of easily taking lives. Do not panic, this is merely the cost of entry. The deceased cultivator had already reached his limit. Losing a year of lifespan and sitting down in resignation was entirely normal. The Yuanian elder from Yaowang Valley, Wanyao Tian, spoke indifferently. His lifespan was still ample. Having lived for hundreds of years, he had long grown accustomed to life and death. However, the Mo family elder was different. Panting heavily as he stared at the enormous portal, gritting his teeth. Having already reached his limit, now losing another year of lifespan felt like a death sentence. The lifespan of a Yuanian cultivator is incredibly significant. Why target him among so many chi-refining cultivators? The Taoist Chongqing declared, all who come are fated to find something. Go and seek, for I have left all my efforts in the secret realm. Within lies the longevity elixirs I have painstakingly cultivated. Who knows how many years it has been since I ascended? Ethereal voices continued to resonate, leaving no one able to move. They could only listen in silence. Is this the Huashan? Having fallen for nearly 10,000 years, a strand of remnant thought can still suppress us? The elder of Tianqing sect's expression shifted repeatedly, fear gripping his heart. Truly, it is overwhelmingly powerful. Haha, worthy of my inheritance, indeed, a being who once opposed the combined might of true monarchs. Hong Ming's face gleamed with excitement, his gaze fixed intently on the portal to the secret realm, viewing all others as competitors. Whoever dares to touch my inheritance shall face death. A shadow of malice flickered across his face. The legacy within the Chongqing secret realm had long been regarded by him as a taboo. As the crowd's eager anticipation reached a crescendo, the portal to the secret realm suddenly erupted with a dazzling brilliance. The radiant curtain shifted continuously, unleashing a formidable energy that surged skyward. Countless strands of spiritual essence converged, causing the earth's veins to tremble. It is open. Go. Zhao Fengyang and Zhao Mingwang, like a flash of lightning, were the first to plunge into the secret realm. No one shall take my possessions. You, a mere assembly of lowly cultivators from inferior realms, are unworthy. Hong Ming, filled with rage, transformed into a beam of light under the guidance of his family's Yuan Ying and vanished into the portal. Following closely were several Yuan Ying and a multitude of Jindan cultivators, who successively soared into the portal. Over 10,000 Qi practitioners and foundation builders surged in, eager to seek and claim their own fortunes. Finally, it was accomplished. Divine intent sign in effect 88. In the blink of an eye, countless realms of meaning flooded his mind. His divine consciousness surged once more, manifesting the power of heaven and earth around him, which he could manipulate with his focused mind. Invincible beneath the Yuan Ying, and above the Yuan Ying, only a test would reveal the truth. Chen Xuan emerged from his cultivation, his magical power more solid than ever. Nearly on the verge of breaking into the mid-Jindan stage, the golden sphere within him had also become more substantial. The divine intent sign had reached great perfection, akin to that of its creator. Moreover, upon comprehending the divine intent, he naturally grasped the corresponding realm of meaning, the essence of the primordial spirit. His strength surged once again, and Chen Xuan felt confident He could match the old monsters of the Yuanying stage in a contest of strength. The divine intent sign had naturally become another significant trump card, alongside the five spirits secret technique. Chongqing's secret realm, I have arrived. After a moment of recuperation, Chen Xian's figure vanished from the Zue Xianlu, along with his divine consciousness. At this moment, outside the Chongqing secret realm, the cultivators who had arrived slightly later were trickling in. However, compared to those who had entered earlier, they had missed the prime opportunity. Over 10,000 cultivators trailed behind them, not even getting a whiff of the spoils. Yet another latecomer among the true immortals appeared. Outside the secret realm, many cultivators who had arrived later chose not to risk entering, but opted to wait outside. They whispered among themselves, observing a fiery dragon descending from the sky, carrying a resolute middle-aged cultivator, arriving before the portal. I am the dragon transforming Taoist. Does anyone wish to share tales of the events leading up to the opening of the secret realm? There will be a reward. Chen Xian, transformed into the dragon transforming Taoist, descended amidst the crowd of cultivators. Instantly, several bold individuals approached him. Senior, I have been here since before the secret realm opened, and dared not venture inside, yet I am well informed about what transpired. The first to speak was a young cultivator, and Chen Xian nodded slightly. After hearing his account, Chen Xian's gaze fixed upon the young cultivator. In other words, you have squandered a year of your lifespan for nothing. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Your choice may have been wise. As cultivators, we must not only advance boldly, but also know when to retreat for self-preservation. This is for you. After listening to the detailed description, Chen Xian understood the situation. He casually retrieved an elixir from his storage ring. Wow. The young cultivator was instantly dumbfounded. A second-tier longevity elixir was just tossed to him? How could he dare to complain? Chen Xian glanced at him, and the young cultivator fervently shook his head. No, senior, you have given too much. I am merely at the late stage of qi cultivation. Take it, Chen Xian insisted. But my advice is to consume it immediately, lest you invite trouble. As Chen Xian surveyed the scene, he noticed many eyes fixated on the young cultivator after he had thrown the longevity elixir. Thank you, senior. Thank you. The young cultivator exclaimed joyously, repeatedly bowing in gratitude. I am Xiao Lu. I am immensely grateful for your great kindness. A second-tier longevity elixir could extend his life by at least a decade, a treasure that was rare for a qi practitioner. He promptly swallowed it on the spot, extinguishing any lingering thoughts from others. Not bad. Chen Xian nodded slightly, then rose and flew toward the portal of the secret realm. A thread of azure silk, akin to how he treated others, coiled toward him. Chen Xian furrowed his brow slightly. The golden core within him surged with power and his divine intent. A formidable consciousness like a sharp sword severed the azure silk. Without further ado, Chen Xian dove into the portal. Who knew whether this azure silk was a remnant left by the master of the Chongqing secret realm? If there were any hidden traps, it could lead to trouble. The powerful figures of Chongqing were no ordinary transformation cultivators. Upon entering the portal, he encountered no resistance. Suddenly, the world spun, and in the next moment, he found himself in a space reminiscent of the Qingyun cave, albeit vastly larger. This secret realm, forged from the terrain, was indeed remarkable. Chen Xian sighed softly, gazing at the majestic mountains before him. Deep within these mountains stood an ancient tree that reached for the heavens. Chen Xian enveloped the area with his divine consciousness, and, in a brief moment, located dozens of individuals. Many were locked in fierce battles over a spiritual herb or flower. Chen Xian paid them no mind. Jindan cultivators should not squabble over trivial gains. To contend for such minor benefits would extinguish any hope for the lower echelons of the cultivation world. He flew past them, heading straight for the ancient tree at the center. The distance was deceptive, or perhaps the secret realm had some inherent laws that limited speed. After flying for a while, he had barely covered a tenth of the distance. As he advanced, the number of cultivators increased. Many foundation builders were gradually making their way toward this area, which could now be deemed the outer region. Here, spiritual herbs and fruits abounded. The great masters of Chongqing primarily practiced wood-based techniques, and this secret realm was replete with countless spiritual woods and plants. Dragon bloodgrass. Chen Xian spotted a familiar spiritual herb growing quietly beside a cliff. He had not expected to find such a treasure just by passing through. He reached out and grasped it. Moments later, a ripple of magical energy resonated behind him. Friend, you are truly fortunate. An elderly Jindan cultivator remarked, somewhat enviously. He had discovered the dragon bloodgrass before Chen Xian, but was too slow. However, as fellow Jindan cultivators, it was merely a single herb. Missing it was no great loss. Moreover, the aura of the person before him was far superior to his own, making him wary of any ill intentions. Oh, not at all. Chen Xian replied with a smile. He had sensed a thread of Jindan energy earlier, but had not paid it much attention. It seemed he had indeed arrived first for this herb. With no further exchange, the elderly Jin Dan cultivator left, somewhat disgruntled. Chen Xuan paid little heed to this minor encounter and continued his advance. The further he ventured, the sparser the presence of others became, until he entered an ancient forest of primordial trees. These ancient woods seemed to possess the ability to weaken and isolate divine consciousness. Even Chen Xuan's released awareness could only barely cover a 10-mile radius. Within this area, no cultivators could be found. Realizing he had entered a desolate zone, Chen Xuan understood that every step forward was an exploration. Ahead, there were likely only Yuaning cultivators and a few Jindan practitioners pushing forward. To engage in competition with the Yuaning cultivators was far too risky. Within the ancient forest, Chen Xuan slowed his pace and cautiously advanced. Upon reaching a mountain stream, he spotted a thatched hut nestled nearby. Intrigued, he approached carefully, spreading his divine consciousness ahead. Is this the place where the esteemed Chongqing Daxushi once resided? Within the Chongqing secret realm, as long as there are no other individuals present, one's conjectures hold true. Chen Xuan felt a surge of exhilaration. Such fortuitous circumstances had befallen him. Taking a few steps, he approached the thatched cottage. He slightly bowed his hand in greeting and said, "Junior Hueling, I humbly intrude upon the esteemed elder's abode today. I seek your forgiveness." The cottage appeared to have existed for an indeterminate duration, yet it remained remarkably unscathed by the passage of time. Even the entrance was spotless, which was somewhat peculiar. Chen Xuan, channeling his divine intent with one hand, pushed open the door with the other. With a creaking sound, the door swung open. Inside, there was only an oil lamp, a set of furniture, a few books, and a mat. Chen Xuan stepped inside and gazed at the books. To his surprise, he picked one up and began to read. Xianyang's Secret Method, Years of Chongqing Technique, Withered Wood Transforming into Spring Formula. Each of these tomes represented a ground-level technique, annotated with the teachings of Chongqing. They were creations from his first life, left for those fated to discover them. Among them, the Xianyang's Secret Method, when practiced in conjunction with the Years of Chongqing Technique, would extend one's lifespan with each breakthrough in minor realms. This was why Chongqing Daxushi, at the stage of transformation, had lived far longer than many true lords of integration. Nearly 10 millennia had passed, enough to witness the transformation of seas into mulberry fields. The withered wood transforming into spring formula was a remarkably powerful healing technique, consuming spiritual energy to refine stored essence, swiftly restoring one's condition and injuries. This was indeed quite fitting for me. Chen Xuan promptly stored the withered wood transforming into spring formula. What he lacked the least was spiritual energy. As long as he had a continuous supply, unless he faced an instant kill, he would be able to recover endlessly, making him nearly indestructible. Chapter 84, By the Mountain Stream. Has someone arrived? Just as Chen Xuan stored the techniques away, a slight frown creased his brow. Even taking such a secluded path, it seemed others had stumbled upon this mountain stream as well. Without hesitation, Chen Xuan, utilizing his divine sense, searched the wooden cottage for any remnants but found nothing. He gathered all items within the cottage and prepared to depart. Delving 10 zhang beneath the ground with his divine sense yielded no results. There were no traces left behind. He turned and left. Not 5 moments after Chen Xuan's departure, Wen Yotn appeared at the scene, his lips twitching as he surveyed the impeccably clean interior of the cottage. That fellow's speed is remarkable. There must be nothing of value left. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left behind the furniture. He consoled himself and focused on the location of the ancient tree, continuing his flight while expanding his divine sense to the maximum, scanning inch by inch. As the ancestral figure of Yawang Valley, he possessed extensive knowledge regarding the growth preferences of various spiritual herbs. Along the way, he had gathered numerous spiritual herbs and treasures. When he passed a cliff and spotted an unusual small grass on a mottled boulder, he immediately halted, his pupils narrowing in delight. TNXing grass. How could there be TNXing grass here? This 4th-tier spiritual herb, though ranked at 4, held a value comparable to 5th-tier herbs, with a single TNXing grass worth approximately 800,000 low-grade spirit stones. For a Yuaning old monster, this was indeed a considerable sum. As he reached out with his divine sense to grasp it, a faint voice echoed through the air, "Come to me." A gentle breeze swept by, shattering his divine sense, causing the TNXing grass to vanish without a trace. Who is it? Who dares to toy with me? WNYOTN seethed in fury, unleashing his divine sense in a sweeping search, yet finding nothing. How strange. Who is this fellow playing tricks on me? His gaze scanned the surroundings, his palms circulating spiritual energy. After waiting for a while with no response, he coldly huffed. We are both traveling our separate paths. I hope the fellow does not bring misfortune upon himself. He then continued deeper into the central area, yet now with heightened vigilance and caution. Having collected several third-tier spiritual herbs along the way and finding no further odd occurrences, he finally sighed in relief. Unbeknownst to him, a middle-aged Taoist clad in simple robes and bearing a resolute expression was quietly following him from a mere 2 li behind. As he ventured further, Chen Xuan brushed past another Yuan-ing old monster. The ancestor of the Mo family? Chen Xuan observed the fleeting figure, feeling a sense of familiarity. Yngling flower. Ha ha ha. Having missed the TNXing grass, I encountered the Yngling flower. WNYOT and rejoiced. Having been thwarted in his pursuit of the TNXing grass, only to find another prize. He believed that the Chongqing secret realm was favoring him and was immensely pleased. Indeed, this treasure-seeking mouse truly lives up to my expectations. A whimsical voice echoed in his mind, followed by a wave of dizziness as blinding light enveloped him. When he regained his senses, the Yngling grass had vanished entirely. Ah, who is it? Show yourself. WNYOTN could no longer contain his rage, erupting in fury. His formidable Yuan-ing aura surged forth, indiscriminately attacking in all directions. The surrounding mountains and forests were obliterated, debris flying in all directions. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan had long since vacated the scene of the incident. One cannot simply seize a single person and plunder. After 2 successful ventures, it was time to depart. What madness is WNYOTN unleashing? Observers from the Zhao kingdom witnessed the chaos wrought by WNYOTN's indiscriminate rampage. The Yuan-ing ancestor of TNXing sect attempted to offer a few words of comfort. It's merely a few spiritual herbs. There is no need for such uproar. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. After offering his consolation, WNYOTN grew even more irate, nearly striking him. The ancestor of TNXing sect, having been insulted, grumbled as he departed. The sun shines brightly, flowers bloom red, and the grass is green. I merely run forward, traversing the green mountains with an unaging spirit. In the lush green forest, Chen Xuan hummed a tune, his steps light and carefree. Be silent. Halt. A voice thundered from above, shaking the forest with its might. Who are you? Chen Xuan's expression darkened slightly as he turned to face the cultivator who had descended before him. I am Hong Tianxiao of the Hong family. Hong Tianxiao descended, his gaze revealing his displeasure. On this treasure-seeking journey, I have only found a few worthless items, and your carefree singing has further soured my mood. Oh, and then, Chen Xuan's expression remained unfriendly, his divine sense already unfurling, discovering no other Yuan-ing presence from the Hong family. And then, I am quite displeased. And the consequences could be severe. Seeing your substantial aura, I had intended to end your life swiftly, but alas, heaven shows mercy. Hand over your storage ring and swear fealty to my Hong family. Chen Xuan. The corners of his mouth twitched as he regarded Hong Tianxiao's arrogant demeanor. He was quite curious as to what had instilled such audacity in him. What? Are you unwilling? Hong Tianxiao frowned slightly. His already foul mood worsened, prompting him to consider eliminating this golden core cultivator. How dare a lowly cultivator from an inferior realm speak to me so? You presume too highly of yourself, Chen Xuan replied, his gaze steady upon him. Ha ha ha, of course. It is my strength and the family backing me. You are but a lowly cultivator from an inferior realm. I am doing you a great favor by allowing you to serve under my Hong family. Hong Tianxiao laughed, disdainful of the Zhao kingdom. Die or submit. His gaze shifted from brightness to darkness, fixating on Chen Xuan, as the power of the Yuan-ing transformed into threads, encircling him directly. Then perish. Chen Xuan shrugged. This is rather straightforward. What audacity! Hong Tianxiao had never encountered anyone so eager for death, considering it an affront to his dignity. He struck down with a palm. I have always been quite bold. Chen Xuan smiled slightly, his aura erupting, golden energy forming a curtain of water that enveloped his body. With a mere gesture, the immense hand of energy shattered instantly. How is this possible? Hong Tianxiao's expression changed. He was a genuine Yuan-ing cultivator. And even in the early stage, he was not something a Jindan cultivator could withstand. I do not initiate conflict, yet if one comes to me, I shall respond. Chen Xuan shook his head, unleashing his power directly. It surged like an endless tide, terrifying in its might. Furthermore, when I spoke of death, I meant yours. Chapter 85, The Fall of Hong Tianxiao. As his words fell, the 1,000 waves converged into one, crashing heavily against Hong Tianxiao's protective barrier. In an instant, the barrier shattered. The overwhelming amount of energy was suffocating, a ceaseless torrent. With a loud thud, the tremendous force sent Hong Tianxiao flying, and he spewed a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Who are you? No, you are not a Jindan. He was horrified. The immense energy in that strike left him gasping for breath. It surpassed him by several times, and he sensed that this was not even the full extent of the strength of the person he regarded as an ant. Jindan. I never claimed to be in the Jin dance stage. Chen Xuan smiled faintly, his demeanor somewhat frigid. Indeed, the Golden Sphere stage is not the Jin dance stage. You are pretending to be weak while feasting on the strong. Hong Tianxiao rebuked, his eyes filled with indignation. Consider me defeated. I shall spare you. And we will go our separate ways. Hong Tianxiao immediately spoke. There is no shame in conceding when one cannot win. He silently memorized the visage of this person, not believing that this individual would not covet the opportunities in the central region, where several of his Hong family's Yuaning members resided. 3 Yuaning, along with a late-stage Yuaning attacking together, would ensure his demise. I prefer to walk a solitary path to the end. What to do? Chen Xuan chuckled lightly, waving his hand, summoning the 5 spirits, as the terrifying power of the 5 elements suddenly descended. It transformed into a domain, encapsulating him, impenetrable. What kind of technique is this? Minor divine powers? He was astonished, gazing at the boundless waves of fire surrounding him, his feet trapped by soft sands and heavy stones. Unable to extricate himself. You will find out soon enough. Chen Xuan's projection entered the minor domain of the 5 elements' secret technique. I have a habit. Anyone who harbors murderous intent against me must face death. With that, Chen Xuan gradually approached, his hand emanating a fierce spiritual flame. I am an elder of the Hong family, a top cultivation lineage in the Great Qing dynasty. My ancestral patriarch is at the mid-stage of transformation, and another is at the early stage. You are not someone who can act with impunity. As he spoke, anger flickered across his face. He had already softened. Yet they still intended to strike him? Did they not wish to give the Hong family face? Clearly. From the moment Hong Tianxiao started cultivating until breaking through to Yuaning, his mental state had made no progress whatsoever. After all these years, having reached Yuaning, why was he still behaving like a spoiled brat? Chen Xuan looked at Hong Tianxiao with disdain, raising a middle finger. How dare you insult me? In the secret realm, my Hong family possesses 2 great Yuaning cultivators. If you let me go, we shall be free of enmity. Otherwise, a single arrow will summon my family's Yuaning, and it will be your doom. Hong Tianxiao's heart steadied. He noticed that Chen Xuan's power had diminished slightly. Although there was the momentum of heaven and earth intertwining, it still fell short in the end. If he could not defeat Chen Xuan, the incoming late-stage Yuaning cultivator would surely succeed. Would it really end like this? Chen Xuan sneered, unleashing his great power. Youngster, no matter how strong you are still in the Jin dance stage. You cannot kill me. Hong Tianxiao shouted angrily, the Yuaning power erupting once more, mingled with a hint of the essence of heaven and earth, resisting Chen Xuan's energy. How can you know unless you try? Chen Xuan replied, his eyes glinting as a red beam shot forth from them. Then, his consciousness transformed into a long arrow, locking onto the opponent's sea of consciousness, suppressing his mind. Why is your consciousness so powerful? Hong Tianxiao was once again startled, his head spinning as his consciousness was pinned down. This instilled a hint of panic within him. Do not ask, be silent. Chen Xuan waved his hand, feeling immensely irritated. The incessant chatter was bothersome. I am not your father. Why must I answer all your inquiries? What nonsense. Seal. Chen Xuan clapped his domain, his power once again erupting, nearly transforming into a golden ocean, enveloping Hong Tianxiao. Divine intent finger. Slowly refining him would take too long. Chen Xuan did not intend to wait. With a finger pointed to the heavens, essence and spirit merged within, divine intent surged forth. An immense power condensed at an astonishing speed upon the sky. The momentum of heaven and earth fused with the vast energy, transforming into a divine finger that pressed down, as if to crush an ant, directly annihilating Hong Tianxiao. Another minor divine power. Are you not a prodigy from the celestial gates? Hong Tianxiao questioned uncertainly, feeling his body, consciousness, and even Yuaning being suppressed. No, I refuse to accept this. I am the youngest elder of the Hong family. He roared, unleashing terrifying energy and Yuaning power. It formed a massive barrier before him. However, his hopes were ruthlessly crushed moments later. The enormous divine finger crushed his skull, his body fracturing piece by piece. His essence dissipated into the heavens. Suddenly, a white light burst forth from his shattered body. A translucent little figure sped away from the scene. Divine intent, hurry. Chen Xuan's incantation shifted, redirecting the remaining power of the divine finger towards Hong Tianxiao's Yuaning. At that moment, Chen Xuan felt a jolt at his waist. A blood-red light spread forth, as a blood-red pearl broke free from the constraints of his storage ring, racing towards Hong Tianxiao's Yuaning. Damn! Chen Xuan's expression shifted, filled with disbelief. His power exploded in an instant, and behind him, the 5 spirits manifested, merging into a colossal hand imbued with terrifying energy, reaching out for the red pearl. As the pearl approached Hong Tianxiao, amidst his fearful, piercing shrieks, it devoured him whole. Following that, it collided with the barrier of the 5 elements domain. If I let you escape, I would not be surnamed Chun. The immense energy surged in an instant, forcefully grasping the blood spirit pearl that was striking the barrier. What on earth is this? Chen Xuan furrowed his brow, feeling the pearl struggling violently. Its resisting energy fluctuations far surpassed Hong Tianxiu's full-powered strike. Now, it had even consumed his yuaning. It is undoubtedly a malevolent artifact. Be obedient. Chen Xuan summoned a divine intent finger once more. He possessed abundant energy and a formidable consciousness. With a single finger, the blood spirit pearl became much more compliant. Again, Chen Xuan was not reassured and unleashed 5 consecutive strikes. He drove the blood spirit pearl deep into the ground, then extracted it with the immense hand of energy. Observing that it had ceased its struggle, Chen Xuan picked up the blood spirit pearl again, scrutinizing it earnestly. Ever since acquiring this pearl, he had kept it suppressed, never releasing it. Chapter 86. Refining the blood spirit pearl. Unexpectedly, this pearl was so sinister. Having broken free from several third-tier restraints, it could still devour yuanying, which was utterly terrifying. Just as Chen Xuan discerned the situation, the blood spirit pearl suddenly emitted a flash of crimson light, directly breaking free from its bindings and striking towards Chen Xuan's forehead. In the eyes of the blood spirit pearl, this extraordinarily powerful cultivator was the ideal choice for its next host. How audacious! Chen Xuan was taken aback, and a formidable surge of magical power formed a barrier to shield his forehead. However, it proved futile. This time, the blood spirit pearl seemed to have regained some abilities after consuming the yuanying, effortlessly penetrating the barrier and entering Chen Xuan's sea of consciousness. A sinister whisper echoed. What a perfect host! As a malevolent aura coursed through his mind, attempting to control the thoughts of the parasitized and deeply bind them. Silence! You have committed the gravest of taboos. Chen Xuan admonished, a brilliant light of consciousness erupting within his mind. The blood spirit pearl was not something that could be trifled with. Refine me. Chen Xuan's heart raced with both fear and fury as this ghastly entity invaded his sea of consciousness. His immense magical power surged once more, enveloping the blood spirit pearl. Ha ha ha, such a splendid physique. Your gene Dan is remarkably abundant. Perfect, utterly perfect. The consciousness within the blood spirit pearl grew frenzied, wildly radiating energy to assimilate Chen Xuan. Observing Chen Xuan's attempt to refine it, it was elated, perceiving this as an opportunity to seize control. It had originally planned to gradually dominate him, transforming this vessel from mere object to spirit. Little did it expect such arrogance and ignorance from this individual. Child, what can your refining achieve? Navi, so Navi. Come, become a part of me. Like a whisper of an evil deity, it sought to seduce and manipulate Chen Xuan's emotions. The blood spirit pearl released its restraints, even assisting Chen Xuan in the refining process. You are but a foolish youth. Ha, what a boon for me. The whisper echoed on. And after the first layer of refinement was completed, Chen Xuan exhaled lightly. Deep Blue, take care of him. What? The consciousness within the blood spirit pearl was perplexed. Yet it had not even begun to mock. Blood spirit pearl refinement level 9999. Side effects have been eliminated. In an instant, the consciousness did not even have the chance to express its unwillingness before it was drawn into an endless abyss, extinguished, becoming a fragment of divine essence, nourishing his consciousness and sea of knowledge, and endowing his physical form with a trace of divine aura. Well done. In a mere moment, Chen Xuan's consciousness surged significantly, doubling in strength and continuing to grow. Presently, he could envelop a radius of 30 miles. This was a terrifying figure, capable of subduing an entire city with ease. It turned out this ominous entity was called the blood spirit pearl. Chen Xuan clicked his tongue in realization. After completely refining this pearl, he had unequivocally become its master. Furthermore, all restraints and contingencies within the blood spirit pearl had been entirely refined and obliterated. Chen Xuan was startled. This artifact was incredibly formidable, with profound origins linked to the eternal immortal sect, tracing back to the upper realm. It was a spiritual treasure of a Taoist master, forsaken by the heavens. It could devour the bloodlines of myriad beings, transforming them into pure energy to merge with oneself. Upon refining it halfway, he could unlock its most outrageous functions, such as plundering foundations and even talents. The immortal who possessed this blood spirit pearl had also been influenced by it. In the upper realm, he committed mass slaughter, intending to sacrifice all living things to assist his breakthrough to a higher level, inevitably making enemies of all immortals, with a foreseen tragic end. Ultimately, he was obliterated, and the blood spirit pearl fled in disgrace, eventually falling into the hands of Heiyun Jinren, and then to Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan clicked his tongue. This artifact was not one to be trifled with. Once one became addicted to such malevolent objects, the frantic acquisition of power through the plundering of all life would significantly impact one's intellect and beliefs. Moreover, the comparison between the system and the blood spirit pearl was self-evident. Nevertheless, its other auxiliary functions were exceedingly useful, such as evasion, barriers, and the ability to store and transform vital energy, truly a means of extending life in the most profound sense. Chen Xuan placed this fully tamed blood spirit pearl, now shaped to his essence, within his sea of consciousness. A miser. After handling the blood spirit pearl without incident, he picked up the remnants left by Hong Tianxiu. Honoring the glorious tradition, he collected the fourth-tier magical treasures that Hong Tianxiu had not even had time to use. Upon inspecting his storage ring, he found only a few scattered mid-grade and high-grade spirit stones. Even the most abundant spiritual materials in the Chongqing secret realm were scarce and of low quality. No wonder Hong Tianxiu had journeyed here with such displeasure. With such bad luck, he ultimately encountered his own demise. His total assets, including magical treasures, amounted to barely over 80,000 low-grade spirit stones, even less than Heiyun Jinren. Despite these grievances, Chen Xuan continued on his journey. The refining of the blood spirit pearl and the slaying of Hong Tianxiu had consumed an hour of precious time. Having entered the secret realm late, he was uncertain whether the group of Yuanian cultivators had already reached the central area. As Chen Xuan traversed the path, his fortune fluctuated. He collected around 10 third-tier spiritual herbs along the way. He even stumbled upon a third-tier Qingyuan grass, the primary ingredient for longevity pills. Wuyang Tianzuan. As he walked, numerous corpses lay strewn by the roadside. Among them, Chen Xuan recognized an elderly cultivator with whom he had a fleeting encounter. It was evident he had fallen in the secret realm, his Jindan shattered by some foe, prompting Chen Xuan to become more cautious. As he approached the core area, the spiritual materials grew ever more valuable, and the competition and conflict intensified, revealing the harsh realities of the cultivation world. Along the way, more than 5 Jindan cultivators had perished. The number of foundation-building cultivators who had met their end here was incalculable. Whoosh! Just as Chen Xuan walked through the dense forest, an ice arrow shot towards him from the thick underbrush, aimed directly at his forehead. Why would a late-stage Jindan cultivator seek death? Within his 30-mile range of consciousness, he had long seen the cultivator hiding in the thicket, yet chose to ignore him. Go. This time, Chen Xuan intended to test the slaughtering power of the blood spirit pearl. A magical treasure? The ambushed late-stage Jindan cultivator's face turned ashen as he witnessed his full force strike effortlessly intercepted, with no time to escape. The blood spirit pearl manifested above him, unleashing a torrent of vast energy. Chapter 87. Encountering an ambush. A crimson glow enveloped him, disassembling both his body and soul. The terror and might of the blood spirit pearl manifested here, even without utilizing much magical power or tapping into its full capabilities. Most of the dead here had likely been victims of robbery. Chen Xuan shook his head, casting a glance at the scattered bodies around him. He allowed the laws of heaven and earth to naturally decompose them, reintegrating them into the cosmos. The rewards were plentiful. It was indeed faster to gain wealth through underhanded means. Chen Xuan sighed, referring to the one who had ambushed him. The individual carried over a dozen storage rings brimming with an array of spiritual items, the estimated value alone exceeding 1 million low-grade spirit stones, predominantly sourced from the Chongqing secret realm. Boom! Just as Chen Xuan stepped out, a massive wave of magical power erupted directly in front of him. A shockwave surged forth, imbued with a searing intensity, sweeping in all directions. Wherever it passed, the scorching breath reduced ancient trees to ashes. The weaker cultivators stood powerless against it, succumbing to death from the residual force. The clash of late-stage Yuan-Ing practitioners erupted. Chen Xuan's spirit jolted. Such immense power could only be wielded by those at the late Yuan-Ing stage. The only late-stage Yuan-Ing cultivators present in the secret realm were from the royal family or the Hong clan. A confrontation had commenced. At last, the royal family and the Hong clan had clashed. Within the secret realm, there were no rules nor reservations. The order was to strike first and kill without hesitation. Once again, several weaker fluctuations erupted from the area where the late-stage Yuan-Ing cultivators battled, signaling the arrival of at least 4 more Yuan-Ing practitioners. This was precisely at the core of the Chongqing secret realm. Chen Xuan wasted no time, hastening his pace, fervently drawing closer to the heart of the secret realm. The fact that late-stage Yuan-Ing grandmasters were unleashing their full power without restraint indicated only one possibility: the emergence of a legacy from the great master Chongqing, or perhaps an opportunity for transformation. Regardless of which it was a fatal attraction for all. Even the proud Hong clan was irresistibly tempted by the opportunity for transformation. Chen Xuan unsheathed his Qing Xian sword, his figure darting like a shadow. In the central region, at the Chongqing Hall, 2 colossal figures hovered above the hall, each summoning manifestations as they engaged in a fierce battle. The resulting phenomena were terrifying. The pressure so intense that even those at the Golden Core stage could not raise their heads. Before the Grand Hall, Zhao Mingwang faced off against the elder of the Han clan, their previous verbal disputes escalating into a physical confrontation. Meanwhile, in the competition for the legacy, Wan Yao Tian of the Medicine King Valley had clashed with the ancestor of the Mo clan. The battlefield had divided into 3 sections, completely isolating the Chongqing Hall. To enter, one must conquer these 3 territories while remaining vigilant against the consequences of the 6 combatants simultaneously targeting those attempting to seize the opportunity. Thus, a stalemate ensued, with the ancestor of the Tianqing sect standing quietly outside, absorbing the fluctuations of the late-stage Yuan Ying clash, his expression shifting constantly. The gap between late-stage and early-stage Yuan Ying was indeed vast. Each minor realm difference represented an insurmountable chasm. The late-stage Yuan Ying could already be regarded as grandmasters, possessing lifespans exceeding 1,000 years, enough to witness the rise and fall of the world. But where was Hong Tianxiao? Why had he not arrived yet? The late-stage Yuan Ying elder of the Han clan, Hong Yuan, seethed with rage. His anger stemmed not only from the royal ancestors' pressure, but also from the absence of Hong Tianxiao. It was promised that they would gather in the central region within 2 hours, yet he had yet to appear. Where was the Tianxiao elder? Hong Ming's eyes narrowed as he scanned the surroundings for familiar figures and auras, but yielded no results. Meanwhile, the Yuan Ying cultivators on the periphery, hesitant to intervene in the fray, remained wary of the 3rd Yuan Ying practitioner from the Han clan, fearing entanglement in the conflict would diminish their own power. Each individual harbored their own calculations, seeking to conceal their strength and preserve their capabilities. The members of the 3 major clans scoffed at the few Yuan Ying cultivators engaged in combat. Let them fight. The more chaotic and brutal, the better. This would provide a perfect opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Numerous undeterred Golden Core practitioners lingered around the periphery of the battle, scavenging for spiritual herbs. As for entering the Chongqing Hall, they hoped to live a few more years. Clearly, the ultimate legacy site of the Chongqing secret realm was viewed as a taboo by numerous powerful factions. Being able to follow behind and glean a little benefit was already a tremendous opportunity. Time was of the essence. Delays could lead to unforeseen changes. Hong Yuan declared that even a superficial exchange with the royal ancestor had consumed 1/10 of his mana. If this continued, igniting the true fire of life and death would render any opportunity in the secret realm unattainable. Young master, here are the forbidden breaking and divine light talismans, he continued. Without Hong Tianxiao's assistance, the difficulty of seizing the legacy would significantly increase. However, having come this far, they were here for the legacy of the great master Chongqing. How could they give up? They must take a risk. If successful, within 300 to 500 years, their clan could gain another transformation. This would establish them as the foremost family in the great Qing dynasty, aside from the royal family. Upon hearing Hong Yuan's transmission, Hong Ming cast a disdainful glance around. As the clan's young master, hailed as an extraordinary genius, he had the capability to contend with early-stage Yuan Ying practitioners at the late Golden Core stage. With determination, Hong Ming decisively allocated these opportunities to the Zhao Kingdom's lesser cultivators, which was infuriating. The 2 talismans were pinched between his fingers. A swirl of mana enveloped them. Igniting the talismans, Hong Ming transformed into a streak of light, hurtling directly into the Chongqing Hall. An ambush! Quick, stop him! The Yuan Ying practitioners on the periphery erupted in sharp cries, rushing to apprehend Hong Ming. Yet they were a moment too late, helplessly watching as he entered the hall. What was the point of fighting now? The legacy had been stolen. The ancestor of the Mo clan wore a look of dismay, his face pale, as he coldly rebuked Wan Yao Tian. Wan Yao Tian fared slightly better, though not by much. Having expended 30% of his mana, he found his status diminished from its zenith. He felt a grudge against the ancestor of the Mo clan for this decline, with several Yuan Ying practitioners still standing outside. Their mana at peak levels, competing against them would be even more difficult, let alone facing those at mid or even late Yuan Ying stages. He sighed, gritting his teeth in frustration. Chapter 88, Ancestor Mo. Since entering the secret realm, nothing had gone well. First, 2 precious 4th-tier spiritual herbs were snatched away. Then, the ancestor of the Mo clan intercepted him, seemingly gone mad as he attacked. Now, the spoils he had gathered were utterly disproportionate to the lifespan he had forfeited. He was deeply distressed. What are you still doing? Fellow Taoist Wan, let us explore together. The affable elder of the Tianqing sect approached Wan Yao Tian, extending a friendly invitation. This time, Wan Yao Tian did not refuse. He still wished to struggle a bit longer. Perhaps hope remained. His lifespan was still ample. But due to limitations in talent and aptitude, breaking through to mid-stage Yuan Ying was the furthest he could aspire. Attaining the legacy of a great master like Chongqing might present an opportunity to reach transformation. Even if that failed, Settling for late-stage Yuan Ing would allow him several more centuries of life. The two formed a partnership and entered the Chongqing Hall. Observing the many Yuan Ing practitioners entering the hall, the ancestor of the Mo clan remained unmoved. He watched Wan Yao Tian's departing figure, grunting in displeasure. Then he stationed himself directly at the entrance of the hall, beckoning the gathered Golden Core practitioners with a slight curl of his finger. Do you wish to enter the legacy site of the great Master Chongqing? If so, present some sincerity, and I shall guarantee your safe passage. The ancestor of Mo transformed into a formidable barrier. With his current strength and condition, he could not compete with the more capable Yuaning practitioners. He risked being the first to be ousted, facing the peril of demise. Now, all the Yuaning cultivators had entered the legacy site, while he remained the strongest outside. If he could not obtain the benefits of the legacy site, he could at least fleece the Golden Core practitioners who sought to enter and test their luck. Mo Laozu, you are being unreasonable. A bold cultivator at the late stage of the Jindan, feeling quite displeased, gazed at Mo Laozu, who was demanding a toll at the door. In a fit of irritation, he spoke out, "Reason? I am the reason." With a slight glance, he noticed an individual arriving, perfect for catching in the act. Not everyone possesses the extraordinary talents to contend with Yuanian cultivators. With a swift motion, immense magical power descended, reddening the face of the late-stage Jindan cultivator. If you refuse to pay, then off you go. With a casual flick of his gaze, he sent the cultivator sprawling aside, restoring his confidence as a Yuanian elder. Look, even if the elder is weak, he is still a Yuanian. He tilted his head slightly, a faint blush appearing on his face. What else could be done but to pay? Hu Ditsai and his companions arrived safely at the place of inheritance. Gazing at the obstructive Mo Laozu, they felt a bitter taste in their hearts. It seemed that without a certain amount to offer, they would not be allowed to pass. Even if it was just to take a glance. Damn it, why hasn't this old ghost Mo died yet? The Lingjin Jinren cursed in a transmission, filled with helplessness. Yet he yearned to see what the so-called Chongqing Secret Realm's inheritance truly was. Holding on to a glimmer of hope, what if this fortunate individual turned out to be himself? Wouldn't that be a direct ascendancy? In the world of cultivation, regardless of age or strength, there are many who consider themselves favored by heaven. The 5 of them pinched their noses, and one of them paid resources equivalent to 100,000 low-grade spirit stones to obtain a ticket. Hu Ditsai's group was also somewhat renowned among the surrounding Jindan cultivators. Seeing that others had accepted it, many approached to offer resources in exchange for the chance to enter and observe. In just a brief quarter of an hour, Mo Laozu had amassed a fortune, his face glowing as if rejuvenated. It seemed that the lifespan he was about to lose had been replenished. Gradually, over 20 Jindan Jinren exchanged tickets and entered the place of inheritance. The onlookers grew increasingly anxious. What if they waited until the end and had no idea what the inheritance looked like? That would be a disaster. Is there still any law? Is there still any regulation of Xiaogua? A Jindan cultivator paid 70,000 low-grade spirit stones, yet it was still insufficient. However, he had already been robbed by bandits and could not produce any more resources. Furthermore, he was not allowed to withdraw, despite his desperate pleas proving futile. Instantly, his resolve almost wavered. Other Jindan cultivators were one thing, but for a Yuanian elder to shamelessly block the way and rob him was infuriating. In a moment of rage, he shouted, "Ha law? Here, I am the law." Mo Laozu gradually began to savor the thrill of swiftly accumulating spirit stones. After all, he was nearing his demise. So why bother with maintaining his dignity? Once he gathered enough resources to break through to the mid-Yuanian stage, he would gain another 200 years of life. At that time, everyone would respectfully call him Mo Laozu, who would dare to defy him. You. The Jindan cultivator was so enraged he nearly spat blood. Mo Laozu, feeling increasingly impatient, waved his hand. Go away. Do not disturb me while I conduct business. Power was indeed the ultimate truth. Instantly, the Jindan cultivator appeared despondent, devoid of any spirit. Just then, a deep voice resonated. I am Pindao Hualong, here to address the injustices of the world. Mo family elder. Retreat at once and return the ill-gotten gains. Chen Xuan descended like a divine dragon. How dare a mere Jindan cultivator speak so arrogantly and disrespect the elder? Mo Laozu was initially startled, thinking that yet another Yuanian cultivator had arrived. But upon closer inspection, he realized it was merely a small-time figure. Instantly, he felt a mix of anger and amusement. A Jindan at the initial stage, even with somewhat formidable power, how could he possibly belittle a Yuanian cultivator? Such disrespect, he declared, channeling his magical power into a colossal hand, descending once more to suppress the intruder. He intended to set an example before the crowd, ensuring it was sufficiently intimidating. With determination, he infused his hands with strength, unleashing the magical power from his dantian, manifesting a hand capable of easily flattening a mountain. Against an initial stage Jindan cultivator, it was a simple matter. If he was going to resort to lethal force, then do not blame me for transforming. Chen Xuan snorted disdainfully as overwhelming magical power crashed down. In the air, it transformed into a magnificent divine dragon, whose tail shattered Mo Laozu's conjured hand to pieces. Following that, with a strike akin to a dragon soaring into the heavens, Mo Laozu was sent reeling, spitting blood. How dare you obstruct the way while being so weak? Who gave you the courage? The shock within Mo Laozu was profound. Is this truly a Jindan? Are you telling me this is a Jindan? Forget Hongming. But this cultivator named Hualong could injure him with a casual strike. Gao friend, let us speak civilly. He immediately capitulated, understanding that survival was paramount. I, Hualong, have always acted with benevolence, disliking slaughter. Return all your debts, or my hands shall have their time to subdue the demons. Chen Xuan stood with one hand behind his back, raising his head slightly, exuding an aura that made his robes flutter. Dao friend, who considers you a Dao friend? Chen Xuan scolded, narrowing his eyes, ready to engage if the conversation soured. Instantly, Mo Laozu's expression shifted erratically. Bring it forth. Chen Xuan understood that Mo Laozu was undoubtedly contemplating how to escape with the ill-gotten gains. This could not be tolerated. Without hesitation, Chen Xuan took action. His overwhelming magical power descended, and as he approached, he patted the elder's shoulder. You are still lacking in sincerity. Allow me to retrieve it personally. Chen Xuan stated coolly. A wave of magical energy surged forth, even retrieving the storage ring hidden within Mo Laozu's consciousness, thoroughly intimidating his yuanying. He had taken how many resources from you? After completing this, Chen Xuan did not release Mo Laozu but turned his gaze toward a middle-aged Jindan with an earnest appearance. 70,000. Which one? Chen Xuan produced a string of storage rings for him to identify. This one. The middle-aged Jindan paused, disbelief washing over his face as he looked at Chen Xuan. Is this truly for me? Why would I not return your belongings? Chen Xuan replied with a smile, exuding a magnanimous spirit. What a good person. Senior Hualong is the most virtuous cultivator I have ever encountered in my life. May you ascend soon. The middle-aged cultivator exclaimed excitedly, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Surrounding cultivators were equally astonished, their disbelief palpable. Even Mo Laozu found it hard to comprehend. Is there truly such a virtuous cultivator in this world? Then thank you. Please refrain from committing further misdeeds. Otherwise, my fists are quite reasonable. Chen Xuan warned coldly, raising his fist, garnering the favor of everyone present. They failed to notice that the series of storage rings had vanished from his grasp. I shall take my leave first. If you delay, the opportunity will be lost. Henceforth, the gates of the inheritance remain open. Chen Xuan proclaimed loudly, inciting waves of cheers. With that, he turned and entered through the door. Leaving behind a crowd of excited individuals, they finally gained access to the land of inheritance. Meanwhile, a middle-aged Jindan, gazing at the gate of inheritance, shook his head and let out a faint sigh. He felt that even if he were to witness the inheritance, what difference would it make? The cultivation that once filled him with pride had suffered a devastating blow. He yearned to grow stronger. Hualong Sr., I, Shi Jingtian, vow that if I succeed in the path of immortality, I shall express my gratitude to you in the future. Shi Jingtian clenched his fists and swore. As a loose cultivator, he understood the difficulties faced by those like him. Particularly as a Jindan loose cultivator, the challenges were even greater. He resolved to cease competing for opportunities and, upon exiting the secret realm, embark on a journey of exploration. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Hualong Sr., for paving the way for us. The cultivators who had been lurking in the surroundings finally emerged, rushing towards the gate of inheritance. At that moment, a somewhat disheartened Mo Laozu revealed a fierce expression. Unable to sense the presence of the Hualong, he turned his gaze towards the approaching cultivators. This time, he had risked everything and nearly succumbed to despair. He decided that since he had already lost his dignity, he would no longer hold back. He aimed to break through. As a yuaning elder, being humiliated by two Jindan was infuriating beyond measure. I shall reclaim all that I have lost. Mo Laozu appeared almost frenzied, unleashing the full force of his yuaning power, enveloping the entire area within a barrier. Mo Laozu you. The Jindan cultivators gasped in fear, retreating hastily. Leave behind your storage bags, storage rings, and surrender all your spiritual items. Otherwise, you shall die. Mo Laozu struck directly, crushing the one who had spoken into a fine mist. Let us see how many Hualong can save you. Mo Laozu had completely lost his mind, and the terrifying spiritual pressure bore down on everyone, instilling a fear akin to that of lambs awaiting slaughter. One by one, he harvested their resources and accumulated wealth. The gathering of over 100 individuals, all above the foundation establishment stage, possessed an unimaginable amount of wealth. After completing this heist, He dashed towards the exit of the secret realm without a second thought. He aimed to convert these resources into elixirs for his cultivation. In the land of inheritance, Chen Xuan entered the portal and traversed through an immensely dark space. As he moved forward, a pungent smell of blood reached him, and at the deepest point, terrifying waves of magical power erupted, seemingly in confrontation. Chen Xuan continued to delve deeper, and upon seeing the fallen bodies around him, his heart sank. Hu Dekai, are you dead? In a corner, Chen Xuan recognized a familiar figure lying like a corpse. Had it not been for his powerful spiritual sense, he might not have detected him. Hualong, is that you? Hearing the familiar call, Hu Dekai broke free from his state of suspended animation, sitting up abruptly. His face devoid of color, but his eyes filled with surprise as he looked at Chen Xuan. What happened? How did you get so injured? Though Hu Dekai was not particularly strong, his ability to seek fortune and avoid calamity was remarkable. They have gone mad. The Yuaning elders are killing everyone. Many friends have perished. Hu Dekai's expression reflected his narrow escape, his breath weak. If he continued to remain in a suspended state without recovering his power, death awaited him. Meeting Hualong was akin to encountering a savior. Where's your storage ring? They took it from me, but thankfully they didn't desecrate my corpse. Otherwise, even the technique of suspended animation wouldn't have saved me. Hu Dekai nearly wept. Let me take you out, Chen Xuan sighed. He had shared a brief acquaintance with Hu Dekai, and saving his life was only fair, plus he could glean information about the land of inheritance from him. Take this healing pill. Chen Xuan casually retrieved a bottle of third-tier healing elixirs from someone's storage ring and placed it in Hu Dekai's hands. If I, Hu Dekai, manage to survive this ordeal, my life shall belong to you. Chapter 90, Longyin. Go, go, do not speak of such things, Chen Xuan interjected. At least 99% of the Jindan cultivators who entered the land of inheritance have been slaughtered. Unless they possess a powerful background or are descendants of the Yuaning cultivators, they have little hope of survival. The inheritance was first discovered by Hong Ming of the Hong family, followed by Yuaning cultivators who intervened, continually obstructing one another, each wary of the other. They aimed to eliminate the smaller threats before deciding how to divide the inheritance. Nearby the entrance, a bloodied and damaged small array flag was tightly clenched in the hand of a broken corpse. Hu Dekai recognized this corpse and felt a pang of sorrow. The late-stage Jindan cultivator, skilled in intricate array techniques, had also met his demise at the entrance. From the looks of it, he had been slain just as he was about to escape. This left Chen Xuan reflecting deeply. The events occurring in the land of inheritance, particularly the massacre, must not be disseminated. If word got out, it would undoubtedly provoke outrage among the cultivators of the Zhao kingdom. It could potentially lead to dire consequences. Most who ascended to Jindan status had significant backing. If they were to be inexplicably wiped out, it would surely incite public fury. Within the borders of the Zhao kingdom, various factions maintained a balance of power, which helped to some extent. However, in the secret realm, such events were not uncommon. After all, the world of cultivation is fundamentally centered around individualism. Who would dare to restrain those of great power? What of the killings that ensue in the pursuit of opportunity? Every cultivator who reached this level, whether Jindan or Yuaning, had blood on their hands. Let us depart directly from the secret realm back to Baishan Pavilion, Chen Xuan said, escorting Hu Dekai to the exit of the land of inheritance. With that, Chen Xuan retreated, his figure melting into the darkness. The fact that numerous Yuaning cultivators had acted to eliminate those Jindan who ventured into the land of inheritance indicated that something extraordinary had occurred or that a formidable entity had emerged. As Chen Xuan continued forward, the path leading to the land of inheritance resembled a vast and shadowy cavern. It was not until he had traversed several miles that he finally glimpsed a glimmer of light ahead. There, he sensed the overwhelming pressure of several Yuaning powers. At the entrance of the light source stood several figures exuding formidable auras. The path was blocked. In other words, the route to truly enter the land of inheritance was obstructed. Longyin Technique Effect 66. Chen Xuan executed the Longyin technique, his figure blending seamlessly into the darkness, merging with the surrounding environment. The effectiveness of the Longyin technique was amplified. Even if a Yuaning cultivator were to sweep their gaze, they would be unable to detect him. 7 late-stage Jindan cultivators stood guard. Chen Xuan cast a glance and effortlessly walked past those blocking the entrance. These individuals remained oblivious, maintaining their vigilant stance, expanding their spiritual senses to the maximum, meticulously scanning the area. Had he not feared alarming them, Chen Xuan would have been inclined to strike. He had not anticipated the Longyin technique to be so potent, nearly transforming him into a mere shadow. Finally, he had arrived. Passing through the radiant area, he beheld the interior of a grand palace, magnificently vast. The palace was spacious, with arrays radiating divine light illuminating the space. Ancient inscriptions adorned the pillars that stood within, and a series of white jade columns, emanating a gentle glow, rose in the central area. Were these jade columns crafted from top-grade spirit stones? Chen Xuan's heart jolted violently as he gazed upon the central area, where stood magnificent jade pillars lining the edge of a pool. Without exception, each pillar was crafted from top-grade spirit stones, consuming no less than 100,000 of them. How extravagantly wealthy! Chen Xuan felt a surge of envy. What an affluent household this must be. Beside the pillars lay a patch of spirit soil, adorned with lush green spirit herbs brimming with vitality. Was that Yang Yuan Chao? Chen Xuan stealthily blended into his surroundings, observing the cluster of spirit herbs in the center. There were more than 30 stalks, all longevity spirit herbs. Wait, there's more. Chen Xuan's expression shifted as he noticed a pool, measuring approximately 6 or 7 zhang in length and width, nestled among the spirit stone pillars. The water within was entirely composed of spirit liquid, exceedingly rich in essence. A formation restrained it, preventing crystallization. Otherwise, it would at least yield top-grade spirit stones upon crystallization. This pool of spirit liquid nourished the growing spirit herbs. At the center of the pool rested a block of black soil, with a vibrant green plant whose roots delved into the water. This plant bore an uncanny resemblance to a sinuous green serpent, standing about 3 inches tall. The serpent held a green pearl in its mouth, exuding an intoxicating fragrance. What is this? Chen Xuan's heart raced. This pearl contained the power of laws, if he recalled correctly, from the legacy of the dragon pearl. This was an exceedingly rare and precious elixir known as xianxiaaudiobooks. It transcended conventional rankings. Fully matured, it held a golden divine pill in its mouth, capable of returning a dragon lineage to its ancestral heritage if consumed. For human cultivators, it could facilitate a journey to the great ascension without resource limitations or bottlenecks. An absolute treasure. However, such a wondrous elixir was not something an ordinary person could recognize. Chen Xuan surveyed his surroundings, noting the cautious expressions of the several confronting Yuanian cultivators. Their gazes were fixated on the spirit stone pillars, the longevity spirit herbs, and the spirit liquid. Yet their primary focus remained on the pearl held by the green serpent. Even the dim-witted could discern the invaluable treasures surrounding the central area. Chen Xuan furrowed his brow slightly, feeling a weight in his heart. It would be exceedingly difficult to take advantage of the chaos. The outer area was heavily guarded by a significant number of Yuanian cultivators. Hong Yuan from the Hong family and an elder of the Zhao royal family were locked in a standoff, while the Zhao side, led by the elder Wan Yao Tian of Yaowang Valley and the elder of Tianqing sect, restrained the 2 major families. Zhao Mingwang held back the white-haired Yuanian from the Hong family. Meanwhile, Hong Ming was completely targeted by all the Yuanian from Zhao, unable to act recklessly. Thus, they remained in a deadlock. In such a scenario, whoever acted first would be besieged. They were all wary of being the first to take action. No, something felt terribly amiss. Chen Xuan's expression shifted, his gaze sharpened, his heart racing. The pearl held by the green serpent was not what it seemed. Chen Xuan dared not approach with his consciousness, instead relying on his starry eyes to discern the truth. The pearl in the serpent's mouth was green, etched with intricate and complex runes. Furthermore, he could vaguely sense a faint pulse of life emanating from it. This did not resemble a treasure, but rather an embryo. At that moment, Chen Xuan felt a chill run down his spine. If his speculation was correct, this pearl might very well be a contingency plan of the long-lived master. It was said that this master had lived a second life. If aided by this unparalleled elixir, perhaps there was a chance for a third life. Chen Xuan felt a wave of fear wash over him and quietly retreated behind the crowd, observing intently. He was torn between wanting to flee and a sense of reluctance. Each of these pearls was worth at least 1 billion lower-grade spirit stones. What does a billion mean? In Zhao, it equated to wealth rivaling nations. Just one pillar would drive the local cultivators into a frenzy. It was no wonder they acted so decisively, clearing the area without hesitation. Even the cultivators from the Great Qing dynasty displayed greed in their eyes. The treasure trove of the Chongqing secret realm was too enticing. If one could seize the legacy here and consume the Qing Shihua Long Chao, the path to integration would be unobstructed, devoid of resource limitations. Chen Xuan speculated why the long-lived master chose to remain in such a remote corner of Zhao for thousands of years, never leaving. It was likely to await the maturation of the Qing Shihua Long Chao. This elixir could incite madness across the entire Great Qing realm. Time passed as the standoff continued. Finally, Hong Ming could no longer contain himself. Such a monumental opportunity could not remain unaddressed. It was unbearable to merely stare at it. Rather than prolonging this tension, why not discuss a division? Hong Ming signaled to Hong Yuan. As one of the most powerful cultivators present, Hong Yuan spoke first. Filled with regret, had he known the Chongqing secret realm harbored such terrifying legacies. He would have deployed the family's trump card and summoned the transformation ancestor to monopolize the treasures. Now, trapped within the secret realm, communication was impossible. Hong Tianxiu had yet to return, suggesting he might have met with misfortune or become ensnared. With only himself and a Midyuanian cultivator, they could not seize the inheritance alone. How to divide it? The others were already parched with anticipation. To stand before a mountain of treasure and merely watch was akin to preparing for an extravagant feast only to be interrupted by an uninvited guest. All eyes turned to Hong Yuan. My Hong family has 3 members present, and I, as a late Yuanian cultivator, should take the lion's share. His gaze sharpened. We demand the xianxia long chao, 5 spirit stone pillars, and 20 longevity spirit herbs. Shut your mouth. Zhao Fengyang nearly laughed in exasperation. He audaciously sought the lion's share, including the most precious xianxia long chao, showing utter disregard for him. The elder Wan Yao Tian and other Yuanian cultivators stood firmly behind Zhao Fengyang, indicating their stance. The Hong family cultivators were shamelessly greedy. Although the inheritance lay before them, they were not averse to a temporary alliance with the royal family. What do you propose? Hong Yuan frowned. Noticing the Yuanian cultivators from Zhao dropping their grudges to unite against them, with Zhao Fengyang subtly taking the lead, he felt an ominous shift. Indeed, what use were past grievances? With such immense wealth in the Chongqing inheritance, who would willingly relinquish their claims? It was merely a matter of insufficient profit distribution. Zhao has already made a significant concession by allowing you to explore the Chongqing secret realm. The inheritance lies within Zhao. It rightfully belongs to our Zhao cultivators. As for you, how about 1 longevity spirit herb each? As the other Yuanian from Zhao converged during the profit-sharing discussion, Zhao Fengyang stood tall. The Yuanian from Zhao nodded in agreement. That's not enough. We can compromise. We take the xianxia long chao and 3 spirit stone pillars, and share the longevity spirit herbs equally. Hong Yuan shook his head. Upon hearing this, even Chen Xuan could hardly restrain himself. How could they proceed with such greed? The Hong family cultivators were insatiable. We are a transformation family, with 2 transformation ancestors. If they disagree, we shall meet again after exiting the secret realm. Hong Yuan exuded an imposing aura, directly leveraging his background. The others felt a surge of hesitation. All were powerful cultivators with their own backing. Should the Hong family's transformation master seek them out, they might escape, but the inheritance would be lost. Leave the xianxia long chao. You may take 2 spirit stone pillars, as you only have 2 Yuanian cultivators. The Zhao cultivators interwove their consciousness, ultimately led by Zhao Fengyang in negotiations. When it came to profit distribution, no one remained passive. You lack sincerity, Hong Yuan retorted. There is nothing left to discuss. Suddenly, Hong Ming interjected, interrupting Zhao Fengyang. A mere cultivator from a lower-tier realm dares to negotiate with you? Such audacity is an affront to your dignity. Upon uttering these words, a profound silence enveloped the assembly, as if he had cast a scathing insult upon all present. Hong Ming wore an expression of arrogant disdain, his eyes filled with contempt. If you cannot engage in discourse, then do not. Fellow Taoists, let us act. Slay them, and we shall divide the spoils equally. Without hesitation, Zhao Fengyang struck, pointing a finger at Hong Ming. He could no longer restrain himself from confronting this arrogant individual who perpetually regarded others as inferiors. Now, he had been afforded the perfect opportunity to unite the forces of their respective sections. Wan Yao Tian nodded, conjuring a long arrow imbued with immense magical power from the void. Together with the ancestor of Tianqing sect, they launched a coordinated assault against the white-haired Yuan Ying of the Hong family. Chaos ensued, the atmosphere thick with turmoil. If you seek death, then I shall oblige. Wan Dao Hualing declared urgently, summoning the ancestor. Hong Ming snorted coldly, producing a treasured artifact passed down through generations of the Hong family. This artifact could store the consciousness of a cultivator above the transformation stage, a manifestation of their power. It was usable only 3 times, and this was the final occasion. An invaluable asset indeed. Yet, in light of the circumstances, it was entirely warranted. A formidable pressure descended, and a somewhat ethereal spirit materialized, dominating the arena. Without hesitation, it unleashed its might. A terrifying wave rippled through the air, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Hungfeng Pearl, restrain. The Hong family possessed hidden cards. And how could the royal lineage lack in such matters? After all, their ancestors had once achieved transformation. Zhao Fengyang retrieved a pearl from his robe, invoking it to strike at the ethereal spirit. This act signified a complete severance of ties, leading to an unyielding state of conflict. That young rascal! Chen Xuan observed as Wan Yao Tian was sent flying by the white-haired Yuan Ying, blood spilling from his mouth. Meanwhile, Hong Ming, having completed his provocation, employed some secret technique, leaving behind a false semblance while a phantom hand reached out to seize the xianxiaaudiobooks grass atop the spirit liquid pool. They all understood the value of this coveted item. This treasure is fated to be with me. Retreat. Chapter 92. A direct heist. Chen Xuan made his move, emerging from the shadows to strike at Hong Ming. Who dares? Hong Ming's expression shifted, realizing the unexpected turn of events. He was sent sprawling by a single blow, landing in a most undignified manner, several teeth lost and blood spilling forth, much to Chen Xuan's delight. He cast a fleeting glance at the xianxiaaudiobooks grass. But before he could act, two bursts of yuaning power surged towards him. What the heck? I was merely observing. Why strike me? Chen Xuan felt a twinge of irritation and took a few steps back. I shall remember you two old geezers. He glared at the ancestors of the Huang and Lan families, the second of the three great clans who had dared to attack him. This treasure is mine. None shall take it. Hong Ming scrambled to his feet, unleashing several spiritual talismans that erupted with power, propelling him once more toward the xianxiaaudiobooks grass. You little thief. How dare you? The meddlesome ancestors of the Huang and Lan families advanced, ready to strike. Chen Xuan contemplated intervening, but suddenly felt a surge of blood within him, prompting a hasty retreat. At that moment, the xianxiaaudiobooks grass erupted with a radiant azure light, threads of energy extending outward indiscriminately, attacking any who drew near. The closest target, Hong Ming, was ensnared, his vitality rapidly waning. A sense of dread permeated the air. Chen Xuan's heart raced as he swiftly retreated behind the ancestors of the Huang and Lan families. Friends, do not engage, we are allies. Before he could finish, the two elders felt an ominous tremor, fully aware of the peril posed by the azure threads. What is this? They exclaimed, as the threads, akin to fibers, ensnared the most animated ethereal spirit, gradually consuming it. This place is not right. We must flee quickly. As the ethereal spirit succumbed, Zhao Mingwang broke into a cold sweat, realizing the gravity of the situation. Young master. Hong Yuan broke free from Zhao Fingyang's grasp. Shouting in alarm, he sensed Hong Ming's life force extinguishing, consumed by the overwhelming power. Panic ensued among the yuaning cultivators, who, in their haste to escape, were met with the relentless azure fibers. The entrance was sealed. Everyone, break down the door, Zhao Fengyang cried, fending off the strange threads while forcefully striking the barrier. Dare you kill the heir of the Hong family? Even if you are a revered master, you shall pay the price. Hong Yuan's face was a mask of fury as he relentlessly bombarded the core of the xianxiaaudiobooks grass. Just as his attack landed, the pearl held in the grass's mouth plummeted to the ground, releasing a burst of spiritual light, revealing the silhouette of an ancient azure tree within the hall. Hong family. I have not heard of it. A soft voice echoed through the chamber, as the pearl unleashed azure threads that cascaded like a waterfall, sweeping through the area with ferocity. Astonished, Chen Xuan was taken aback. Realizing that the dragon concealment technique activated once more, he cautiously evaded the threads while observing the chaos unfolding before him. Sensing the immense energy emanating from the pearl, his caution heightened. His gaze shifted, discreetly focusing on the pearl, which seemed aware of his presence yet did not engage him immediately, likely due to his insufficient cultivation, opting instead to eliminate the yuan-ing cultivators first. Beside the ensnared ethereal spirit lay the somewhat feeble xianxiaaudiobooks grass, quietly absorbing the spirit liquid from the pool. Perhaps there lies an opportunity. It appeared that the revered master had utilized the xianxiaaudiobooks grass to regain life. However, in its current state, it was certainly not at its peak. Otherwise, these individuals would have been effortlessly dispatched without such prolonged effort. Divine intent. Chen Xuan concentrated, his demeanor tense. Speed technique. Speed technique effect 47. All enhancement spells would benefit from the system's amplification. Chen Xuan felt a surge of confidence, beads of sweat forming on his brow. This is it. A single heist could sustain me for a lifetime. Gritting his teeth, he maximized the dragon concealment technique, drawing near the xianxiaaudiobooks grass, extending a hand to seize it. Youngster, halt. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted from the pearl, as Chen Xuan's presence was detected, causing him to be exposed. Countless threads surged toward him. This treasure is fated to be mine. Chen Xuan quickened his pace, grasping the xianxiaaudiobooks grass firmly in his hand. Divine intent, annihilate. He directed a finger, channeling immense divine will intertwined with the forces of nature, shattering the azure threads. This also belongs to me. Determined to execute a grand theft, Chen Xuan moved with unparalleled speed, striking the spirit stone pillar with a powerful punch, tossing it into his storage ring without a second glance. He followed up with another punch, reclaiming yet another pillar. You reckless child, the guardian of the pearl. Witnessing the blatant theft of its most vital treasures and the loss of two precious spirit stone pillars, erupted in fury, unleashing a torrent of energy. A hand emerged from the pearl, still in the process of transformation, reaching out with force. Chen Xuan's brow furrowed in alarm, not daring to look back. He produced the blood spirit pearl, crashing it against the barrier of threads, creating a significant breach. The dragon concealment technique transformed into a streak of light, darting away. You cannot escape. Leave it behind. The very space quaked as a massive azure hand emerged from the void, shaking the secret realm to its core. The ground fissured, and the heavens shattered under its might. Swiftly, Chen Xuan brandished a handful of fourth-tier speed talismans, affixing them to his legs. In an instant, the speed surged once more, creating distance from the colossal hand behind. What kind of secret technique is this? Witnessing Chen Xuan's speed escalate again, the owner of the hand was momentarily taken aback, and then summoned immense magical energy to continue the pursuit. Within the Chongqing secret realm, countless threads emerged from various locations, sealing off all directions. A streak of light was fleeing ahead with a terrifying, elusive speed, leaving destruction in its wake, obliterating everything it touched into nothingness. Die! The massive hand executed a spell, ruthlessly shattering the painstakingly constructed secret realm, determined to annihilate the thief who had taken its belongings into the void. How dare you prevent me from taking what I need? Chen Xuan thought to himself. He had already claimed it by accident, yet he was still being pursued. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Even with a reservoir of magical energy as vast as the ocean, he could not withstand such rapid consumption. He had to combat the suppression of the secret realm while constantly pushing himself to increase his speed, watching the space in front of him crumble inch by inch. As countless verdant mountains and forests transformed into void, he shivered. The destruction of the secret realm was indeed ruthless. Chapter 93, The Resurrection of Chongqing. Chen Xuan felt a chill down his spine, sensing the relentless aura pursuing him from behind. Transformation into a divine being is not something ordinary individuals can resist, even if they have only partially awakened from a long slumber. Not even those at the late stage of Yuan Ying could withstand it. Chen Xuan silently mourned for the cultivators still in the inheritance land, gradually being consumed and transformed into nourishment. Safe travels. With a surge of speed, he unleashed the wind and cloud technique, breaking through. The collapse of the secret realm was not faster than his escape. Within mere blinks, he reached the entrance of the secret realm and crashed through. Due to the destruction of the secret realm, Chongqing could not control or close the entrance. He could not fathom that his own actions could enable Chen Xuan's escape. This infuriated him, leaving him helpless as he watched Chen Xuan vanish from sight. I will remember you. That was close. As Chen Xuan flew out of the entrance, it collapsed within moments. The world dimmed. He dared not linger, continuing to soar northward for thousands of miles, all the while using his magical energy to wash away his aura. He then transformed into the form of the dragon transformation Taoist. In a cave, he shifted forms, emerging as a valiant figure clad in a traditional dark robe. I am Chen Xuan. I will temporarily seal the dragon pill and lay low. Feeling a refreshing sensation in the air, he returned to Immortal town to rest for the night. Inside his room, he retrieved a pearl he had acquired at an auction, scrutinizing it carefully. This was something he had just recalled. The azure pearl resembled the one that bore the resurrection of Chongqing. Chen Xuan speculated that it must be the pearl cast off by the great cultivator of Chongqing when he lived his second life. Blood Spirit Pearl. Without hesitation, Chen Xuan summoned the blood spirit pearl that was suppressed in his consciousness. He unleashed his full power, overwhelming magical energy consuming the pearl with fervor. If he could not deal with it himself, then he would employ other methods. Who knows if this relic has any hidden tricks left by Chongqing? The blood spirit pearl erupted with a formidable devouring force, enveloping the azure pearl, gradually refining it into pure energy. Half of it was used by the blood spirit pearl for transformation and restoration, while the other half surged into Chen Xuan's body. At that moment, the Withering Wood regeneration technique began to operate autonomously, merging with this energy. The effect of the Withering Wood regeneration technique at the entry level was astonishing. Chen Xuan's spirit stirred, filled with disbelief, and he laughed heartily. The Withering Wood regeneration technique allowed him to restore himself at any moment. As long as he had magical energy, he could refine a breath of vital essence to rejuvenate himself and heal injuries. After organizing the Withering Wood regeneration technique, Chen Xuan was overjoyed to discover that his lifespan had increased by another 500 years. Moreover, the technique could also be utilized to cultivate spiritual herbs and trees, as well as to aid others in recovery. However, the effectiveness for others was significantly diminished, akin to starting from the ankles. Nonetheless, it would suffice in critical moments. It could sustain a breath of life. It was incredibly powerful. This technique alone could be classified as exceptional. With a wave of his hand, Chen Xuan directed his attention to a wooden table before him. The next moment, this table, which had been crafted many years ago, miraculously revitalized in an extraordinary manner. A tender sprout emerged, accompanied by vibrant green leaves, brimming with life. "May you receive a blessing," Chen Xuan chuckled lightly, feeling in high spirits. He infused a thread of magical energy into it, bestowing it with spirit. "Go." With a single hand, he propelled the small sapling along with the table out the window, vanishing into the boundless night. The next day, when Chen Xuan departed from the inn, the innkeeper would undoubtedly be left dumbfounded. "Let me see if the Withering Wood regeneration technique proves useful for you." Chen Xuan cautiously took out the xianxiaaudiobooks, setting up several formations around him. He meticulously examined the herb, while also worrying about any lingering marks that might remain. The best solution would be to consume it directly. However, this was a rare and extraordinary treasure. With proper cultivation, it could be reused, and it was not in its peak state without the spirit pearl. Its efficacy was greatly diminished. With a strike, Chen Xuan unleashed immense magical energy into the xianxiaaudiobooks. Yet, it felt as if a cow had plunged into the sea. It seemed that cultivating the xianxiaaudiobooks would require the slow accumulation of time. "Not very useful," Chen Xuan lamented. "Then I shall consume you." Since cultivation was too slow and the risks did not justify the value, he decided to swallow it whole, leaving everything to the system. If the efficacy was lacking, he would simply amplify it several-fold. Grasping the vibrant green herb that emitted a peculiar aroma, without further ado, Chen Xuan swallowed it whole. In the next moment, a stream of pure and abundant medicinal power surged into his body. Suddenly, extraordinary phenomena erupted as the medicinal energy manifested as a green serpent, brimming with boundless vitality and unique energy, capable of enhancing his bloodline and physical strength. Elevating his very being, Chen Xuan felt an unparalleled comfort, drifting into a transcendent state. Around him, the green aura transformed into a lively green serpent, coiling and spiraling, quietly standing behind Chen Xuan, becoming a unique phenomenon that allowed its possessor to have a clear mind and absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to replenish their magical energy. The efficacy of the xianxiaaudiobooks was remarkable. In the next moment, Chen Xuan felt a nail lodged in his meridians dissolve instantly. A wave of extremely pure and vast medicinal power, accompanied by a unique fragrance, filled his entire being. Every inch of flesh and meridian was being sublimated at every moment. His spiritual platform became clear, and his life level ascended once more. Suddenly, under the onslaught of immense medicinal power and the infusion of its effects, he soared upward like a rocket, a sensation he had not experienced since forming the golden core. The magical energy within him doubled every moment, as the overwhelming medicinal power surged forth. If not for the formidable strength of his own terrifying physique and bone structure, even the mildest effects of the medicine would have been assimilated, dissipating into the cosmos. The golden sphere continued to expand, transcending, and infused with strands of divinity. The forces of heaven and earth seemed to encircle him, vividly clear. His affinity for the Tao had undoubtedly multiplied many times over. The entire world radiated benevolence. In Chapter 94, the young master does not count as open. Even though the effects of the xianxiaaudiobooks did not enhance his cultivation ability, they merely enriched his foundation, strengthened his spiritual platform, and elevated his life essence. However, the potency of the medicine was overwhelmingly vast. Coupled with the peculiar nature of the xianxiaaudiobooks and Chen Xuan's low realm, the immense golden Dan was repeatedly impacted and purified by his mana, transforming into vast oceans, separating and then reuniting. A sense of foreboding arose. Chen Xuan focused his mind, laboriously moving the spiritual stone pillar into position, leaning against it to autonomously absorb spiritual energy. Mid-stage golden Dan, late-stage golden Dan. His mana reached its zenith, and the Yuan Ying was established. Chen Xuan let out a cold snort, his consciousness clear. Break. All myriad paths converge within me. Chen Xuan felt the Tao laws in the world resonate closely with him, capturing their essence and drawing it into his being. He integrated them into the golden Dan. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. The 5 elemental laws were inscribed, forming Tao patterns and branding them onto the golden Dan. In that moment, the energy within him surged once more, as if an unstoppable sensation had taken hold. Not enough. Chen Xuan charged forward again, bolstered by the ample medicinal power, his perception of the Tao remarkably clear. Thus, he resolved to gamble everything for a breakthrough. Seizing the unfamiliar Tao energies, he forcefully inscribed them onto the golden Dan, intending to comprehend them slowly in the future. The laws of thunder, ice, rain, and wind were successively grasped, exceeding 30 in total, until he could no longer contain the surge. He could only lament his current weakness, otherwise, he could have recorded even more. Break. In the next moment, his aura transcended. Realm breakthrough effect amplified by 90. The golden dance shattered, and a small figure emerged. Imbued with divinity and the essence of the Tao. It was immensely powerful, capable of dominating the world. No, something was amiss. Once stabilized, Chen Xuan's expression shifted once more. This was not the Yuan Ying. The Yuan Ying was flawless, transparent, and delicate, merely possessing a rudimentary form. Yet his Yuan Ying bore an uncanny resemblance to himself, surrounded by radiance of the Tao, filled with divinity. The inscribed Tao patterns fused with it, allowing for effortless comprehension. It also possessed a hint of divine power, capable of drawing upon the forces of heaven and earth. It could traverse thousands of miles, wander under the stars by night, and bask in the sunlight by day. The Yuan Shun. Chen Xuan's heart trembled in shock. He controlled his Yuan Shun, emerging from his body, feeling buoyant and unafraid of the wind, malevolent energy, or sunlight. He guided his Yuan Shun through structures, wandering the night sky, absorbing the energy of the stars and moon. Chen Xuan was astounded, entirely taken aback. He had directly birthed the Yuan Shun while still at the early stage of Yuan Ying. What was the meaning of this? He could only conclude that it was immensely powerful. His divine consciousness extended for miles, and his mental strength was potent enough to coalesce into an attack. Impressive. Chen Xuan reigned in his playful spirit and returned from his nocturnal wanderings. In that moment, he slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. Qinglong, with a mere thought. A layer of dark azure energy enveloped him. His dragon Dan, influenced by the effects of the Hua Long Chao, accomplished what its master had not achieved in life, transformation into a dragon. He had truly become a Taoist of transformation. The dragon Dan morphed into a dark azure form, containing terrifying energy. In fact, if Chen Xuan wished, he could utilize the dragon pearl to coalesce into a dragon shape and soar through the cosmos. However, the dragon form could not compare to his current physical body. Chen Xuan assessed the strength of his corporeal form, realizing that even a fourth-tier magic weapon would struggle to pierce his skin. It was futile to think of harming himself. Simultaneously, he comprehended a divine power of the dragon race, Hun Yuan de Longjua. It could breach defenses and reach the very essence. Chen Xuan slightly modified it to be driven by his palm, eliminating concerns about being thwarted by any formidable defense, delivering a strike to the source. Who could possibly withstand such an attack? Most importantly, even if the target survived the blow, it would leave a hidden energy within, gradually eroding their mana and flesh until death. Moreover, this hidden energy could precisely locate the target's escape route and hiding place. Emerging from this experience, he had directly attained Yuaning. Who would dare to believe such an account? Chen Xuan clicked his tongue in disbelief. The most infuriating aspect was that his foundation remained incredibly solid. Chen Xuan felt the profound energy within him, an unmatched foundation, and he experienced a wave of satisfaction. After becoming a Yuaning cultivator, he was virtually invincible in the Zhao kingdom, free of worry. Was there truly no restriction? After his realm ascended, his divine consciousness intensified. Chen Xuan moved back and forth across the two spiritual stone pillars, attempting to uncover any hidden marks left by Chongqing above. However, he found nothing. With his formidable divine consciousness, he discerned that there were no marks laid above. Perhaps this was Chongqing's confidence in himself, or he simply did not regard these spiritual stones as significant. What mattered to him was only the Qing Shi Hua Long Chao. When the Qing Shi Hua Long Chao was refined, Chen Xuan distinctly felt a mark appear within him. Yet, moments later, it was erased. This saved Chen Xuan some effort. Now, the great cultivator Chongqing was likely filled with rage. Upon sensing the disappearance of the mark, he must be anxious to the point of madness. However, Chen Xuan's thoughts were not mistaken. In the shattered Chongqing secret realm, only the most core and essential area remained, the Hall of Inheritance. Within, there were thousands of green cocoons scattered throughout the hall, connected by strands of silk, with wisps of life essence being extracted and falling into a green pearl. As one approached the pearl, the vitality contained within the cocoons grew increasingly potent. Above, silk threads, thick with green, continuously drew life essence to nourish Chongqing. Transformation into a dragon. Transformation into a dragon. These cocoons belonged to cultivators who had yet to exit while exploring the secret realm. The energy within that pearl surged, soon to burst forth. Chongqing's consciousness incessantly recited this name within the hall. Just moments ago, he sensed that the mark inscribed upon the Qing Shi Hua Long Chao had been cleansed. His heart was filled with deep frustration. Had it not been for his emergence at this moment, it would have disrupted his plans spanning 3 lifetimes. Otherwise, he would have pursued relentlessly. That was the precious medicine upon which he relied for survival. With the collapse of the Chongqing secret realm, the vast majority of cultivators had not emerged. This caused the entire imperial city, and even the Zhao kingdom, to gradually stir with hidden currents. Particularly, many among them were the ancestors of powerful factions, their very foundations. The situation was somewhat better in the imperial city. The royal family possessed more than 2 yuan cultivators. Otherwise, they could not have endured to this day. However, the Tianxing sect was in dire straits, as their ancestors had not emerged before the secret realm's collapse, rendering them completely uncontactable. This incited immense panic among them. Chapter 95. The Turmoil in the Zhao Kingdom. The Tianxing sect, among the sects in the Zhao Kingdom, was the weakest in foundation, with only 1 yuan presiding. However, the reputation of the Tianxing ancestors still lingered, and for the time being, they faced no significant issues. Apart from the absence of news from the ancestors of the major factions after the collapse of the secret realm, there emerged another equally explosive piece of information that incited outrage among countless individuals. The ancestor of the Mo family, one of the 3 great clans, audaciously plundered cultivators, exerting his power to coerce, and had pillaged the wealth of at least 1,000 cultivators. A few cultivators who emerged from the secret realm began to cry out in accusation and distress. This prompted the major factions, whose ancestors had yet to return, to dispatch formidable individuals to the Mo family's ancestral land. However, they discovered that the Mo family had long since vanished, leaving behind only a handful of weak cultivators and descendants of mortals who were entirely unaware of the situation. This infuriated numerous factions in the Zhao Kingdom, especially since many of the victims hailed from various powerful sections. The Zhao Kingdom's official forces took action, and the emperor immediately issued a decree declaring the Mo family's ancestor a criminal and released a wanted notice. Such public warrants against Yuan-level experts were rare occurrences within the Zhao Kingdom. The fervor surrounding this incident was only slightly less than that of the numerous cultivators who disappeared within the collapsed Chongqing secret realm. As Chen Xuan walked through Westian City, he observed the wanted notices for the Mo family's ancestor plastered everywhere, causing his lips to twitch slightly. Beneath the notice were accusations detailing his various crimes, depicting him as a remorseless, demonic cultivator. How audacious! Chen Xuan glanced at the core area of Westian City. Regardless of the situation, the Mo ancestor was still a Yuan-level figure. While it was understandable for major factions to issue a bounty, what was Westian City doing joining in the commotion? Such blatant publicity could invite retaliation from the Mo family, which would be quite entertaining. If they could not deal with the major factions, how could they contend with a small celestial city lacking a Yuan guardian? Chen Xuan narrowed his eyes, rubbing his nose. He noticed his own name. No, it should be said, the name of his alter ego, first released by Bishuan Pavilion and subsequently echoed by various golden core cultivators. His deeds were extolled, portraying him as a paragon of virtue with unparalleled moral standing, his strength unspecified, yet rumored to have defeated the Mo family ancestor with a single palm strike, estimated to be at least mid-Yuan level. De Dao Sr., Hua Long Laozu. Well, I've somehow become an ancestor. With a fleeting smile, Chen Xuan continued to gather useful information throughout the city. Various factions dispatched strong individuals to the outskirts of the Zhao Kingdom's imperial city to investigate the truth behind the collapse of the secret realm and search for the missing cultivators. They demanded to see the living and the dead. The Zhao royal family invited Qin Yun's sect to participate, and Xuanli Laozu responded to the invitation, joining the powerful individuals in the search. Was there any more detailed or comprehensive information available? Tingyu Tower, the largest intelligence trading hub in the Zhao Kingdom, boasted strength comparable to Bishuan Pavilion, and its level of secrecy far exceeded that of Bishuan Pavilion. It was said to be a branch of a colossal power from other continents. Regarding what? The intelligence personnel at Tingyu Tower were exceedingly respectful. Everything, including Huxin's sect, would cost 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. This astonished Chen Xuan. The small branch in Westian City possessed such detailed intelligence. I would like a copy. Without hesitation, Chen Xuan produced 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Senior, please keep this safe, and I hope it will not be disclosed. If you possess any important intelligence, you may sell it to us. Wen Zhou was exceedingly respectful as he presented a jade slip to Chen Xuan. This is indeed available. Chen Xuan nodded and smiled, inquiring how much he could offer. We will calculate your reward based on the intelligence's value level. Chen Xuan nodded, intrigued. After listening to Wen Zhou's introduction, Chen Xuan learned that Tingyu Tower classified intelligence into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Yellow, further subdivided into categories such as Nation, State, and Domain. Each level had a different price. For instance, the detailed intelligence regarding recent major events within the Zhao Kingdom, including Huxin's sect, was categorized as Heaven-level intelligence. Summon your superior. Your cultivation level is too low. My intelligence may very well be above state level. Leaning against Wen Zhou's chair, Chen Xuan meticulously read through the information within the jade slip. Please wait a moment, senior. Wen Zhou was startled. How could this Yuaning senior possibly be here to waste his time? He quickly activated a secret method to call his superior, the top figure at Tingyu Tower in the Zhao Kingdom. Chen Xuan waved his hand, curiously perusing the messages within the jade slip. Among them, it noted that during the Golden Core competition of Huxian sect, 20 Golden Core cultivators from the Zhao Kingdom participated, all of whom were the cream of the crop from their respective factions. Those talented individuals capable of battling above their realm were all seed-level disciples of their sections. Moreover, all core disciples of Huxian sect had emerged from seclusion, totaling 30 Golden Cores. If one wished to see detailed information about these Golden Cores, additional intelligence purchases would be required. Chen Xuan was not particularly interested in these details. A general understanding sufficed. Now, he and these Golden Cores were no longer in the same league. Observing them held no significance. The Yin and Chu kingdoms collectively dispatched 40 outstanding Golden Core disciples, and the elders of both nations accompanied them to Huxian sect. The Golden Core competition was set to take place in 3 days. Furthermore, the Wandu sect was unusually active within the Zhao Kingdom. After reviewing several pieces of information, Chen Xuan gained a rough understanding. Upon seeing the mention of Wandu sect, his expression slightly tightened. He recalled how the elders of Wandu sect had tormented him when he was still a qi condensation cultivator, intending to use him as a vessel for cultivating toxins. That grudge had remained etched in his memory. They were all nefarious beings. They must be eradicated. The mere thought of the grotesque appearance of that toxin made him feel nauseated. Senior, the master of the Tingyu Tower branch has arrived. Wenji's voice rang out. As Chen Xuan contemplated and strategized, over 2 hours had elapsed. Huang Fima, the master of Tingyu Tower, appeared before Chen Xuan like a fleeting shadow. Huang Fima, I have met this friend before, Chen Xuan remarked, lifting his eyelids and smiling. Do you truly possess significant intelligence? Please, enlighten me. Huang Fima spoke directly. Devoid of any circumlocution, it was a habit cultivated over many years. Regarding the fact that the Chongqing Grand Cultivator is not dead, and that the Yuaning from various factions and numerous cultivators are under his control, how would you classify this intelligence? Chen Xuan nodded slowly, responding in a calm manner. What? Is that true? This was monumental intelligence, carrying substantial implications. They were already aware of the Chongqing Grand Cultivator. He was a ruthless individual who had not only lived a second life, but had also contended against the emperor of the Deqing dynasty, a composite cultivator, and escaped unscathed. His strength was formidable. If this were true, it would certainly be classified as state-level intelligence. His demeanor turned serious as he set up a barrier. Then I shall speak. Chen Xuan recounted the events that transpired within the secret realm, making slight modifications, and mentioned the revival of the Chongqing Grand Cultivator, who was suspected to have reached his third life. The Chongqing secret realm was a ruse, designed to siphon everyone's vitality to aid his ambitions. Otherwise, there would not have been a requirement for a specific number of participants, nor would there have been an initial extraction of life force. Fortunately, I was lucky enough to be near the periphery, preparing to exit when I witnessed a giant hand continuously capturing individuals, shattering the secret realm's closed retreat. Thankfully, I was swift. Chen Xuan wore a look of relief, using his magical power to conjure a scene reminiscent of apocalyptic devastation, with cultivators wailing in anguish as countless strands of azure silk mercilessly swept away one cultivator after another, akin to capturing chicks. Observing this scene, even Huang Fima could not help but frown. The information provided by my esteemed friend is exceedingly detailed. This can be considered as state-level, Xian-grade intelligence. I express my gratitude for your trust in Tingyu Lu. We shall acquire this information for the sum of 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. However, it is imperative that you guarantee this information will not be disseminated to others and can solely be sold and controlled by Tingyu Lu. Based on Huang Fei Ma's extensive experience, this intelligence is remarkably accurate and astonishing. The feat of a cultivator living through a third life without resorting to possession is nearly unattainable. This information would fetch a handsome price even in the central region. I am certain many cultivators would be intrigued by Chongqing, as his ability to manifest the techniques of a third life would be viewed as a lifeline by some aging practitioners with dwindling lifespans. The deal is sealed. Chen Xuan nodded, having uttered but a few words to secure a considerable profit while also facilitating the rapid dissemination of this news. As long as someone targets Chongqing, his own safety would be ensured. Naturally, he need not worry about himself. Once Chongqing, the great cultivator, ascends to true monarch status, he would be able to overpower him effortlessly. There would be no more concerns. Chen Xuan's initial apprehension stemmed from the fear that Chongqing, after capturing so many individuals, might take action against the entire Zhao Kingdom. Furthermore, the higher the cultivation level, the more vigorous the life force, thus posing a greater threat. Should he strike, his targets would undoubtedly include several major factions, among which is Qingyun sect. with the prowess exhibited by Chongqing. Annihilating the initial stage of the Huashan sect would be a trivial task. Now that the transaction is complete, I must take my leave. Chen Xuan rose slowly. After concluding these matters, he intended to return to Taoshan for a visit before rejoining the sect once the inter-kingdom brawl commenced. May I inquire about your esteemed name? Huang Fei Ma, being astute, realized that any cultivator capable of escaping the collapse of a secret realm was no ordinary individual. I am Hualong. As the words fell, a wisp of azure smoke dispersed, and Chen Xuan had already vanished from sight. It was indeed Taoist Hualong in person. Huang Fei Ma was taken aback. This individual was none other than the recently renowned Taoist Hualong. No wonder, he murmured, noting the direction of Chen Xuan's departure while adding another page to the detailed dossier of Taoist Hualong. Chen Xuan's speed of flight could be likened to flowing light, covering a distance of 1,000 miles in merely half an hour. Linping Town, Taoshan, adorned with numerous spirit peach trees on its slopes, had cultivated a series of spirit fields at its base, radiating vitality. As the seasons turned, it was once again the time for peach blossoms to flourish. Chen Xuan strolled beneath Taoshan, savoring the tranquil ambience, occasionally catching whiffs of floral fragrance. Around the spirit fields, one could observe groups of cultivators rhythmically and methodically employing spirit rain trees to irrigate the land. Traversing through a grove of peach blossoms, he entered a broad pathway leading to the mountain summit. Many people were seen passing by, including men and women who appeared pleased after coming from the outside world to admire the flowers. Ascending the path, he arrived at an expansive flat area. The once muddy mountaintop was now elegantly paved with intricately carved stone slabs. At its center stood an imposing residence, where over 100 cultivators had gathered in the open space before it. In front of them, Chun Li, wearing a hairpin crown, was delivering a serious address. Gradually, the once youthful boy had developed a certain commanding presence. Chen Xuan observed quietly from the side, a smile adorning his face. This lad is quite impressive, managing to organize these diverse cultivators so meticulously. Setting aside the prohibitions, it is indeed a rarity to command such order among so many individuals. Grandfather. After concluding his speech, Chen Li's gaze shifted to a nearby open area, where he sensed someone standing there. Initially startled, he then became uncertain and tentatively inquired. It is I, your great-grandson. Chen Xuan chuckled, appearing before Chen Li in an instant. It truly is grandfather. Ha ha ha. Welcome back to the clan, grandfather. Chen Li was overjoyed. It had been several months since Chen Xuan had departed the family. Now that he had returned, it relieved him greatly, as if he had found a pillar of support. At merely 20 years of age, he was still a child, at the 6th level of qi refinement, showing notable progress. Chen Xuan nodded in praise, acknowledging that after Chen Li shifted to the 5-spirit secret method, his cultivation speed had significantly accelerated. Reaching the 6th level of qi refinement is commendable. Grandfather, while you were away from the clan, 2 more cousins awakened their spiritual roots. Following the teachings you imparted, I guided them in their cultivation, and they have now both become cultivators at the 1st level of qi refinement. Chen Li spoke with pride, raising his head, clearly delighted. Well done, well done, Chen Xuan commended. Upon entering the residence, Chen Wanwan rushed in, leaping into Chen Xuan's embrace. Good, Wanwan. You've grown a bit taller and heavier. Have you been indulging in more demon beast meat? Chen Xuan affectionately ruffled his granddaughter's hair. Wanwan had reached the 2nd level of qi refinement, showcasing commendable talent. Not at all, I've been quite restrained. Wanwan twiddled her fingers, her expression adorably charming. Ha ha ha, grandfather was merely teasing you. Eat as much as you wish. Just don't overdo it. The current conditions of the Chun family differ vastly from the past. We have everything we need. Moreover, with my cultivation having broken through to the Yuaning realm, although no one is aware, being an over 80-year-old Yuaning cultivator is remarkably extraordinary. Chen Xuan was not yet ready to reveal this, intending to surprise everyone with a grand revelation at the appropriate moment. Chapter 97. Refining the Spirit Vein. My great-grandson, this storage ring contains spirit stones and various resources for you to manage. Remember, do not stint on yourself, cultivate diligently. I, your grandfather, am somewhat of a notable figure. Supporting you should be more than sufficient. Chen Xuan smiled, producing the long-prepared storage ring. Inside lay resources amounting to approximately 200,000 low-grade spirit stones, ample for each of his grandchildren to easily cultivate to the foundation establishment stage. Rest assured, grandfather. Chen Li was taken aback once more. He had never witnessed such a dazzling array of spiritual items, so many in number. Which cultivator's belongings has grandfather plundered this time? He pondered inwardly, silently vowing to cultivate diligently and hasten to catch up with his grandfather's pace. However, he increasingly felt that this aspiration might be somewhat unrealistic. He vaguely sensed that his grandfather's aura was becoming increasingly ethereal, unlike that of an ordinary cultivator. Everyone disperse. Chen Xuan waved his hand and began to explore the family grounds. Arriving in the backyard, he gazed at the spirit peach tree that had accompanied him through the most arduous times of his journey. It had now reached the level of a second-tier spiritual tree. Old companion, let me lend you another hand. You must strive to thrive. Chen Xuan placed his hand upon the trunk, activating the withering wood revitalization technique. Infusing it with powerful energy, a mysterious aura began to circulate within the tree. Enormous magical power surged and transformed into concentrated essence. The vitality essence erupted, continuously cleansing the spirit peach tree. With merely a slight expenditure of magical energy, the revitalizing essence transformed the spirit peach tree, advancing it to the upper tier of the second level, leaving behind a portion of essence for future accumulation before its direct advancement. This is also the reason why such spiritual entities differ from the human and demon systems. There is no need to consider the stability of realms. Every ounce of energy you provide becomes my nourishment. Though such a towering tree may not possess the resilience of a spiritual tree standing firm in a storm, its foundation remains solid. Given time, it will undoubtedly flourish. After completing these tasks, Chen Xuan's consciousness sank into tranquility. He transformed into a streak of light and burrowed into the ground, his magical power expanding to excavate the surrounding soil and rocks. Reveal this deeply concealed second-order spiritual vein completely before my eyes. Subsequently, Chen Xuan constructed a pathway from the depths of the earth to the entrance of the Chen family. After solidifying it with his magical power, he gazed at this spiritual vein. It was of second-order high quality, with potential for advancement. Chen Xuan surveyed his surroundings, contemplating how to facilitate its elevation. He decided to start with high-quality spiritual stones. After a moment of reflection, he retrieved approximately 1,000 high-quality spiritual stones from his storage ring and infused them into the spiritual vein. Instantly, the spiritual vein erupted with a burst of spiritual light, the emitted spiritual energy becoming increasingly dense. The essence of the spiritual stones within the vein was gradually being assimilated. Given enough time, it could be upgraded to a third-order spiritual vein. Yet, this was insufficient. Chen Xuan had previously consulted his master within the sect regarding the cultivation of spiritual veins. The methods employed either involved using formations to strengthen the connection with the earth's veins to extract spiritual energy for gradual evolution, or deploying high-quality spiritual stones to expedite the evolution process. However, high-quality spiritual stones were exceedingly precious, and the investment rarely equated to the returns. This was a choice with minimal options. Tossing in 1,000 high-quality spiritual stones yielded merely a small splash of water. This amount could purchase a small second-order spiritual vein with a well-defined development route. Nevertheless, there exists a fundamental distinction between third-order and second-order spiritual veins. Seizing the spiritual claw technique, Chen Xuan discovered a spell among the Dragon Clan's minor techniques designed for efficiently collecting spiritual veins. This method could minimally damage the spiritual vein while mobilizing it, gathering it together to cultivate higher-tier spiritual veins. After such a prolonged wait, it was time to retrieve it. Chen Xuan's expression shifted as he directly burrowed underground for hundreds of miles, arriving at the former site of the Sun family in Qingyang Town. He swiftly located the spiritual vein's location and, with immense magical power, executed the spiritual claw technique to capture the buried spiritual vein. He left behind a small area scattered with fragments of, or that could not be moved. In the future, with the passage of time, it could regenerate into a spiritual vein once more. Even with the power of the nascent soul stage, combined with the spiritual claw technique, he could only gather the majority of the spiritual vein. Moreover, the speed at which it emitted spiritual energy was gradually diminishing. If not promptly addressed, it might become entirely useless. This explains why few dare to directly plunder spiritual veins. Second and third order spiritual veins are somewhat easier to handle, but those above fourth order are impossible to relocate without destruction. Swiftly, Chen Xuan's speed, augmented by the Gale technique, allowed him to traverse 30 miles in a single breath. Merge. With a wave of his hand, he combined the Sun family's spiritual vein with that beneath Tao Mountain. The process was remarkably smooth, and the spiritual energy within the veins of Qingyang Mountain ceased to diminish, gradually recovering. Success. Chen Xuan's heart trembled slightly, feeling a subtle stir within. The richness of the spiritual energy had increased by 60%. This was a significant enhancement. However, the quality still lacked somewhat. Once more, this time, Chen Xuan was far more cautious, even employing formations with great care. The former Shui family had been sealed by a formation until now. With Chen Xuan's arrival, the formation began to weaken as the spiritual vein underground was being drained. Without its source of energy, the formation's collapse was inevitable. Hurry faster. The difficulty of capturing a third-order spiritual vein far exceeded that of a second-order vein. Chen Xuan's vast magical power spread forth, nearly struggling to move. His formidable magical force surged through the air at an astounding speed. Were it not for his immense magical prowess and the aid of divine materials, he might not have been able to drag the spiritual vein very far. The crystalline dragon, shimmering with spiritual light, streaked through the air at remarkable velocity, drawing the attention of many cultivators who marveled in astonishment. Merge. After burrowing beneath Tao Mountain, Chen Xuan expended the entirety of a 5-elements Golden Dan's magical power. It is noteworthy that he had broken through to the nascent soul stage, and not just any nascent soul. The 6 protective Golden Dawn, although they did not accompany him in transforming into a baby, had absorbed countless Tao rhythms and divine essences, vastly amplifying their stored magical power. One protective Golden Dan could rival the magical power of a mid to late stage nascent soul cultivator. The vastness of his magical power even instilled fear within himself. Even so, it consumed an entire 5 elements Golden Dan's worth of magical power. Were an average nascent soul cultivator to attempt this, their magical energy would likely be depleted midway. Refine. Tao rhythm stabilize. In Chapter 98, Third Order Spiritual Vein, Chen Xuan summoned the Tao rhythm, and the small figure of his primordial spirit exerted force. Emerging from his body, it lightly tapped, and the power of heaven and earth poured in. The realm of the primordial spirit had reached a level where it could utilize a fragment of heaven and earth's power, capable of evolving secret realms and adhering to the world. Stabilizing this spiritual vein was not a daunting task. With the dual forces reinforcement, this third-order spiritual vein was embedded within the spiritual veins beneath Tao Mountain. By merging it with the heavenly spiritual fire and grand magical power, the connection with the Earth's veins was re-established. At this moment, the spiritual vein beneath Tao Mountain underwent a qualitative leap, transforming endlessly. This process persisted for an extended duration. On the evening of the second day, a tremor swept through Tao Mountain and the entire Limping region, akin to a dragon awakening from slumber, startling countless individuals and cultivators, who dared not close their eyes and sought open spaces to stand in. Merge. Stabilize. A surge of spiritual light erupted from the depths of Tao Mountain, shooting upward before rapidly dissipating. Moments later, a gust of rich spiritual energy brushed against their faces, sweeping across an area of several dozen miles. Subsequently, the spiritual energy within the Limping region began to gradually thicken, and its quality doubled, making it easier and better to absorb and transform. A great achievement. Chen Xuan executed the final Tao rhythm imprint, and the spiritual vein was entirely solidified. It was a third-order low-quality spiritual vein, yet with profound foundations. It would not be long before it could ascend to medium quality. At that time, the Limping region would become a blessed land for cultivation, attracting numerous cultivators for Golden Dan cultivation. The greatest beneficiaries would be the Tao Mountain area above the spiritual vein, the core region, drawing in the rich spiritual energy of the third-order spiritual vein. The Chen family cultivators, immersed in their training, felt an extraordinary shift in that instant. Coupled with the assistance of the gathering spirit formation, the concentration of spiritual energy approached that of third-order high quality. In the core area, it could even reach the effects of a fourth-order spiritual vein. Of course, this was in terms of quantity, not quality, yet it was formidable enough. A slight expenditure of mental effort would suffice to transform the spiritual energy. It was more than adequate to support the cultivation of nascent soul cultivators, truly a small paradise. It could serve as the foundation of power. Chen Xuan activated the spiritual formation he had laid down, and most of the spiritual energy was absorbed towards the Chen family. Then, through the Chen family's area, it was directed down the mountain into the marketplace. Ultimately, the energy that dissipated was sufficient to nourish and transform the entirety of Limping. Continuing his seclusion, after resolving these matters, Chen Xuan expanded the passage between the spiritual vein and the Chen family, allowing individuals to traverse to the depths of the spiritual vein for cultivation. Chen Xuan clapped his hands and, beside the midpoint of the spiritual vein, struck the rocky ground with a palm. He created a cultivation room of over 30 square meters, solidified by magical power. Summoning the Qingxian sword, with a mere thought, the sword light glided along the ground, slicing in all directions. Dust and stones flew as the rocks within the room were rendered smooth and flat. Thus, it transformed into a true cave dwelling. The construction took only a mere 2 breaths. Swift and convenient. In that moment, Chen Xuan comprehended why so many cultivators sought spiritual lands to reside in caves. Simple, convenient, and discreet. With a little maintenance, it could be made habitable. Cultivators are not ordinary beings, free from worries of cold encroachments. Chen Xuan's thoughts stirred, and countless runes emerged, effortlessly arranging a second-tier minor stabilization formation. Simultaneously, it illuminated the cave dwelling, invoking the gathering spirit formation. A multitude of third-tier spiritual materials were meticulously laid out by Chen Xuan, establishing the foundational base of the formation. This approach proved to be far more stable, enduring, and effective than the ethereal formations. The effects of the gathering spirit formation reached an impressive 108. In the next moment, a veritable spiritual storm erupted within the cave. Countless streams of spiritual energy surged in like a deluge, flooding the space. Instantly, the concentration of spiritual energy within the cave became overwhelmingly rich, creating a moist and comforting ambience upon entry. What bliss! Chen Xuan let out a hearty laugh, feeling an unparalleled sense of ease. This was the epitome of cost-effectiveness. The richness of the spiritual energy in the cave rivaled that of the core area in the Qingyun cave, perhaps even surpassing it slightly. Moreover, the quality of the energy was elevated as well. The outcome was nothing short of remarkable. Chen Xuan casually tossed out several cushions and settled down. With the body of Qingyun, he gathered spiritual energy, illuminated his consciousness, and strengthened his physique. He began to practice the Qingyun secret art. It was wondrous. After consuming the Qing Shi Hua Long Chao, Chen Xuan comprehended the true essence of terror. Furthermore, with the numerous paths attached to his primordial spirit, his spiritual platform became clear. What once appeared incomprehensible in terms of techniques and spells now seemed easily decipherable at a glance, revealing solutions to previously daunting challenges. It was akin to acquiring an additional external aid. The speed of cultivating the Qingyun secret art, a ground-tier technique, was extraordinarily rapid. In just half an hour, he could reverse engineer it. Upon completing the reverse engineering, Chen Xuan attempted to demonstrate it, effortlessly reaching a minor accomplishment without further contemplation. The system continued to exert its strength, elevating the Qingyun secret art to a grand completion. Moreover, he gained insight into a distinct branch of the technique, augmenting its power by 2- or 3-fold. With the grand completion of the Qingyun secret art, combined with the divine intent, he could navigate the Yuanying realm with ease. Not to mention, he carried the true Yang secret art, obtained from the Chongqing secret realm. This particular art was crafted before he transitioned to the Chongqing technique, and, through its characteristics, gradually aligned with his own creation, becoming one of his primary secret arts. Its primary function was to refine a strand of true Yang fire, storing it within his body to become his innate spiritual fire. The might of this true Yang fire was immense, unmatched in its offensive capabilities. Capable of scorching rivers and boiling seas, even a harmonized true monarch would have to retreat. However, the essence lay not only in this, but also in the combination with the Chongqing technique and the Kumu Hua Chunju, allowing for their reverse fusion. This nurtured strand of true Yang fire transformed into the fire of life, sustaining perpetually. With undying life, the true fire remained eternal. Conversely, with the eternal true fire, life persisted. Chen Xuan surmised that the Chongqing Ni Hua Sanshi likely relied on the fire of life. However, he did not leave behind a specific method, but rather a conceptual framework. It was likely that he entrusted these 3 techniques to ensure a continuous legacy, in case he failed in his 3rd reincarnation. Ultimately, after spending a quarter of an hour, he extracted a flicker of the spiritual fire phoenix from within and ritualistically refined it, gradually transforming it into true Yang fire. He continued to reverse engineer the true Yang secret art, bestowing spirit upon the true Yang fire. Throughout this process, countless streams of spiritual energy served as nourishment, merging into the transformation.